So whenever it says more agents, I view that as like not necessarily agents to stop them. It's agents to process, like not. So we're not stopping them from coming through. It's just we're saying more agents to pat them down and then send them through. So as much as yes, I could stop maybe.
Wait, are you
drugs,
asking to wait 1 second? Are you asking to stop people coming into the country through legal ports of entry?
Well, I'm asking like just to do some more like background.
No,
like,
do you want to stop people from coming into the country through legal ports of entry? Because border agents do go down to secure the border to watch parts of the border where undocumented migrants come into the country, but they also are set down there to vet and process legal migrants coming in through legal ports. So do you think that we should reduce the amount of individuals coming into our country through legal means, or do you just have an issue with undocumented migrants coming into our country unvetted?
Mainly undocumented, just because you don't know.
Okay, great. Well, I mean, if your issue is undocumented entry into our country, then you should have liked the bill, because the point of the bill was to further incentivize people to enter through legal means and to disincentivize them to enter through undocumented means, right? It invested into asylum-seeking processes and reduced the time that those claims make from 7 to 8 years to 7 to 8 months. That will naturally disincentivize people from entering into our country through undocumented means, right? It also further funded more border provisions, such as higher levels of border patrol, higher levels of like security on drugs, sex trafficking, and even like the wall, right? But all things considered, it was good legislation because it just further incentivized people to enter through legal means.
Okay, but I have a question. Do you think there has been a surge of illegal immigrants under, Kamala and Biden-Harris, or it's stayed relatively?
And yeah, no, after the Title 42, we saw like a massive surge of undocumented entries into our country. But that was caused by the expiration of Title 42, not caused by the administration. We should evaluate the efficacy and the responsibility of the administration based upon the response. The response was to influence bipartisan legislation through Congress, but then Trump torpedoed that because he didn't want the Democrats to win.
Okay, well, I saw what month was that? October, that it was started to rise about the immigrants. Or no, we're in freaking October. What the hell am I saying? It was like July that a bunch of controversy came up, and then Abbott placed the what's it called, barbed wire in front of the border and sent down like his national.
That doesn't have anything to do with our discussion about the federal government's response. That just has to do with the state taking like too much power away from the federal government.
I know, but what was wrong with if we're so against illegal immigrants coming into our country, not vetted down immigrants? Because I'm fine with that, but illegal immigrants, that's who they're trying to stop whenever they're coming through.
Because they were breaking federal law. They were superseding our federal government.
And wait, what law was that then?
I couldn't tell you the exact law, but it's like the state can't act out of accordance with the federal government on the southern border because that is ordained given the federal government. It would just be whatever law would dictate that the federal government that the federal government manages the southern border. That whatever law that is the one that they broke. Okay, all right, because states' rights can't supersede federal rights.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know if it's in writing or not, but doesn't the state necessarily have because you know how the states share power with the federal government, and then certain powers are reserved, like certainly
but some powers supersede the level of the state if they're upheld by the federal government. Like Alabama can't legalize slavery because that would be protected and ratified under, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, aka it's federally protected against. Right, the same thing would be true of the southern border, right? Like that's going to be managed by the federal government. Like are you trying to dudes like I don't know what you're trying to do here. Like I'm literally telling you the reason that it is the case that the state didn't have the right to manage the southern border is because that was like jurisdiction under the power of the federal government. 13th Amendment, sorry guys. And I'm telling you this is true, this is a fact. There's just an order of power that is ordained given our republic, and the state power cannot supersede federal power. And that's just a fact, dude. That's constitutional law, right? You're not going to be able to change that, and you're not going to be able to debate that either, because that's just an objective fact.
Okay, well, so I'll give you that one. But back to so you said there was a rise of immigration. Well, do you think there was a rise of illegal immigration or just immigration?
I told you that there was a rise of undocumented entries into our country.
Okay. Well, then why in the House of Representatives did every single person that voted no against the SAVE Act, which requires you to show proof of being a U.S. citizen? So that doesn't necessarily mean like visa or passport. Proof of being a U.S. citizen. Why did
being a U.S. citizen to do what?
To vote. To vote.
Yeah.
So, and why did every single Democrat vote no? And why? So, most of the what's it called? The cities where the migrants are welcome, right? Sanctuary cities.
I could tell you.
So you know they're all.
The reason that Democrats voted no on the SAVE Act is because A, right, it was rushed and hurried, and it left out particular databases of U.S. citizens, so it just make it harder for some U.S. citizens to vote. B, all right, it's been codified in federal law that only citizens can vote since the 1970s, and then that was once again revamped in the early 2000s. And D, in order to vote at all, you have to be registered to vote, and in order to be registered to vote, you have to have a social security number. All right, so when we place this qualifier of having an ID to show at the voters booth in order to vote, well, I mean, that's just going to like inevitably end up harming U.S. citizens that don't have an ID, because you already have to be a U.S. citizen with an SSN to register to vote in the first place.
Okay, well, my only thing is because I've heard, so you know, you can't necessarily rule something out just because someone's like, just because I say that you're a murderer doesn't mean you murdered someone, right?
What are you talking about? Could you show me conceptual knowledge?
I've seen reports that in certain democratic states that not necessarily federal government, but the voting, like the people that organize it, the voting centers where they collect the votes, have been told not to collect or not to request, you know, your SSN or any proof of identification.
You literally have to have a social security number in the United States of America in order to vote. And the reason I say that is because you have to be what? Registered to vote. Like, have you registered to vote yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, so you don't know about this. So that's fine. We could use this as an educational moment. You're 18. You haven't registered to vote yet. If you want to vote come November, if I were you, I'd literally do that right now. But when you register to vote, you're going to have to provide your full name, your social security number, and even an address.
And do you,
it might even be like too late to register.
Oh shit. Well, like whenever you walk into the like actual voting location, like say I did in person, like do they like what?
Yeah, dude, it's even too late to register. You're actually going to experience that I'm right and you're wrong firsthand, because when you show up to the voting booths, you're going to be turned around because you're not registered to vote. You won't be able to vote, just like undocumented migrants. There will literally be no difference between you showing up to a voter booth in November and an undocumented migrant showing up to a voter booth in November. I just want to put that out there. Both of y'all are not registered to vote. You will be turned around, even though either of y'all will have to have a required ID.
Okay. Well, I'll do some more research on that just because I'm still not sure. It's not necessarily I don't trust it. I just want to see it for myself.
Buddy, you will see it. That's what I'm telling you. You will see it for yourself. You will literally see it for yourself in 15 days. In 15 days, you will experience that what I'm saying is correct and true firsthand.
Okay. All right, is there anything else you want to talk about? I can't think of anything else currently.
No, man, I appreciate you for coming up. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. For the 3.6 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. We're on the backup account for the next 5 days. Let's try to get this account to send out. We may need to hit a restart. I guess we'll see what we need to do here. Santana, thank you for the heart me. It's good to see you, bro. What's up, Kyler? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, why's that?
It's more so that I disagree with Kamala than I disagree with Trump.
Okay, I love this argument.
Yeah, I do want to say, first of all, that I do respect everything that you do and everything, and I think I just disagree with Kamala. So
okay, let's hear it. Why so?
Well, I think one thing that really solidified it for me was the Brett Baer interview. I think she got kind of torn apart in that, and
okay, give me an example.
Well, shit.
Okay, don't worry. How about I just give you my thoughts? I think in the interview, overwhelmingly, my biggest critique of Kamala Harris was the fact that she didn't directly answer a handful of questions by Brett. But overwhelmingly, I think that was impeded upon by the fact that he was incessantly interrupting her, not allowing her to answer the questions as a whole. And like we see politicians do this every single day. JD Vance still hasn't answered if Trump won or lost 2020 after being asked on that by about 20 reporters. Donald Trump yesterday at McDonald's was asked a very direct question on if he would raise minimum wage if he's reelected. He just said that he loved minimum wage workers and refused to answer, then went back inside the McDonald's. And then not to mention, if this is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Kamala, why isn't rape, attempting to stage a coup to overthrow a government, or 34 felonies like the straw that broke the camel's back for Trump?
Yeah, I get that. But also, when you look at all the interviews that Trump does and he's getting interrupted and stuff like that, and then Kamala had it happen to her, I think that Trump handled it better than Kamala did, because she at one point was like yelling at Brett, and it's
So
like,
then why did he lose the debate? If he handles his situations better, how come he got absolutely like stomped on at his debate with Kamala Harris?
well, I mean, I personally don't think that he lost that debate.
Okay,
but,
then why did he accuse her of wearing earrings with other people giving her information and like having to do a 3v1? That was the ultimate cope. And we all know that he lost the debate. He couldn't answer any questions. She dunked on him on every single point, and she even had strategically planned to piss him off to make him look insane and release that information to the public prior to the debate, meaning that he had it, and then he still fell into her traps. He absolutely lost the debate. Stop being a partisan hack and realize that you're right there. I have no problem with recognizing downfalls in my own candidate's character or performance in these discussions. Why do you? Like, the first thing I did when you brought up her interview on Fox was I criticized her for not answering questions. Why can't you criticize Trump for losing his debate with Kamala Harris?
Well, I won't criticize him for losing the debate. I will criticize him in saying that I think it's terrible the way that he debates. I think it's terrible the way that he goes about criticizing his opponents and stuff like that. I 100% agree with that. I don't know. I think that side of it, yes, he's bad for politics in that way, but I think he's going to be good for the overall effect of our country.
All right, why is that? Name one policy of his that you think will be good.
I think he has a much better economic plan than Kamala. Kamala's never said anything about what she's going to do, and nobody knows what she's going to do when she gets into office. Trump has been very clear with that.
How positive are you about that claim?
Well, obviously, I mean, I'm not you, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a genius. However,
let's test that claim. So you said that she has no economic policy. She's never announced a plan, and no one knows what she's going to do. So we actually know exactly what she's going to do. We know more about what she's going to do compared to Trump. So her economic policy as a whole is estimated to cost $2.4 trillion by the CBO. And what she's going to do, she's going to cut taxes for 100 million American citizens in the low and the middle class. She's going to increase the child tax credit to $6K for newborns, $3.6K for any kid from the age of 1 to 5, then $3K for anyone from the age of 5 to 17. Right? She's going to cap the amount that any American citizen will pay out of pocket for prescription drugs to $2,000 a year. She's going to introduce a $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers to buy newly developed properties, and she's going to increase the standard deduction for new businesses to $50,000 for their first year in business. We could also go over the fact that she wants to limit corporations from buying single-family homes. We could go over the fact that she wants to codify and protect a woman's right to choose access to abortion, and all of these policies are publicly available on her website. And then on top of just knowing who she's going to cut taxes for and knowing how much they're going to cost, we also know how she's going to pay for it. She announced a 7% increase in the corporate tax rate with the Treasury's estimates last year from Biden's fiscal plan that was announced that also included a 7% increase in the corporate tax rate. That's estimated to generate $1.3 trillion of additional revenue for our federal government over the next 10 years. For the remainder of their $1.1 trillion, 300 to 400 billion of that is going to come from granting Medicare a greater renegotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies to save in government spending. And the remainder of that is going to come from an increase in the unrealized capital gains tax for centimillionaires and an introduction of the unrealized capital gains tax and an increase in the realized capital gains tax. So that is I literally just described to you like 90% of her fleshed out nuanced economic policy. Now, what do we know about Trump's? Go ahead and tell me his economic policy.
Well, that's great and all, and I love that you're telling me this. However, why can't she say that? I have not heard her once say that. And
it is.
Everything you're saying may be true. Everything you're saying may be absolutely true. But
KamalaHarris.com/issues.
Why can't she get in front of the TV, in front of the press, and be like, hey, this is what I'm going to do, instead of dodging all the questions consistently?
She did. She talked about the $25,000 subsidy at the debate with Trump. She talked about the $50,000 homebuyer tax credit. Sorry, the $50,000 deduction for new businesses in their first year. She's talked about the increases in the child tax credit, the subsidy for newly developed houses. She's talked about like corporations buying single-family homes. She's talked about the corporate gains, the corporate tax and a 7% increase. She's talked about all of these things. Yeah.
Well, I mean...
So once again, what is Trump's economic plan?
But, I mean, at the end of the day, the mass public is looking at it and what we
Kyler,
see.
what is Trump's economic plan?
I'm not a fucking economist, man, but I'm going to tell you that when I'm looking at who I'm voting for, I'm going to vote for somebody that is going to be straight up with who they're talking to and not just somebody that dodges every single question. And I can't vote for somebody.
You think that Trump is a straight up guy?
Obviously not. He's a fucking curveball, but he's more straight up than fucking Kamala.
No way. He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, and one of his former advisors said that he can't distinguish between what's true and false, and he straight up lied and manipulated 70% of the Republican voter base into believing that he won the 2020 election because he's a narcissistic baby rager, and he actually still hasn't accepted the results of the election until this day. And then also for you to call him a straight up guy when he has served as the greatest threat to democracy since the Civil War, when he tried to coup the country and steal the election from Biden in 2020 is absolutely absurd. You were obviously a partisan hack, and who knows? Maybe your claims are rooted in misogyny.
I don't think it's that. I just think that Kamala doesn't stand for anything. She's not telling us anything, and at the end of the day, it's going to be. She's saying she wants to make a change and she wants a new America, and she's going to do the exact same shit that Biden does. And even if she doesn't do the same thing that Biden does, she's just going to make it worse, and then we're going to be a worse place with a wide open border.
How's she going to make it worse?
We're going to have a wide open border.
Wait, do you think that Biden and Harris opened the border?
He 100% didn't help it.
Oh, okay. So his executive order that decreased crossings to like about 1,700 crossings per day, lower than any point under Trump's, didn't help it, right? The bipartisan border bill that he tried to influence through Congress, that Trump torpedoed, didn't help it. Let's be so real, Kyler. Right. Then also, you said that Kamala Harris doesn't stand for anything. She stands for the reinstitution. She stands for the reinstitution of federal protections for a woman and girl's right to choose. She stands to protect our democracy. She stands to reduce income inequities. She stands to make her economy better. She stands to reduce systems that disproportionately burden already marginalized communities. She stands for all Americans. Unlike Trump, who lacks a backbone, lacks a spine, lacks a virtuous character, and lacks anything in which he genuinely stands behind. Because at the end of the day, this guy's all about himself. He doesn't care about anyone outside of himself, and he will manipulate any conceivable scenario just to benefit himself. That's what he did with the bipartisan border bill. That's what he did with the election in 2020, and that's what he's continued to do with his sway, power, control, and influence over half of our fucking country, because he'll just lie.
What do you think they were doing with Biden the entire time? The entire Democratic Party is keeping him as a puppet the entire time, and they're just going to replace him with Kamala. And
it's going to be conspiracy theory bullshit.
If you want to call it a conspiracy, absolutely go ahead. But that's what's happening.
Convince me that Biden has been a puppet over the course of the last 4 years with facts and reason. Convince me. Do it. You don't have any.
Okay, so
you're not going to give me any.
Okay, then don't let me fucking talk then. I mean, that's fine.
I'm waiting.
He literally does not step in front of the press at all. There was rumors about him being dead. Like, there's so much stupid shit that this man, like, I'm
not stepping in front of the press. Well, I mean, you know, that's like hyperbolic and false, right? I mean, he was actually just went in the press conference room 2 weeks ago. We saw him with the press at the firefighters union. We saw him at the press like time and time again, filming right out of the Oval Office. That was just hyperbolic and false. I don't know where that came from. Then what was your second claim?
I don't know, man.
See how you have no reason to believe in what you do? See how you're just like a partisan hack? No. See how you're like, no. Just listen. Let me please just listen to me deconstruct your reality. Do you see how like you're a partisan hack? You stand behind no facts and you just repeat shit that you hear from Trump, Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, or Fox News? Like, bro, wake up.
Okay. Well, at the end of the day, the Democratic Party is fucked, and it's not going to end well. And
really, name one policy. For being
a great debate. Hold on. No.
No. Name one policy passed by the Biden-Harris administration that was fucked.
I don't make this my whole life like you do, dog.
Bro, then why do you call it fucked if you don't know what they do? How is the Democrat Party fucked if you don't even know what they're doing, dude?
You have to look at our country as a whole right now, but you're going to be biased where you are because...
No, tell me how the Democrat Party caused our country to be bad in any facet, any way, any shape, any form. See what I mean? You can't, bro. I'm not being biased. I'm not showing my bias. And he left. Of course he left because he can't do that. So you just put the pressure on. Like that's the reality of it, guys. Put the pressure on. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you're doing to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal or my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. They go straight to me and they really help me. I do appreciate you guys so much for the love. What's going on? 3-3. Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I am.
All right. Why so?
I just think he's a stronger leader. He's going to put Americans first.
Did he put American first when he tried to coup the country and steal the election from Biden in 2020, or when he tried to, like, I don't know, torpedo the border bill because it made the Democrats look too good, even though it, strengthened our southern border?
I mean, he was thinking about some Americans when he was doing that.
Okay, so trying to overthrow our democracy is putting America first.
Sorry, what was that?
So trying to overthrow democracy and torpedoing good legislation because you'd make the other side of the aisle look too good. Put America first.
Trying to save us from Biden, no?
Oh my God! Wow. So you're really gone. So
What'd you
so you're saying that when Trump tried to steal the country, that was putting America first because he wanted to save us from Biden. So you're anti. So you don't fuck with democracy.
Bad behavior, but obviously I don't think people should be overthrowing the government and doing those things.
So he doesn't put America first.
I mean, maybe he has in the past, and maybe he hasn't in the past. I'm sure you could say the same about any of the presidents
Okay, tell me one other president that tried to coup the country.
that tried to coup the country. I don't know, but are there other presidents that haven't put Americans first?
I think that there's plenty of examples of people that haven't put America first, but you're making the concession now that Trump doesn't put America first, which would be antithetical to the one reason you gave me insofar as why you're voting for him.
So if there's if we're just talking odds, who do we think is going to put Americans first?
Kamala
Kamala?
Harris.
I don't know about that one.
Okay, why?
Well, that's fine. I mean, we're all going to make our
No,
decisions.
tell me why you think that Trump will put America first.
Because I think he knows what he's doing. He's a businessman. He is smart with money.
Smart one, man. Name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies.
I mean, when you make thousands of businesses, right, you're going to have some fails in there. I'm sure you failed in your life a few times.
So then name one other good businessman with 6 bankruptcies.
I mean, how many businesses has he successfully operated?
I don't know. I'd say 0. Like, and the reason that I'd say that is because
Right, he amassed all that money by being really bad at business.
yeah, I actually do think he's quite bad at business. So he got $412 million from his dad. If he was to invest that in the S&P 500 instead of like starting businesses, he would have been wealthier today than he is now. And I think if the S&P 500 index fund is outperforming you in your business endeavors, like you're probably not a good business owner. But like I'm still waiting for you to tell me one other good businessman with 6 bankruptcies.
The S&P 500 tracks the biggest 500 businesses.
Dude, it has like a year over year like average of 10% per year. If you're growing your wealth under 10% per year, you're not a good businessman.
So you're saying the S&P 500 is not a good investment?
Not for like your main source of income, no.
I mean, that's to each his own, I think. But whatever. This isn't really kind of what I want to talk about.
No, that's not. No, that's not to each his. No, that's not to each its own. Is all. Like it's a stable but a low return investment. Right? Everyone knows this.
It's
okay. Right? If you're not compounding your wealth over like 10% annually while calling yourself a businessman, that is not something to be paraded and celebrated on the national scale. Like, am I a better businessman than Donald Trump because I have compounded my wealth at over 10% per year?
I mean, depends how much wealth are you talking about, Dean?
Well, I'm just talking proportionally speaking. Apparently, I'm a better businessman than Donald Trump because I've compounded my wealth at more than 10% per year.
But proportionally speaking, you aren't worth 1% of what he's worth.
You're not getting my point, though, bro. Like, so you really think that? Okay,
Down a
so
situation here, and that's not how things work.
Yeah, no, you don't. It's 3-3. With all due respect, the point that you're not understanding is the reason that he's a bad businessman is because he has 6 bankruptcies. You couldn't name any other businessman that you think is good with 6 bankruptcies. And the second reason why I call him a bad businessman is because he would have made more money if he sat back at Mar-a-Lago all day, every day, and invested all of his money into the S&P 500. If the S&P 500 index fund is outperforming you, then you are not a good businessman.
No, because you have to take risks to learn. That's how you learn. When you fail, I'm sure he learned a lot of those things.
So you admit that he's a failed businessman?
Sure.
He took the risk and he failed.
And he's done good. Like I said, I'm sure you've failed things in your life, as we all have.
But if you fail to the extent of not being able to outperform a fucking index fund, that is not something to be paraded and celebrated as your only reason to be the president of our country. Ashley, thank you for the $10 on Vimeo. I really appreciate you for the love. Like literally, you're literally saying, take this guy, oh, he outperformed an index fund. He should be the supreme dictator of us all.
Actually, you're the one that said that.
Well, I didn't outperform
the
an
index fund at all. You like to take these conversations and twist them all around.
I mean, no, you just can't say that he's a good businessman if he can't outperform an index fund. Christian, thank you so much for the galaxy.
Like he struggled to outperform the 500 biggest companies in America. I mean,
bro, what is the S&P 500?
That is rough.
What is the S&P 500?
The S&P Standard & Poor, whatever, 500 biggest companies in America. That's what it is.
What's an index fund?
it's a collection of companies that are invested. I don't know, like Vanguard has an S&P, you know, SPY, VU, all of those, right? They track the biggest 500 companies and they invest in them.
Okay, so the S&P 500 is an index fund, or it's a platform where you could trade and buy into these 500 companies, and year by year it has an annual return of 10%. Okay, right? It's a very safe, it's a very reliable index fund to grow your wealth at like a low rate of return over the long term.
I'm aware of that.
Right? And it's also not the big five. It's also not the biggest 500 companies. But then secondly, right, when you say that you're outperforming the S&P 500. You're not saying that you're outperforming the 500 biggest businesses in the world. You're saying that you're growing your wealth at over 10% per year. Like even the CEOs of those 500 companies are growing their wealth at over like 10% per year. Right? That is a very low rate of return that is pretty standard for a long-term stable investment.
Okay.
Right. So if you can't grow your wealth by over 10% per year, right, you're not a good businessman.
Okay. So he's not a good businessman.
So then why are you voting for him?
What'd you say?
So then why are you voting for him?
Because I don't agree with a lot of the things that Democrats are pushing.
Like what?
Like letting mass people into the country, like DEI, all that shit. I don't agree with any of that.
Okay, on the first point about letting people into the country, how did Biden and Harris let people in the country?
They opened up the border.
Okay, what policy did they open the borders with?
I don't study policy. All I know is what I see.
All you know is what like Fox News and Elon Musk told you, right?
No, I don't watch Fox News.
So then how do you know that they opened the borders?
I just exist on these same platforms that you do, bud.
So then how do you know that the Biden-Harris administration opened the borders?
Well, why did things get so bad in these last few years?
I mean, I could answer that question next. No, you're not going to pivot away from the claim that you made.
What?
You said that they opened the borders. How did they open the borders?
Did I say that they opened the borders, Dean, or did I say that they're letting a bunch of people into the country? Because you said you opened the borders. You said
that they had opened the borders. There's 5,000 people watching. You're not going to get out of this one.
I'm not afraid of all your little cronies, but you said
terrified.
That. You literally said they opened the border. I said that they let a bunch of people in.
Bro, look at the fucking chat. You're not gonna do this on me. Like that, you said that they opened the borders. You're not gonna get this one over. You're not gonna get this one over on me. You said both of those things.
So you're making the claim right now that there wasn't a bunch of people that illegally entered the country.
No, I'm making the claim that Biden and Harris didn't open the damn borders. I'm waiting for you to tell me how that claim's true.
You're waiting for me to tell you that it's true, that it's not true that they didn't open the border. You're saying that the border is closed. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we have closed borders. That is true.
So what happened that people are just running in here rampant? What?
Sure, the expiration of Title 42. Gracie, I appreciate you for the corgi. So I'm going to give you a little bit of education. Title 42 was a measure placed on the southern border with the public health crisis of COVID to basically shut down all new entries into our country. It had to expire when that public health crisis ended. And when it expired, we saw a massive surge of individuals coming into our country because of not only the expiration of Title 42, but also inflation onset in other countries because of COVID as well. Now we should evaluate the response of the Biden-Harris administration because the upsurge and roar of people coming in was natural, normal, and expected after the expiration of Title 42. And their response was to first draft and push effective bipartisan border legislation through the House and the Senate, in which they did, but then Trump torpedoed it by telling the Republicans to vote against it. So if anything, Donald Trump is the cause of our quote-unquote open borders, and Donald Trump is the cause of a continually high rate of entry because he's the one that torpedoed the bipartisan border legislation.
Why would he do that, though?
Yeah, because it made the Democrats look bad. It gave you the talking point that you're giving me right now. That's why.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, like if that border legislation got passed all those years ago, you wouldn't have any reason to come up here and say, "Oh, bad borders."
All right, that's fair. That's fair. I'll give you that one.
Mm-hmm. I have one last question for you. Would you ever vote for someone held liable for rape?
I don't know. I've watched you ask this question so many times. Yes, I would. I'm just going to go with that one for now.
Okay, would you ever vote for someone held liable for raping a kid?
No.
So why would you vote for someone held liable for raping an adult but not a kid?
I mean, where's the physical evidence that he did the deed?
Yeah, we'll get there next. First, answer my question.
No, about the kid, no, I'm not. No.
So why would you vote for someone that's raped an adult but not a kid?
Well, it is. Would you agree that those are two different things?
Yep. Now, what's the difference? What's like the relevant difference? I want to agree that they're relevantly different. Like,
Okay.
like there's obviously differences between grape and an adult and grape and a kid. Like one's an adult, one's a kid. But there's no relevant difference insofar as that grape is grape.
Right. So I would not vote for someone that did that to a kid, and I would not.
But why would you vote for someone that did that to an adult?
So please tell me what's the evidence.
Bro, once again, I said that we'd get there. First, we're going to stay on track with the topic that you said you would vote for an adult rapist, but not a child rapist.
Right.
So why would you vote for him in one scenario but not the other?
Because I don't know all the facts surrounding the case, and I don't necessarily believe.
Bro, the facts surrounding the case don't have nothing to do with this. You said that you would vote for him if he had raped an adult, but you wouldn't vote for him if he had raped a child. Why?
Sure. Because in the incident of him raping an adult, I don't know the surrounding circumstances of that. I don't know if it's true or what, the evidence.
Bro, once again, we're not even having a discussion on if it happened or not. I literally asked you, if Donald Trump raped an adult, then would you vote for him? You said yes. Just like I asked you, if Donald Trump raped a kid, then would you vote for him? You said no. So when you are now introducing this
Now you're
conversation of like
asking why.
evidence to
Now
surrounding
you're
if it
asking
occurred, I'm
why.
asking you why you answered yes in one case but no in the other.
Right. So the why is because I don't know the evidence surrounding the case, and I don't know.
Bro, stop it.
That's why I would vote for him.
I'm gonna literally give you one last chance, okay? Okay. You said if he raped an adult. Assuming that happened. We don't need to talk about evidence or if it happened or not. Assuming that it happened, you said you'd vote for him, even if you knew that with certainty that would occur. Okay? But assuming with certainty that you knew that he raped a kid, you said you wouldn't vote for him. Why do you hold a different answer there?
Because despite the bad, I think he's going to take care of us.
Well, I mean, wouldn't he still take care of us despite the bad on your worldview, even if he raped a kid?
No, that's wrong. But did he?
Okay, so you're saying that it's wrong to rape a kid, but it's not wrong to rape an adult?
No, that's not what I'm saying, and that's.
So then
not
what are you saying? Why is your answer yes in one scenario but no in the other? Use your brain, bro.
The answer in both scenarios is no.
So you want to vote for him if he raped Jean Carroll. So
can we
great.
move on to what the evidence is? Because I really want to hear this from you.
So I just want to clarify, if Trump raped an adult woman, you want to vote for him, right?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so Donald Trump raped an adult woman, and you said civilly liable for doing so by an anonymous jury of his peers, right, in 2022, after 2 years of deliberation inside of a courtroom. The victim's name is E. Jean Carroll, and the evidence submitted to the jury to prove that Trump had raped her was medical records from the 90s indicating that Trump had raped her, then the consistency between the reported medical records, her own testimony, and the testimony of 7 others, as well as she attempted to submit a dress with male DNA on it that she claimed Trump had raped her in, but then Trump refused to provide his DNA to the court to be tested that against the dress, only providing us with more reason to believe that he's guilty.
How come they couldn't just get his DNA?
Because it's a civil court.
Well, why is it in civil court and not criminal?
Because the statute of limitations had passed for it to be persecuted criminally, but not to be persecuted civilly.
So she waited. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why it's civil court and not criminal, because she waited a long time to come out with this.
Yes.
Okay, and the physical evidence, you're saying medical records, like what, the doctor's visit after it happened?
Therapist notes.
Okay, therapist notes. I mean, how reliable could those be?
Yeah, in conjunction with all the evidence submitted, I believe that we have reason to believe that it occurred to be on a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
What'd you say?
Yeah, they're like state licensed medical records. In conjunction with all the other evidence, I believe that it proves that it occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And once again, a jury of 9 unanimously indicated that it was true when they didn't need to.
And they didn't need to. What do you mean by that? They're on the jury.
Well, it could have been a 6-3 verdict, and he still would have been held liable. But all 9 of them had deemed that he did rape her, including 2 Trump supporters.
Okay. And so therapist notes, that's the main evidence.
No, it was a therapist notes in conjunct with the testimony, all right, in conjunct to the, Honora, thank you for the $5 on film, I appreciate you for the love. In conjunct to the Access Hollywood tapes, where in the early 2000s he says that he just likes to grab women by the P word without asking first, and that he just likes to kiss them, he can't stop, when that's exactly what she had reported in the therapist notes, as well as her testimony, as well as the testimony of others. And we know that the testimony, that the therapist notes were from 1996, before Trump came out and said that he likes to do this to women. And then also other other evidence would be the fact that he just lied a lot in the case. He said that he had never met her, which she was then presented with a picture of them together. He said that he'd never rape her because she wasn't his type, but then he confused her with his ex-wife that was his type. So he was caught lying there too. And in conjunct to all the evidence, we have more than enough reason to believe that he's guilty.
Damn. I don't know. I still think that why did she wait? You know, it's kind of weird. Why?
It's not weird at all. Like, actually,
it's all spawning in right now.
6 out of 10 women that get raped never report it to the authorities in a lifetime. So why do you think it's weird that one did 23 years later?
Yeah, I guess
You can't answer that question.
I guess it's reasonable, but
Right.
I don't know. I still don't trust the whole thing surrounding that case. You know, we've seen things get tampered before. Take the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. They both had therapists. Those didn't mean shit, right? That was a waste of time. So there's wiggle room for things to get muddy there.
And what is it?
What?
And what is it? Like, I mean, you know that you're being intellectually dishonest. You know that you don't have an argument here.
You know, do people do that? I think they do. You know,
Wait. So she knew that he was going to run for president in 2015, like in 1996. She paid off a therapist to keep it quiet and to take those notes, only for those notes to then be put in the state records for the next 23 years. And she was also clairvoyant in the sense that she knew that he was going to go on record in the early 2000s saying that he liked to do this with women. Like, do you think E. Jean Carroll's like Jesus 2.0?
That would be a really long con. I think you're right about that. If the notes, the actual therapist notes were old, they were from the 90s, like you say, then yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so then you shouldn't vote for Trump. But is there anything else that you want to go over here today, man? Yeah, because
right? Would you agree? People change, right? I don't think he's about all those things he used to be about.
Okay, so now you've agreed that you have no argument to contest the fact that he's a rapist. So literally fucking like 10 minutes ago, you told me that you never vote for a rapist.
In this case, I'm going to have to make an exception.
Of course. And that's MAGA. I'm just going to go to move on to the next guess. Your brain's too rotted. Like that's MAGA. That's MAGA. That's what it is, guys. That's what it is. That's seriously what it is. It's seriously what it is. It's bad unless it's Trump. It's terrible unless it's Trump. Hey, Hard, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not voting for Trump, but I'm an independent and I have never voted. I just turned 18, so I was wondering what the benefits would be for voting for Kamala.
Yeah, sure.
Since I kind of have doubts about both of them.
We'll just go over it real quick. Are you pro-choice?
Yes.
Yeah, codification of federal protections for a woman's right to choose. Reinstitution of Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, totally. My only doubt about Kamala Harris. Kamala.
Yeah.
Yeah, my only doubts about her was like some of her views of the criminal justice system.
Like what?
I was noticing in some of the laws that were passed under her in Texas made it kind of harder to put like pedophiles and rapists in jail and easier to put people with like marijuana in jail.
Sorry, you cut us straight. You can't say the names of drugs on the lives, but that she never like operated in Texas. Hey, what's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Damn, bro, that's crazy. I'm from Canada, but I was just watching your shit.
Go, bro. Go keep drinking your maple syrup. Have a good day, bro. Keep watching from the sidelines. Hopefully we'll win for you. What's up, Speak? Are you voting for Trump?
Actually, no, I'm not. But I had a couple questions that you talked about a little bit.
Hit the Discord, bro. I do appreciate you for coming up, and I apologize for kicking you. Please show some love to the guest, guys. Thank you so much for everyone that's coming up here that's not voting for Trump. I do love you guys, and I feel bad when I have to kick y'all out. Hey, Dander, you've been a little bit of a psycho on Twitter, man. Fernando, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Fernando. Let's get some massive W Fernandos in the chat. Thank you so much for the $10. Hey, Dander, are you here, man? Dander, hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, you've been a little bit of like a psycho stalker on Twitter, man.
Dean, smile real quick.
I mean, are you gonna take a screenshot?
No. I plan.
Do you want me to sign it? Okay, dude, what's up? Why are you so weird?
Dean, let's talk. Let's debate real quick, and then we'll get into the weirdness. You'll figure it out, maybe.
You know, speak your truth, bro. You've seriously been posting some weird shit like all over the internet about me and Parker.
Should
But
we?
that's why I wanted to bring you up here. I mean, you've been saying like, dude, guys, this guy's been like really weird, like very, very weird. He's been like posting like gifs in my Twitter responses of like things like crawling backwards, and he's like, "Hi, Deanie Poo," and like he spams it, and all he's very obsessed. But let's. I'm actually kind of scared of him. Yo, Lex, thank you so much for the motorcycle. I really appreciate you for the love, Lex. Let's get some massive W Lexes in the chat for the motorcycle. I really appreciate you for the love. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much, Lex. But let's hear it. Take it away. What do you got for me?
Dean, do you know the terminology behind skin tight white rib tank tops?
Skin tight white ripped tank tops. Yeah, like people like have called them, like, I'm guessing you're referencing like the term like wife beater.
I am.
Yeah, like I don't use that term to refer to them, but I'm guessing that's what you're referring to.
Thank you for answering that, Dean. Those agencies that rhyme with gay, what do they often wear?
Repeat that?
I don't repeat myself.
Did anyone understand what he just said?
Oh, they know.
Like
Deanie Bear.
Oh,
they know.
the triple K. Okay, yeah. What about the triple K?
Deanie Bear. What do they usually wear?
Like these big old like white suits.
No. That's when they're in costume.
Okay, well, I don't know what like lunatic white supremacists wear outside of their little costumes.
So you don't think that it was disrespectful to your viewers to wear a wife beater after coming off of your 3-day hiatus on being sad because you had the hard R dropped on you?
So first of all, like I don't.
And then you come back and wear wife beaters?
So 3 points. First of all, like I didn't say the hard R. Second of all, like I don't like to refer to them as wife beaters. Let's just call them tank tops. And then third of all, no, that's like not disrespectful in the slightest. I'd gone back from the gym.
Dean?
Yeah?
Sit tight, buddy. I'll be back.
Okay, you're running? But you wanted to talk to me so bad for like weeks.
No. All right, well then we can continue. Dean, look at my text message, the screenshots of text messages I have from you in my
Nadia,
profile.
thank you so much for the Venmo.
Don't take my word for it. Go look at I have got actual screenshots, brother.
Screenshots of what?
Go look.
I can. I'm on live, bro. Maya, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Say, can you be our next president, please? I love you. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Maya. Massive W Maya's in the chat for the $10. I really appreciate that. Is it like the screenshots of like the slurs on Discord or like Instagram DMs? Megan, thank you so much for the $5 on Vim. I appreciate you so much for the love.
No, it's some of your camper and some other videos with you and Parker.
Okay, can you stop, bros? Just stop being fucking cryptic. Engage in a conversation.
I'm not being cryptic.
You are, bro. What do you want to show me? What do you want to tell me?
Is black a color?
Is black a color? Yes, black is a color.
It is. Are you sure about that?
Are you gonna say some shit about how it's like the absence of color, the absence of light, or like
no,
all colors out
black
of
is not considered a color.
Bro, what are you yapping about?
No, it's not considered a color.
What the
Dean,
fuck is he saying?
People of color is all of us. And black's not even considered a color,
Wait,
Dean.
so you're saying that Trump is a person of color?
Absolutely, so am I.
Dude, what the fuck are you saying? Bro, you've lost the damn plot. You've lost the damn plot. Wait.
Is black a color, Dean?
Yes, black is a color. Yep, it is.
Google it for us and show your viewers if it's a color.
Black is a color, bro. Bentley, thank you so much for the 25. Never mind. Bentley, I appreciate you for the nice DM. And then the anonymous donor, thank you for the $25. I appreciate you so much for the love, for the $25. Let's get some W's for Adon in the chat for the 25. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
Dean, do you have matching calf tattoos with anyone?
No.
Okay.
I don't have any tattoos.
Okay.
Dude, what is
Just
he
ask
saying? Chat, should we?
You're the type of guy that would like get like matching tattoos with somebody in your family.
No, I don't have any tattoos anywhere on my body.
Oh, all right. So back to being black being a color. Is white a color?
Yeah. White's a color, black's a color. When I say color, I'm just referencing like different shades, like with like on the color. People. It's just how we use the term. Okay.
So just like you use the term
Okay,
to
thank you
hard
so much
R.
for the $1 on Venmo. Okay, so I mean, like, a lot of things have come out about me in my past, and things and like slurs that I've said at younger ages, but none of those things have included the hard R. Like, I don't know where that one's coming from. You're just lying. Studio, thank you so much for the money again. I really appreciate you for the love.
It depends on how you use the term. So I asked you, when you use the term that starts with an N and ends with
Can you show me where? Wait 1 second. Can you show me where I use that term?
Dean, I don't have to show you anything, bud. You can go right on my profile and check it out for yourself.
Bro, like, I'm more than willing to have like honest and transparent conversation with you and anyone that wants to come up here and talk about it. But like things that were like quote unquote exposed about me, I was like using like slurs at 14, 15, and 17, but none of those included the hard R.
So, Dean, if I produced evidence that I had it of you, would you be willing to show it live on all for see?
Yes, do it right now.
You would?
Yeah, do it right now. Catherine, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Just make sure to blur out the word. I really appreciate you so much for the $10 to kick them. Thank you so much. Yeah, then sure, feel free.
It is.
Thank you so much for the $10, Catherine. Turn on your camera. Do the green screen. Let's see it.
No. Go on my profile and look at it.
No, throw it up on the screen.
I'll just take it to Twitter. That's fine.
No. Put it on the screen right now. Put it on the screen. Turn on your camera.
I don't
you have the ability.
But I would.
Yeah.
I would,
So I just sent you a request to turn on your camera. Right. Then go to effects, click on green screen, then go into your camera roll and throw it up.
Well, once I get my camera roll situated,
Liddy, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. No, just like pointing at the camera, so you're not on there. Just turn it on right now. I just sent you a request to turn your camera on.
No. I don't need to prove to you. You need to prove to your viewers that you didn't. I don't need to prove anything to you.
Bro, okay, wait. I'm so sorry. Last night, Trump raped a little girl. That's why we shouldn't be voting for him? Yeah, he has to prove to us all that he didn't.
A little girl?
Steph, thank you so much for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo to kick him an evil bit. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Steph. We'll do like $100 to kick this dude. I'm having fun with him right now.
Hey, Dean. Do you know
what? Wait. We could just make accusations and you have to prove that they're wrong. Hey, sir, right? So
I don't have to prove anything, buddy. You do.
So you're a 50 count felon. You're like a criminal mastermind. Prove us wrong.
I'm a 50 count felon, yes.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess it's true.
You're running in circles, bud, because you'll never find it. But Dean, remember something. You've already made a fool of yourself, and you're a closet Republican, Dean, and I'm going to show you why. And I'm going to show your viewers.
PJK, I appreciate you for the anarts. Then why did I become a liberal? Like, if I was a closet Republican, why did I just hop into like conservative media and like just like lie, gaslight, and virtue signal because Republicans are dumb and I could have got a really big paycheck from the Kremlin? Like, you don't understand like the lack of accountability and the lack of critical thought on the right. Like, dude, I could be like the fucking messiah of all Republicans so damn easy just by telling y'all what you want to hear. I could be bigger than I am right now on the other side of the aisle, and that would have been the path of least resistance because I would have lost friendships and lost communications and relationships with family members as I come from an incredibly like Republican area in Colorado. It's like if I was a closeted Republican, well, I'd just be a Republican online. And Sarah, thank you so much for the £10 on PayPal for the Feminist King. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Sarah. Sarah's in the chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Dean, so you'll accept pounds, but you won't let somebody outside the United States speak on your live. That's pretty fair. I think that's nice for the viewers to know.
Wait, read off the background for me.
What background?
Why are you voting for Trump? Can non-U.S. citizens vote, sir?
I'm voting for Trump because God is.
Oh, okay. No, that's not what I said. Can non-U.S. citizens vote?
Cannot. Absolutely not.
Yeah, so that's like why I don't talk to people that are like not U.S. citizens, because the whole live is about talking to people that are voting for Trump.
But you'll take their money?
Yeah, if they want to donate to me, they're absolutely more than able to, yeah.
Dean,
Because like keep in mind, not only people in the U.S. right support like liberalism, progressive liberalism here home in America, because progressive liberalism and the state of politics and the economy in America impact have impacts on the global stage, right? So of course there's going to be people outside of America that support what I do.
Dean, I have a
Yo,
question.
Blake, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Blake. Blake's in the chat. Thank you, Blake. When you say W's for Blake, yo, thank Blake real quick for the $5.
Thanks, Blake. I appreciate you. Listen, if your boyfriend was pregnant and got kicked in the stomach, and
Jenna, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you for the love.
that child didn't make it, would you be okay with that?
No, there'd be there'd be a homicide.
It is.
Yeah, that's homicide, bro. They should be put in jail for murder. 25 to life, easy.
But that same thing isn't worth the same to you.
Kendra, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Kendra. W's in the chat for Kendra. Go ahead.
But abortion isn't?
Yeah, abortion's not murder because one's justified termination of human life, one's unjustified termination of human life. It's very simple. Brian, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. God is a closeted liberal, so real. Thank you for the love, Brian. And Maya, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. Did God tell him that? So real. Maybe he's talking to God. Maya, thank you for the $2. Like for instance, do you have a car? Amy, thank you for the $2 on Venmo.
No, I don't have a car.
Okay, well, assuming you had a car, right? If you broke the windshield, would you be doing anything wrong?
Yes, I would be.
No, you could do whatever the fuck you want to your own property. You're not doing anything wrong. But if a non-consenting third party came up and broke the windshield, would they be doing anything wrong?
Non-consenting third party?
Yeah, they would. They'd be committing crime super bad. So replace the car with a fetus in your womb and replace you with a woman with a uterus. So let's do it.
Non-consenting.
Oscar, thank you so much for the $11.11 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Oscar. Let's get at least 200 W Oscars in the chat. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much.
Dean, was your mom a high school teacher?
No.
Because you seem quite smart, like your mommy was a high school teacher, Dean.
Nath Ali, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Rooting from Switzerland. I appreciate you for the $5.
Does the matching tattoos now make a little more sense, Dean?
No, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Where do you think this tattoo is on my body? Dog, thank you for the coral.
It's not on your body, pal.
Matching tattoos on other people. Hey, I have a question. What's 4 plus 4?
4.
Okay, he's so fucking stupid he doesn't know basic math, so I can't do my bit. It's 8. What's 4 plus 4?
No, I'll let you do your thing on me. 8.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, you the fuck up. Get out of here. Skedaddle. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump today, ladies and gentlemen. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are my bio. Get him out of here. Get him out of here, bro. Get him out of here. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Right now I'm undecided.
Emily, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo. Well, I hope that this live as a whole can make you come to a decision. I'll just ask you one thing real quick. Would you ever vote for someone held liable for raping a woman?
No, I would not.
Okay, so Donald Trump has been held liable for rape. Go ahead and look it up. Trump v. E. Jean Carroll. What's going on, Brodies? Are you voting for Trump? All right, they're not here, so we're going to move on to our next guest. Start spamming Trump, start spamming MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. All right, that's how we find the easiest people to come up here and have conversations with. So let's go and get our next guest up in here. And by the way, guys, we're on a new account. We got a 5-day ban on the main, so hit the follow button if you haven't already. You're probably not following. Hello, Dave. Are you voting for Trump?
I am undecisive.
All right. Well, same thing that would apply to the last guest. Just ask yourself if you'd vote for a rapist. I hope that you can continue to watch the live and the live could help you come to a conclusion. Alternatively, you could also join my Discord because I love to talk to undecided voters in there. Let's go and get our next guest, Chloe, up in the live. I love you undecided voters. It makes me so happy to know that there's a lot of y'all watching. You guys are great. W for the undecided voters in the chat that we'll hopefully be able to convince with the live here today. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump, Chloe?
Kamala Harris 2024.
You're great, Chloe, but please don't waste my time. Although I do love you, and although you are based as all hell, we are just looking for debates. And when you come up here and you're not voting for Trump, you end up just wasting my time because it does kind of take a while for us to cycle guests in and out. But I do love you and I do appreciate you. Moving on here, everyone. So just give us a minute. We're going to go to get our next guest, Brizzy, up in here. They're loading in, guys. Just give us a minute. Phenomenal. Here we go. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? And they're not even connected yet. There they go. Are you voting for Trump? Okay, automatically going on mute. You don't want to talk. They're too scared. They can't handle the heat. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Yeah. And they have an echo like all hell?
Is there an echo?
Julia, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Greetings from Poland. I hope that you're well, Julia. Thank you for the love. Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
Because he's going to do what's right for the country.
Okay, so what's like a handful of policies that he's like pushed for that you think are really good for the country?
I just go on his track record, and we were in a much better position then.
Oh, like what is one thing he did in his last term that benefited the average American more so than rich people?
Gas prices were much lower.
Yeah, and how did he cause a decrease in the price of gasoline?
Because he wants America to be energy independent, and he's pro big oil.
Okay, so we're actually like more energy independent under Biden and Harris than we ever were under Trump. We were less reliant on imports.
True, Dean. That's
it is
not
true for two
Dean.
reasons. The first reason why it's true is we're less reliant on imports of oil, and the second reason why it's true is we're actually drilling for more crude oil here at home in America.
I know, and you guys keep going through that narrative, but you don't talk about the deficiency. There's a $6 million, 6 million barrel global deficiency with the amount of oil that's being produced and the amount that's being consumed. You should know that, Dean.
Shelly, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. I actually do know that. It's not 6 million barrels of oil per day. It is 450 million barrels of oil per month. It's also not global, it's domestic. And it's also not a deficiency between what's being produced and what's being consumed. It's a deficiency between what's being produced and what's being refined. We could also touch on the fact here that the reason that there's less oil being refined now than there was 4 years ago is because refineries shut down under COVID. However,
Correct.
we have on a track record to like fix this deficiency in the next year and a half, and this wasn't caused by our current administration.
How are they going to fix it?
Yeah, just by opening up new refineries. Like given the last 3 years, we will be on track to eliminate this deficiency in the next year and a half.
What policy is that?
It's not under policy. It's just the amount of refineries that are opening or reopening, and you could find this information on EIA.gov.
Well, they just shut down the refinery after announcing they were going to open it in California based on Governor Newsom's regulation. Did you know
but
that?
we still have, all things considered, 5 to 10 refineries reopening per year. So just check your facts, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
I think you're making that up.
No, go check out EIA. You can literally look at it for yourself. But we've already talked, right?
EIA does not talk about opening refineries.
It does. Literally Google EIA.gov refineries in service.
I already did.
Okay, well, obviously you didn't, but I mean, if you're just going to deny facts, I know that I've already talked to you because you've already made that point to me. Just go look it up. EIA.gov refineries in service. Bethany, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Bethany. Yeah, it's there for all to find. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
Okay, wow, why?
Why? Because Trump believes in the Constitution. Your candidate,
he actually didn't. He actually
Vice President. Hold on, Tim Walz wants to restrict our freedom of speech. You guys seem to forget that. You seem to forget the things that your candidates have said. Kamala does not support gun rights. We can go back. Just because she claims to change her mind doesn't mean shit, dude. It doesn't. I mean, you kids get on here. You young kids get on here acting like you guys know the world when you don't.
I feel so bad for
who was the Attorney General during 2011 through 2017?
I don't know who the AG was.
Oh, let me tell you, Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of California during P.
If you specified California, I would have been able to tell you
that there were police reports and there's medical evidence.
Don't say the names of any drugs. Don't say the names of any drugs. Don't say the names of any drugs.
Oh, okay. And who is the representative? Who are the hosts for the DNC? Oh, that's right. P. Diddy was a sex trafficker. Yeah.
Okay.
Have a great day, Dean.
No, don't leave. Don't run away. Don't run away. You're scared of debating me because you know that I, at my young age, is smarter than you at your ripe old age. No, she ran away. I know that she's still listening, so I'm going to go to respond to her points. So anyways, you talked about like the Democrat platform being bad for the Constitution. This is why she ran, by the way. She knew that she was cooked. So Donald Trump actually called for the termination of the U.S. Constitution and articles found within it. And that was in 2021. Abby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for constantly cooking, right? About gun rights. He also said that we should take the guns first, and then give due process second, right? And it's also the case that he said at a conference with Mike Pence, that he also like passed more gun control than the Biden-Harris administration. He's the only one to pass any gun control. About AG of California and the state being bad. Donald Trump actually said that San Francisco's great when she was AG and DA. Then about P. Diddy, he was not the host of the DNC. Well, let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein, how Donald Trump was buddy-buddy with him, and how he said that he liked young girls just like him.
Hello?
But that's why she wanted to run, because she wasn't ready to handle that response. What's going on, H? Are you voting for Trump?
No, Kamala.
Okay, buddy. We're just looking for people that are voting for Trump. I appreciate you for the love. Yo, Nico, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for Diddy. I appreciate you so much for the love, Nico. Let's get some W's for Nico in the chat. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I would say I am.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 22.
All right, so why do you want to vote for Trump?
It's mostly because like of how they like or how people like view Kamala. I would say with the girl saying something about Diddy and stuff. You know, like have you been down that rabbit hole?
So I'm just curious here. So what's the public perception of Kamala Harris that makes you want to vote for Trump?
So I live in Texas. I'm gonna just say that. So everything down here is Republican, right? Everything that they say about Kamala is like Kamala. I'm so sorry. Is that she's dumb, you know? And then they have like videos of like. Oh wait, don't get mad. At the same time, bro, I want you to help me understand too. You know?
Okay, if she's so dumb, then why did she fucking destroy Donald Trump in the debate?
Which one?
The presidential debate.
Explain.
So Donald Trump and Kamala Harris debated. Kamala Harris literally destroyed him so hard that he was crying about how she was wearing earrings with people feeding her information through speakers for 5 days.
Okay.
Tammy, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying thank you for doing what you're doing. I can't. I appreciate
Okay, so
you for the
can we
love,
get back
Tammy,
to
you're phenomenal.
I didn't see that. I was probably working.
She's like infinitely smarter than Donald Trump. The only reason why people call her dumb is because she's a woman and people are misogynistic. That's the only reason.
That would make sense.
I'm literally telling you that her gender identity and what's in between her legs is dictating like a significant amount of the public perception on her and her intelligence. It's just misogyny.
So you think that like this society is just misogynistic towards her?
Yes, 110%.
Understandable. Okay, well, I mean that's all I have. I'm not, I just want to understand how you saw things and stuff,
All right, well, I appreciate you for coming up, man. What's up, Rich Poor? You voting for Trump?
Absolutely. Well, he's not afraid to do interviews. And your car example was halfway okay, halfway good, halfway bad. Because if you're renting a car and you're making payments, you can't just go out and damage the property. I get it, it's your property. But then, young man, what you got to realize is that if you're making payments on a car, you can't just go out and damage the windshield. I heard what you said. It was an okay example. I'll meet you halfway on that.
So if it's not owned by you, that's when you'd be making payments because the bank would have the title. So it wouldn't be owned by you. I said owned by you. And then secondarily, you said that she's scared of debates. So Trump has refused a second debate with her. Trump refused to go on 60 Minutes with her. Destiny, thank you so much for the galaxy. The only person refusing to engage in these in these scenarios, in these situations, is Trump, meaning that he's scared, she's not.
I'll meet you halfway. He's been through a lot. He's got a lot going on. I would love to see you debate.
Who are you?
I would love to see you debate Ben Shapiro. I would love to see you debate Tucker Carlson.
Wait. Who are you? Someone in the chat called you, I'll meet you, Mr. Halfway Guy. And then you said that you'll meet me halfway.
Yeah, well, I've debated other people. I've debated Parker, and I've debated a couple other. This is my first time debating you, though.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, young man, you've made.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for coming out. We're just gonna move on. That's pretty funny, though. Chat seems to like you. Leo, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying love from Germany. Keep it up, bro. I appreciate you, Leo. Leo's in the chat. Thank you so much. What's up, David? You voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. What's up, Dean? It's been a minute.
Have we talked before?
Nah, man, I made a video on you a while ago.
So you're a fan?
No, I'm not a fan, bro.
Then why are you making videos about me?
Because I just hate you, bro. I just wanted to tell you something real quick, bro.
Because you wanted to cloud off my name?
No, bro. Shut your bitch ass up. You heard?
Oh, someone's emotional. Do you
Yo,
need a baby bottle?
Let me catch you in the dirty M. I'm gonna slap the piss out you.
Okay, so we have a what? Like a 22, 23-year-old weak, insecure man that can't cope with being dumb.
Actually,
so
I'm 20, buddy.
So you just want to pursue violence against people that disagree with you?
Nah, bro. I want to slap you, and I'm about to get that butt, bro. Make sure you protect that hole, bro, because I'm coming.
Jesus fucking Christ, David. We're gonna move on to our next guest. I don't know. I don't know why it always results down to gay intercourse. Or these well, how old are you? Okay, it always reduces down to gay intercourse, or same gendered attractions with these self-referenced, conservative cis het white men. I don't know. You know what I mean? What is up, Colby? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm not. I actually was hoping for your help because this.
Kobe, please join my Discord and at me in the chat. I'll read your message. if you come up on my live in front of 7.6K people and ask for help, you probably had a good reason to. Hit the Discord, ask me in there. But in the meantime, we're going to move on to our next guest. Guys, make sure if we are in that queue that we are voting for Trump. And then once again, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms compared to about 30% here on TikTok. And I use all the proceeds on those platforms to fund things such as travel, hotel, and stay for all the podcasts and things I've been doing recently. But I appreciate you for the love. What's up, Nikki? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi. No, I'm 59 and I'm voting for Kamala.
Guys, please stay out of the queue if you're not voting for Trump. I love you guys and you are phenomenal, but please just stay out of the queue. But Christian, thank you so much for the meteor shower. Let's get at least 300 W Christians in the chat. Thank you for the meteor shower. You are phenomenal. And Stella, thank you for the hand hearts. What's up, Alexis? Are you voting for Trump?
I am actually undetermined and hoping to get some clarity on a lot of questions.
I'm just looking to talk to Trump voters. I'd love to talk to you in my Discord. But you feel free to ask like a question while I'm trying to get our next guest up in here.
Okay, so one of my questions was his policy on the education system and specifically defunding those that are interested in teaching about slavery and the Native American people. Is this true? I just feel like a lot of times conversations are cut off and you don't hear the follow-up. Do you have any insight onto this?
Christian, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I don't have any insight onto it, but it's probably true. Like, I'm not gonna lie. He said it on Fox apparently, but
yes.
Yeah. Feel free to ask questions in my Discord. I'm hanging out in there all the time. Yes, it is true. Reliable source in the comment section just verified that. But thank you for coming up, Alexis. Joanna, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Joanna with the $15. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, Joanna. You are phenomenal. Thank you so much. Joanna is down below with a $15. What is up, Sam and Jesse? Are you guys voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I swear to God, these motherfucking liberals, I swear to God, they don't know what the fuck they talking about.
You got soft hands.
I swear to God, all I want to do is...
So why are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm worried about World War III, and I don't think that Kamala would be able to, or Kamala, whatever the fuck her name is. Sorry.
Kamala.
I don't think that she would be able to be a wartime president if we were to go into war. Trump had really good relations with other countries.
No. Stop it right there. He's terrible for a wartime president. And we know that. We literally know that. We know that for
There
a fact.
was so much peace during his presidency. Look at where we're at right now. We don't want another 4 years of Biden, Kamala, whatever, the puppet masters who control them. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, you talk over people all the time, but go ahead.
Okay. So do you want me to talk over you too?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just going to go and talk over you. And
I'm sorry.
On mute. So yeah, I'd actually say that Trump is very bad for global conflicts, especially when we're talking about war. He's a warmonger. So as of recently, he's told Israel to flatten Iran, and he says that he'd flatten him himself. Okay, like threatening to nuke and destroy other countries that are really close to having nuclear powers is not good for World War III pressures. It's also the case that he wants to continue to fund and support Israel to finish the job that they started to destroy Palestine. That's also just fucking insane. Fabio, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Fabio's in the chat for the $20. I really appreciate you for that. I really do. Thank you so much, Fabio. Fabio's down below. Not to mention that he wants Russian expansion. He's Putin's puppet. Putin thinks he's easy to manipulate, and he's believed Putin over U.S. intelligence, and he doesn't support Ukraine to regain the territory that they've lost to Russia, right? Russian expansion is bad. That's an imminent threat. That's why NATO is formed, and that is probably the biggest threat of World War III is if they expand and gain more power, influence, and control on the global stage. And then also we could say here that he tried to launch a coup to overthrow our own government. And if he can't protect us from internal threats, and he is the internal threats, I don't think he'll be able to protect us from external runs. One positive thing that I could say about Donald Trump is because he's a fucking insane motherfucker. He scares other countries, right? But that's not a good thing in the long term. Because that prevents us from making sustainable long-term agreements and accords with other countries. It just kind of scares them in the immediate short term.
All right, so a powerful man is someone who has the power to hurt someone but doesn't. And I believe that is what Trump is. Kamala doesn't have the power. Okay,
so people, he's raped a woman. He's defrauded young adults at Trump University. He's a 34-count felon. He tried to overthrow our own democracy.
Countries do fear him, and that's important. It is important to be.
Wait, if Putin fears him, then how come Putin is engaged in election interference in the 2016?
I mean, how come during Trump's presidency, Putin?
If Putin fears him, then how come Putin engaged in election interference in the 2016, 2020, and 2024 election to get him reelected? Putin doesn't fear him. Putin thinks that he's easy to manipulate. That's coming from leaked Kremlin documents. We know that Putin wants Trump back in office because Putin thinks that he's easy to manipulate. Gotta unmute your mic, dude. Okay, Sam doesn't... All right, buddy Sam, you have to click on your profile picture, then click the icon of the mic. Stop being insufferable, okay? Okay, well, the bot can't figure it out. So while he's figuring it out, I guess we're going to go and get another guest up in here. Yeah, like, these motherfuckers literally can't figure out how to click two buttons. That really speaks to their intelligence. Hey, Gary, are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, why?
I mean, I wanted to talk about something else. I mean, we could go into that, too. I want to know why Democrats are flipping out about Trump going to McDonald's.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll talk about that real quick. Because it was like just staged and corny. I personally don't think like there's any big issue with that. Him shutting it down. I think he has to do that because of like security concerns. I don't find any issue with it apart from that it's corny. But like a lot of people just think it's kind of a joke. Fabio, I appreciate you for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Fabio. Massive W Fabio's in the chat right now for the $20 on PayPal. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. But like people do this all the time. Like, you know, like Kamala Harris did that with her phone call with like Tim Waltz, etc. Like that's politics.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I thought it was amazing. But then you have all these people, these Democrats, like flipping out about it. But it's like, yeah, he just got shot in the air. Obviously, he needs security. So I thought that was kind of dumb.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, that's also like really corny to think that that's amazing. Like, why do you think that's amazing?
I mean, I think a lot of people find it amazing that he's going and doing a regular job that people have.
Especially since Kamala lied about doing it.
Oh, wait, Sam, let's talk about that. How do you know that Kamala Harris lied about working at McDonald's?
Because it's on the internet.
It's on. Oh, did you really just say that?
I mean, where is all your facts
holy
from?
fucking shit! Wait, okay, so if it's on the internet, it's true. Really?
Oh, I mean, all of your facts about Trump wanting to take over
God.
is. Where did all your facts come from during that debate, anyways?
Becca, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. So you could just like name a claim that I hold to, and I'll give you the source. But okay,
CNN, MSNBC, is that where you're getting all your stuff from?
No, literally name the claim, and I'll tell you the source. What do you want to know?
Where you said he wanted to start like nuclear warfare.
Are you talking about when he said that he wanted to nuke Moscow if they invaded Ukraine under his presidency? Like those words came out of his own mouth. Like Trump said that.
I'm gonna look.
Okay, while he's looking that up, what's up, Gary? Why are you voting for Trump?
Well,
this Sam guy's pretty off the fucking walls. This Sam guy's pretty off the walls. Go ahead though.
Is there proof that she worked at McDonald's?
No, I doubt that any proof exists because I don't expect him to keep employment records for 40 years.
I mean, it's McDonald's. They're huge. They should have it. But
no, no, not even hospitals do that. They don't keep employee records like 40 years later from the 70s for a minimum wage worker. And also,
yeah, I can't find anything online.
Like I used to work at Wendy's, and I've like told a lot of people about that online. How come like no one out of the millions of people that have seen my content has ever asked me for proof that I worked at Wendy's?
The thing you told me to fact check isn't online, by the way, anywhere.
Okay, I'll just provide you a source. It's like really dumb to lie about this, because then when I provide you a source, then you're all caught up.
I mean, literally nothing on the internet.
Okay, just give me 30 seconds, dude. Go ahead, Gary.
Oh no, I mean, I finished what I was saying. We could go into policies and stuff after we're done talking here.
Yeah, so I could give you, yeah, there we go. So this is coming from The Independent. And CRUX, just look up at The Independent. Trump suggested that he would have bombed Russia and China. You could also find this from Vanity Fair.
You said there was a video of him saying it.
I said that this is also from Vanity Fair. Trump, if I was president, I threatened to drop a nuclear bomb on Russia.
Okay, those are quotes. I want to hear him saying it like you said.
Okay, this is like, okay, you said that there was nothing online to suggest that this was true.
You said that there was a video of him saying it.
Hey, Sam, 1 second. You said that there's nothing online that said that this was true. I give you like 5 cooperating
There's propaganda. You said there was a video.
Okay, so
I don't believe in propaganda.
How do you know that this is propaganda?
Because does the mainstream media not lie to you? Why would they not want to lie to you? You have to go. You can't look at all these propaganda.
Okay, bro, you're so brain rotted. Do you believe that Trump
No,
won
that's
2020?
you, bro.
Did Trump win 2020?
Of course he did. Bro, mail-in ballots and not requiring voter ID.
Holy fucking wait,
dude! It's ridiculous what they're doing.
I just want to ask you a question. Do you believe in dinosaurs?
Yes.
Do you think the Earth is flat?
No.
Okay, how do you know that Trump won 2020?
Because there is just so much proof of. I mean, there's videos.
Could you show me the proof?
Yeah.
Wait, Dean, are you going to accept the 2024 results?
Yep, probably will.
But what if there was massive? What if there was massive?
Morgan, thank you so much for the $1 Venmo.
What if there? I don't know if I could say election on TikTok.
If there's like widespread voter fraud, then no, I wouldn't accept it.
Exactly. So I mean, I think that Democrats try to put her in a perceived notion, and they try to get Republicans to say they will verify it no matter what.
Fabio, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Fabio in the chat with the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Wait, so can you give me any evidence of widespread voter fraud in 2020 that sufficiently overturned the results of the election?
Yeah, 1 in 6 Biden voters said that they would have changed their mind if they knew about the Hunter laptop store.
Okay, can you give me a source for that?
Yeah, I think it was by TIPP.
No, like actually give me a source. No, just say TIPP.
I'll find it again. 1 second.
Hunter's a piece of work, isn't he?
So Sam, were you able to? So what is the is the evidence of widespread? Okay, by the way, I can't hear you when you're off app. You got to be on here.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah. So what's the evidence for widespread voter fraud in 2020?
I mean, there's a lot of evidence, but I mean, I just have one video in particular. I have a video in particular that I wanted to show of a woman stuffing ballot boxes, and then.
No, I'm asking you for evidence of widespread voter fraud. Like even like the
is voter fraud.
One second. Even like the specific video that you're giving me is most likely fake or altered in some way.
It's not fake.
Like,
you can.
Dude, you understand?
AI wasn't good enough at the time.
Hey, Sam, one moment, bro. So you understand that he won by a margin of millions of votes. I'm asking you for evidence of voter fraud for millions of votes. And the reason that we know that there was not widespread voter fraud was because Trump incessantly investigated this within his own board. He invested millions of dollars into a board of people to investigate the outcome of the 2020 election. They all come up empty-handed with literally no evidence, right? And then he went on to bring everything he tried to find or that he could find to 63 handpicked court cases, 34 courts with Republican-appointed judges, and 17 courts with Trump-appointed judges. They all told him that he had absolutely no sufficient evidence to prove his claims. Right? And then specifically after this all occurred, right, then we saw movies like 1,000 Mules coming out. That got contested and challenged in court. Then the directors of 1,000 Mules admitted that they had no evidence for this shit that they were saying. And you got to see here that this is big lie conspiracy theory. You were just telling me that I'm a victim of propaganda because I believe things that are justifiably true and corroborated given evidence, but then you turn around and you believe in big lie conspiracy theory that has no corroborated evidence, and the only evidence for it is Trump's own word of mouth. Get a load of this absolute partisan fuck, right, that can't distinguish between what's true and what's false. And it's sad because, Sam, you sound like a young guy, and the fact that you've let your brain get so fucking rotted at such a young age is not only astounding, but it's honestly sad. I feel bad for you.
All right. Yeah, I don't think either of us are going to get anywhere, but I appreciate your time.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
We're going to go to move on to our next guest for the 6.1 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Let's go to get our next guest up on the live literally right now. Let's go and see what Adrian has to say. Yo, Megan, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I work in HR. Prior to electronic filing, records weren't retained for super long periods. Yep, that explains it. W. Megan's in the chat. And Devin, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo as well. What's up, Adrian? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi, Dean. Can you hear me? Because I'm calling from Europe right now.
I love you, brother. But we are just going to talk to people that are voting for Trump. Europe is beautiful, though. I wish I was in Europe right now myself. I bet a lot of the people in the chat did. Okay, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal or my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. It means the world.
Hey, man.
Liberal Slayer.
What's up, man? I was just wondering, so I had a question. Theoretically, you were talking about the Constitution and how Donald Trump's not constitutional. And
just engaged in anti-constitutional behaviors, yeah.
Yeah, but he said that something about getting rid of the Constitution. But if he was president, he would be able to do whatever he wants with the Constitution.
No, actually.
How? If he's the president and he comes up with a team and they just because he could do that, and if he comes up with a better constitution, then why couldn't we just have that be an idea? I mean, the Constitution, everyone's about progressing and being progressive, but the Constitution was written so long ago. I mean, it was written so long ago. Why wouldn't we be able to change it a little bit to make it better for the American people?
Oh my fucking God. How can you call yourself a conservative MAGA patriot then say that you literally want to eradicate, destroy, and renew the U.S. Constitution?
No. I mean, I'm a huge patriot, but that's exactly why I think
No. You think that you're a patriot constitutionalist?
I mean, I love the Constitution, but I do think that things that were written into law so long ago, we could change.
We do. It's through constitutional amendments.
What?
We can change the Constitution through amendments.
What do you mean?
Okay, you don't know
By
what
just adding new amendments? Just adding new amendments and removing them? Okay, so exactly, like, he could just come in and remove some of the amendments and add some new ones that are better.
That's not exactly how it works.
Dude, see, you don't know. You're living in a false reality, I think.
Dude, no, the president can't
but you're super smart, man. The thing is, I give you credit because you're super smart. But
the president can't just like wake up and be like, nah, I'm going to get rid of that one, replace that one. That's Congress, baby.
Okay, but the thing is, like, dude, you are super smart, man. And I think you know like a good amount of some topics, but I definitely don't think you're correct on most things. So whatever you want.
It's you again. Oh my God, this is the third.
What are you saying?
It's him again. Guys, it's him again. It's the same fucking dude.
What are you talking about?
I'm
just saying
same fucking dude.
Dude, the thing is, he could easily. What are you laughing about? Who is the same dude? What are you saying?
Dude,
but why wouldn't he know if his team?
You are by far.
What are you guys saying? The thing is, you guys, people say like it's just annoying, man. And he could easily have a team that could do that. And you think, you just think you're so smart.
That is by far the funniest. No, that is the single-handedly the funniest troll that we've ever had on the live. He's dedicated to the bit. He's fucking dedicated to it. No, he is so dedicated to it. No, we love him. We love him. He is a funny ass troll. I really like that guy. If you're watching, you probably dropped the bit now that you get kicked off the stream. You're great. You're a really funny troll. You're dedicated to the bit. We're gonna move on to our next guest. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I am. First off, I'm gonna ask how you're doing.
Yeah, I'm doing all right, man. So why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for him just because I kind of like him in general. I'm not really satisfied with the Biden-Harris regime that we've had in the last 3.5 years. I understand a lot of it has to do with Trump as well, if we're going to talk about the tax credits and the tax going on. So I'm not fully on board with one more than the other.
Okay, yeah. So what aren't you satisfied with the Biden-Harris regime in the last 4 years? What's one policy that they influenced to get passed through Congress that you didn't like?
One of the things that I'm not happy with in general is just going to be start off with immigration.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you about a policy that they passed, but we could talk about immigration too. I'm actually quite satisfied with the response. The crisis started because of the expiration of Title 42. It had to expire, and we knew that the crisis would begin. We should evaluate their efficacy and their responsibility based upon the response to the crisis. And they responded to the crisis by drafting bipartisan legislation and influencing it through Congress. The only reason why it didn't pass was because Trump called the Republicans and told them to torpedo it. So that was Trump's fault, not Biden and Harris. And then after Trump had torpedoed that bipartisan legislation, they enacted effective executive orders that decrease and plummeted border crossings by upwards of 70%, putting us at lower levels now than any point at the end of Trump's term.
Let me ask you this. What was your opinion on the stay in Mexico that Biden overturned?
Yeah, so not only did it impact a very small group of people, but it was also just a humanitarian disaster. And then further yet on top of that, it was just ineffective. Because after the implementation of that in 2019, we only saw border crossings increase, and Mexico said that they wouldn't renew the deal.
One of the things I wanted to ask you going back, I was kind of listening to you earlier, World War III. What makes you believe, and I'm not here to criticize your opinion, just asking for your genuine belief. What makes you think, hey, we're in a better position under Harris than Trump?
Yeah, for World War III?
Yes.
Yeah, because he's a warmonger, she's not. Like he actively like threatens other countries with nukes, and he calls for other countries to invade and attack and flatten other countries. That's just something that we don't see like the Biden-Harris administration doing. They're more focused on like long-term cooperative agreements on a global scale to reduce global tensions, and then he's more focused on the short-term scare factor that actually inevitably increases global tensions.
My issue that I have with that is only one, realistically, is that it would be kind of a different if Trump was never in office, but when he was in office for those 4 years ago, we never got into any type of world war or anything close to that.
No, I mean, we haven't gotten into a world war under Biden and Harris's term either.
I think unrelated to them, we are getting closer to that just with Russia and North Korea playing kind of,
Sure, I could agree with you. Like the tensions are higher and closer to a World War II than we were under World War III than we were under Trump. But I think that's completely unrelated to the presidencies.
What do you think about the handling of Ukraine? Not Ukraine. I meant to say Gaza and Palestine.
I don't like supporting Israel. I think that we should have had like a long-term conditional allyship with them set in stone after the 40s and the 60s, where we basically said that we would help them, we would provide for them, we would give them funding, we would protect them as long as they like upheld particular criteria, like in humanitarian concerns. I feel like the U.S. really fucked that up a long time ago. But now with where we're at now, we shouldn't continue to support Israel. But of course, like Trump wants them to flatten Palestine, continue their war crimes, and destroy Iran as well. So,
one of the things you said that was interesting earlier was the creation of NATO in regards to Ukraine. I guess my only issue with that is that Ukraine's not part of NATO, whereas Israel is.
Okay, what does that mean? Like, I don't care. Like, I think that I don't think that allyships are unconditional. I think that that's inherently immoral.
No, and I agree. My question to you is that, would you personally believe that Ukraine should have been indoctrinated into NATO a long time ago? And why do you think they haven't been?
Yeah, I'm fine with Ukraine being in NATO. I don't know why they haven't been. I'm not an expert.
Okay. All right, hey, brother, I appreciate your time. I apologize on my conservative brethren who treated you just absolutely horrible, man. So, I know.
I appreciate you for coming up.
Of course, man. Take care.
Have a good one. I kind of let the guests dictate like where we go with the live. If they just want to ask questions, I'll let them. Because I feel like some of the information is just important to get out there. But of course, here are for debates. But he was chill. He was chill. So we're gonna go and move on to our next guest. And also, I'm pretty like I don't think Israel's a part of NATO. Like I don't know for sure, but I can't imagine that they are. I really cannot imagine that Israel's a part of NATO, right? What's up, Jamie? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not, and I know you don't want. People
I do appreciate you for coming up. We're just looking for Trump voters. Okay. Now, they're not. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, why? Like, I mean, like the point of NATO is to fight against like Russian expansion. What would Israel have to do with that? You know what I mean? But good to know that I'm right there. Moving on to our next guest. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello.
Hey, what's up? You voting for Trump?
I was actually just joining to just hear why you're voting for Kamala.
Okay, guys, please. I'm just looking at debate Trump supporters. I do love y'all, though. The last two guests, y'all have been based. We love you here. Just W's for the guests. Someone in the chat says, why not vote for Jill Stein? Because Jill Stein is like, she's so harmful, guys. We'll talk about it one of these days. What's up, Jerry? Are you voting for Trump?
Craxies. Come on, brother. Craxies.
Come on, brother. All right, moving on to our next guest, everyone. Just to give us a minute, spam MAGA, spam Trump down below in the chat. Let's go and guess up in the box right now. I do apologize that this is taking a minute here, y'all. We got Megan loading in. Please open my Discord. Yeah, dude, I don't know what's going on. I told the mods to open it today. I'm actually sad that they haven't yet. Like, I may just open it myself. Like, I don't want to like overrule what the mods want to do, but like, I would really like my Discord to be open. It is open in the sense that you could join. You just have to fill out a ticket before admission. But like, the mods told me that they'd be opening it today, and they haven't so far. What's up, Andrew? Are you voting for Trump? Hello, Andrew. Hi, hello. Okay, Andrew's not here. I don't understand what's going on with the guests today. We're going to keep inviting people up here. Spam MAGA in the chat if you are voting for Trump. And please only spam MAGA, only spam Parker if like you're actually Trump. That's crazy. Someone in the chat talked about Parker. Only spam MAGA or Trump if you want to come up and debate. Like not if you're just scared. Let's go get our next guest up in here. That's crazy. That's so insane. Don't tell Parker about that one.
Yo.
What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
What's up? I'm voting for Trump. Yes.
Okay. What time is it?
What time is it? I don't know, but I am a Trump supporter, and I wanna.
I appreciate you for coming up, man. Let's go get our next guest up in the box right now, y'all. Let's go get our next guest up in the box. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
You know I am.
What's up?
Yes, I am.
You are? Why's that?
Criminal Reform Act is like a huge reason why.
Wait, say that again?
The Criminal Reform Act that Trump passed.
You're talking about the First Step Act. Yeah, that was influenced under Obama, passed under Trump. And every 4 to 8 years, we typically see about 2 criminal reform bills passed. But like Trump has actively disavowed, right, facets of the First Step Act. Like he's now calling for the death penalty for drug dealers when that's actually something that the First Step Act stops. So.
When did he call death penalty for the drug dealers?
Yeah, I could give you a date. Just give me a second.
Yes.
Meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping.
Are you talking about because the deaths on ethanol have increased?
Okay, say F drug, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not. I can't even do that. I don't even want that to get in. I don't even want to get that misinterpreted. I will give you a debate while our next guest is loading up in here. Everyone, just give us a minute. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Phenomenal. Have we already spoken?
No, we haven't.
Are you lying?
No.
Okay, and by the way, for the last guest, that was on November 15th, 2022. Just look up Trump calls for death penalty for DRUG dealers. Hello, Joanna. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so why are you guys voting for Trump? Okay, common Trump supporters. Take them all, put them in a room, and you might be able to solve like a second grader's math homework. Vinny, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Vinny. Am I going to do a live on election night? You got
I'm
it.
voting for Trump.
Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump. I'll tell you why I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, what time is it?
Kamala, first of all, she's a woman. Women cannot be leaders, all right? They don't have the brains or the intellect to lead a country.
Okay, if women don't have one second, I want to respond to the first reason. If women don't have the brains or the intellect to lead a country, how come they have higher IQs on average than men, and they actually outperform
that
men
is
in the context of
false.
school?
Most studies show that men have IQ higher by about 5 points, first of all. First of all.
So give me the study.
And we can see throughout history that men have invented
wait, hold on.
almost
We're going to stop
everything.
you there. Give me the study.
Just Google men have higher IQs by 5 points, and you'll get a study on the first page.
I've actually read the study over a year ago. So the individual that wrote this study, he didn't just choose men and women on a random like gradular. He chose quote unquote tall men and quote unquote beautiful.
Can you explain to me why most CEOs and businessmen tend to be men if women are somehow smarter according to you?
Oh, so
you know,
women's
brains are 10% smaller than men.
You want to cut me off and change the topic while I'm debunking your study because you know it's bullshit.
You didn't debunk anything. You didn't even address the study.
I actually did address the study. So the study that you're referencing here, right, saying that men have a higher IQ on average compared to women of 5 points, right, the methodology used to conduct this study chose 2 groups of men and women, right? But the men were selected because they were tall, and the women were quote unquote selected because they were beautiful. They weren't 2 random groups.
That is false, all right? Show me your source for that.
Their study that you gave me.
Yeah, and where does it say that we only chose beautiful women and only chose tall men?
It's in the abstract of the study.
Actually, the study mentions that taller people have higher IQs, actually, and men do tend to be taller.
Oh, okay. So then they literally chose people that they believed to have higher IQs for the men, and then for the beautiful women, they were probably misogynistic and just chose women that they didn't find to be that
I'm fairly certain that you're
lying. So
lying.
you've already
right?
debunked the methodology of your own study.
That's not the only study as well. It's multiple studies. I mentioned higher IQs.
So then give me another one.
We can see. Look, just use your eyes, man. There's a reason.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Most businessmen are men. So
let me mention the second leader. First of all,
so I just want to clarify.
Indian.
So we'll get on to the racism next. But for this, you're saying because men disproportionately dominate a field compared to women, that means that they're better at it. Okay, right? And you're using this to draw the conclusion that they're smarter. So what percentage of surgeons do you think are male, and what percentage of surgeons do you think are female?
Well, I can Google that right now.
It's 85-15. In accordance with your logic, because most surgeons are men, that would lead you to the conclusion that what? Men are better at surgery, right?
Yeah, of course there are. Men are better at almost everything.
But the American Medical Society and the Journal of the American Medical Society did a study over 10 years with 1.7 million patients in 6 continents, and they determined that you're less likely to die and you're less likely to experience negative postoperative outcomes if you're operated on by a woman compared to a man.
I highly doubt that. So if women are,
this is seriously
better surgeons,
I just want to clarify. You are doubting the largest medical study conducted in the last 45 years.
Explain
this is one of the
Then
Yeah,
why are women
because-
only 15% then? Explain that to me. If
Yeah,
somehow
because
women
the
are
social-
somehow better, which is obviously false.
Okay, well, if it's so obviously false, then how come science disagrees with you?
15% then.
Yeah, because there's social
they're so
stigmas that
good
exist
and
for women to
wonderful,
enter
as you
into this
claim.
space that don't exist for men.
Why aren't they the majority?
Yeah, because there's social stigmas that exist for women to enter into this
Oh
space
yeah,
that don't
now we
exist
get
for
to it. All social stigmas. It's all because of the big bad sexism stopping women from succeeding.
Yeah.
Actually, it's because they have smaller brains.
I actually think that women have denser
Women's
neurons.
brains are 10% smaller than men's. So how can
yeah.
you vote for someone who has a smaller brain?
Hey, because women have denser neurons and less gray
That's
matter in the
false.
left
They don't have
hemisphere of the
denser
brain.
neurons. They have less neurons actually.
So I'm actually like explaining this to you right now. They have less gray matter in their left putamen and denser neurons. You're talking to a neuroscience major right now, buddy.
Yeah, I highly doubt you're a neuroscience major.
I did. I changed it after my first year.
Where did you?
Right.
Where, is it? Yeah, you said you about an online course.
I did.
about this.
I did change my I did change my major during my first year. You're right. You're dead. I did.
You see, that's why there's two reasons why I cannot vote for Kamala. She's a woman and she's black.
Hey,
and Indian.
I have a question.
Those two factors combined make her IQ significantly lower than the average person.
So like once again, we already cooked you on the bit about her being a woman. So women outperform men in the context of STEM-related fields. Women have a higher IQ on average. Women have a higher EQ on average. Women are less likely to engage in irrational, emotionally adverse activities. Men commit 95% of violent crimes. Men commit 72% of self-unaliving. Men commit 85% of hard drug substance abuse as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions. Men are more likely to engage in reckless driving, drunk driving, and gambling. Meanwhile, women outperform men in the context of school, going to school more, getting better grades, getting more degrees. Right. So when you make the claim that women are less intelligent than men, you're just fucking projecting. Like you have the IQ of a fucking walnut. Right. You couldn't learn how to do calculus 2 if you spent the rest of your life trying it. And so you cope with your insecurities by projecting them onto the women around you. But unfortunately, don't worry, brother, I'll wake you up. Then secondly, about her race, please go ahead and explain to me why you think that black people or Indian people, which isn't a race, by the way, that's a nationality. So apparently your geographical location in which you're born determines your IQ, would impede upon your IQ. What are the biological differences between white people and black people that you think make black people not as intelligent? Of course he's rage baiting, but he actually believes in these things. So like the least I could do is just show you all how fucking stupid his beliefs are, right? That's like the least I owe to you, right? That's the least I owe to you. Oh, but don't worry. He's just this dumb little man that can't figure out how to unmute his mic because of how small his dick is. That's right. Honestly, he can't figure out how to unmute his mic. It's obviously because he's a man. Those XY chromosomes serving you well, buddy. Maybe if your testosterone levels were a little bit lower.
See, you muted me like a typical woman because you were scared that I was cooking you to death. See, you act like a typical female. You might be transgender for all I know.
Oh, wait. Do you think I'm a woman?
You might be a woman, actually. You're very small. You have weak facial structure, and your voice is quite low, high pitched.
Okay, so I have XY chromosomes and a penis. So a man is something other than someone with a penis and XY.
I know. Maybe you got surgery.
Oh shit! See, that's where it walks straight into the.
Let's be honest. You have XX chromosomes, for all I know.
That's where it walks straight into the progressive worldview. Look at the liberal up here on the live. And then secondly, the only reason you feminize me is because you secretly want to fuck me. I'm not gonna buy you a drink. I have a partner. Get out of my DMs.
Sorry, bro. I only fuck beautiful women.
I just want to tell you that you literally just compared me to a beautiful woman. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. It's like the biggest cope in the world. They feminize me because they want to fuck me. You're over here talking about my rosy red soft cheeks and my thin bone structure.
I don't swing that way.
You're trying to fucking say no. You're literally trying to. You literally are trying to fuck me. Okay, you were talking about studies earlier. Do you know there's actually studies that indicate that closeted men are more homophobic?
Yeah, I'm verbally fucking you right now.
But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and have you give me the biological difference between.
And you keep muting me like a little bitch because you're scared.
So I have a question. What am I scared of?
You're scared of me destroying $5 debate. Intellectually, you're a scared little man. You're scared.
Okay, so we have nearly 8,000
liberal buffoon.
So we have nearly 8,000 people in here. Put a 1 in the chat if this guy's getting fucking rolled.
Yeah, and put a 2 if I'm destroying this little F
Thank
word.
you so much for the $2. What did you say?
Anyway, as I said.
Wait. I have a question. What's 2 squared? Did he say? Hey, buddy, you're going on pause, so I can't hear you. I'm not even muting you. Hey, what's 2 squared?
4.
What's 4 squared?
No idea.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Lindsay, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. I really appreciate you. Massive W's for Lindsay with the galaxy. Bro, everyone laugh at him in the chat. So this guy tries to say that white men are the most intelligent, superior group of humans on the earth, but then the white man doesn't know what 4 times 4 is? Holy fucking shit. Okay, white boy. Okay, all right. Let's slow the projecting. Hey, Haley, are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay, Scarlett, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Scarlett. W's for Scarlett in the chat. And Chrisity, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. I appreciate you, Chrisity. Thank you, Scarlett and Chrisity. So, Haley, why are you voting for Trump?
Well, no, I just came on here because I had one question. I feel like liberals don't like to talk to me when I actually have genuine questions, and I feel like you obviously seem pretty educated. I was wondering if and why you think it's right.
Okay, you're really cutting out. You have MAGA Mobile. I'm willing to give you just another shot here, but the MAGA Mobile is really going. Okay, repeat your question,
And
please.
become a woman.
Repeat your question, please, Haley.
You think men should be allowed to go in women's restrooms? And
No, I don't. I don't think men should be allowed. I don't think men should be allowed to go into women's restrooms. No, men shouldn't. All right, because guess what? Trans women, which is obviously what you're referring to here, aren't men. Craziness. But I mean, if you really care about men going into women's spaces, then why are you voting for Trump knowing that he boasted to Howard Stern on SiriusXM in the early 2000s about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls in Miss Teen USA? Let's talk about Trump dragging E. Jean Carroll into a changing room and literally raping her, which is the exact stereotypical threat that you virtue signal, lie, and demonize all trans women to be.
Doesn't Biden have a history of like the same things though? Like I just keep on saying like I feel like all men above like I would say like 30 years old likes young women, and like I don't know. I feel like in general, all men are kind of just sick.
Okay,
you know?
so show me what civil court held Biden liable for sexually abusing or raping a woman. Show me what unanimous jury of 9 determined that he had done it due to a preponderance of evidence. Show me one accusation from a woman accusing him of raping her that didn't and have internal contradictions with her lawyer then dropping her, with her then fleeing to Russia and joining a misinformation campaign. It doesn't exist. No. So what the MAGA cope is on this point is you can't contest the facts, you can't contest the logic, and you can't contest the argumentation. So then you just simply say that it's true of the other side, but she has an echo. So we're going to move on to Troy. Troy, I just muted you on accident. I was trying to unmute you, but you unmuted yourself first. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. I am voting for Trump. Now, I'll be the first one out here to tell you, man, I ain't quite the smartest motherfucker out there, all right? But the only reason that I'm voting for Trump and not Kamala Harris is because of the fact of her trying whatever. Like I said, not the smartest.
You're good. Just call her Harris.
Well, I don't agree on her trying to change the Second Amendment.
Okay, well, she's not trying to change the Second Amendment, so don't
trying
worry.
to rewrite it.
No, she's not.
That's not true. It's all over the news. I see it on my TV every day.
Well, Troy. She is not trying to rewrite the Second Amendment, I promise.
Well, I just feel like in that state of manner of her trying to, like, what I'm hearing of the whole gun act being taken or whatever being...
She owns a Glock, bro. She owns a Glock. She knows how to use it, too.
Yeah? Well, I just feel like that's going to start a civil war.
Okay.
I feel like if Harris becomes president, there's going to be a civil war. And if Trump becomes president, we're going to be going to war with Russia. So either way, I don't see it ending well.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and clarify. So no, she doesn't want to take guns away. She clarified on the debate stage when she was talking to Donald Trump that she would not be taking your guns away. Right? She also has never advocated for changing the U.S. Constitution. That is misinformation. You will find this from no credible source online apart from like partisan hacked or like Republican alternative media sources. And then third of all, when we retrospectively reflect upon her presidency and Trump's presidency, the only presidency that passed gun control was Trump's. He passed a bump stock ban. Her and Biden passed nothing. And let's also talk about the fact that Donald Trump said in an interview with Mike Pence in 2019 that we should take the guns first, then give due process second. And Donald Trump called for the termination of the U.S. Constitution in some articles found within it. And Donald Trump wants to imprison people for burning the American flag when the Supreme Court ruled in the 70s that was constitutionally protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression. The only genuine threat to our Constitution and the amendments found within it would be Donald J. Trump, right? And there's no comparative occurrences given Kamala Harris or anything in her past that would like insurmount to Trump wanting to not give people due process, take their guns away, or like just destroying and getting rid of the whole thing.
You talk fast, my guy.
I'm sorry, Troy. The moral of the story is that she's not a threat to your 2A, but Trump might be. And on top of him might being a threat to your 2A, he's definitely a threat.
Now, you're saying about Trump being a threat. You're saying about Trump being a threat. If he was a threat towards any of our amendments, don't you think he would have taken them his first term around?
I mean, can we just say the same thing about Kamala Harris?
Well, I mean, Kamala Harris wasn't.
Katie, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Katie says even my 7-year-old knows what 4-2 is. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Katie. W's for Katie in the chat. He called for the termination of the Constitution after Biden was inaugurated because he was mad that he lost. And he he campaigned on fucking, what was it? He campaigned on putting people in jail for burning the American flag last time. He couldn't get it passed because it was unconstitutional. I
feel like if they burn the American flag regardless, they should be thrown in jail. It's the American flag. That's what we're here for.
It doesn't matter. It's constitutionally protected.
Wait, what is?
Burning the American flag, that's freedom of expression. I don't care if you think it's bad. It's freedom of expression.
I mean, yeah, I understand it's freedom of expression, but freedom of expression not in another motherfucking country. You burn it in our country, and I feel like therefore you're trampling on our country. Like, why are you here?
Okay, it's just wrong to burn your country's flag, and you think that should be illegal. So should it be illegal? Should it have been? So do you think that it should be illegal to burn like Germany's flag in Germany?
If you're in Germany, by all means, yes, that should be illegal.
Okay, should it have been illegal to burn the Confederate flag in the Confederacy?
I mean,
Tammy,
I guess.
Thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you.
Depending on who you're talking to, I mean, I support the Confederate flag.
Brother, why?
Why not?
Because the Confederate flag that we all know today was actually called the rebel flag, and it was created as a tool to fly during the Civil War. And the rebel flag stood as a rebellion against the Union. And why did they rebel against the Union? Because the Union wanted to take their state rights away to legalize slavery. So in other words, it's a rebellion away from federal protections for minorities. And it's.
I mean, I got one hanging up in my room.
So that flag stands for slavery and racism.
Well,
Amara, thank you so much for the flying jets. I appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Amara in the chat with the flying jets. Thank you so much. Massive W Amara is down below for the flying jets. It is literally so kind of you. Massive W's down below. And of course, he took that opportunity when I was thanking the donor to leave. Massive L's. We're going to move on to our next guest, but I do really appreciate you, Amara. Massive W Amara is down below. That is literally so kind of you. Thank you so much. We're going to get our next guest up in here right now. And Emma, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, Emma. And I'm going to bring 2 people up at a time. Let's see who we got. Moving on to our next guest. All right. Welcome in, Mighty. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
I was always wondering about all these policies of
I do appreciate you for coming up, man. However, we are just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. For everyone hanging out with us in here and hop in the queue, keep in mind, guys, only do hop in the queue if you are voting for Trump. Well, I do appreciate you. Once again, we are just looking for people that are voting for Trump. Let's get our next guest up in here right now, guys. Right now, we only have about 10 people in the queue. So, I mean, if you do want to come up and you are voting for Trump, make sure to hop in there. Moving on to our next guest, Mr. Mike. Everyone, just do give us a minute. What's up, Mike? Are you voting for Trump?
What's going on, Dean? I will be casting a vote for Trump.
God, now why in the hell would you ever do that?
So, Dean, I wanted to get more of an insight because you're an intelligent guy, right? I wanted to get more of an insight into what you see character wise with Kamala.
Kamala. So sure, yeah. I mean, like I feel like her character, is wide on display for us all. I feel like she cares about America. I feel like she cares about the people in it. She wants America to genuinely progress in a good direction. And this isn't only like prevalent, just through her speeches, through her rallies, but also
But
just through her
but
policy.
those are words. I need you to quantify it more.
I mean, sure, like we could quantify like her care for America and the people within it from her policy. Like, for instance, her economic policy intends to reduce income inequities and make the average American better off. I mean, obviously, I feel as if that's going to be indicative of some virtues. But like, seemingly, if you care about character, I'm just confused why you'd be voting for the 34 count felon rapist.
Well, that's the thing. I know Trump has bad character. I just think Kamala has worse.
Okay, truly. So Trump has raped a woman and tried to coup the country with and overturn the results of the 2020 election. Name one thing that Kamala Harris has done that is sufficiently worse than either of those two things.
Trump didn't rape that woman.
Oh wait, 1 second. We actually have a little bit of a guest. I see Brian Cranston up in here. We're gonna go to get him up. So yeah, so Trump was held civilly liable for raping a woman. Do you know what her name was?
Yeah, it was Jean Carroll.
E. Jean Carroll. Good job. And do you know one piece of evidence that she had submitted to the court to find Trump guilty?
What was the piece of evidence?
Do you know any?
No, I'm asking you. What was the piece
Sure,
that
sure.
found Trump guilty?
Sure, we'll go over the evidence in 1 second, but I just want to clarify. So you're telling me you reject the findings of the court, you say the jury's wrong, you call her a liar, and you say Trump's not a rapist, all while not
Oh
knowing
yeah,
one
no,
piece
that
of
was
evidence she
lawfare.
submitted. 1 moment. All
Yeah,
while
that
not
was
knowing. One
absolutely
moment.
lawfare.
1 moment. All while not knowing one piece of evidence she submitted to the court to find him guilty. I have a question. Would it be fair for
Absolutely
me to say?
lawfare.
Would it be fair for me to say that all the food in your fridge is spoiled?
See, bad faith, bro. You can't do it without the allegories. Like enough
No,
with
it's
the
called a
allegories.
hypothetical. It's
Let's
conceptually
talk
irrelevant.
turkey, Dean. Let's talk turkey.
With all due respect, I'd appreciate if you'd answer my question. It is conceptually relevant. Would it be fair for me to say that all the food in your fridge is spoiled?
Just painfully pragmatic. Painfully, Dean.
Okay,
We're
are you
talking
just going to keep
apples
on
to
demonstrating?
oranges.
Are
That
you going
is
to
a
continue to
bad
demonstrate?
faith comparison.
With all due
It's
respect, right? This is conceptually relevant. Please stop demonstrating your apricot IQ. Answer the question, or I'll answer it for
bad
you.
faith question.
Okay, so it's not a bad faith question. I guess I'll explain it because you are unwilling to engage. It would
No,
not be
no,
fair for me to.
Dean, and
Okay,
you can
go
hear
ahead.
my reasoning on why I believe that's lawfare.
Oh my God. 1 second. I would like to explain this point, and I will let you talk after. So, no, it would not be fair for me to say that all the food in your fridge is spoiled. And the reason it would not be fair for me to say that all the food in your fridge is spoiled is because I don't know you. I don't know where you live. I've never been inside your house, and I've certainly never opened your fridge. Right? And the
Dean,
conceptual
you act like that's some revelation of.
And the conceptual analogy here would be nothing more than the fact that you don't know E. Jean Carroll, you don't know one piece of evidence she submitted to the court, you haven't read the court documents, you don't know what the preponderance of evidence was that the jury used to convict to hold him liable for rape, but yet you come up here and you say that it's lawfare, you say that she's a liar, and you say that he's guilty. All right, you're just further perpetuating rape culture and you're victim blaming E. Jean Carroll, all while not having a single conscious thought in your head. But feel free to unmute that mic, feel free to speak, and then also Brian, what's going on, man?
Yeah, hey, how's it going? I'll let Mike speak and then I can chime in.
Sure.
Oh, I'm in here with Krasenstein.
What's up? How's it going?
What's going on, my man? So do you think the United States is above engaging in lawfare against private citizens?
Yeah, I'd say that lawfare can happen. However, like this obviously isn't lawfare.
Yeah,
I think it obviously was, though. The
okay,
nature.
okay. So Mike, if this was a one-off thing and you were saying, oh yeah, this one case against Trump is lawfare, at least
Yeah,
I like maybe listen, right? But he has been indicted 4 times. I mean, how many counts has it been? It's been over 90 counts. His business was actually criminally indicted for fraud, and he was convicted.
absolutely.
That business was convicted of fraud. He was
Absolutely.
found liable of fraud. He was found liable of sexual assault, and he has 3 open cases that he wasn't yet convicted of, but there is one case that he is convicted on 34 felony counts. So yeah, I mean, is it possible that that the legal system can get things wrong and prosecutors could go after people that shouldn't be targeted? Yes. Is it possible that a jury could get something wrong? Yes. Is it likely, even remotely close to likely, that 4 indictments across 4 different jurisdictions and 2 civil cases and then another criminal case against a business were all lawfare? Absolutely not. I'd say that's a 1 in 10 million chance.
I would say that the attacks on him personally, um, in that anything about him beyond the business or political sector, I think have all been lawfare, and I think they're ridiculous cases.
Okay,
I
listen,
mean, you tell
listen.
me, you
So,
want me to
Mike,
describe the court docs to you.
Mike, all
You
I'm
tell
doing is I'm
me
asking for
what,
one piece
so
of
you
evidence she
tell
submitted to the
me,
jury to prove
what
that
did
Donald Trump had
Gene
raped her.
Carroll say happened to her in that elevator?
Sure. First of all, it wasn't an elevator. You obviously haven't read the court documents, nor are you familiar with the case. And second of all, right, my main point here is, and seemingly Brian kind of, is making the same point, is not only, right, do you not have any evidence to suggest that this was lawfare, not only is it atypical for lawfare or false convictions to occur, but you also don't know any of the evidence she used to find him guilty. I find no distinction between you arguing that she's a liar and he's a victim of lawfare and people arguing that 9/11 was an inside job, the earth is flat, or that Russia had a right to invade
See, but
Ukraine. Like,
9/11
it's just
absolutely
conspiracy
was an
theory.
inside job. 9/11 was absolutely an inside job.
Okay, and see, there's the issue. There's the issue. Your mind has decayed. You're a victim of a mind virus.
Oh,
You haven't had a
yeah.
conscious
So
thought since third
the
grade, if
thing
even
about
there.
you, Dean,
It's
is you're
stress.
armed with propaganda. And if you were in any civilization that has had an oppressive regime, you would be a good debater in said civilizations because you don't recognize patterns. You go off government provided statistics. I argue that we live under an oppressive one.
Oh my God! Wait, so you're arguing that that fact statistics is all wrong? You got to throw it out the
No,
window.
not
Now,
all
what
wrong. Not
standard?
all wrong. I think
I have a
our
question.
state persecutes in bad faith.
So I'm gonna
I
go ahead and
think
I'm gonna
I
go ahead and
think
ask you
I
something
think a
very clearly.
country
Mike, are you
that's
ready?
controlled, a country that's controlled by its intelligence agency,
Mike, are
I
you
think
ready?
is absolutely not above any agenda like I've stated.
Okay, I'm going to give you an opportunity to prove me wrong, prove Brian wrong, prove us all wrong in front of over 1,000 people here. My claim is that the idea that Donald Trump is a victim of lawfare and E. Jean Carroll is a liar is complete and total bullshit. It's conspiratorial nonsense that is essentially predicated on you putting your little emotions
So
over facts.
do you
One
know
moment, I'm
how
still
many
talking.
people have accused?
God damn it, I have to mute you. Right. So what I would like you to do is just simply convince me, convince Brian, convince, the over 1,000 people in here that that in fact is not a conspiracy theory by giving us good reason to believe it. I'm gonna go to unmute your mic. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna shut up. Give us real good reason to believe that the civil court that held Trump unanimously liable for sexual abuse was nothing more than lawfare. Feel free to unmute your mic.
Cool. I'm going to paint a picture of a system that could implicate Trump with lawfare. I think Trump is a businessman narcissist. I think he grew up outside of the political sector. So I think he wasn't subjugated to the same APAC control as other candidates. Do you know who chose Obama's cabinet? BlackRock. So this is the kind of, we're dealing with corporate entities. We're dealing with something, much more ominous than just, oh, this is fair and just, and they're upholding the Constitution. I'm trying to paint a picture of an environment which would allow them to engage in such lawfare. I
Okay,
think
so
it's
basically you
absolutely
have no
not
reason
out of
then.
the question. I think the media.
So seemingly you don't have any reason. I'm gonna go ahead and hit you with one last point here. I mean, it's evidently clear that you're just a conspiracy theorist. How do you know that Donald Trump isn't a rapist and that she's a liar, all while not knowing one piece of evidence she submitted to the courtroom to prove him guilty? Because quite frankly, Mike, I'm under the impression that at the very bare minimum, you're gonna at least have to tell me which piece of evidence she
The
submitted to
case,
the court to prove him
the
guilty that you
case is
reject.
spotty, Dean. The case is spotty, and you've
How
made this
can you
whole
know
thing.
that E.
I
Jean Carroll's
mentioned
claims are
Kamala's
false?
character. You've made this whole.
You're still talking over me. I'm necessarily like cutting your mic off because you can't wait until I'm done. Okay? So I'm gonna go back to what I was saying now. How can you know that E. Jean Carroll was a liar and he is innocent while not knowing the evidence used to prove him guilty?
Share with me the evidence, Dean.
After
Share it
you
with
answer
me.
my question. You know what?
Share
Fuck it. I'll
no,
do it right
share
now.
with share
Yeah,
with
sure.
me. I want to believe her. I want to believe her. Share with me.
Sure, yeah. Medical records from 1990s indicating that she was raped by Donald Trump. The consistency between the medical records in the 90s and her own testimony, the testimony of 7 others. Then, of course, the dress that she claimed she wore when she was raped with male DNA on it, in which she claimed to be Trump's, with then Trump then refusing to provide his DNA to that same court, right? Only further giving us reason to believe he's guilty. We'd also have inconsistencies with it in his own story. Donald Trump claimed that he had never met E. Jean Carroll, which E. Jean Carroll then presented a picture of the two together to the court. And Donald Trump said that E. Jean Carroll wasn't his type, then under deposition confused a picture of E. Jean Carroll for a picture of his ex-wife that was his type, right? So we could use the preponderance of evidence actually submitted to the court that I did go over, right, in lieu of the circumstantial facts that he had 2 inconsistencies in his story, and he failed to provide his DNA to the court when asked to prove his innocence. Yeah, and seemingly you didn't know any of this because you don't actually do the research. You don't care
So
about
what
putting the time into
about
these things. You just repeat what you see on Facebook. You repeat what Tucker Carlson tells you.
okay?
You repeat what Charlie
Okay.
Kirk tells you, and you repeat what
Okay.
Elon Musk tells you. If it
Okay.
falls outside of that narrative,
Okay.
these alternative media, black sheep sources are shoving down your throat all
Dean,
day long, and you don't care
you're
about it.
above being a DNC mouthpiece, bro. You're above that.
Okay, so like being rational, having an IQ over 85 is being a DNC mouthpiece. Got it.
No, absolutely not. I think anyone with a high IQ doesn't support anything about our government. I don't know why you do. The DNC, this is why it's just so bad faith. It's the implication that Trump's this evil guy, but the people that we only get glimpses of who they are, right, through leaks and such that people get persecuted for, right? Assange and Snowden. It's this implication that when you do it in the shadows, it's okay. Like, how many allegations does Biden, Hillary, and Bill have of that same thing?
There was
I mean,
one
Hillary
allegation.
has them tracer back to the fucking 80s.
Mike, there's one allegation against Biden, and that woman fled off to Moscow because the government was investigating her for what she said was being an unregistered foreign agent.
And then when she was in Moscow, she joined a misinformation campaign. And the reason she fled to Moscow to begin with
Misinformation.
wasn't only what Brian went over, but her lawyer dropped her due to
Misinformation from
inconsistencies in her
Moscow.
case.
Yeah. You remember what else used to be misinformation from Moscow? The Nordic pipeline conspiracy.
Okay, so do you want to completely change and shift the topic of discussion, or do you want to engage
Well,
with the fact that
that's
no, there has never been
been the topic, Dean, is you're representing a bad faith enterprise.
Oh, okay, so you actually don't want to stay on topic, got it.
I think as an American citizen, they've shown
Hey, Mike.
that they're above being trusted by us.
Mike,
I get it,
Mike.
Dean. I know.
Hey, Mike.
I know Reagan. I know the CIA
I have a
pumped the
question.
black
I have a
community
question.
with
I want
crack.
to paint a picture here. So, do you trust our Congress? Say, like, if like Trump.
Absolutely not.
Do you trust our courts?
Absolutely not.
Do you trust Trump?
Absolutely not.
You don't trust Trump.
I'm voting for Trump because of, I would say, I might not even cast for him. It's that close.
Okay, I just have one last
Dean,
question for
I
you,
don't trust. You seem to have the idea
Mike.
that I'm like just this shill that's repeating,
You are.
whatever Tucker or fucking
Because you are.
Tucker or Ben or whatever. That's not the case whatsoever.
Cool. I have one
think
last.
Nobody should be advocating for either side
Yeah,
right now.
Mike. I have just one last question. How many continents are there?
Continents?
Yes.
7.
Name them.
Why do you want me to name them?
Because I don't think you can.
Dean, that's ridiculous.
You have the mic. Name them.
Everyone can see what you just did.
Name the continents.
Everyone can see what you just did.
Can you name the continents?
Seriously, Dean?
Yes.
But you're gonna go this route. I can name the fucking continents. You're gonna go this route.
Then do it.
You're gonna go this route when I'm trying to paint a picture of unity, and that neither the DNC or the RNC are the answer, and both are corrupt. And you want to talk about some fucking continents?
Buddy, why can't you name the continents?
North America, South America, Asia, Africa, Antarctica, Oceania. I think I just fucking named 7.
That was 6. I appreciate you for coming up. You were phenomenal. Anyways, Brian, what's going on, man? I've spoken to you before. I've seen you on Twitter a whole lot. Hope you're doing well, man. Advocating
Yeah.
for what's good.
Yeah, not much. It's nice seeing you doing some of these spaces. I know there's a lot of like right wing echo chambers on this platform, but yeah, I'm looking forward to see what happens in this election. It's going to be close. I do think Harris is going to win, though.
Yeah, what's going on in here, you fucking gay faggots? What's up, little bro?
All right. Anyways, sorry about that. Feel free to come up if like you're one of the America First groypers, but like have some self control, be more mature than my 6-year-old nephew, and I'll allow you to speak. But yeah, Brian. I mean, I'm trying to stay optimistic. Feel free to hang out in here for as long as you want. If you want to join in on these debates, we always have some fun. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here, guys. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. And like once again, yeah, feel free to request if you're one of the America First groypers, but just don't act like that guy. We could engage in somewhat rational discourse, huh? We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here, so everyone just do give us a minute, guys. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. Let's go ahead and get Ellie up as our next guest. Hello, Ellie. Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, Jesus isn't running, so I have to vote based on priorities, not my emotion towards the personal flaws of the representative.
Jesus isn't running. I feel like if Jesus was alive today, he'd be voting for Harris.
I didn't hear that. He would be going for Harris? I don't
Yeah.
think he wants to trans kids, so he wouldn't be.
Oh, wait, what verse in the Bible tells us that being trans is wrong?
There doesn't have to be a verse. It's not right to mutilate kids. I mean, you're supposed to be able to have kids.
Mutilating kids is wrong. So do you think that circumcision is bad?
I think that's in the Bible, but it's different.
Wait. Okay, sorry. Anyways, tell us why you voted for Trump.
Why am I just told you because I vote based on priorities, not my emotions towards their personal flaws.
Yeah, so what are your priorities and how will Trump better achieve them?
Well, my priorities are protect kids from trans ideology, so meaning not turning them trans. And my other priorities are going against a lot of unethical technologies and a lot of globalism agendas that the Biden-Harris admin kind of moves in lockstep with.
Okay, I have a question. How does the kid turn trans?
Say it again.
How does the kid turn trans?
When they're influenced to think that it's an option.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'd actually disagree. So we'd have studies from the Netherlands Institute of Brain Research in conjunct with a few others. I think it was also the Center for Neurology at UCLA as well as the University of Columbia, where we actually see neurobiological discrepancies between the neuroanatomy of someone that is cis and someone that is trans. For instance, males have more gray putamen in their more gray mass in their left putamen compared to females, and what we'd see in a trans man, right, would be a synonymous amount of gray mass in the left putamen. We could also go down to the AI NH3 subsection of the hypothalamus. We'd see some discrepancies on the basis of sex. Sexual dimorphism does exist in our neurobiology, and what we typically see within trans individuals is the sexual dimorphic parts of your brain are that of the opposing sex. So when you say that this is going to be culturally influenced, that just wouldn't align with our understanding of neurobiology.
So I didn't say it's 100% cultural. It's also partly biological, and those mutations you named are due to the fact that we're exposed to a lot of microplastics and man-made chemicals that are altering men in vitro, is feminizing them, is lowering testosterone, lowering sperm count, and is causing them to be more likely to be gay or trans.
Really? So now let's ask a very simple question here. Can you give me one institution of science, one institution of medicine that would reliably report that your conclusion is true?
So the entire field of child psychology and nature versus nurture. Let me ask you a quick question. What percent
That's
of
not
all
a study.
humans?
I asked
Here,
you for an institution of medicine
I'm
or
getting to
science
it.
that would report a
I'm
study.
about to get to it. I'm about to tell you the CDC study. First, I have to ask you, what percent of all humans do you think are LGBTQ plus, both openly and repressed? Say a number.
If I had to take a guess, I'd say around 30 to 35%.
You think 30% of all humans are LGBTQ plus?
If I had to take a guess based upon what I've seen, but I'm still waiting on for you to provide a study.
What have you
Because we're
seen
al-
that? Wait. What have you seen to make you lead to that conclusion?
Yeah, there was a study done on like high schoolers like 2 years ago, and
That's
35%
recent.
of respondents reported that they were they weren't heterosexual.
Right, that's recent though. So that's at a time when it's fully in the culture and all of their information streams. So they're the most influenced at this time. But when you look at recent similar studies in the past, there was always less and less back when there was less media about it and stuff like that. But yeah, the
Yeah,
study I
and
was about to say.
I say that we should expect that. And the reason I say that we should expect that, I mean, as it becomes more prevalent to be accepting of members of the LGBTQ plus community, we're going to see like more individuals like self-reporting on this fact. But when it's something that is not accepted, societally speaking, well, they're just simply not going to self-report on this fact, but rather hide it. I mean, we see the same thing with left-handed people. Like for instance, for whatever reason, like we had like these societal norms in like the 60s, 70s, and 80s that told us that being left-handed was wrong. And like, if we were to look at like studies of people that would self-report as left-handed, there were significantly less people that would do so in the 60s, 70s, or 80s compared to today, where it's societally accepted. Like same thing happened with Jewish people in like Germany in World War II. Like prior to like Jewish people fleeing from Germany or being executed in the Holocaust, we see like a significant decline of the amount of self-reported Jewish people in Germany. All right, and that wasn't because they were leaving or dying. That's because they just simply didn't report that fact.
But when you look at the left-handedness chart, as you were just explaining, it leveled out. It's not. But right now, if you look at the chart of young people identifying as LGBTQ plus, it's going straight up. So it's not leveled out. And if we were to wait for it to level out, that wouldn't be until over 50% of all youth are identifying as LGBTQ plus. So it is different. Left-handedness is more biological. It's not as environmental. So it is
Yeah,
different.
I don't think that being gay is environmental at all. And actually, we have really good
Oh,
reason to believe that. So, like once again, the same institutions, like we see, like in the context, let's just compare like a gay man to a straight man. I forget what it's called because it's been a while since I had this discussion. You have a nerve lining between the hemispheres of your brain. I forget exactly what it's called. Maybe someone could fill me in the comment section. But anyways, so it's typically like bigger and more largely expressed in like the brain of a gay man compared to that of a straight man. We'd have those same discrepancies in the AINH3 subsection of the hypothalamus. We'd also have thicker dendrites and different levels of neurohormones such as FSH, right? And these are all going to be biologically onset, like given like it's either the activation or inactivation of the SRY gene at about 8 weeks, right? And like just given the derivative of like neurobiology and the fact that these things can't be changed or predicated on like cultural
well, they
influence.
can be changed because the brain has a very high neuroplasticity. So if you're acting like a dog, for instance, then your brain will look like more like a dog in some ways. So the way we act, the way like our daily behaviors, it affects the chemical, the chemistry of our brain and the structure of it.
It can affect the structure insofar as like dendrites, but it can affect the structure insofar as like some neurons and like the nerve lining between the hemispheres. And then we'd also see in twin studies, like say like the XQ23 chromosome, we'd see an association around the XQ23 chromosome for gay men. And neuroplasticity cannot impede or impact upon like your chromosomal functions. So we'd have like more than sufficient reason to believe that no, this isn't something that is environmentally onset.
So you're straight or are you gay?
I'm straight.
Okay, so if you were born on an island of only males, how would you be straight? Because all you see is males sexualized to you. So you'd be gay. If you and I were born on an island of only males, we'd both be gay.
Yeah, and I reject that. Like we just don't have reason to believe that.
Well, we kind of do because you're trying to say that sexuality isn't at all environmentally determined. I just gave you an example where we would be gay. You're saying no, but you never saw a female, so how would you be straight, right? And
Okay.
actually, I could tell you a real life example of this. Wait, let me tell you real
The
quick.
reason I reject this is because you're just saying you've never seen a female, so how would you be straight? Well, you just want to actualize the fact that you're straight, but you want to be attracted to the men around you.
I mean, you're saying that, but if they're sexualized to you, you're going to be attracted to it. So, for instance, there's a study about how
No, I
when
absolutely don't believe
children,
that.
let me tell you, when children are raised in the wild and then we find them, for instance, we found this girl who was raised by dogs and she's not straight or gay. She's into dogs. So she wasn't born that way, obviously.
Yeah, would you be able
The
to give me this
environment
study?
impacted her, right?
Would you be able to give me this study?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, I'd love to see this. I'd absolutely love to. What's her name? Where can I find out more about her?
Yeah, so I made videos on it. I'll definitely link you to it. It's 100%. You can look it up very easily.
Could you link it to me right now?
Yeah, could we wait until we say a couple more points? I'll find it and I'll send it to you. Or do you want me to stop right now and send it to you?
I kind of like the idea of seeing it right now.
All right, I'll send it. And so if you acknowledge that, you could see how sexuality is in part also environmentally determined. It's
No, I
still
don't
a
even think
construct
that
also.
conclusion would be necessarily yielded, but I want to see the study first. Let's see it, man. What do I type into Google?
Okay, let me type it first and I'll tell you where it comes up. So girl raised by dogs. Let's pull it up quick. Oh yeah, there it is. So by 60 Minutes, she's from Australia. So abandoned toddler rescued, raised by feral dogs. And so, one sec.
All
So
right.
if
Well, he's looking for that. Oh.
Wait, while you're looking for that, let me say another example. If we were born on an island of trans species people, we'd be in the trans species because that's what
Yeah,
sexualized.
you're just like repeating your same hypothesis with no reason. So I actually looked what you found up. I typed in "girl raised by dogs attracted to dogs." So I'm able to find this girl raised by dogs. Her name was Oksana. Maybe I'm mispronouncing that. Um, I'm not able to find anything about how she was attracted to dogs.
Yeah, I searched ChatGPT too. I asked it, is there history of a girl being raised by dogs who ended up being attracted or sexualizing dogs? And there's nothing. It talked about feral and
Oh,
stuff like
Brian, ask ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT.
Well,
Is sexuality also a social construct? It'll tell you it is.
I mean, I'm just
So wait, so
looking
your
back.
source is lies in ChatGPT, Ellie?
No, well, I didn't lie. It's the fact that this girl isn't a normal human. She's not into guys.
Where's the source?
I showed you the. You could look into her more. Like,
No, I am. I'm looking at it right now. She was raised by dogs. She was a feral child. Nowhere on here do I find any indication that she is sexually and romantically attracted to dogs.
what is she sexually and romantically attracted to then?
It doesn't report anything about her sexual attractions. The reason that she's popular and in the media is because she was raised by dogs.
Right. Well, if you look into her, that's what the case is.
Okay, give me a source.
I guess we have to look more into her and assess that. But if you want to ask ChatGPT about sexuality being a social construct,
No, don't pivot.
I'll tell you that.
Don't pivot. Give me a source.
Well, I mean, I can link it to the story, but you're trying to determine her exact sexuality. That's a little harder. We could use common sense based on the fact that she wasn't exposed.
Wait. So there's actually there's no statement from her saying that she's attracted to dogs. There's no recorded behaviors of her being attracted to dogs. You're just positing that she must be attracted to dogs, right?
Yeah, because what else is she attracted to?
Oh my god.
Are you attracted to dogs? Because I mean, what are you using? Just based on your own feelings?
If I was born on an island of only dogs and I was seeing dogs have sex and
I
stuff like
wouldn't be
that, yeah.
attracted to dogs.
Yeah, we all would be if that's all you knew.
No, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be.
Oh my god.
Like if you were born on an alien planet, you'd be attracted to those things sexualized to you.
No way. Is this real? Is it so?
I mean, do they look like Avatar? Because they were kind of hot.
Is this
Yeah.
real? I'm so sorry. Are you joking? Are you trolling, Ellie?
No, you don't think I am either. You're just saying that for like dramatic effect.
No. The reason I think that you're trolling is because you made this very firm, strict, and hard claim that there is a girl that had been raised by dogs and then it was reported that she was attracted to dogs. Turns out there's nothing anywhere on the internet about this girl being attracted by dogs. That's just your silly hypothesis. So I'm going to go ahead and fill you in on something that I think is true. So when I hear like the argument being made that being gay is a choice or it's like environmentally controlled or developed, I just think this is the ultimate cope from like homophobic closeted gay men. And the reason why I say this is because I know that I can't choose my attractions. There's nothing I'll ever be able to do to choose my attractions. And I feel like this is just your way of trying to remedy the fact that you may have them yourself.
Well, I don't, but you're right. Once you're older, you already have your sexual attractions. But when you're younger, you're still malleable.
Yeah, and once again, you have not been able to indicate to me any study from an institution of medicine or science to justify your claim. I was able to indicate to you three. I was even able to explain to you the specific biological predispositions for same-gendered attractions and explain to you associations along your genetic code. And you were able to say, well, there's this girl that was raised by dogs that is attracted to dogs, and then with 30 seconds of Googling, turns out you lied, and you're just assuming that to be the case. So do we see how this is a very unfair argument in the sense that I'm operating on the basis of reliable facts, objective observation, experimentation, and reputation and reports. Meanwhile, you're just kind of operating on what you think and feel. What
No,
happened to
you
facts
can't.
over feeling?
Hey, you haven't shown me anything that shows sexuality is 100% not environmental at all, and it's 100% biological. You haven't been able to show that.
Yes. So I was able to demonstrate to you biological predispositions for being gay, biological predispositions for not being heterosexual.
Those are probabilistic.
In this sense that these biological predispositions would be necessary for the attractions. We wouldn't be able to say that they cause them, but they'd be necessary in order.
Right, because they're probabilistic, so it's not 100%.
So now your new argument it is, is that it cannot be certainly proved that it is the case that like attractions are going to be rooted within our neurobiology. It's only most likely to be the case. Thereby, we should assume that the possibility is true. Thereby, being gay is onset by like things in our environment.
It's what I said the first time, which is that we're a product of biology and environment. So
Wait, I have a question. Is it a possibility that 9/11 was an inside job?
yeah, you don't think so?
Does that mean that 9/11 does that mean that 9/11 is an inside job?
It doesn't mean you can 100% deny it because some papers are telling you it's not.
Is it a possibility that the Earth is flat?
No, because we have plenty of data showing that to the contrary.
It's a possibility that the data is wrong, right?
I guess that's always a possibility, so we can't really believe anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so in accordance with the worldview in which you've constructed on this space, are you justified or not justified in believing that the Earth is round?
Well, I mean, we like objective reality. I mean, we're not trying to reject all data, so I don't know what you're trying to say here. Sounds like a setup, doesn't it?
Well, seemingly this is what I'm doing. All right, I'm saying that we have a congruence. We have a large set of data in which would point us in the direction that being gay is prevalent given biological predispositions. We have no data to suggest that the opposite is true, and although it is a possibility that the opposite is true, it's more likely than not the case that it is not true. All right, the same argument that you've just constructed to me insofar as how you know that the Earth is round.
Oh, well, now 1 in 4 of youth identify as LGBTQ+. So unless you want to say 1/4 of all humans are that, then that would lead us to believe that, yes, it's also environmental, not 100% biological.
Yeah, I think it's either 1/4 or more of humans that are not heterosexual.
So there's no evidence that shows you prior to recently that that's the case. You're saying that based on the recent evidence, which you can't make that full conclusion about.
So we've already went over this point. You're saying that the amount of people that self-report as being gay has exponentially grown. I'd say that it's exponentially grown given societal acceptance, and this would be tangent to the hypothesis that it would be grounded on our biology, right, rather than some environmental factors. You've still yet to give us any reason that it's driven by the environmental factors, and you've still yet to give any dispute to the fact that this is just simply a prevalent of more people self-reporting their sexual orientation. I mean, we live in like a heteronormative society where like there's this arbitrary standard set that you're supposed to be straight. If you're not straight, there's something flawed with you. And over the last handful of 1,000 years, I mean, gay people have been the target of persecution and oppression. I mean, the Bible tells you to stone them to death. I'm sure that the Quran says something similar, and that has created societal norms in which it's incredibly heavily stigmatized. This is why we see gay men trying to marry women, trying to be straight, because they're scared of their same-gendered attractions, and how the society around them will have a response. And of course, as more accepting the society becomes, we'll see more people self-reporting this fact, and that's undisputable, man. We saw the same thing with left-handed people until it was the case that being left-handed was totally societally accepted. And I'd say that we'll see an increase in the amount of people self-reporting the fact that they're gay until being gay, in contrast to being straight, is looked at no differently than a different color of the eyes or different color of the hair.
Were we to let that happen, that means we'd all get depopulated because it would lead to 50% of all youth being identifying as not straight. So there's a reason why we have a binary. There's a reason why we have a well, I cannot say this word, heteronormative culture. Can you name any reasons why we have heteronormativity? Because when you look at the 150 schools of the CDC study, they happen to be the most anti-heteronormative schools that are pushing the most LGBTQ plus ideology onto those youth.
So first of all, I think it's good to be anti-heteronormative. Second of all, the figure of you saying, well, when it eventually levels out, 50% of the population will not be straight. I don't see any reason to believe that. But even if it was true, I wouldn't care. Then third of all, the argument that it's
So you're
wrong
pro
to be
population is what you're saying.
no, I'm saying that the argument that it's wrong to be gay because gay people cannot reproduce through intercourse is weak, contradictory, and bad. Do you think it's wrong for me to engage in intercourse with an infertile woman?
Well, it's not a choice to be infertile, so that's not the same. It's a choice to pursue a homosexual relationship because love is love, right? So you could choose to pursue a straight relationship with someone of the opposite sex to reproduce with.
I asked you if it's wrong for me to choose to engage in intercourse with an infertile woman.
The answer is no, because she wasn't infertile by choice.
Oh, okay. So it's not wrong for me to choose to engage in intercourse with an infertile woman, just like it wouldn't be wrong for me to choose to engage in intercourse with a man, predicated on the position that the only reason you find it to be wrong is because it's not conducive towards reproduction. We've already went over the basis on how being gay is not a choice, but even if it was a choice, this would still be contradictory with the precedent that you just set, because I'm choosing to engage in intercourse with an infertile woman compared to choosing to engage in intercourse with a fertile woman, yet you don't think it's wrong.
Well, if we were all doing that, we'd go extinct, so it's pretty wrong.
Exactly. If every man alive chose to only engage in intercourse with infertile women, we would all be extinct in 100 years, yet you don't think it's wrong. Replace infertile woman and a man with gay intercourse.
Right, except there's a certain percentage of the population that's actually infertile, so it's unavoidable. But you're talking about a choice to pursue a homosexual relationship, which is knowingly leading
No,
to
I
a
am a
depopulation.
fertile man choosing to pursue a relationship with an infertile woman, and you don't think that's wrong.
Yeah, because it can't be everyone, because there's only a certain amount of infertile women.
Okay, so you're saying it's not wrong to engage in gay sex unless everyone's gay?
Well, if we were all gay and we had gay sex, we'd go extinct, so that's not
Just
wrong.
like if we were all infertile and we all had sex with each other, we'd go and stink. So once again, the
Right.
point stands: as long as not everyone is gay, is it wrong to engage in gay sex?
As long as you're keeping it private and it's a small percent of the population and we're not exposing it to kids and influencing them to be gay too, then yeah, you can do whatever you want in your sexual life as long as you keep it
So now
private.
all of a sudden, in a vacuum, gay sex isn't wrong. So now you're going to hold to the position that it's rather wrong because we're going to be exposing these things to the youth. I think it is a good thing to educate the youth on the acceptance of members of the LGBTQ plus community. With education becomes a reduction in prejudice. With education comes better understandings of oneself and those around them. And we know that this education can influence more people to be gay, contrary to the hypothesis that you posited the entire time, due to the lack of evidence to justify such hypothesis, and due to the insurmountable of evidence to justify the contrary.
No, maybe if you want to abandon the binary of man and women, male and female, heterosexuality, which leads to the most procreation for long-term sustainability, if you want to abandon that and be pro-depopulation, you could do that. But you're going to be waking up in hell pretty soon if that's the case.
Oh, wait, man. Why aren't you making the same argument when it comes to me engaging in intercourse with an infertile woman? You sick fuck. You wanna abandon the binary of a fertile man engaging in intercourse with a fertile woman? Are you pro depopulation, you sick twisted fuck? Do you want to be
Being
pushing this shit on our kids? How could you sit here and tell me that it's okay for a fertile fucking man to engage in intercourse with an infertile woman? You want to destroy humanity. You want to depopulate the earth. You are the problem. The progressivism, it sucks. Get the fuck out of this space. I cannot believe that you're pro depopulation because you don't think it's wrong for a fertile man to engage in intercourse with an infertile woman.
checkmate. Oh, you didn't kick me. What a surprise. But yeah, so that's the reason why being gay is wrong and why we're not supposed to push it on kids. It influences them.
So I think I've already proven that hypothesis false. You got anything else for me, man?
I guess not. I guess we'll wait till next time and we'll say this again. But thanks a lot, man.
Have a good one.
Take care.
All right, we're gonna move on to our next guest here. That was a lot of fun. By the way, Brian, feel free to hop in whenever. Just cut me off. Feel free. I yap a lot. If you want to interject, feel free. We're gonna get our next discussion going here, y'all. Let's see who's next for the 1.4 thousand people hanging out with us in the space here today. Howdy, howdy. Make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. We are very close to 200,000 followers. We're gonna get our next guest up the box as we speak. Hello, Andy. You voting for Trump?
Get a load of this joker.
Get a load of this joker. So are you voting for Trump, Andy?
Nigger.
Okay, so Andy has the IQ of a walnut. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. I apologize for his use of slurs, as that should be expected. These people are less mature than my 6-year-old nephew, as we've already went over. But of course, we're on Twitter, and they're going to publicly embarrass themselves nonetheless. Let's see who we got up next. Everyone just give us a minute. We're going to get our next guest out of the box as we speak. All right. Boxing is loading up. Hello, Boxing. Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump. Yes, I am.
Now, why in the hell would you ever do such a thing?
Well, I care about the country called America. I care about our safety. I care about our international standing. I care about our culture. I care about our language. These are things that I do care about, Dean Withers. Very much so.
Okay, well, if you care about our country, why do you want to vote for the guy that called for the termination of articles found in the Constitution and the guy that tried to stage a coup to overthrow the country and overthrow our government in 2020 when he tried to rig the outcome of the election and steal it from Biden?
So, listen, I get it. I get these angles in which Trump tried to essentially go because there was a uneven playing field. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. A lot of the undermining of Trump throughout his presidency, a lot of the individuals who acted mostly stupidly and during J6, I get it. Let's move forward to actually things that matter, which is the economy, culture, immigration. These are things that matter. Make your case for Kamala Harris because she is incapable of having any ideas of herself. And when pressed on issues, she just speaks in platitudes and she, prattle essentially. I mean, Dean, it's true. Also, for the record, I'm pro-choice, so let's not even go there.
Okay, well, I mean, first of all, for you to say that you care about our country, but you don't care about the largest internal attack on our democracy and checks and balances since the Civil War, you were quite the contrarian. Obviously, you don't care about our country. Let's cut to the bullshit. But I don't know. We don't need to talk about that. I'll go ahead and follow your lead here. You said something about the economy. Sure, Kamala Harris's tax policy is exponentially better than Donald Trump's. Not only does it better serve to the average American, but it better serves to the economy as a whole, because when we could reduce those income inequities and better off the low and the middle class, we'll only put more purchasing power in the hands of the Americans that need it the most. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, on the other hand, he just wants to spend near $7 trillion, according to the CBO, on tax cuts that disproportionately benefit rich people, and then he wants to try to pay through them through tariffs that regressively impact members of the low and the middle class the most. And we know that his TCJ doesn't work. Due to a Brookings study done in 2020, we saw no macro level business reinvestment after those tax cuts, meaning that the principle of trickle down economics wasn't even prevalent. Not to mention that we'd have other studies from economists at Harvard, both right and left leaning, so to estimate that it only increased the GDP by 0.02% per year, which is equivalent to about $10 billion. So why would you want to spend trillions of dollars on a bill, right, that is built for trickle down economics, knowing that it will fail and actually make the average American worse through its tariffs?
Well, listen. At the end of the day, Dean, more important than that is unmitigated, unlimited immigration, which undermines wages. Actually, legal immigration is the biggest issue, to be honest, to be fair, right? These are connected to plenty of corporations that undermine medium and high-paying jobs to undermine real wages, right? These are things that exist. A lot of the stats that Democrats use with jobs creation and economic boosts come from an artificial shutdown, which was COVID, right? We all understand this happened, right? So, Dean, I understand the tariffs thing. Listen, controversial. I do believe that certain resources should be made in America, for national security purposes. Certain chemicals for medications, certain microchips. But I don't believe America should be making widgets. I think that we are a more advanced nation, and we should benefit from other nations' cheap labor to, benefit us. Because I'm America first. I do not care about other countries' wages. I care about my country's
Do you
people.
mind if I butt in here?
Go ahead.
So first of all, you said you care about the country. I bring up January 6th. You say let's pivot from that to economics. I bring up economics. You say let's pivot to that to immigration. So fine, I'm good at what I do. At least I like to believe. We could talk about immigration as well. I wish that you'd stop pivoting, but I don't mind. About immigration. Immigration over the next 10 years is projected to add upwards of $2.7 trillion to your GDP per the CBO. Right, it's incredibly economically beneficial, right? And that's a given fact. We'd see study after study report the same thing, right? We need to focus and hone in on making our legal processes quicker and safer, right? So we can document everyone that's coming into our country while allowing the necessary means for them to do so, right? And when we offer pathways to residency and citizenship, that's how we make them functional providers to the economy, right? And then further yet on top of that, you made other claims such as the idea that they're undercutting wages. I have a question: are you pro-union?
Am I pro-union? What do you mean by pro-union?
You like
Generally speaking, I'm anti-teachers union, but I mean, unions in certain fields I think are okay. I mean, it's such a general term. Am I pro-union? Come on, Dean. You know that's not a general. It's a general statement, right? If truckers want to have a union, if these people want to have a union, that's fine. But like, yeah, I'm not anti-teachers union, but that's an
Oh,
example.
anti-teachers union. So the reason I bring this up is because you're saying that like undocumented migrants are like undercutting wages. First of all, I see no evidence to
I
it.
said legal immigrants. I said
Yeah,
legal
migrants is
immigrants.
where undercutting
Legal.
wages.
No.
Migrants.
Legal.
Yes.
No, no,
Legal
no.
immigrants.
no. Well, I don't call them migrants.
Yeah.
You could sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so sure. Like once again, right? I don't see any reason to believe that that's the case. I believe that they provide to the economy, and I gave you my source for that. But secondarily, you're basically saying that we should have like some type of natural union between the workers and the corporations, where we have to demand higher wages. And would you be positing the idea that
That's
migrants
not
are
what I'm
doing that?
saying. I'm saying is that we have to limit the amount of allowed. They're essentially treated second class, if you want to be fair. Legal immigrations who are granted on H1, what is it, H1S1 visas, which Trump did actually cut down in his first term of presidency. He actually did cut those down, right? That's what I'm talking about for the legal immigration part, right? They do.
So why
like
do we need to cut down the amount of legal immigrants coming into our country?
because they undercut American competition based on jobs. So how many people on Earth, Dean? Was it
Jobs. So you're saying that they're taking our jobs?
No, it's not that I'm saying they're taking our jobs. I'm saying is corporations benefit by paying somebody, I don't know, 84,000 instead of 112,000, which undermines our, Americans' opportunities to live in a decent opportunity, right? Dean, isn't the American dream
Okay,
the
and
aspiration?
now
Oh no,
what do
no,
you think is true of migrants that isn't true of like natural-born U.S. citizens that would allow corporations to undercut migrants while not undercutting natural-born U.S. citizens?
because they're tied, their immigration's tied to their business contract. So in other words, they have to stay within that business and operate within that business. Americans, thank God we were born in America. We have free mobility. So if I say this job is crappy or whatever it is, I quit. I can just quit. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference
Yeah, so
in
then shouldn't we just give like migrants on these particular types of visas more mobility in our economy so then they can still functionally provide to the economy to increase the GDP, have a better standard of living for them and their family? Like, and I feel like we should go to the root of the issue here and just advocate for policy reform and change to make these migrants better off, to give them a greater like a
but
negotiating ability
Dean,
within these work fields
hold
by
on.
allowing them to scale freely in between jobs and careers.
Dean, the country, the world's what? The population of Earth is 8 billion. So if I go around and find the most talented people that are engineers, doctors, whatever, all these different types of people, Americans won't have the opportunity to compete. These aren't Americans; they're plucking them from different countries to bring in that Americans could have their jobs. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, you're saying, so you're saying that these like all migrants coming in are just doctors, scientists, geniuses that are taking jobs away from people that are like have like a lower level of skill?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is that
What are you saying?
Dean, you have to listen to me. I'm saying
I'm
is
trying.
that companies benefit from engineers, for example, right? Who they could pay them $84,000 a year, which it seems okay, but it's not based on inflation, versus $112,000 based on market economics for Americans, right?
I've already
So
responded to this. You said the
no, you
reason
didn't.
why they can pay them. Yes, I did. You said the reason why they could pay them lower wages is because a particular type of visa that they'd be on to be in America legally would like contract them to stay in one business. Right. My response to this was we should be advocating for policy reform insofar as allowing these migrants on these visas more economic mobility, allowing them to go from one job to another and have some time in between, right? So they can continue to be functional and provide to our economy, provide to our consumer base, provide to our GDP, while also providing a higher level of well-being and standard of life to them and their family. Right? The answer here isn't to say these people shouldn't be coming in our country because of these disparities that would allow corporations to take advantage of them. What the answer should be, we should advocate for policy reform insofar as making corporations less able to take advantage of them, right? So they can
Dean,
still provide to those different areas. Like, and this is why I say that you're not America first, right? You place
they're not
America second.
Americans, Dean. They're not
You
Americans.
place America second. You place prejudice first, because if you're truly America first, then you would want to advocate for the policy reform that I'm mentioning, so we can achieve a better off consumer base, so we can achieve more purchasing power for the average American, so we could achieve a higher GDP, so we could achieve higher standards and qualities of life, not only for those migrants but everyone else in the economy.
You're not understanding.
I think that I think that's speaking down about the H-1B visas and legal migration. I think that's the last thing you want to do. Do you know how many CEOs of some of the largest companies came here on H-1B visas, including Alphabet and Microsoft and IBM? They all took advantage of that from India. So I think that there's definitely an argument to say that, hey, we need to change something with illegal immigration. I think everybody in America agrees to that to some extent. But to now start, like talking about H-1B visas and saying that we should cut back on them, I think that's just ignorant.
Yeah, but hold on a second, Dean. I have to address something. You said they should make policies more, open up, job market and stuff like that for all immigrants, whatever. There, when we change the policies, in my opinion, the first off, the policies is to limit them. Secondly, they're not Americans, so you can't just look at somebody in India and say you're American. Like your purview, your view of the war. There's 3 times the population of Indians than there are Americans. You have to put this into perspective. So if you take the best types of people in every single country, what is it, like 8 something billion, and yes, we have a higher standard of living based on our institutions, our history, and all these other things that are combined. There's no competition. So I don't understand you guys don't the competition, the aspect, the drain brain. Also, what it does, Dean, is you take the most talented people from India that could have upward mobility for their own country. You bring them to America. I'm not totally against immigration, but it needs to be drastically cut back.
But how much economic activity do those people create? You're talking about like the CEO of Microsoft. Like how much economic activity spawns off of him being in the United States and now being CEO of Microsoft?
Brian, it's not the CEO of Microsoft. It's the engineers, the 600 engineers that they hire underneath. That's who I'm talking about. I'm talking about, of course, we all know there's the Elon Musks and these other Vivek. I'm not even listen. To be honest, I don't even want Vivek in this country. He's a snake oil salesman and a thief. But that's a whole other argument. But what I'm saying, Brian, it's not the uniquely talented people that could come to America. It's the working class of the highly educated people that, again, it devoids their opportunity in the other country, and it also undermines our advancement of wage. Brian, isn't it the thing in America, right? The aspirational view is you work hard, you study hard, you save money, you work your ass off, and you can make a good living, buy a house, go skiing once a year. That's the American dream, Brian. That is the American dream, and Americans have that right first over somebody from India or
But
any
we've
any
all
place.
come from our ancestors came from other areas going back 150 years.
Can I
Brian,
bring up a point real quick? Bro,
go
you're
ahead.
literally advocating for DEI right now. You're saying that there's more qualified people that can work these jobs through legal purposes from other countries, but we should overrepresent and grant more opportunity to American citizens for trivial reasons.
It's not trivial
Are you
reasons.
pro DEI?
No, I'm not pro DEI. I think that
So then what's up with the inclusion of American citizens? Why do you
Dean
want to overrepresent American citizens and give more weight to the admittance of American citizens into these corporations compared to people not from America that are here on legal visas?
Dean, because we live in a country where the population is America. Again, it's just based on logic, right? In other words, 8
You're pro
billion people.
DEI.
That's not DEI.
Just tell us
That's
all.
not DEI. That's not DEI. That is not DEI. And I'm not saying they're not more qualified. First off, I'm not even saying they're more qualified. I'm saying is what is the biggest desire for them to be brought over is that companies make more profit because they can pay them at a lower wage. So, I
And
mean,
I've already addressed that part, and I've already addressed the policy reform that we should be advocating here to make sure that that's not the case. And then, secondarily, you understand that when we do have these people coming into our country through legal means, and we do have them working these jobs, it only upbolsters the American economy. And when the American economy is upbolstered and everyone within it is doing better, each individual citizen has more opportunity and has a higher well-being on average. When we like in countries with the highest GDP per capita, we also see the highest quality of standard of life. Right, this is true of places like Singapore. This is true of like Nordic countries. Right, this is true across the board. Right, and this is what individuals coming into our country, especially right on H-1B3s, do. Okay, right, and I feel like for you to say, oh, they shouldn't be able to come here. I understand it's legal. I understand they're more qualified. I understand that there's better
I didn't
policy
say they're more
reform
qualified. I didn't say they're more
so
qualified.
corporations can't be that can't be undercutted, but you still don't want them here. You're just telling us that you're prejudiced, right? But then the overwhelming point here, especially when we're wrapping the conversation back into Trump v. Harris here, is well, even if everything that I said is incorrect and everything that you say is correct, and that we should be prejudiced, whatever the case is, Donald Trump did torpedo Langford's border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago, right, allowing more individuals to come into our country both through legal and undocumented means, all because he wanted the Democrats to look bad. So in other words, Donald Trump is pro-open borders. He doesn't want a strict or firm stance. He wants more people to come into our country. And according to you and his worldview, right, he wants to destroy the country as long as it
Can I ask
increases
you a
his
question,
chances in
Dean?
the election in November.
Why is the Borders Union endorsing Trump if he's so bad on the border? Why are they endorsing him?
Yeah, because I'd associate members of the Borders Union to be very similar to yourself. I think that the average human is not that intelligent. I think that the average human especially lacks education on things such as politics. And what I think a lot of those members of the Borders Union has done is they have seen increased numbers under Biden and Harris, and instead of doing the research, instead of delving into the nuances on how that was an onset by the administration, and they've been actually pretty effective with it, they just assume, like other Americans, well, it happened under their term, therefore they caused it, right? And I mean, this is like what you and a lot of other Trump supporters and a lot of Americans do as a whole with the economy. So I don't think it's that far of a stretch to
So
say that
your answer is Dean Withers is intellectually superior to Boxing MD because you've used the world as an equal playing field. In other words, why handicap Americans? Because the world is at our hands. Is this Dean Withers' answer? I mean, it's
no,
ridiculous, Dean.
once again, I'll go ahead and repeat my answer once again. My answer once again was that I think the average American lacks education on politics, right? And a lack of education on politics can lead you to false conclusions. They probably associate the higher level of boarding crossings under Biden and Harris with Biden and Harris, the same way a lot of people associate, right, the economic disparities and inflation onset by COVID with Biden and Harris.
No, okay. So, yes, I do believe the average American doesn't understand a lot of logic, reasoning, and understanding. I completely and totally agree with you on that. But you saying false, like you just essentially painting the picture incorrectly doesn't make you intellectually superior. Like there's an exponential increase. There's an exponential increase. There's an exponential increase in legal and illegal immigration underneath this administration. That's a fact.
Yeah, that
That's
is a fact.
that is fact. The country will not
That's
survive. The country will not survive if it continues at this rate. It won't. Everything else is ancillary to that. It doesn't matter, Dean. That's
Would
what
you say that
matters.
we have like an open border crisis right now?
I think we have an immigration crisis. Correct.
Okay, right. And you would never vote for anyone that would have such an immigration crisis, right?
What does that even mean? What do you mean? Like, what,
It's like, what do you like right now? Do we have an open border?
I think the border is porous.
Okay, right now?
Yeah.
There's a crisis. Okay.
It's porous,
Right.
yes.
So we actually have less daily crossings today than we had at the end of Trump's term. So seemingly, after 4 years, Trump couldn't fix the crisis. So
Okay.
why would you want to vote for him again? If he didn't fix it the first time, how would he fix it the second time?
Oh my! So okay, so he actually made policy right with the Stay in Mexico policy, which had cut down immigration. They at least made them in a buffer zone so we could vet people on the other side of the border, so we don't have to.
Do you know how many people that actually kept out of the country?
Give me the number.
63,000.
I don't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, let's be honest. I don't know if that's a real.
It's
I don't.
right.
Brian, to be fair,
I've never talked to Brian
be
in my
fair,
life, and that is true. Yeah.
Brian, to be fair, I have to say this. To be fair, you equated the neo-Nazis at the Trump rally to Trump voters. Are you aware, Brian, that
when did I ever say that? Can you show me the link?
you or your brother had a
No,
thing?
he didn't either.
Okay, so you showed it was at the Florida Palm Beach rally with the boats.
I'm Jewish.
Right?
I would never equate anybody.
I'm Jewish
to
too,
Hitler.
Brian. I'm Jewish too. Okay, full Jew, born Jew, raised Jewish, bar mitzvah, completely Jewish, right? You should. There's a you remember the rally at Palm Beach with the Trumps, the boats, and some of the Trump and the Nazi flags. You remember that, Brian?
Boat parade like a couple weeks ago or a week ago.
Yeah, something like that, right? Yeah. You essentially wanted to condemn, like, you put a picture of Eric and you said, like, oh, this is like a bad look, like condemn it. Like, I could bring up the tweet, Brian. You did say something like that. You equated them to Trump voters and it was a bad look. You said this, Brian. I didn't say you.
I said Eric Trump was at a rally where Nazis were parading around. That's all I said.
Okay, and
look
Brian,
up the tweet. I can post it if you want.
Brian, why did you do that? To somehow make Trump voters look like Nazis. We know why you did that. Do you know that Nazis don't like Trump, Brian, because they believe and again, I'm Jewish, so let me say this. They believe that he's cucked by the Zionists. Brian, do you know this? You know this, right? They hate him.
Well, I know that 80% of the Jewish vote went to Biden last election, or 70%, I'm sorry.
You know what? A lot of American Jews are very, unfortunately, liberal on a lot of policies because they will push
Hey,
back
Boxing, with all due respect, man, I brought you up here for debate about Trump and Harris. Seemingly, you lost on all fronts, and this is just.
That's fine, Dean. Have a good day. Appreciate your, having a conversation with you, and maybe you could, be America first one day.
Oh, well, I think I'm America first, and I think that you're America last. Go protect that democracy and vote for Harris, buddy. Appreciate you for coming up. All right. Let's see what we got next, guys. If you want to come up, hop in that queue. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here as we speak, y'all. Having a little bit of a good day here. I see that MTG's parody account is listening. I would love for you to come up. That'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, all right. Let's see what our next guest has to say. Everyone, just give us a minute. I'm looking through for who I want to pick. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and bring Lovely up. Everyone, do give him a minute to load in here. Hey, Lovely, are you voting for Trump? Lovely, hello. You're muted. All right, well, they try to figure out how to unmute that mic. We're going to go and bring up another guest in the meantime. So everyone, just do give us a minute. Let's go and get William up in here. Love to hear from William. All right, doesn't look like Lovely's going to unmute, so we're going to go and remove her from the speakers. Looks like William's up here now. What's up, William? Are you voting for Trump?
I am. How are you doing today?
I'm doing phenomenal. So why are you voting for Trump, man?
I'm voting for Trump as a Mainer and as a veteran, mostly for economic reasons. I also think that there's some points in immigration that could be adjusted, and I believe that currently it's kind of a vote against this nebulous machine that I feel. I think a lot of people feel it. that there's a little bit heavy-handedness in the current government, and
I mean,
there
we'll see
seems
more
to be.
heavy-handedness under Trump. I mean, we don't see like a government right now advocating for to put people in jail for constitutionally protected behaviors like Trump is. But about the economy, so
No, we see
let's
that.
go over it. Why do you think the
I think,
economy would be better under Trump?
well, it performed better than anything before. I believe in the idea of tariffs. I like the idea of centralizing and lowering energy costs as the root cause to lower costs for everyday people and operating costs for companies. I think, it's a good idea to go after something that is universally effective on multiple different types of demographics. The idea of energy is something that we all conserve, or that we all consume. I also think things like goods, I understand and appreciate both parties being, wary of the cost of living and food.
So first of all, about like the price of energy, we're more energy independent under Biden and Harris today than we ever were under Trump. Not only are we less reliant on imports, but we also produce more crude oil here at home in America. The source for this would, of course, be the EIA. And then for your second point there, of you saying that you agree with tariffs for the centralization of the production of goods, I agree with American manufacturing. I think it's great for various reasons that I don't have to delve into. But my argument would be is that there's merely other ways to achieve more government manufacturing. Sorry, not more government manufacturing, more American manufacturing. That would involve an unnecessary restriction on the market that creates very detrimental inefficiencies. Right. So we can incentivize American manufacturing to a higher degree, right, through investment. We could simply put money into American manufacturers to expedite the level of goods in which we produce. And this is something that we've in fact already done. We did it under Biden
Well,
and
that's
Harris with the Chips and
interesting.
Science. We did it under Biden and Harris with the Chips and Science Act. By 2030, because of the $25 billion investment, we are going to be producing 20% of the global chip supply. And we actually even did it under Trump. Trump invested $28 billion into American farmers after he destroyed him with his tariffs on China. And that was all to promote American manufacturing in the sense of farmed goods.
That's great. Very good points. However, it doesn't seem that aligns with the campaign thoughts of Harris. They are very much going to destroy the ability to see major donations from larger, more wealthier donors with the idea of this unrealized gains tax. You're kind of taking away the largest donation in investment classes' teeth with that. So you're going to have one or the other. You can obviously do that, but then you're going to have to go ahead and use tariffs. Or you could not do that and then not use tariffs. But you can't do both without actually working towards a higher inflationary state and a less stable economy.
Okay, so on your first point, when we're talking about business investment, this is going to be through congressional policy, not through private donors. For your second point about the unrealized capital gains tax, well, where is that money that is taken from going to? It's going into the pockets of the average everyday American. Her tax cuts, which are in part funded by this unrealized capital gains tax, are going to 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. I think reducing income inequities and granting more purchasing power to that average American, right, is more than sufficient reason to justify the unrealized capital gains tax, especially when we then consider the fact, well, if we invest in these companies through congressional policy, right, if we delegate resources to them and give the average American more purchasing power, that's only going to further promote American manufacturing and further promote a stronger economy here at home, right? And this is why I really like her policy. And then once again, Donald Trump's economic policy, $7 trillion delegated to another 10 years of the TCGA. We know that trickle-down economics don't work. We know that the TCGA specifically doesn't work. A Brookings study indicated that it inspired no increase in business investment on the macro scale and only led to marginal increases in the GDP, right, north of about $10 billion per year. Right. Meanwhile, hers costs $2.4 trillion. She knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. And it's estimated by people such as myself, Goldman Sachs, Warren School of Business at Pennsylvania, that, yeah, it's going to be beneficial not only to the GDP, but to income inequities, like average purchasing power for the average American, and like various other things as well.
All right. You're good now. One, Diamond Page, the largest investor, not in favor of that. Two, we are not, as Republicans or any conservatives, in favor of the idea of a government who can't manage itself picking winners in investments. Are we talking about Solyndra here? Like, what are we talking about? No. We want a free market. No. You spoke. It's my turn. We want a free market. We want investment to flow the way that want to.
Oh, you're lagging, William.
the idea of the government coming in and doling out taxpayer money from people. The very idea of taxation generally across the board on people, and this, we should be at a consumption tax, not an income tax. There should be a tax based on what you have to spend. And it should not be an allocation or reallocation of funds. The immigration idea, too. I mean, the idea of bringing in people fresh is great. But however, pretending that there shouldn't be preference given to people that have been paying taxes from birth or, tax paid by family on
Hey,
everything
I'm
that
not
they
gonna lie. You cut out there. I was following you when you were talking about like my idea of investing in these American companies through congressional policy. But then you cut out, and then like when you cut back in, you were talking about like consumption and income tax. I think I'm probably not tracking because you cut out. But
yeah,
but to
you
respond,
missed a connection.
but to
But
respond to the
however,
first, oh,
yes, I
to
can.
respond to the
So the
first
idea
part
is
there. Oh,
to
you're gonna repeat
have,
it. Okay, go for it.
the idea is to have investment come from the voters themselves, not from elected officials who have been benefiting. I mean, there is no doubt that we're seeing on both sides of the alley no interest in getting rid of insider trading, no interest in regulating the back and forth migration between lobbying and private equity, private firms. Like, it's incestuous. I think we all can see that. And
Yeah.
so the idea of trusting the government to pick winners is simply not appetizing to me. And there's really not going to be much that I think you can say to many voters that is going to make them feel trustworthy to give money to someone that, I mean, we're funneling
Okay.
money
Do you mind if I respond now?
overseas. Yeah, absolutely. Go.
So phenomenal. First, conceptually speaking, I understand your point. However, this would also apply to tariffs. When you tariff a good and you're picking the winner, you're picking the loser. The winner being, like some corporations in America, then the loser being the American people, the loser being China, and the loser being like smaller companies that are more likely than not reliant on exports. And then second of all, I'm not saying that the government should be picking winners. I'm saying that the government should advocate for policy reform that when it like reduce down to like the individual company, but should rather reward companies for like promoted growth, reward companies for hiring more Americans, reward companies
What,
for producing better
ESG,
goods,
DEI?
reward companies for overall doing well in our economy, right? And no, it's not DEI. You wouldn't call like the increase in the standard deduction to $50,000 disproportionately rewards companies that do better in their first year DEI, so you wouldn't call this either. And then secondly, like you went on like this whole tangent about like income tax compared to like a consumer tax. I don't really know what that was about. But is there anything else that you want to go over here before I move on to my next guest or grant that a response?
Yeah, so this is the thing, though, is, talking about DEI, ESG not being the thing. The idea is that there really is no appropriate thing to be attached to taxpayer money coming in and coming back out. Like, it is not something that we're voting on, and we're seeing mostly that the things that are being attached to these monies, including SBA loans.
Oh, William. All right. I think William lost connection. William, feel free to request back up later, man. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go to remove you from the speaker list just because you started lagging again there. Feel free to re-request when you're done driving. I appreciate having you up here and thank you for the good conversation. Let's see what we got in the queue now. Let's go and bring up our next guest, you guys. Let's go and get our next guest up in here. Everyone just do give us a minute, y'all. And once again, guys, make sure to hit that follow button. I'm at 197.4 thousand followers. That's super duper exciting. What's going on, America First? Are you voting for Trump? America First, you have to unmute your mic. All right, well, they figured that out. We're going to go and get another guest up in here, y'all. Kick AF out, remove from speakers, get the yay fan in. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
You talking to me or?
Yep.
So I wasn't initially going to, but like listening to you just makes me want to vote for Trump. So like he could win and then make you cry. So like I was like initially not going to, but then like because of like Trump's stance on immigration and like how pro-Israel he is, but
Yeah, you know, this is funny. And the reason I say it's funny is what did conservatives do when Trump lost in 2020?
Well, that was a stolen election, but that's a different
Oh, it
case.
was? See, you are one of the conservatives that started crying on January 6th and hasn't stopped yet. I just don't think that conservatives and Republicans as a whole have the moral high ground to say, haha, libs are going to be so sad if Trump wins. Bro, y'all literally tried to overthrow our government, cause an insurrection against the Capitol, and steal the election from Biden in 2020. Shut your bitch ass up.
All right, give me a definition of an insurrection, buddy.
Yeah, sure. For an insurrection, what do you want? A legal definition, a colloquial definition?
Or just compare it to like all the other insurrections, because this insurrection, there was no one with guns. Every other insurrection before had people with guns. And by the way, you said I'm crying because that's what happened in 2020. When it happened in 2020, first off, at that time I didn't really care. And looking back at it, I still don't care because, well, I care, but if Kamala wins, I'm not gonna like cry. I don't think like the country's gonna go to a downfall. But
That's what they did when Joe Biden. Like Trump literally tried to steal the election from Joe Biden when he won. When he won. He sent 7 slates of fake electorates to 7 different states to cast false certificates of ascertainment or votes from the states into Congress, stating that he won when in all reality he had lost those states. And then he tried to pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as real. And then he tried to pressure Bill Barr and the DOJ into falsely announcing widespread voter fraud. Like this man, right, was literally crying so hard that he tried to stage a soft coup, right, to overthrow our government and our democracy, right? And you were buying right into that shit. So how can you sit here and tell me that I'm going to cry when Trump wins when last time Trump lost, he literally fucking tried to steal the election and rig it from Biden?
And for the record, there were multiple people that were arrested with guns around the Capitol building on January 6th.
Guns were used on January 6th?
There were multiple people arrested with guns.
Yeah, every other insurrection in the past, people had guns, like they used guns with them. They had it with them.
That's not the definition of insurrection, though.
Okay, but responding to what Dean said, he said that, Trump tried to steal the election when it was really the other way around. I mean, the Democrats stole the election, but you used the same talking point.
How did they steal the election?
Well, because it was an unusual election. Do you know how many?
How was it unusual?
Yeah. Do you know how many people voted with mail-in ballots?
Exponentially more than we've ever seen.
Yeah,
before.
exactly. And then also,
so that's your evidence that they stole it. I just want to clarify. Your evidence that the Democrats stole 2020 was the exponentially higher amount of people.
You and Destiny both say the same thing, that Trump told everyone to not use mail-in ballots. That's why when all the ballots were when all the ballots were put into the states, all of them were for Joe Biden. And the defense.
Wait, no, we're not even gonna get there yet. I just want to clarify first base. So your evidence that the election in 2020 was stolen was the atypical amount of Democrats voting via mail-in, right?
That's not like the only reason. I was explaining, and then you
interrupted. So I just real quick. What's your other evidence that the election in 2020 was stolen? Give it all to me.
Okay. Then no voter ID, right? They didn't
voter ID?
Yeah, voter ID.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's 2, right?
Okay.
And then the third one would be the counting by ballots. If you look at each graph in the swing states, a bunch of votes were dumped in, and all of them were for Joe Biden. That's
okay. So that's your evidence, right?
Yeah, there's one more, but it's not coming up in my head right now.
Okay, so the first one, like atypical amount of people voting via mail-in. Yeah, well, that was because of COVID. Okay, right. Not to mention that when it was investigated by Trump's 63 handpicked courts, none of them found sufficient evidence to overthrow the results. And right, the ballot dumping, right, that people expected, right, and like are explained as their theory insofar as like why the election was stolen through these mail-in votes, or how more so, right? In 1,000 mules, right, the critters admitted in court that it was all a lie. About the second point, no voter ID. We don't have like federal voter ID requirements. I don't think that we have. I mean, I could just simply say that the election was stolen in 2016 from Hillary Clinton because no voter ID. You want to be able to break that hypothesis, but not to mention that you do have to be a U.S. citizen to vote, because in order to vote, you've got to be registered, and in order to be registered, you've got to have a social security number. But once again, right, why didn't that prove to the 63 handpicked courts, 34 courts with Republican-appointed judges, 17 courts with Trump-appointed judges, that the election had sufficient evidence that it was overturned and stolen? And then for your third point, about what was your third point?
My third point was about how in all the swing states, when the voting stopped at like 3 a.m., all the ballots that were imported were every single one, or almost every single one, were for Joe Biden.
Yeah, you're just talking about the disproportionately high amount of votes through mail-in that were Democrat-leaning. That was natural, normal, and expected. Donald Trump told his people not to vote by mail-in, and then we even have Steve Bannon as former chief strategist.
Exactly, right there. You just
Then
said
in
it.
early October, right, that he was going to claim the win on the night of the election because he knew that the mail-in ballots would be democratically favored. But once again, this has been incessantly investigated on the local, state, and federal levels since the election occurred. Donald Trump dumped millions of dollars in to his Electoral Integrity Committee to find any evidence that it occurred. He took all of their findings to 63 courts. They all told him he had no sufficient evidence. Ivanka Trump was telling him it wasn't stolen. Melania Trump was telling him it wasn't stolen. The DOJ and Bill Barr was telling him it wasn't stolen. Mike Pence was telling him it wasn't stolen. Right? It was not stolen.
All right, can I respond? You just said it right there. That Trump told you just said the same thing that you and Destiny always say. Trump told his supporters not to vote in by mail. So we all know that COVID doesn't excuse a more than double % of people voting by mail from 2016 to 2020.
Yeah, it definitely explains it.
So then how? Okay, then all the ballots that were dumped in, then how would they all for Biden? Because that means then a disproportionate amount of Trump supporters would have also voted by mail. That doesn't
Bro,
make any sense.
yeah, dude. Remember how like Trump supporters didn't think that the vaccine worked, that masks
Oh
weren't
my
safe for
gosh, bro,
COVID,
you're
that it was a
going off
common
of
flu,
topic. Like
and then Trump told them not to vote by mail-in.
you're literally changing the topic. Like we're not talking about the
No,
vaccines.
it's not changing the topic. Republicans believe what Trump says. Like 70% of Republicans today believe that Trump won 2020, not because there's any evidence, but because he literally said it. So of course, when Trump says that like, COVID isn't that bad, masks don't work, you don't need the vaccine, and we see the societalization of it being treated as like a common flu, and on top of that, he then says not to vote by mail and to show up to the voter booths, and then the Proud Boys are going to intimidate like Democrats. Yeah, we're going to see a disproportionate amount of Republicans showing up in person. Like they were whining about the mail-in ballots, all the Republicans in Congress, Trump himself, months before the election. Of course, we'd see their followers not want to vote by that same system that they were whining about. But just to make it clear, right, the Republicans knew that mail-in ballots weren't an issue prior to the 2020 election. And the reason I say that is because there was not one Republican senator or House member that pushed for effective legislation to make mail-in voting safer. They only pushed for legislation to ban mail-in voting because they knew it would be democratically favored. And that's the issue. Then once again, you can't point me towards one fucking court that ruled there was sufficient evidence that there was mail-in voter fraud on a large level. In fact, all of the audits that have been done on the 2020 election show it to be the safest U.S. election in recorded history. This is nothing more than conspiratorial bullshit that you only believe because Trump fucking jams it down your throat.
Okay, I mean, you could keep being a faggot and making up excuses, but you're not even talking about my point. You're not even.
Look at the really smart Republicans, guys. As soon as they lose a debate, they slur. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. They every single time. I swear to gosh, it's just astounding how intelligent people are on Twitter. All right, let's see what we got. Hop in the queue if you want to come up and debate, y'all. We're having a good day here today. I'm probably gonna head back over to TikTok here soon, do some debates with Parker, but I've been enjoying myself. It has been a lot of fun. The Republicans on Twitter are just so crazy. Like, I mean, I really think I'm gonna start doing a lot more of these just because Republicans on here are so insane. But
I hope you do. I think it's refreshing to hear the other side, and I think that many Republicans aren't used to hearing the other side on this platform.
I know, right? Yeah, like from what I've seen of X, it's just kind of like a cesspool for like Trump voters. I've been kind of upsetting that a little bit, so it's kind of fun. What's going on, 1776? Are you voting for Trump?
Yo, what up? I am actually voting for Trump. I am the owner of a cryptocurrency project on Solana, and I know that's not the place to promote this, but I am voting for Trump, and I can tell you why. I first of all, I agree with everything you just said about the 2020 election. I think that the mail-in stuff can be easily explained by the fact that Democrats are far more likely to use a mail-in ballot than Republicans were. I stand more on the libertarian side of things. And the reason I'm voting for Trump is because I believe that he is far more for individual freedoms and the rights of the individual than Kamala is.
Oh, I completely disagree.
I'm shocked. But
Really?
I promise you this, is I will not call you names and we can have a fair and respectful conversation about it.
Yeah. So, I mean, the reason I disagree is, I mean, let's just start off with like constitutional freedoms. He wants to put people in jail for burning the American flag. The Supreme Court ruled in the 70s that was protected under the First Amendment. In an interview with Mike Pence in 19, he said that he wanted to take people's guns first, give due process second. And then after the 2020 election, he called for the termination of certain articles found within the Constitution. And I mean, we could also wrap it into a conversation about abortion. I mean, 1 out of every 3 women and girls in our country of reproductive age, right, have lost, right, that individual access to abortion. So I think when we consider constitutional freedoms, and then on top, right, the lack of federal codification for a woman's right to choose, we could definitely come to the conclusion that Kamala Harris is better for individualistic rights, freedoms, and liberties.
Well, I mean,
I have a
let's.
I have a quick example of another one, and that's the First Amendment.
No, dude,
Although,
go for it.
yeah, no, although Republicans typically are pro First Amendment, I mean, Elon is, of course, and they praise Elon for it. Trump actually blocked myself on Twitter in 2019, and I actually filed a lawsuit. I joined a lawsuit by the Knight Institute, and they forced him to unblock me because he violated my First Amendment rights.
So I would argue, I guess first to Brian, I would argue that blocking someone on social media does not violate First Amendment rights
Apparently it
because
does, according to this court. I mean, I'd say the same thing, 1776, but apparently there's some like random legislation where that actually is a
Yeah,
First Amendment.
so the argument is that he blocked my ability to read his post and reply. He was the president at the time, and I had no direct way of reading his communications with the American public. That
so
he
like the let me stop you real fast. The POTUS account blocked you, or like real Donald Trump?
no, his real Donald Trump, but he was using it as an official, official source of the presidency.
I mean, I would argue based on the First Amendment that everybody has the right to say whatever they want, right? But those comments have consequences, obviously. And I would say that on social media, if you're on social media, you have the right to listen to or block or whatever, whoever you want. That's the way I believe. Like I have libertarian values. I think that, and Dean, I do want to address the abortion thing here in a second, but I think that with social media, I think it's one thing if the official POTUS accounts blocks you. I don't think that's right being an American citizen, because the president should be open to be trolled, right? They should be open to have people talk shit to them because they're the American president. It's going to happen whether you're Republican, Democrat, whatever. However, with a personal social media account, I think that you have the right to block people. I think you should be
Yeah,
able to
but
block.
what delineates official and not official? Not just a name, because one says official. Like that doesn't really make
Well,
sense.
no, because there is one official president account.
Yeah,
There is.
but he was posting in a way that was official. He was making comments. He was posting information that was as an official duty of the president of the United States. Just because the account didn't say it didn't mean that it wasn't an official act, and that's why the courts agreed to that.
In any case, I don't know that that's and again, the courts ruled in it. We'll go with that. But I don't know that I would agree that that's a violation of your First Amendment rights. As to what Dean said about abortion and that infringing on the right upon women, I would argue that the abortion argument was simply one that, the Supreme Court ruled a certain way. And they said that abortion should go back to the states, which under the 10th Amendment it should, because it was never codified as a federal amendment. And when the Democrats held control of both the House and the Senate, they easily could have pushed forward a constitutional amendment codifying abortion, but they decided not to because they wanted to make it a political issue. And they wanted it to be something where they could point fingers at Trump
No,
and say,
we'd
no,
argue
he's the
that.
bad guy.
We'd argue that like under Obama and then even under Biden, like we've seen like times where there's been a Democrat majority, but we haven't had enough to get past the filibuster. And before about 20 years ago, even the Democrat platform wasn't pro-choice. But like seemingly there was a couple things that he kind of left out there, especially his take on wanting to imprison people for burning the American flag, protected under the First Amendment. Then like his statement with Mike Pence about wanting to take people's guns first, give due process second. And then I'm just calling for the termination of the Constitution after January 6th, and then even attempting to silence the voice and the vote of every American citizen in 2020 when he tried to steal the election from Biden. I mean, I just don't think that we see any other precedent set for infringing upon individualistic rights, freedoms, and liberties by any Democrat, especially Kamala Harris.
Well, no, I mean, I disagree with the fact that people who burn the American flag should be in prison. I do agree with the statement that someone made that if someone who came here illegally burns an American flag, they should be given a one-way ticket back to the country that they came from. I do 100% agree with that, because I think that there is a responsibility if you come here for. Hold on.
That's different. It's just different, though. It's completely off
No,
subject.
I agree. And I disagree with the fact that someone who burns an American flag should be jailed. I disagree with any fact where somebody should be not given due process. Period. End story. Like hard stop. And we keep talking about January 6th, but the moral or the tagline of this space and what I came up here is Trump sucks, Kamala's base. Prove me wrong. And I would ask either you or Brian to give me a reason to vote for Kamala without mentioning Donald Trump.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so why you should vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump in the upcoming election. First of all, her economic policy is just incredibly incredibly good. It aims to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class, to reduce income inequities, to make the average American better. If you'd like to ask specifics about her economic policy, how it's going to benefit that average American, how it's going to place more purchasing power in their hands, or how it's going to reduce income inequities, feel free to stop me right now and ask. All right, it's also going to not increase the deficit or the debt by a dime over the next 10 years. It's self-sufficient insofar as there being $2.4 trillion budgeted for the tax cuts, with her then hiking taxes on the top 3%, the ultra wealthy and the corporations, to generate exactly $2.4 trillion over the next 10 years. I feel like one pressing issue that we don't look at often in like modern politics is the debt. I think that interest on the debt is one of the biggest expenses from our federal government right now that a lot of people don't really consider, and we should be doing as much as we possibly can to reduce those things. And the fact that we now see a candidate with self-sustainable economic policy for 10 years is quite astounding, and it stands in contrast to what we've seen over the last 25 years in politics. In reflecting back on Biden and Harris's administration, I think that we could attribute her to influencing some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, such as the Chips and Science Act to renew American manufacturing, such as the PACT Act to invest in our veterans, such as the infrastructure bill to renew American infrastructure to create new jobs and to spur local economies, or even the American Rescue Plan to help rebound America from COVID. And by the way, the Biden-Harris administration was the most effective administration out of any other country in the G7 with rebounding from COVID in the sense of inflation, in the sense of economic growth, GDP growth, and jobless/job claims. I'd say that she's also her and Biden have been incredibly prevalent when it comes to like minority communities. We can address a lot of systemic issues through socioeconomic indiscrepancies when we reduce income inequities. We're also reducing racial income inequities. They're also pretty good for HBCUs. And if she's reelected, she'll also be phenomenal for women's rights. There's been 65,000 women that have been denied access to abortion that have gotten pregnant as a result of rape in the state of Texas alone over the course of the last 3 years. And 1 out of every 3 women in America today don't have that same access. So not only is she good because of her economic policy, but she's also great because of her stance on women's rights. But I think in contrast to Trump, right, that is very important to do. But I understand the question that you asked me and hopefully answered.
No, I mean, seriously, like I want, and I like having this conversation with both Republicans and Democrats because I think it's important to be able to talk about why Trump is good without mentioning Kamala. And I think it's important to talk about why Kamala is good without mentioning Trump. And the one question I would pose based on everything you just said is she's had 3.5 years in office. She's been the de facto president for the last 2.5 months. Like, why hasn't she done any of this stuff yet?
Yeah, great. So for the economic policy, you just can't get Congress together. Like, pretty simple. I mean, the TCGA expires next year. That's going to be the next time there's going to exist congressional approval for what she wants to do. I think for the codification of like a woman's right to choose, that's pretty simple. I mean, it wasn't advocated for like in the Senate or the House to get people in there that would vote for these things in 2020 because it was overturned in 2021. But like obviously we've had this precedent over the last 4 years that we need this back. We need to advocate for members of the Senate and members of the House to renew and place these federal codifications in place. Right. So once again, just congressional approval. But then like a third point here that I could make is, well, they were too busy doing other things. I mean, they passed a whole lot of good legislation. I don't know if they could have passed more. And I'm very proud of the job that they did.
So if the issue is congressional approval, as a president, you've got to bring people together and lead. And if she has not been able to bring people together and lead, especially when she was the deciding vote of the Senate, what's going to change that in the next term where she's able to bring people together and lead?
Great question. Well, she was able to bring people together and lead on more policy than Donald Trump. I mean, we could even give you a really good example. The infrastructure bill. He tried to get it passed every week for 4 years, couldn't get it done. Biden and Harris got it done in 1 year with a war split in Congress. Border policy. They would have gotten that bipartisan border bill passed through the House and the Senate if Trump didn't torpedo it. Donald Trump couldn't get his wall passed through, so he had to resort to an executive order. And a misappropriation of DoD funds. I'd say that they were incredibly good at getting Congress together and leading with like the policy that I just listed. But one thing that I will say here, oh, it's the other ad now. 1 second. One thing that I will say here is that we could see right how effective she's been at getting people together to lead right through. Sorry, I lost my train of thought just because I saw Ed in there. what was I going to say? We could see her ability to get people together to lead, specifically through her moderation in Congress. You know, like 5 years ago, she was saying that we need to ban fracking, that we need to have a mandatory buyback program for ARs. We need to get all this. We need to do all these like radical things. And then 4 years later, right? Well, she swam in Congress. She met in the middle of the aisle, and now her herself has more moderated views.
Do you not find that that is because she wants to get votes, as opposed to because she's changed who she is as a person? Because I believe that all politicians are corrupt, right? And I think that they will do whatever it takes to get votes, as opposed to be authentically themselves. And I think that's a big issue with everybody. Go ahead.
Operating under a republic, what is the point of our representatives?
To represent the people that are their constituents.
Yeah, so when she's representing her constituents in California, she's going to hold more left-leaning views than when she's running to be a representative for all Americans. Like, if anything, that's just like her like fulfilling like the criteria of her job.
I would disagree. I think it goes the other way around. I think the people of California need to, or the people of America, or the people of whoever, need to elect people who they resound with, as opposed to the politician changing their views to match their constituency.
Whoa, I completely disagree. No, I think, and especially as a libertarian, right, you should definitely believe, if we are going to be operating under a republic, that the bare minimum our representatives can do is try to vote for the basis of their constituents, right? That is giving you the most rights over what is governed in our country, when your representative is going to be voting yay or nay on the basis of what you and the people around you think and feel.
Well, no, I think the representative has the responsibility to throw out who they are and say, this is what I believe in, and then the people vote for who they like. And if the representative doesn't vote the way they want to, they just fucking unelect them next time. You know, they elect somebody else.
I mean, I think we're just kind of like arguing like two sides of the same coin here. I think when you make the argument that she's disingenuous and she doesn't represent the true views that she holds to, you'd have no reason to believe this. Like, I think, of course, the opposite. But at the end of the day, we could just make the argument that no one is more disingenuous than Trump. No one has a less morally virtuous character than Trump. No one lies more than Trump. No one is less acquainted with the truth than Trump. So at the end of the day, right, if you'd like to make some argument that there's some like aspects of like the virtue in her character that you disagree with, compared to Trump, she is fucking Jesus 2.0.
No, I mean, I'm not voting for Trump because I think he's a good person or because I would want him to be,
So then why criticize like the faults that you perceive in Kamala Harris's character if you don't care about the fact that you're voting for a 34 count felon rapist that try to coup the country and ban all Muslims from entering, you know?
Again, I'm not voting for Trump based on character or based on someone I would want to have at my dinner table. I'm voting on Trump based on someone who I would want to lead the world. And when you're having conversations with people like Putin or with Kim or President Xi, you need strength. And I think that Trump has a whole lot more strength than Kamala does. I think that when you see, Kamala under pressure, and you saw it in the Brett Baer interview, where she could not answer a simple question as to why haven't you done this yet, without saying, oh, well, Donald Trump's been running for president this whole time. She couldn't answer it.
Yeah. So first of all, my one criticism of Kamala Harris that I'll give you about the Fox News interview. By the way, Ed, feel free to chime in. Nice to meet you. Is that there were some questions she didn't answer. But if you want to talk about strength in world relations, I mean, where are the leaked Kremlin documents that suggest Putin thinks that Kamala Harris is easy to manipulate, like the leaked Kremlin documents that suggest Putin thinks that Trump is easy to manipulate? You know, like where's like the left-leaning Helsinki where Kamala Harris bent the knee and believed Putin's word of mouth over US
So for me, I always hear Republicans saying Trump is strong, Harris is weak, Biden is weak. What exactly is the definition of strength? What defines strength? Traditionally, it would be the use of the military, but now MAGA, they're completely against the use of the military. So what exactly is strength in your mind? Like, how do you equate strength with somebody?
I would equate strength to 4 years of the Trump administration between 16 and 20, where there were no new wars, where Putin did not move 1 inch in Ukraine, where nothing happened in the Middle East, where no American soldiers were sent somewhere they haven't been before, and where Afghanistan was ready to be pulled out safely and effectively,
But
where
how is
Biden
that? Is
botched
that
that.
strength, or is that just Trump saying, "Hey, let's all just get along"? Like what is your definition of strength? Like, how do you define that?
I would define strength on the global stage as a world leader who other countries will think twice before fucking around because they
Because Trump
are.
will do what though? What has
What's
he
that?
done to those countries? You don't want to fuck around with us because Trump will do what? Like
He
what?
didn't have to. He didn't have to
Yeah, yeah,
because they
yeah,
didn't do anything.
but why not? Why didn't they? It's not because they're afraid of him, right?
Well, I mean, because he told Tehran that if they attacked Israel when he was president, that he would turn Tehran into a parking lot, and
Well, so
there were
he
zero
talked shit though.
rockets. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but like because he told them this, that's strength. But he didn't back it up. He doesn't back. He
Well,
hasn't
there's
used the military,
under
right?
under the Biden Harris administration, there's been 1,200 rockets fired from Iran into Israel. Under the Trump administration, there were zero. And Trump publicly said to the Ayatollah that if you send one rocket into Israel, I will turn Tehran into a parking lot. And I mean, maybe the two are not connected, but it sounds to me like they might be.
Yeah, I mean, MAGA is against the use of the military, right? I mean that's what we've come to, and it's always been the Republican Party's been the party that wants to use the military. But you say Trump's strong because he's threatened the use of the military, but didn't actually use it. And
I would argue.
like,
I would argue that
there's
MAGA is
other.
not. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple reasons for why more rockets were fired at Israel when Trump was president. I mean, you can't just
It's
say
not
that because
more.
Trump's
It's
strong and
zero.
Biden's weak.
It's not more. It's 0 versus 1,200. That's
Wait,
not more. That's
I actually have a little question. So,
shoot.
what if Iran did fire at Israel and Russia did invade Ukraine and he like kept up on both of his threats of nuking Moscow and flattening Iran? What would happen to world tensions?
I have no idea because it didn't happen because they didn't want to fuck around under Trump.
Do you think that we'd probably be closer to a greater level of like imminent threat on the global scale, such as World War III, if we were like nuking other countries?
I would lead you to Tim Walz's comments during the vice presidential debate when he said we are closer to nuclear war with Iran than we have ever been in history because Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they've ever been in history. And that is directly tied to Joe Biden and the the Biden-Harris administration
But
unlocking
but
the
not
funds that we were withholding from Tehran.
but it's not tied to Donald Trump pulling out of the Iranian nuclear peace agreement.
No, not at all. Because Donald Trump pulling it. No, I don't think it is. Because it wasn't a peace agreement. It was appeasement. It was sort of like Chamberlain in fucking 1939 when he said, "Oh, we've achieved peace in our time." When Obama and Biden made that agreement with Tehran, they were negotiating with terrorists because, like, there's proof that that Tehran is behind.
Oh, could you call them Iran or like Iran or whatever
Iran.
you
Sorry,
pronounce it correctly? Iran. Yeah, there you go.
I was saying Tehran because it's the capital. I'm happy to call them Iran. What do you want me to call them? Iran? Iran?
Wait, Tehran. That's the capital of Iran.
Yeah, Tehran is the capital.
Oh yeah, you could call them that. That's fine. I thought that you were like just making some implication,
No,
like
no, 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 no.
combining
I
like
wasn't. I
tariffs and
wasn't
Iraq.
saying anything. Tehran is the capital of Iran.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, I'm uneducated on like global capitals of countries. Thank you.
Gotcha. No, but I mean, there is a correlation that shows that after we unlocked their money and gave them $6 billion that we had frozen their assets, following that, they sent money to both Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas. And all of a sudden, you've got the Hamas Israel stuff going on, which, the Middle East stuff, there's
Yeah,
been wars in the Middle East for 20,000 years. I'm
I
not,
think
I'm
I
not going to
disagree.
blame that on Biden. Go ahead.
I think I disagree. I don't know where I stand on like unfreezing that money. Like I don't know if that was a good or bad decision made by Biden. But like still, yeah, like for global strength, I mean, I feel like I kind of made my point clear. Putin doesn't think he's strong. Putin thinks he's easy to manipulate. That's why Trump believed like his word of mouth over DoD and CIA intelligence at Helsinki, right? That's why we have like leaked Kremlin documents stating that Putin thinks that he's easy to manipulate. But maybe like one thing that I could attribute to Trump here is that he's terrifying because he's psycho and insane. So when we have like a psycho, insane leader in our country, right, that is like threatening all these other countries, saying if you invade, we'll kill you all and flatten your country. It'll be a football field and no one will survive. Like you're right. Like we probably will see right them to be less likely to engage in these actions, 110%. Right. But my dispute here, right, is that this won't resolve right in long-term cooperative agreements. I think that having a psycho insane like insane man right will result in short-term success insofar as there being no immediate threat to like like the victim that Trump wants to protect these countries no, sorry, let me repeat myself, in the sense that there won't be an immediate threat, but this absolutely negates us from being able to achieve long-term cooperative agreements. What we need to have, right, a focus on, right, is how we can sustain good global relations in the long term through things such as alliances, through things such as treaties, right, through things such as working together, right, not just scaring the piss out of all the other world leaders because we have a psycho killer in the Oval Office. And I think that that is one place where Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have really shown strength, and that's one place where Trump like really showed weakness. He pulled out of the TCP. Right? He pulled out of the Paris Agreement. He said that he wanted to pull out of NATO. Right? He wants to revoke all these alliances, which are the only thing that can grant the U.S. right any virtuous any virtuous ability on the world scale to actually make and sustain these long-term agreements.
I would argue that the Paris Agreement was something we never should have been in because we agreed to something that was far more costly than any of the other countries involved. And the three countries that are causing the worst harm in climate change, if you believe in that, are Russia, China, and India, and none of them were involved. As far as the NATO thing, he never said that we should pull out of NATO. He said that we should make the other members pay their fair share. And I would argue that Biden is part of the cause of the Ukraine war going on so long, because when he stopped drilling and it raised the cost of American oil and oil around the globe, the European members of NATO are buying their oil from Russia, which that is Russia's biggest export and their only source of economy right now. And then we're turning around charging taxpayers and giving that money to Ukraine. So we're really funding both
So
sides
first
of the
of all, he
war,
didn't
even though
stop
one is de
drilling.
facto.
We
And
had companies shut.
go ahead.
We had drilling shut down because of COVID, and we're already now drilling more than any administration that has ever existed in our country, more than any other country in the world. And about Russian oil, in fact, we actually sanctioned Russian oil along with our allies in NATO. And then additionally, about like him continuing like the Ukraine war. Or him causing the Ukraine war. If anything, I'd say that he's taken a strong opposition against it, and he's gotten NATO together to fight against Russian expansion through funding Ukraine, which I'd say is a good thing, not only because of the virtue that Russian expansion equals bad, but also because of the Budapest Memorandum that we signed in '94 stating that if Ukraine gave up their nukes, we'll defend them if they're invaded, with Russia having full knowledge of this. This was a red line in the sand.
No, I completely agree with most of that. However, to say that we're not funding both sides of the war and to say that our allies are not buying oil from Russia is simply incorrect. France,
We
Germany, the
sanctioned.
UK, they're all buying Russian oil.
We sanctioned Russian oil. That's why we had higher prices here at home in America, not only because of Trump's deal with OPEC to decrease their output by 10%, but also because we're no longer getting Russian oil.
Well, no, we're also not drilling as much as we were under Trump.
We actually
We're
were
currently
drilling
not
more.
drilling as much as we were under Trump.
We're drilling more.
Agree to disagree.
No, I have a source, the EIA. Look up EIA, U.S. crude production of oil. The highest we ever drilled under Trump was 12.9 thousand barrels of oil per day, and we're currently drilling 13.4.
If that's the case, I would argue that it's because we are making up for lost time.
Not only are we making up for lost time, but we're also just trying to excel into a higher level of energy independence. We're also less reliant on imports under Biden and Harris than we were under Trump.
Then why is gas higher than it was under Trump?
Yeah, because of a decrease in the global oil supply. It's a global market.
And again, agree to disagree, but that's
Dude,
fine.
I'm giving you my source, though, man. What's your source?
No. I get it. And I've enjoyed this conversation. I like coming up here and being able to debate and talk about politics without people throwing insults at each other. I think this is a good platform, and I think that there needs to be more platforms like this.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Ed, do you have anything else that you want to throw in on here? Because I probably said everything on it.
No, yeah. I mean, Dean's right about oil. I mean, I've talked about this for a while now. We're drilling more than any country in the history of the world has ever drilled, and global oil supply, OPEC controls so much of that, and they decide that it's a bunch of countries that get together and decide how much oil they're going to release at any given time. Because you have to understand that oil price also influences oil production. So when oil prices fall below a certain level, production automatically falls because it becomes too expensive to produce it. If you're not going to be able to make enough money to make up for your cost to produce oil. So well, the oil industry and the oil economy, I guess you could call it, is very complicated. And while Democrats have talked about, reducing oil drilling and reducing fracking and focusing more on green technology, that's not what they've done. They've actually increased oil and tried to work toward green technology, and that's what I think should happen. I think we should focus on producing oil, becoming more oil independent, but also focus on moving toward green technology, because in the end, green technology is going to be better, cleaner, and it's going to allow us to be even more independent than we are right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. And actually, the reason why I so strongly agree with that is because if we just become like the world like dominating force in oil supply, that gives us a greater a level of like power and control over it. Like when the time comes when we could easily and economically make the switch to more green energy sources. Good point, Ed. Well, 776, was there anything else that you wanted to add on here before I end the space for the day?
What's that? No, I mean, if you're going to shut down the space, shut down the space. But I was going to say the last question I would have is when, according to recent polling, 79% of Americans by, Fox News, CNN, several different polling agencies say that the country's on the wrong track under the Harris-Biden administration, and
speaks to ignorance.
Kamala Harris is, what's that?
I think that speaks to ignorance, not fact.
No, I mean, you can Google it, but
no,
that's
I know.
fine.
I'm saying
But
that stat speaks to ignorance, not to fact.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, no.
inflation's the main reason for that. But did Biden and Harris cause global inflation? I mean, I think what really caused inflation was the supply shortage during COVID, then the huge increase in influx and demand when everything started opening up again, and supply not being able to catch up in many industries for weeks, months, and in some industries for over a year. And then we had the cargo ships. We couldn't get enough cargo containers into the ports because there was a mad rush, and that hurt supply even more. And then we had the Russian-Ukrainian war, which hurt energy prices on the global level. So, I mean, inflation was not Biden and Harris's fault. Did they contribute slightly to it? Yes. So did Trump with his COVID packages. But that was just government and the Fed all trying to predict where COVID was going to do and how bad it was going to be to the economy, and trying to make up for those losses. And yeah, we overshot a little bit. And by we, I mean Trump, I mean Biden, and I mean mostly probably the Fed, in that they put more money into the economy than anybody else.
So back to the previous statement, when 79% of the country, according to recent polling, says that the country's on the wrong fact, how would you explain to them that Kamala will get it back on track when she has not? I mean, let's be real. She hasn't really done anything in 3.5 years.
So she has.
Like
She's been the most effective VP in American history, and so insofar as tie-breaking votes in the Senate, and she's helped influence some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history with Biden. I think the fact that 70% of people think that America's on the wrong track is because of exactly what Ed pointed out. I mean, like shit, dude. 70% of Republicans think that the 2020 election was stolen just because Trump said so. So I don't think that this prevalent belief is going to speak to truth. Not to mention, I mean, for centuries, like 100% of the people thought that Earth was flat and that it's okay for like old men to marry 9-year-old girls. So I don't think that just because a lot of people think something means that it's true.
Well,
I would just say,
go ahead,
whether it's Trump or Harris, I think the economy is going to come back because wage growth is going to catch and then surpass what we saw in inflation. And when that happens, people are going to feel like they have more money in their pockets, more money in their bank accounts, and then they'll spend more. Right now, wages always lag behind inflation. So you have inflation, the spike in prices, but then over time, people start saying, wait a minute, I need more money. They start telling their employers that. Those employers are also making more money because they've increased prices relative to what they're paying their workers. So they're like, yeah, you're right. You do deserve a raise, but that takes time. That takes years. And we've already started seeing wages go up, and we're going to continue to see wages go up probably for another 2 years or so. So whoever gets in the White House, inflation is going to gradually fall. It's almost already at the healthy 2% level, and wages are going to continue to increase. So I mean, regardless, that issue with prices and prices related to wages and income is going to fix itself.
Yep. Well, 7076, I appreciate you for coming up, man.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I actually
enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, dude,
hopefully we can do it again.
Me too. I do these debate lives on TikTok every day, and like what I'm learning about Twitter here is, of course, there's a lot of people that are just like batshit crazy that are on TikTok, but there's also like a lot of more people that are more knowledgeable on these things. So I've been enjoying this slightly more intellectual conversation. So I appreciate you, man.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Peace out. And yo, Ed, it was nice to meet you, man. I appreciate you for popping up.
Yeah, it's nice meeting you as well. I saw some of your debate videos, and I guess a few weeks ago, and I thought how you just did an awesome job. And great job here too.
Well, I appreciate you so much, man. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, man. Take care. And then, hey, for everyone else in here, I have one thing for y'all to do once we end. I would all like y'all to do one thing for me. So on my profile, right, my most recent tweet is this space. It just says, calling all conservatives, this will be fun. If on your way out the door, you could actually go and like that tweet so we could push it out, right, on that Twitter feed so more people can pop back in and kind of listen to the recap of it. That would be phenomenal. I think the more people that can be exposed to these conversations, the better. So make sure to like that tweet on your way out. Also, make sure to hit that follow button. Not only do I do these spaces time to time, but I'm also cooking up, with a lot of my tweets. I'm not done debating for the day. If anyone is curious, I will just be going over to TikTok and we'll be live with my buddy Parker on @ParkerGetAJob. He currently has 8.5K people in there. So if you head in there as well, make sure to let him know in the chat by spamming Dean Raid. But anyways, like I said, like the tweet, it's the space as calling all conservatives. This will be fun. Let's get that pushed out through the Twitter algorithm so more people can listen to the recording. Hit that follow button and yeah, have a good one, guys. Peace out.
Like, honestly, it could just be like I should just try different accounts, honestly. But we're going to stick with it. We're going to see if it works. But what's good, everyone joining in? Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. What's up, Law? How you doing? How you doing? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
June 20th, 2005.
Okay. Are you voting Trump?
I'm not voting for anybody. I'm on here. Why you guys debate?
What's up, Courtney? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right. Good start to the stream, everyone. We're starting off strong. Great start to the live. Woo! Good start.
Yo, I'm back.
You're back?
I was on your live.
Thanks for telling me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
What's your birth year?
2002.
She influenced to get passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, right? And she's advocating for good policy for the next administration through like the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, and the $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses the first year of them starting out.
Okay, but she hates Christians. While she was hating on Christians, Donald Trump was working at McDonald's yesterday where she claimed she worked.
I think you're trolling, but like,
I think
she
you're
literally is
misinformed.
Christian. She is Christian.
I think you don't know in nothing. And how is she Christian if she told them Christians, get out of here? They're not in the right place.
It has nothing to do with them being Christian. They were Trump supporters.
They were literally saying, Jesus is Lord, Jesus is Lord. And she said, you're not.
They didn't say it multiple times. They said it one time, right? And what she was saying was not in response to them saying Jesus is Lord. Burst the confetti. Is in response to them like making the attention on them, talking over everyone in the crowd, right? And spouting Trump supporter bullshit. That's what it was. It wasn't about that. They said things prior to that. I thought you guys care about context. She literally goes to church more than Trump. But yeah, have a good day.
Hey, what's up?
How old are you?
I'm 34.
Are you voting Trump?
Definitely.
Why?
Because I like his policies and I like what he did for America.
Like what?
Like he helped out the middle class family. He helped out veterans, and there was no new wars under Donald Trump.
Well, like, how did he cause that to happen?
Um, Good question. I gotta look all that up. And I just wanted to say that I seen a video of you and Charlie Cook on YouTube. That was pretty sick. How you was debating him. That was cool.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. I was surprised to figure out it was him that I was able to debate. So I'm glad about that. Yeah, you should like look into like the things or like the the reasons why they would have caused this. Otherwise, like we'd have no really reason to like say that they're responsible for it, right? We got to know what they've done.
Mm-hmm. All right, man. It was nice talking to you. I just wanted to say like what's up, and like it was cool seeing you on Charlie Cook's thing. That was neat, man.
For sure. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Welcome, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
You voting Trump?
Yep, I'm voting for Trump.
Why?
Well, I think the economy was definitely way better under him, and he is kind of like I like him as a person. I mean, I think he just has done like he's very open. Like the people love him. He's a people's person, and I mean, you just look at the economy; it was amazing.
So you think he is good economically and he has good character? So does good character entail, trying to like coup the country by sending false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, or like saying he has sex in common with his daughter, or being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Well, that's just jokes. I mean, when he said the stuff with his daughter, I mean, he probably meant that like she just likes to do that and he likes to do that, but not with each other.
Oh, he also said perhaps he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He also said his daughter's voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. He also said. Yeah, he also said like plenty of things.
And this, like, he said this like out of his own mouth?
Yeah, out of his own mouth. I can play you the clips.
Okay, do that. You have a clip?
Yeah, I do have clips. I can pull them up. Give me one second. Have you never heard these before?
I know what you're talking about with his daughter. I've heard that before, but...
He said, yeah, to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's kind of just taken out of context, and that's what all these left-wing liberals do.
How is it out of context? What are you talking about, bro? He said he wants to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
Listen, I think you're a smart guy. You know some stuff, but you're not. I think there's some things you're really misinformed on. So, like, you could just pick a subject. What do you want me to educate you on?
Are you trolling? Because I'm playing you right here. Listen.
Your daughter, she's fucking a piece. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah.
That it wasn't Trump.
What?
That wasn't Trump who said that. That was Howard Stern.
Listen.
Okay.
My daughter is beautiful, Ivanka. By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's not Trump saying that, dude.
He said, yeah.
Trump said, yeah?
Yes. You can
maybe he was referring to saying when Howard Stern said, can I say this? And Trump was like, yeah, you can say it.
Do you want to hear it again?
Play it again, dude. I just debunked you. I just debunked you.
My daughter is beautiful, Ivanka. By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece.
He said, can I say this? And then he said, yeah. See? He said, can I say this?
Yeah, after saying a piece of
ass. He said, can I say this? And then he said, yeah.
Okay,
dude, I mean, like, this is the thing.
You're definitely trolling. There's no way you're real. I don't believe you're real.
This is what you do every single time something like this happens.
No, shut the fuck up. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Mostly because he likes the Constitution and
Whoa. I think he wants to terminate all articles found in the Constitution.
Yeah, I think that's kind of taken out of context. So, like,
really? Do you want to see the tweet?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it, but sure.
Well, I'll read it off. Let's see if this is like, taken out of context, or like, it's not explicitly clear. He said it was so with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Yeah, so I think he was kind of like talking about what the Declaration of Independence is saying, how you can kind of rewrite the government if it's, become like oppressive for the people, like the powers
terminating.
founded.
So are you telling me right now the termination of all of the articles found in the Constitution is pro-Constitution?
Well, if it has to happen in order to ensure that the rights of the people.
What do you think the election was stolen?
I don't know. I don't go that far into that as far as, because there's so much different.
So did Joe Biden rightfully win the 2020 election?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I haven't looked into it. So
you don't know? Did Donald Trump win the 2016 election?
I mean, yeah. I mean, what? Yeah,
Donald
sure.
Trump, okay, so then why do you accept? Have you looked into the 2016 election?
I mean, I just know that the 2020 election had a lot more kind of conversation on whether or not it was actually legitimate. So.
Oh, okay. So that just whether or not so that's just Trump speaking about it. That doesn't mean that it's actually legitimate, right? Thought that if Trump didn't claim this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there wasn't things.
Was there any evidence? Was there any sufficient evidence? There was literally no sufficient evidence. Over 60 plus courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. 34 of which are Republican appointed judges, right? They did not indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
So, yeah, but anyways, it's, that's just kind of, I think he was just talking about the Declaration of Independence. It says you.
No, we're talking about the Constitution. He said all articles in the Constitution. Saying
that you need an.
He just read it to you. I'll read it again.
So it's like,
right?
I mean,
a massive fraud of this type and magnitude. A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Yeah, so I think he's just explaining how, under extreme circumstances, we need extreme solutions, right? Which is what the Declaration of Independence was saying.
Dude,
is that not what the Declaration of Independence says?
Joy, you are losing the point. The point that is very clear is that he believes the election was stolen. Is that he has a state of mind that he wants to terminate the Constitution because the election was stolen from him, and there's no sufficient evidence to grant that he was the election was stolen from him. Okay, none.
Sure, but
absolutely.
Okay, he can believe that it was, right? So he can believe that, and that's fine.
And that's a threat to our public institutions. He's undermining our democracy. He's advocating to destroy public institutions,
right, just like
the Constitution. Listen, dude, wait. You literally just came on my live first arguing that the whole basis of your point was that Donald Trump protected the Constitution.
Yeah.
When he's actively advocating to fucking scrap the entire thing. What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, that would be you. You're the one who defends pro burning the flag, right? That's
wait,
the
isn't that a violation of your
wait?
Isn't that a violation of the First Amendment? Right?
Yeah, no, I know, I get that.
Wait,
but
so you want to violate
the argument
so
that you
Trump
have...
is pro Constitution. Yeah, he wants to terminate the Constitution. He wants to violate your free speech. He wants to undermine your rights. And you're like, no, keep doing it, Trump. Please,
right, and that's what I'm getting at.
Trump, thank you.
You can't point out any actual specific thing.
He said all of them. He said all of it.
No, none of those are specific. I mean, except the flag burning thing, and that's what I'm saying.
What do you mean it's not specific? He said all of it. That is very specific.
So you think that Trump gets in office, he'll just get rid of the Constitution?
Oh my God, Bella, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much, Alex. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $1 for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Vivian, thank you so much for the $1.11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. W for you. W for you. Morgan, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Christine, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much as well. Push that mustache.
So basically, what I'm trying to get at is how, like, Kamala Harris, she doesn't want you to own guns, right? She's like extreme when it comes to gun control. So that's like a specific thing that she's.
What protects your gun rights?
The Second Amendment.
Yeah. So if Trump wants to terminate all articles found in the Constitution,
that's not like a real thing.
Does that not include the Second Amendment?
No, yeah, but that's obviously
that's just not a real thing. I know Trump said it himself, but it's not real. Okay? It is not real that Trump said it, even though he said it himself on a public platform in front of millions and millions of people.
Right, like how the Declaration of Independence says that we can rewrite our whole government.
Dude,
that doesn't
that's
mean
not
like
what
the
this is.
Declaration
That's
of
not what
Independence
this is.
is anti-American.
Joy, you have to, in order to believe that, you have to believe that the election was stolen from you. What fucking evidence do you have of that? You said you don't have shit. You said you haven't even looked at it.
No, I mean, he didn't like come out and say, I am
Jordan, think of the dollar.
running to go and change the Constitution. My new campaign is new Trump Constitution. That's what we're doing in 2024.
Yeah, he just tried to illegally reinstate him as president of the United States because he thinks that he won the election when there's no fucking evidence indicating that. He literally tried to subvert the Constitution and terminate all articles in the Constitution, right, to literally attempt to be president again when he fucking lost.
So what did he do that tried to do that? Like, what actions
What do you mean?
did he take?
He sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes in 7 key states when he didn't win the election.
Okay, I have no clue what any of that is, but...
What do you mean? Okay, so look up Trump fake electors plot. Appreciate the boxing gloves, thank you. He literally tried to get Mike Pence to certify the false votes instead of certifying the true votes. Appreciate the money.
Right, but like, hasn't that happened with like Democrats previously?
No.
They certified it every time.
No, Joe Biden, when Donald Trump won, certified the true electors, right? The ones that said Donald Trump won. Okay, he did that. He upheld the peaceful transfer of power, and Donald Trump tried to subvert the peaceful transfer of power.
Okay, sure, but that doesn't get around the fact that Kamala Harris wants to take your guns away, right? And Trump doesn't want to take your guns away.
Dude, like, the only thing protected. Listen, what guns does she want to take away? Please tell me.
She wants to take away assault weapons, which includes AR-15s, which is one of the most popular guns of all Americans.
Okay, 2 things. Oh my God, popular guns. 1, even if that was true, that doesn't subvert your Second Amendment, right? Because you don't think people should be able to have miniguns. Okay, if people shouldn't be able to have miniguns, and that's not a violation of your Second Amendment, please explain to me how getting rid of an assault weapon is a violation of your Second Amendment. Please explain that to me.
Because the Second Amendment gives you the right to bear arms, right? And would you argue that...
and you still have the right to bear arms, even if you don't have the right to get an assault weapon, in the same way that you still have the right to bear arms if you don't have the right to go out and get a minigun.
No, and I don't know if there's even a law that exists that says you can't get a minigun. That sounds like it's kind of made up.
You can't get a minigun. You can't go out and get a fully automatic weapon legally.
No, you can. You can get a fully automatic weapon. What are you talking about?
Are you delusional?
No, I'm not. No, you just need a fully auto license.
Go do it. Go do it.
No, you need a license, and it costs like $50,000.
Go get your fully automatic license. Go get it. Go get it.
You can own one.
Illegally.
You legitimately think you can't own fully automatic weapons?
Yes.
Like that doesn't exist.
Yes, if you typical citizens cannot legally own
because you live in California, I guess.
Fully automatic weapons.
In California, maybe. That's not how it works like in all the states. Like
where
citizens can't own fully automatic weapons. You just need a fully auto license.
Crystal, thank you so much for the $3.33. Zand, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you so much. Let me look that up.
Like I've shot
do you think
guns.
People should be able to own fully automatic weapons, even if that's true? Do you think that should be legal?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Why not? Why wouldn't they? Why shouldn't they?
Wait, do you think people should legally be able to get what's it called? Like miniguns and rocket launchers?
I mean, I don't know if they can't, right? Like,
no. Do you think they should be able to?
I mean, I don't see like a legitimate reason why they shouldn't.
You don't.
You know.
What about nuclear weapons? What about loaded tanks?
I think like at that point it's just kind of absurd, right?
Well,
Like,
I mean, this is
that's not even a fair comparison.
Wait,
though.
we're talking about the right to bear arms, right? You said there's no regulation on the right to bear arms. Okay, this is an arm. I'm gonna buy a loaded tank and drive it in fucking Los Angeles like it's GTA. GTA 6 before in real life before it actually comes out.
Right, but like the point of the Second Amendment isn't for you to like own tanks, right? It's
Wait,
it's
okay,
like
so then again, you think there's some limitation. So why don't you draw the line at fully automatic weapons? You think people should be able to
Because
own fully
then-
automatic weapons? What do you need that for? Spec ops? Are you going to be taking out like zombies? Like this isn't The Walking Dead. What the fuck do you need a fully automatic weapon for? This isn't World War Z.
Like what are you supposed to protect yourself with? A banana?
You need a fully automatic weapon to protect yourself?
No, I mean it would be an effective weapon, right? Wouldn't it?
For what? For war?
Sure.
We're not. I'm not going
against
to war.
a tyrannical
Are you
government,
going to?
right?
Oh my God! You think that you should wait? So should you be able to own a tank too and nuclear weapons because the federal government has them?
No, I didn't. I mean, I didn't say that.
Wait,
And
but I gotta be able to protect myself from the federal government that has nuclear
Well, I
weapons.
don't think you
They've
even
got
need that.
helicopters. They've got tanks. I've got to have that too. Okay.
No, but think
in order to
like-
protect myself from the federal government, I have got to have nukes.
But do you need that for like a well-regulated militia? Do you need nukes?
Oh, now you say well-regulated militia. Does a well-regulated militia need literally fully automatic weapons and miniguns and rocket launchers? This is in fucking GTA. What are you talking about?
I mean, and that's not even what we're talking about. Like, Kamala Harris wants to take away.
Wait, Joey,
assault
no.
rifles. What's an
At what
assault
point do you
rifle?
draw the line? At what point? Again,
Yeah, and that's the question for you. What is an assault rifle? Where does it stop?
Wait, no. The point
right?
I'm not even drawing line. She hasn't even specifically ran on that this election. You're talking about a clip from 2019.
No, I mean she's consistently been anti-Second Amendment. Consistently.
No, she hasn't. Donald Trump wants to terminate the Constitution. Donald Trump wants to put people in prison. Not put people in prison. Donald Trump wants to take people's guns first and then do due process second. He said that himself. Do you want to hear him say that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what he was referring to when he said that.
He said a crazy man's case in Florida where he was already crazy and like they thought he was a potential danger to society, like Donald Trump is. Person the confetti thinkers, which they could strip them of their Second Amendment rights. Under your view.
So if there was like evidence that pointed that maybe he was going to do something, then maybe that would be okay. But like, I don't think everything Trump does is okay, right?
Let me ask you this question: should violent offenders should be able to get access to guns? Like, should they be able to get access to guns? Personally, confetti.
Like, I mean, are they a felon?
No, I'm asking just in general. Violent offenders should they be able to get access to guns?
Like, if they've been convicted of a felony, they shouldn't, right?
Okay, so if you've been convicted of a felony, you shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but you should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes? Really?
Well, sure. I mean, the only things that would restrict you, right? You have to be 35 and a citizen of the United States. That's all it says, right?
Wait. So again, you think someone who has been convicted, right, of sexual abuse and has convicted felonies, right? Appreciate the boo, thank you so much. Shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to nuclear fucking weapons.
Well, yeah, I mean, because that's what the Constitution outlines, right?
Make that. I don't fucking care. The point that I'm making here.
Oh, you don't care about the Constitution now?
Oh, wait.
That's weird.
I have a question. No. I said I don't care because what you're doing is you're not applying it based on the Constitution. What you're doing is you're subverting the Constitution. You're trying to portray that your position is the only based on the Constitution. If you think that violent offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, isn't that under your view then a violation of their Second Amendment?
I think that's just like where we're at today in society, right? So like you have to make some compromises. Right.
No, wait. So you're okay with violating the Second Amendment?
No, I mean that's not. Well,
are you trying to strip people of their Second Amendment rights? Wow, dude, you don't give a fuck about the Constitution.
I mean, this is just where we're at today, right? So, do you want to go further in the wrong direction, or do we want to?
That is terrible.
Do we want to slow that?
Wait. So are you saying it's justified? Because you just said it's justified to violate the Second Amendment. That's what you just said. You don't give a shit about our Constitution, about our American patriot values.
Well, I don't know where the hell like being a felon means you can't own a gun came from.
That's what you said.
But that's just how it is today.
You just said that. Do you think that violent
that's
offender?
Just the law.
Let me ask you what should be. I'm not asking you what is. I'm asking you what should be the case. Do you think violent offenders should be able to get access to guns?
Well, I mean, ideally, we would all own guns and be able to protect ourselves. Yes.
Wait. So you think you think convicted rapists should be able to get access to guns? You think convicted domestic abusers should be able to get access to guns?
Well, I mean, if everybody owns a gun, then they can all protect themselves, right? So we don't have to worry about the scary people.
Whoa!
They're not going to hurt anyone anymore because everyone can defend themselves.
Oh my god! I have a question. Should prisoners in jail be able to get access to guns?
Like, that's not even a fucking legitimate question, right? Why would they have guns in jail?
No, should they be able to get access to guns?
Well, I mean, should they have the right to go and walk around?
Are you stripping them of their Second Amendment rights?
Well, they can't go and go wander down the street, right? So they don't have rights because they're imprisoned, right? It's not like you have all your rights when you're in prison.
Sure, I'm not saying you have all of the same rights. That's the point of what I'm saying. If you're a violent offender, you shouldn't be able to get access to a gun. You don't get the privilege, right? Privilege. Xylon, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Of getting access to a gun if you have violated someone, if you have assaulted someone, right? I don't want people who have a violent history like that to be able to get access to guns. Right?
Well, it's not a privilege. I mean, it's a right.
Do you think they should be? It is a privilege. Do you think they should be able to get access to guns?
No, I mean, in today's society, they can't and they shouldn't because that's how it works in today's society, right?
No, I'm not asking you about what currently is. I'm asking you about what it should be.
What it should be is that society should be different, and we shouldn't have to take away people's guns
so
right?
Violent offenders should be able to get access to guns. Is that what you're saying? Push the panther pause.
No, I mean, not really. That's not really what I'm saying.
So yes or no? Which one are you saying?
In today's society, no. If you're a felon, you don't get a gun. That's how it works, right?
Hey, Joy. Again, I'm not asking you what we do legally speaking in our current society. I'm asking you, ideally, under your view, what should it be? Tessa, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. And you really don't want to answer the question.
No, ideally, everybody would be able to protect themselves. And then, you wouldn't have violent offenders that we'd have to worry about getting guns because, right? Well, the person would have already protected themselves. So if I'm a violent offender and I want to go violent offend someone, I'm going to have to get through their gun to do that, right? That's not going to work very well because I won't be walking around.
Joy, if you allow everyone to get access to a gun, that doesn't mean everyone's going to be fucking carrying around guns like the damn Wild fucking West, okay?
So that's not how it worked in the Wild West?
Dude,
people didn't walk around with guns?
You think the Wild West was a desirable time to go back to?
I mean,
do you think the Wild West was a desirable time to go back to?
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to live in the Wild West compared to today.
What?
Why not? What do you mean?
What do you mean, why not? Dude, you're little. What the fuck? Appreciate the booth. Thank you so much. Saying you'd rather go back to the Wild West. Saying you'd rather go back to the Wild West rather than right now is the most insane shit I've ever heard.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess you're from a different place than I am, Dude,
where the fuck are you from that says you want to go to the Wild West? Appreciate the Haley. Thank you for
I'm from
You're literally
the Wild
on your
West.
phone right now. If you want to play Red Dead, right, go fucking play Red Dead in the wild, right? Why are you living in society?
No, I mean, well, obviously, I didn't grow up hundreds of years ago.
Bro said I want Red Dead Redemption in real life. Red Dead Redemption in real life before GTA 6 dropped, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a better time than today, right?
Dude,
that's just my personal opinion.
This guy's so delusional. Then go fucking live in the middle of nature, dude. Go do it.
That's different.
What do you fucking mean that's different?
You still have to abide by all the laws and
craziness of today's society, whether or not you're in the middle of nature.
Wait,
or
so
not.
let's just clarify. You want to go back to a time where people who are black were enslaved. You want to go back to a time where women didn't have the right to vote. You want to go back to a time like that just because people carried guns around and rode on fucking horses?
No, I mean, I think you just had more liberties back then, right?
Yeah, liberty of dying of different viruses, liberty of, not having the right to vote, liberty of being enslaved?
Yeah, I mean, sure, but you wouldn't have to worry about that because all you're worrying about is
because you're a
hopes.
white man with property. You don't have to worry about it because you're a white man with property.
Oh, okay.
Do you realize,
yeah, here
do you
go.
realize what you're saying?
How did you get to that? Like, how did you even get onto that?
Because we're fucking talking about the Wild West, genius.
Yeah, I know, and that has nothing to do with like
the only person that could say this.
I'm not worrying. What?
The only person that could say this in America is a white man who's straight with what's it called? With property. That's the only person who could say that.
No. I mean, you could be an outlaw and be black, right? And you'd have just as well off as a chance as a white man.
Wait,
right?
Are you telling me that any person who's black in America should prefer to go back to the wild fucking West?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. I literally said this is just my own opinion, right? And because we're from like different parts of the country, so like you don't understand what it's like to live in like rural areas.
I grew up in Iowa.
All right, that
what the fuck
doesn't
are you
even sound
about?
that rural. That
Iowa doesn't sound rural. My dad grew up on a farm, genius. What the fuck are you talking about?
How many kids were in your graduating class?
I grew up like half of my life in California.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't sound rural.
Yeah, I grew up in Iowa though. What are you talking about? You act like that's like gives you some different perspective, bro.
Yeah, I mean, well, clearly it does, right? You have a different perspective.
Do you think a farm is rural?
No, I mean it depends on.
My parents
like,
literally grew up in cities with like. My parents grew up in cities with like less than 500 people. Pretty sure they had a mustache. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, that's your parents, right?
So you act like I'm not familiar. You act like I'm not familiar with that. What are you talking about?
That's not your own experience.
The IC thinking so. You act like I haven't gone to these areas. Like I don't go visit these places.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. California.
Like a lot. Wait. Yeah. I grew up in Iowa for most of my life. Texas. I purchased the subscription. I lived in Iowa until I was like 13.
Sure. Okay. That's still just not rural from where I'm from. So if you compare
almost my entire childhood was in Iowa. Right.
Okay, I get that but it's still just not as rural as where I'm from.
What? There's like 3 people living there. What do you live? What the fuck are you talking? What do you mean more?
Like I'm not going to tell you where I live, but like there's only a few places, like less
more rural than literally farms. Like okay.
Like yeah, you can have a farm. Like there's farms in Florida, right?
User, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah, and how is that different from the farms in Iowa?
Well, no, I'm just saying that's not like where I'm from. So,
do you live in a city of 5 people?
No, I mean I've been to cities of 5 people that are near where I was born and raised. So,
well, it doesn't seem like you experienced much of the culture because, I mean, it was 5 people. It's a family. That's literally a family. Okay. That's literally a family.
Yeah, okay.
Like my family's 5 people.
Yeah, I mean, like my grandparents
family of 5.
live in a ghost town. It's literally a ghost town, right?
Okay. So it's like it's not like you're experiencing the culture of that.
No, I mean, you do.
That's like going to someone's house and being like, "Yep, I experienced a small town because I went to someone's house." It was a house of 5 people.
No, I mean, I don't think you've experienced anything like it from what you're talking.
Wait, with a small town of like 500 people, there's like a little bit of a culture to like experience. There's people that live. There's different families that live there. Right. Sure. When you're talking about 5 people, you're talking about one group of people. right? That's like
all right, but anyways,
like going over to someone's house for dinner and being like, I'm the most rural person ever.
All right, well, I think we got way off topic anyways, but like another thing about Kamala Harris is she,
doesn't want to terminate the Constitution, isn't held civilly liable of sexual
First
abuse,
Amendment,
right?
The First Amendment.
She hasn't been held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
The
She didn't
First
try to coup
Amendment.
the country. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
She doesn't want the First Amendment.
She literally didn't call for people who burn the American flag to be put in prison for a year, which Donald Trump did, which the Supreme Court already determined as a violation of the First Amendment.
Right. That was Texas versus Johnson, right? So, yeah, I get that.
She's going after your First Amendment, but Trump isn't, even though he literally said it on multiple occasions.
That's what I was saying
he wants
earlier.
to terminate the Constitution, right? He's
you
not
guys like
taking
the
it.
First Amendment.
Only her. She's the reason that everything's bad.
So you guys like the First Amendment as long as it applies to burning flags, and that's about it, right?
Dude, where did we talk about getting rid of the First Amendment?
Oh, where did Kamala Harris say that?
Yeah, when did she say that she wants to get rid of the First Amendment?
Well, she said that she wants to censor. She said if you don't police your platforms, then like we'll hold you accountable. She said that. So that would be a direct violation.
Well, you know that certain platforms can engage in negligence, right?
No, I'm not talking about what certain platforms do. It's not the government's role to enforce that, right? It's not
okay. So if a platform allows for child porn, should we enforce that?
What do you mean? Like, is that free speech? Wait, is that free speech?
I'm asking, should we enforce that?
Because obscenity isn't free speech. Well,
should we enforce that?
We're talking about free speech.
Should the government enforce that and stop that from happening?
Well, it's not free speech, so can the government enforce it? Yes.
Can you answer the question? So the government does have a role. Yes. So a government does have a role in enforcing some restrictions over social media companies. That's the point I'm making.
Not free speech.
Okay. So again, what free speech is she advocating for? Right? Because what she said is compatible with them stopping, right, videos of child porn being on the internet. Right? That's compatible with what she said.
How is that the same thing at all?
All she said is that if they engage in negligence and they engage in things that they don't, try to moderate their platforms, that the government is going to hold them accountable. I just gave you an example of how the government could do that, and you somehow don't realize that you just said that doesn't violate free speech. Okay.
I'm not sure what I'm not following your argument.
Yeah. There's like 3 brain cells.
All right. No, but so you don't think misinformation isn't free speech? Is that what you're saying, or
no?
Do you think
what I'm saying is that what she said is not compatible with saying that she wants to violate free speech.
It is. Like if you're the
Emma,
government.
Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Lauren. Thank you so much for the $1. Tiffany, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jessica, thank you for the $1. I had a bunch of people who are from rural areas say that they don't want to go back to the Wild West. Morgan, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, it's probably
giving him too much credit. Very true. Alex, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Dude, why are you hating on Iowa?
I don't know. I've never been there. It doesn't sound as rural as where I'm from. Is all I'm saying.
You know what?
So
hate on Iowa all you want. It's MAGA, so yeah, you're hating on your own team.
All right, it's not as red as where I'm from, but
okay. Well,
okay. So you think
that's a bad thing? You being in a more red area is bad.
No, it's not bad. No,
yes, it is. That's
we have
really
more
bad.
freedoms here. Yeah, we have more freedoms.
Yeah. I guarantee your state doesn't allow for women to get access to abortion in the first trimester.
No, I'm sure it does. I don't know the law on it, but I'm sure it does.
Tell me the state.
No, I'm not going to tell you the state.
Tell me the state.
I'm not going to tell you the state.
Why not? No one's going to be able to find your house.
Privacy. That's
Dude,
just
no one's going to be able to find your house by you telling us the state, genius.
Right, I understand that, but I can have discretion in the information that I give out. Right, there's 6,000 people on here.
Okay, the 6,000 people are going to find your IP address and they're going to find your coordinates off of your fucking state?
I'm just saying I have that discretion and I'm not giving you the state. Right? So anyways,
Are you from California?
No.
No. West or East Coast?
West.
West Coast? Idaho?
No.
Wyoming?
Nope.
Montana?
Yep.
Okay, well, you just told me the state, genius.
Well, there you go. You guessed it. Yeah, so congrats.
Yeah, so,
Right.
okay,
So there's not much.
cool. I know people from Montana, and they wouldn't fucking agree with you.
Okay. Where are they from in Montana?
Wait, they don't have the discretion to tell you.
No, well, nobody knows who they are, right?
Well,
like
state is
just naming cities in a state.
You're asking. Oh, come on, cities is definitely more of a identification than like states. Come on.
Okay, sure. Anyways, there's a few liberal places.
I'm okay with selling Montana to Canada. Canada can take it.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. But anyways,
if you're with me, type 1 in the chat. If you're with me, type 1 in the chat. They can send in Florida too. 2 and 1.
So I don't know if you were right about the abortion in the first trimester. I haven't looked into that because it's not relevant to me. But I'm assuming
Canada said no.
We don't have that.
Canada said no thanks. I'm just trolling everyone. What's up? Sorry, what were you saying?
It doesn't matter. Anyways, it sounded like your argument earlier was that misinformation isn't protected speech under the First Amendment.
She's not advocating to take away the ability to spread misinformation, right? What she's specifically indicating is that all they did is that they just recommended that, like, Zuckerberg don't allow for misinformation. They didn't, like, do anything else.
No, she said that if they don't police their own platforms, then she will hold them accountable.
How is that related to misinformation?
Because that's what she said, for misinformation.
When did she say misinformation?
I don't know. I can play what she said.
Go ahead. Sarah, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. He lives in Wyoming. I found his IP address. So real. Cynthia, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Benita, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Christopher, thank you so much for the $1. I know, it definitely is. He's cucked. Yeah, thank you for the Swan. Thank you so much, Saul. I appreciate it. Thank you. How does it feel? How does it feel, Joy?
And will put the Department of Justice of the United States back in the business of justice. We will double the Civil Rights Division and direct law enforcement to counter this extremism. We will hold social media platforms accountable for the hate infiltrating their platforms because they have a responsibility to help fight against this threat to our democracy. And if you profit off of hate, if you act as a megaphone for misinformation or cyber warfare, if you don't police your platforms, we are going to hold you accountable as a community.
Okay, that just says that, like, if there's negligence that's caused because of the hate that you ensue, that there's going to be responsibility applied to you. That's completely reasonable. Please tell me how that violates the First Amendment.
Well, so how is that the government's role, right? Like,
yeah, because again, we think the government should enforce negligence, right? Like, if someone uses these platforms to incite a riot, right? Do you think that they should be held accountable?
Right, that's different.
Wait, what do you mean?
How is that? Because
how is that
not
different?
free speech, right?
So again, if they utilize misinformation to cause, right, a riot, should that
That's
be?
not what she
should
said,
that be?
though.
Wait, that's exactly what she's saying. Play it again.
From the start, or where?
Yeah, play it again. Because didn't she also say, like, as a community?
The Department of Justice of the United States back in the business of justice. We will double the Civil Rights Division and direct law enforcement to counter this extremism. We will hold social media platforms accountable for the hate infiltrating their platforms because they have a responsibility to help fight against this threat to our democracy. And if you profit off of hate, if you act as a megaphone for misinformation or cyber warfare, if you don't police your platforms, we are going to hold you accountable as a community.
How can you hear that again and listen to the last word that was just said and be like, oh my God, the government's coming after us. Rah! Government. She said, as a community. As a community. Yeah. Jesus fuck!
Using the government.
Trump wants to terminate the Constitution, and this guy's like, that's not a fucking threat. And then she says, as a community, we'll hold a social media platform accountable for misinformation and hatred that they spread. And you're like, oh my fucking god! She said at the end, as a community. Jesus.
Then why did she say law enforcement? Like, what is law enforcement?
Fucking way, man. Oh my fuck, dude.
What does law enforcement have to do with?
No. At the end, she said, as a community, man.
Yeah, why did she bring up law enforcement? What does law enforcement have to do with that?
You tell me. You play the clip again. We'll hear it again.
Oh my god.
Because we have to go over it again for you, buddy.
And we'll put the Department of Justice of the United States back in the business of justice. We will
that doesn't sound like
Civil
community.
Rights Division and direct law enforcement to counter this extremism. We will hold.
Yeah, that was probably, she's referring to something from prior. So there's something prior in the clip before that she's referring to. It seemingly is not, she's referring to separate things there.
Yeah, I don't think you're right there based on her track record of hating free speech.
Oh, then play the clip a little bit before. Can you play like 30 seconds before that clip?
I don't have that. It's just this. This was just the clip I found.
Oh, like on Twitter?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Interesting. They're so mad about cut clips.
Well, I don't know. It does sound like she could have been talking about something else, but it also doesn't sound
it very much
she
sounds
is saying.
Like that.
Yeah, and based on her track record, like how she said that they should get rid of Trump's Twitter account. You know, for misinformation. She said it in a debate with Elizabeth Warren, and then she said, "Come on, Elizabeth Warren, you admit that you agree with me." And even Elizabeth Warren couldn't admit. She couldn't agree because she knew it was extreme.
Well, how about this? So her saying she thinks that he should be taken off the platform, does that mean that she wants to use the government to do that?
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean
that's what she's saying.
It doesn't mean that. For example, I think that certain government certain people shouldn't be allowed on platforms. Right? Like older millennials, a good example. He should not be allowed on TikTok, right? But I don't think the government should be the one to enforce that. Right. I don't think the government should prevent him. I think that that TikTok should do it themselves, and they have. Thank you so much, TikTok. TikTok, you did a great job, incredible job, amazing. Thank you so much. He's a terrible person.
So it sounds like you wouldn't agree with Kamala then, because she wants to use the government to do that, right? And so does Tim Walz. Tim Walz wants to do the exact same thing.
Tim Walz.
So what?
Tim Walz. Also,
sure.
do you think that JD Vance and Trump always agree? Appreciate the hand art.
Well, they're repeating the same thing, right? They're both saying misinformation, hate speech. We gotta.
No, I'm just asking the question. Like, do you think that they always agree?
Well, I mean, no. Obviously, they don't always agree. But if they're saying
they don't always agree.
They do.
Okay, so then what's your point here? Even if that was true, what's your point?
They're saying the exact same thing.
They're not.
They're repeating
Kamala
the
Harris
same
didn't
points.
say that. Kamala Harris never said that she wants to violate the First Amendment. Donald Trump said he wants to terminate the Constitution, and Donald Trump said that he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which again was determined by the Supreme Court to be a violation of the First Amendment. Again, you don't look at those things. You're like, oh, those aren't real. But if Kamala Harris said the same thing, you'd be freaking out and it'd be the reason you're not voting for her. You guys are hypocritical. You guys are bullshit. And you guys are feeding into the grape apology, right, in the grape culture by promoting a candidate that's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman because you guys want to follow a guy that has disinformed his population or misinformed his population of people who are voting for him. Right? It's insane.
No, I
like,
just
you guys are so
legitimately believe in
conspiracy
the First
brain rotted.
Amendment.
Any person in any other country, like in Europe, you want to go to, they'd see our fucking culture of misinformation and be like, that's fucking insane. I can't believe that's normal in their society. But that's the reality on the ground here in the United States of America. It's that most of this country is heavily misinformed because of people like Donald Trump. And I'm not saying it doesn't exist on the left side. It does exist on the left side as well. But what I'm also saying is that stuff was created to a worse degree and impacted negatively, socially speaking, by people like Donald Trump completely misinforming his entire voter base.
No, I mean, these are just things that they're saying themselves, right? Like they're saying we need to police platforms using the government. That's Kamala Harris is saying that.
Yeah, you're not listening, right? You didn't indicate the prior context to be able to justify that statement. One, two, the clip that you played said that she wanted to hold them accountable as a community, not as a government, as a community.
Right after
you're not willing to listen to any of these points.
And the Department of Justice.
Yeah, again, we just said you don't have evidence to justify your claim because you won't play the prior context of the clip.
Okay,
right?
so
I do have evidence because she literally said, right, as a community they would hold them accountable. Play the end of the clip.
Yeah, no, so like
no.
Okay, and then so Tim Walz is repeating the same thing about how misinformation isn't free speech, right? So that sounds like the exact same thing that she was saying, doesn't it? You don't think so?
No.
You think it's a different thing?
No. And also, again, you'd have to give me another source for that one, right? And we can keep going down and push the hanging lights. Thank you so much. But like again, if you have to point at what Walz says in order to say something that Harris says the same thing, well then I could say the same thing about Vance. Vance said that he wants a national abortion ban. And Donald Trump said that he doesn't want a national abortion ban. Does that mean that Donald Trump does want a national abortion ban?
No, I mean, but they're saying the same things, right? So if Donald Trump was saying like we should have a national abortion ban, then you could argue that
Kamala Harris hasn't said that, and that's what you haven't justified. Appreciate the booth. Thank you so much. Even if it was true that Tim Walz said this, which you don't have the source for, right? I didn't hear anything. It still is the case that that you have to justify that Kamala Harris said it in the first place.
All right. Well, I just played her saying it. I didn't play the Elizabeth Warren thing, which is just another case of her saying that the government should enforce social media platforms and misinformation, which is a scary thing because you can't draw the line on misinformation. And then here's Tim Walz saying that misinformation isn't protected.
There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
Okay. So again, Tim Walz said it. Does that mean that Kamala Harris has the same position?
No, I mean she probably shouldn't. She probably shouldn't pick somebody who doesn't know what the First Amendment is or does know what it is and is completely going against
Joy.
it.
Listen, you cannot tell me that statement of Tim Walz is a worse statement for him comparative to Donald Trump.
Totally, totally is.
Listen, Joy,
absolutely. I know what you're gonna say.
Can you shut up?
You're gonna say burning flags.
No, listen.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. That you cannot say it's a worse statement than Donald Trump literally himself saying that he wants to terminate the Constitution. Okay? So again, you can sit there and you can act like that's a worse statement, but Donald Trump actively undermining the entirety of every single fucking article in the Constitution is absolutely and undeniably worse under your worldview than that. But you don't believe Donald Trump when he says it, and you do believe Tim Walz when he says it.
Well, because one, they're completely serious about doing it. Like this is their
and Donald Trump is serious too.
That they're gonna try to put into effect.
Is Donald Trump not serious?
No, absolutely, he is not going.
Donald Trump wasn't serious when he went in front of millions of people. He told them the election was stolen from them to stop the steal. He literally, for hours, did not stop them raiding the fucking Capitol. Right, so that they could literally pause the peaceful transfer of power. He sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes in 7 key states to try to illegally steal the election and try to force Mike Pence into a scenario where he had to certify the false votes. Whereas fucking Mike Pence, of all people, saved our fucking democracy from Donald Trump. Mike fucking Pence saved this country. That's how you fucking know this is terrible. Push the boxing gloves.
So
what
you
talking
legitimately
about?
believe
He said terminate the Constitution. You don't believe him.
No, but you legitimately think that if he wins this election, that he will just eradicate the Constitution and just put in a Trump Constitution?
Wait, what did he say? What did he say? If
do you legitimately think that would ever happen?
Listen, this is like me saying, "Oh, do you think it's actually legitimately going to happen that Tim Walz is going to be able to remove hate speech from a platform on social media? Do you actually think that would be able to happen?"
No, they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing.
How?
One's legitimately feasible, right?
Really?
Like you could make policy.
Really?
She could push for executive orders to police social media platforms.
How?
They could try to,
If it violates the First Amendment, wouldn't the Supreme Court just shut that down?
yeah, I mean, right? It's way more feasible than writing an entirely new constitution.
That's not feasible. One, that's not feasible, and two, if he literally tries to terminate the Constitution, overthrow a democracy, right? That absolutely, right, is what's next to come. You understand that democracy, right, can fall.
You sound
into
like
ruins.
a lunatic when you say that.
I don't sound
that's
like
not rational. Like that's not a legitimate
Listen,
thing that could happen.
Can I like fully explain my statement, or do I have to mute you to be able to speak a full statement on my own fucking live?
Go ahead.
Be quiet. Yeah. So again, do you not know how Germany fell? They had a democracy. Their democracy fell. It is possible for democracies to fall. It is totally possible. And people
and they took away their guns and they took away their free speech.
Shut up, dude.
That's how they.
Donald Trump wants to terminate the Constitution, which would get rid of your protections for that. But be quiet for literally 2 seconds, dude. Are you like a child? Jesus Christ. If Donald Trump wants to terminate all articles found in the Constitution, if he wants to reinstate himself, right, as president of the United States when he doesn't rightfully win the election, who's to say that he's not going to try to do it in the future? Who's to say that he doesn't have more power consolidated within the Republican Party to be able to do things like that now, comparative to that, right? Don't you want to like limit people who actively want to threaten our public institutions from being able to be in these positions?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just absurd to actually believe that that's a thing that could happen, right?
Is it not absurd to back a candidate that wants to do these things while you say that he's going to protect the Constitution? Like,
No,
it's
I
just
mean,
totally insane. You're
like,
totally
I
deluded.
already-
You have no clue what reality is at this point because you're so misinformed and your brain rot is so extensive because Donald Trump
So
says
you're
something
saying
and Donald Trump is right
I
when
don't
Donald
live in
Trump says
reality
something.
because I think that Kamala Harris will try to take away our assault weapons, and which
She hasn't said
infringes
that
on our
recently.
Second Amendment.
She hasn't said that recently, and
She
also
wants
you're not acknowledging. Donald Trump said that he wants to
universal
terminate the
background
Constitution.
checks.
Push a little crown. Wait, how is she going to get past an assault weapons ban? Isn't it?
What do you
Is
mean?
it against the Constitution?
Okay, cool.
So the Constitution will stop her. So then, what's your issue?
Right. Well, why does she want to do these things though?
Oh! So it's not about actually being able to feasibly do it. It's about making the fucking threat in the first place. Whoa! Oh my God! It applies to everyone else but fucking Trump. But Trump. Literally,
All right,
he
well,
says terminate the Constitution.
all I'm saying
you're like,
is have
you're like,
fun-
he can't fucking do it.
have fun
he can't do
making
it.
money
he
doing
can't do
this
it, dude.
Without you.
He said he can't do it. He can't do it. There's no way he'd be able to do that. What are you talking about?
Have fun in
That's
World
not
War
an actual
III.
threat. He couldn't
You're
actually
literally-
do it. He couldn't do it. Right? But when Kamala Harris wouldn't be able to do it because of the Constitution, then it's not the same fucking thing. Do you see how all of this reasoning applies to Kamala Harris, but it doesn't apply to Donald Trump? It's special exception for Donald Trump.
They're two entirely separate things. They're two entirely different things.
What's the relevant difference? Please tell me what the relevant difference is.
Because
bud.
when Trump said it, he was talking about protecting the country and protecting the people, right? Because that's what's in the Declaration of
protecting the
Independence.
people
like I
by
already
terminating the Constitution and illegally stealing the
said.
fucking
Right,
election.
What does the Declaration of
Are
Independence
you trolling?
say?
Wait, who rightfully won the 2020 election?
No, I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
What did all of the audits in every single state indicate who won the election?
Well, I gotta go.
What about the
So
recounts?
have fun doing this.
Oh, you have to go now? You have to run
Have
away
fun
now?
doing
Oh,
this
that's
with
fucking
Kamala
hilarious.
Harris's
You have to run away now?
misinformation laws.
Oh,
Have
come
fun.
on. Oh, come on. You have to run away now? What a fuck. Run to your MAGA safe space. What a fucking joke, dude.
No,
That's your
I
prison
have-
subscription. Go run
I'm an
away,
adult.
buddy.
I have responsibilities.
You're an adult. I'm a fucking adult as well, and you came on my live. You've spent over 30 minutes of my live, and now you have to leave when I'm critiquing
At 4
you on
o'clock.
this?
It's 4 o'clock. Yep.
Okay.
All right. See you later.
Okay, buddy. Okay, bud. Run, baby, run. Actually crazy, dude. Actually crazy. I cannot believe people like that exist. I'm voting for Donald Trump because he wants to protect the Constitution. Jeez, bro. Jeez. That's a real argument. That's not an NPC. That's an actual argument. I can't even believe it, man. I should have asked him if he believes in dinosaurs. Fuck. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh my, let's get this next person up here. Tap that screen, share the live. Follow me if you have not already, everyone. Follow me. I do these literally every single day. After the election, we're going to have a bunch of different topics as well. What's up, how old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Someone said better not be religious topics. I will be talking about religion. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
You voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Economy, immigration.
Okay, can you name one economic policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Well, so you say corporate taxes hurt the middle class, is that correct?
What?
Trump lowered corporate taxes, and that
only for people's corporation income over $50,000 in a year. For under $50,000, he actually increased the corporate tax rate. It went from 15 to 21%. So what he did hurt small businesses, hurt starting off businesses. Is that a good policy?
Well, you think it's not good at all that he lowered corporate taxes?
Well, I think corporate taxes being a bit higher, especially for higher incomes, is not a bad thing. We've had that historically speaking, and it's been totally fine under Clinton, under Obama, under basically every president since literally 1939. We had a higher corporate tax rate than 28% would be for the top marginal tax rate. By the way, again, it's the top marginal tax rate. And again, Democrats like Kamala Harris believe in a progressive tax system. So it's going to predominantly impact, right, the highest levels of corporation income. And secondly, as it relates to this, those corporate taxes that Donald Trump limited, they didn't benefit the economy in a massive scale. You can look at the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the effect of it. I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard that indicates there was 0.04% annual GDP increase from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which comes out to about $10 billion a year.
Well, these big corporations have more money to put right back in their companies, which create more jobs, better businesses. So that's my standpoint on that.
So you say they create better businesses. I just told you, again, the effect of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is that it added $10 billion a year to the annual GDP when it costed $1.9 trillion over 10 years. So it was not effective. Do you think spending $1.9 trillion to get back $10 billion is a good plan? Hello? Do you think spending $1.9 trillion to get back $10 billion a year is a good fucking plan? That's $190 billion a year to get back $10 billion in GDP. That's not even in revenue. You don't even get that back in revenue. That's GDP growth. That's a terrible investment. Appreciate the hand, Thank you so much, Juliet. Thank you. All right, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. This guy's just dipping. He just dipped. Devin, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Mary with $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Mary in the chat right now? Thank you so much, Mary, for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Mary. W's for Mary in the chat right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. To you teaching a grown man the simplicity of the First Amendment when he says he doesn't care about women's rights. Literally, though. Shit is so crazy. Here's $100 of gratitude for giving a fuck about us as a community. Yo, thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it. That's incredibly kind of you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21. I just want to say, I don't want to debate with you, but I just want to say thank you for what you're doing.
I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much. I am just looking for debates, but I really appreciate you so much. Y'all have no clue. I really wish I could sit down and do stuff like that, but I got to get going at the debates, everyone. We've got to get voters on our side. But I appreciate you so much. Join the Discord, right? Sometimes I'll join the Discord. I'll like look at the Discord while I'm live, and I'll see what some people are saying in the chat and stuff. So if you want to contact me, that's a decent place to do so. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Rogue, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 for Buy Montana. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
You voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Numerous of reasons. Economy, border,
more jobs here in America instead of China. I mean, numerous of reasons.
Okay. So you agree with tariffs? Appreciate the hat mustaches. Thank you so much.
I do. As far as for what, like towards China?
Right. No, universal tariffs and Chinese tariffs.
Yeah.
Like he wants to do 60 to 100% on China, and he wants to do 10 to 20% universally on every good.
I mean that's a great idea.
Really? That's going to cause consumer prices to go up for everyone. That's going to cause prices to go up for gas, for groceries, right, for clothes. That's going to cause prices to go up for housing development and make houses more expensive. Push that mustache and disincentivize housing development.
Explain how.
Because it's inflationary. Right? It's a tax on an import into the country. There's tax on lumber coming into the country. There's tax on metal coming into the country. Push that mustache. There's a tax on oil coming into the country. There's a tax on fruit coming into the country. There's a tax on all of those things coming into the country, which will cause prices.
If we tax them higher, that they're going to charge us more for the product.
Yes.
That's so. But the whole point is to create jobs here in America where we don't have to get their product. We're making our own product here in our land ourselves. That's jobs.
But if other places develop better products than us, why would we do that? Like for example, other
you
places.
You really think that Chinese made?
Listen, let me give you an example. Do you think other countries make a better fruit than we do here in the United States in some circumstances?
I mean, it depends on what fruit you're eating.
Yeah, like do you think some fruit? Do you think Kelton? Do you think some fruit, right, is going to be better from other countries than here in the United States?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So do you want to tax those even though they're a better commodity?
I mean, if it is better quality, you pay for what you get. That's just the world.
So you just want to tax them for no reason?
Who, like China or whatever?
No, other countries. Because again, people are still going to buy those particular goods, those fruit, because they are better, right?
Correct. And they're making.
So if they still buy those, right, because they're better, that causes it to be worse off for American citizens, because American citizens now have to pay more for the fruit that they didn't, or the same fruit that they were buying prior.
Okay, but do you know what he's trying to tax more on? Like, do you know what product? It doesn't have to be everything that we're exactly getting from overseas. It could be just for certain items. Just like cars, for example. All these cars that we're buying from overseas, yeah, you want to tax that higher because we don't need to be buying cars from overseas when we can create more jobs and make them here.
Kelton, what car do you have? What kind of car do you have?
I have a BMW and a Nissan.
A BMW and a Nissan. Do you think both of them are made in the United States?
No. Germany and Japan.
Everyone else should be forced to buy things from America, but not me. I buy from the United States, never.
Uh-huh. Okay, what else? That's topic one. We're talking about
Japan and Germany, dude. Are you trolling?
Okay, so what about the border? What about the
border? I can't believe these people. Dude.
Come on. No, we're having a discussion here.
Look at this. Look at this. Made in the USA. Look at that, buddy. Made in the USA.
It's beautiful. Come on. Okay, so what about the border?
It's beautiful?
We have multiple.
It's beautiful? Topics. Wait, did you just say it was beautiful? He just said it was beautiful. I agree. It's absolutely beautiful. Look at it. Look at it. Made in the USA.
Have a debate. Come on, let's go. Have a debate.
Yeah, what do you want to debate about? Like how Trump's economic policy is going to cause your prices to go up?
How
it's going to make the economy worse?
When Trump was in office, eggs, gas, groceries, everything the lowest.
Yeah, and they were also cheaper under Jimmy Carter. We should vote for him.
That has nothing to do with where we're at now and where we were when Trump was president. Jimmy Carter.
Wait, what do you mean? Jimmy Carter for president. It was cheaper than Trump at any point in time.
So you mean to tell me, you're telling me right now that the economy, eggs, gas, groceries, everything is better right now than it was under Trump's administration?
No, Kelton.
You're telling me
Kelton,
that.
For example, Obama, it was cheaper under Obama than Trump.
That's not true.
Yes, it was. Do you know what inflation is? Do you know what inflation is?
Listen, Mira, I am Kelton's girlfriend. I want to know what you think about the border.
Well, I want to talk to him real quick about this inflation thing.
Yeah. I'm specifically from Venezuela, and I truly do believe that the border is going to be affected towards inflation too in the next upcoming presidency.
Yeah, and we can talk about that. I want to talk to him about the inflation real quick, and then we can talk about that. I'd love to talk to you about that. So in terms of like the inflation that you're referencing, right? The inflation, right, has gone up, right, because of countries around the because of COVID, which affected countries around the world. That's why there was global inflation at the same
I do
trend.
agree on that. I'm not. COVID definitely does have a role in
So Joe
inflation.
Biden and Kamala Harris have nothing to do with inflation, and Donald Trump
But that's
would
not
cause
true.
inflation because
That's not
tariffs
true.
do cause inflation.
As far as for gas, I mean, we do have more liquid oil here than anywhere. Why are we not getting oil from
Kelton, we produce more in the United States right now than any point in American history or of any country ever, and we're importing less right now than we were under Trump's administration. We invested more in renewable energy production in the United States and in American manufacturing through the Chips and Science Act under the Biden-Harris administration than we ever did under the Trump administration. Okay, we have more American manufacturing, right? We have more production in the United States. We're producing more energy here in the United States than we were under Trump's administration, and somehow Trump was a better candidate for energy.
That's just because more people are going green. That's the only reason why we're producing
No,
more.
it means we invested.
That has nothing to do with Trump, Biden, or whatever. No,
You want to bet? Do you know what the Inflation Reduction Act
is? The
is?
everyday American that is causing us to produce more energy here right now.
You're so ridiculous, Kelton. What do you know the Inflation Reduction Act is?
Yes.
Yeah, so it had the largest investment in renewable energy of any country ever. Of any country ever, the largest investment from a government in any country ever in renewable energy under the Biden-Harris administration through a tie-breaking vote from Kamala Harris.
And when was it passed?
2022.
Okay, so what is your point?
I'm telling you, that was under the Biden-Harris administration, and they passed policy that is going to benefit the American energy. Donald Trump isn't doing that because he doesn't believe climate change. Listen. Donald Trump isn't doing that because he doesn't believe climate change is caused by humans. Okay? He's so fucking delusional that he believes the climate is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Do you want to hear him say it?
Listen, check this out. My parents were small business owners, correct? They opened their business like...
How am I supposed to know?
So, no, I'm just making sure you're following me. Okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna just give you some backstory. I come from a small country town, obviously, whatever. So, you know, the economy is very different, like, from where I'm from than, like, a major metropolitan area or whatever. So, under his administration, parents opened up the business, everything going great, taxes well, everything. In particularly the last 2 years, everything has just turned south. I mean, the economy, like where I'm from,
taxes are bad.
People have nothing, huh?
Do you agree taxes are really bad right now?
Yeah, especially for small business owners.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Trump's tax policy is really bad for small business owners, right? Because we're currently under Trump tax policy.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no, taxes.
Yeah, we are. We're currently under Trump tax policy.
No.
Yeah.
Where? Like, pull it up. Show me.
Yeah, it's through 2025. Look up Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Okay. You can read the bill.
Okay. But anyway, the economy, just from particularly where I'm from, like right now, people there, like people that
wait, you can't tell me it's so bad. The taxes are terrible, and then it's Donald Trump's tax code, and just like gloss over that. You can't gloss over that, bro.
No, like we are being taxed more than ever right now.
Bridge the booth, thank you so much. Yeah, and it's Donald Trump's tax policy, worse than Obama's tax policy, right?
Nah.
Yeah. You just said it's worse now than it ever has been. We're under Trump's tax policy now, and we were under Obama's tax policy prior.
Correct. So anyway,
correct is crazy. All right.
I mean, I just say correct, but where was I at? What was I saying?
You know how we're putting in this year. We're voting Harrison Walls. That's what we're doing because we don't want to believe in delusional shit like this. That's what we're doing. We're voting Harris Walls. That's this election. That's what we're doing because we're not going to accept misinformation, delusion, insanity, sexually abusing women. Push the hat mustache. Push the hand art. We're not gonna accept cooing the country. Right. That's why we're voting Harris Walls here.
The border.
Yeah, Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill that would have given funding to build the wall, that would have decreased the amount of people coming into the country by putting a cap and where you could literally shut down the border after 2,500 daily crossings for a week and 5,000 for one day, which would have been hit multiple times through the past few months if Donald Trump didn't call for people in Congress to undermine the bill. Not only that, but also it would have provided 1,500 border agents. It would have provided more immigration judges and made the asylum process go faster. Instead of taking 7 to 10 years, it would take 6 months to 1 year.
That is so delusional. Literally.
Oh, and by the way, everyone, I got this. The Harris Wallace campaign literally sent this to me. I'm not trolling. Yeah, go for it. What were you saying?
Literally, what are you talking about? The Joe Biden administration stopped the building of the wall. Like, they literally opened up that was one of the first things they've done. It was in 2020, literally during COVID. I forget the exact name of the bill. I know the bill, but it was too late, just basically to open the border.
No, there was no policy that influenced to get past that. Listen. What bill? What bill opened the border?
I have it somewhere written down. Hold on.
You said in 2020, right?
Yes, it just happened in 2020.
Appreciate the booth. Thank you so much. Who was president in 2020? Wait, Kelton, who was president in 2020?
Joe Biden. He came in January 2021.
2021, exactly. So he wasn't president in 2020. Good job. Trump was president in 2020. It was bad because of Trump. Trump fucked up, chat. Trump really fucked up with the border. He destroyed that shit. Yeah, that's why there's lower crossings right now than there was the end of Trump's administration, by the way. You guys are like, oh, the border is the biggest issue. But Donald Trump is the reason why the border is an issue right now under your own worldview.
The border is definitely not the biggest issue. It's the economy, for sure.
Yeah, so what did the Harris-Walz administration, or I'm sorry, not the Harris-Walz. What did the Biden-Harris administration do that made the economy worse? Push the confetti.
Bro, look at everything from gas to tires to even eggs. Even farmers. Look at farmers right now, bro.
So you said there's inflation. You know what's funny? The tariffs that Trump is trying to implement will cause all of those things to go up in price, and the Biden-Harris administration did nothing to cause all of that to go up. You know that? You know the inflation? Hey, Kelton, I want you to listen for a second. Kelton, I want you to listen. Ears, listen. Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did not cause inflation to go up. It went up globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. It was the same trend because of the effect of COVID-19. So why do you blame the economic impacts of the pandemic on the Biden-Harris administration, but you don't do so for Donald Trump when there was 14.8%?
Repeat that. I lost you.
Okay, so the inflation happened all around the world. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world, it happened at the same trend. So it wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration. It was an economic effect caused by the pandemic. So why do you blame the Biden-Harris administration for an economic effect caused by the pandemic, i.e., inflation? Right, but you don't blame. But you don't blame.
We're building our debt. We're building the national debt right now. We're just spending. Also giving out trillions of dollars to people in Ukraine and all these wars.
No, that's insane. Kelton, I'm sorry. You're very.
North Carolina.
Hey, Kelton, listen. Please listen.
And they're getting $700.
Kelton, you've been heavily misinformed. I want to explain this to you.
What do you mean I've been misinformed?
Let me explain.
Where do you live, pal?
Kelton, let me explain. Before you go crazy, let me explain. So Trump added more to the debt, 8.4 trillion overall under his administration, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. That's what he signed into law. The Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. So they spent less than the Trump administration.
The administration's not over.
Okay. So you think that they're going to spend 4 trillion in the next fucking few months?
Bro, with the way that we're giving out money,
and we also didn't give trillions to Ukraine. It was $107 billion to the Ukrainian government. 70 billion of it was weapons and equipment. So we can't give weapons and equipment to the people in North Carolina. That's not gonna fucking do anything for them, right? You understand? Like 30 billion of the dollars was stuff that we could have. Now I agree, we could have given more money to people for natural disasters, but you don't want to know why we couldn't? Because Republicans voted against FEMA funding. Donald Trump, under his administration, blocked $13 to $20 billion of hurricane funding specifically for Hurricane Maria that affected Puerto Rico for 3 years. He diverted $155 million of FEMA money specifically towards migrant detention centers. So putting people in detention centers was more important than helping people affected by Hurricane Dorian, where he was golfing while it was happening and advocating that we nuke the fucking hurricanes so they don't affect people. That's Donald Trump. That's what he did. That's why we're voting for Harris Walls, right? Because Donald Trump is a delusional, insane maniac who we should never allow to have access to the Oval Office. Never in this country's history should we allow someone like that to have access to the Oval Office, to be a threat to our public institutions, because he undermines them. He undermines our social.
I can see all these bills. You have a green screen. Can you pull all of this up? Can you show
me the subscription? Thank you so much. I'd have to have them on my iPad first before. And again, I can tell you where to find them.
But like
Kelton,
you're naming
Kelton.
like the exact bills and everything. Just Google
Which
real
ones?
quick.
Which ones?
Pull it up.
Which ones?
Everything that you're saying.
Kelton,
like,
Kelton, I can't.
I gotta see it. I need to see it. But now you're telling me you can't show it to me. Show it to me. Let me read it myself, and then that way I can admit that I'm wrong and you're
Michelle,
right.
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tessa. Thank you for the $20.24. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Harrison, thank you so much for the $1. I really like unions. Drew, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Christia, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, that's sad to hear. But I think you're going to be fine. We got you here. Hunter, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for the MAGA brain cell expansion funds. Okay, so what things do you want me to tell you? Because I can tell you where to find them.
Okay, all of them, all the bills that you're mentioning.
Which one?
All the topics that we've discussed, A to Z.
So you didn't even listen to anything I said. You just said, tell me, like, show me things. You didn't listen to a single thing I said.
No, we started with taxes. Then we went into the border.
Hey, Kelton, so you look up Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Okay? That's what the bill is called.
And then what was
when you type in the bill in Google, it comes up from the Congress website.
What was the one that you said that he signed that let everybody in?
That let everyone in?
Yeah.
So
the border.
There was no bill that let everyone in,
or that they didn't let pass, or whatever.
Donald Trump called people in Congress to not support. Yeah, the Secure the Border Act of 2023.
But the border issue's been going on before 2023.
Yeah. Trump was running on it in 2016.
Correct.
Okay, why didn't Trump implement Remain in Mexico right until 2019? It was an executive order.
But
because you could say the reason why it didn't get passed through Congress is because of Congress, but you can't say this guy doesn't listen. You don't stop to listen. You don't let me finish my points. You consistently talk over me. You don't listen to things that I'm saying, and you sound fucking delusional, okay? So listen to things I'm telling you, because you're going to learn a lot from this conversation. Okay? Right? The border bill specifically, right, had stuff for Republicans. Okay, the Donald Trump, when he was under his administration, right, he had an executive order that he wanted to get done. The Remain in Mexico border policy for asylum seeking, he could have done that day one. He waited until 2019. Why did he wait until 2019?
I'm sorry, I zoned out. What did you just say? I wasn't listening.
Okay, Donald Trump, he wanted immigration policy. He said good immigration policy is the Remain in Mexico executive order. Right? He could have done that day one. Donald Trump didn't do it until 2019. Why did he wait multiple years?
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with the border right now?
You said it was an issue earlier. Why didn't they do it earlier? Same thing can be applied to Donald Trump. Donald Trump ran on the border being an issue and didn't implement this on day one. Donald Trump waited until 2019 to implement this.
But you also said that Donald Trump is the one that opened the border.
So I didn't say he opened the border. What I'm saying,
you said that he is the reason that we're having this border crisis. That's literally
because he called people in Congress to undermine a border bill, which would have specifically limited how many people are coming to the country, would have made the system safer and faster, right? Instead of taking 7 to 10 years to go through this guy doesn't listen. This guy doesn't listen. This guy doesn't. Kelton, I'm about to kick you off my live and never talk to you again because you can't have a legitimate conversation. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're zoning out and you're speaking over me every single time I'm answering the question that you bring up.
You're not letting me talk either.
Law, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for MAGA night school tutoring, or at least attempting. Yes, very much so. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone. Jada, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
So this
Maria, I
bill
don't
was
know.
passed, but yet it's
Tania,
still an
thank you
issue.
so much for the dollar.
It's still an issue, though. You're saying even with this bill that was passed, that you're saying he's the reason. Like Donald Trump called Congress, held it up, took it longer to pass. Okay, cool, but the bill is now passed, and yet we still have an issue at the border.
The bill has not passed.
Is that not what you just said?
No.
Is that not what you just said?
So what was passed?
But it actually was passed. It was passed
I'm
in
trying to explain it to you
2023.
right now. Do I have to speak loud for you not to cut me off?
No, but I'm trying to educate you that the bill
You're
was
not
passed.
educating me. I promise you, you can't educate me. Okay? You're not educating me on this. I know what you know about this.
But you're
and I know
wrong
that you don't
right
know
now.
enough to educate me about the topic. So let me educate you. Okay? The bill was not passed.
You're telling me to be quiet when I'm right? Like, you're not letting me talk. You've had the mic.
Go fucking speak, dude. Speak. Misinform,
the bill was
misinform
passed.
almost 9,000 people. Please do it.
The bill was passed in 2023, yet the bill was passed and we still have a problem at the border. So who is it to blame? You're saying that Donald Trump is the reason why it took so long for the bill to pass. Okay, cool, the bill's now passed, but yet we still have a problem at the border. So how is that Donald Trump's fault? Make that make sense.
So the bill was not passed. I told
It was
you.
passed.
Stop
I'm
talking.
reading it.
Hey,
I'm
if I let
reading
you
it.
speak, you gotta let me speak. Is that fair? I let you speak. Let me speak.
Hold on. The people want to know the name of the bill.
Dude, holy fucking shit! I've already said it. Be quiet.
Jesus
fuck. Be quiet. That is not the act that passed. That bill is a far right-wing immigration bill that is not going to get enough support to pass. The bipartisan border bill, let me please finish, would have passed. Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine the bill, and it didn't pass. It did not pass. What did pass is a secure the border, or not secure, sorry, is an executive order related to the border, right, which did limit the amount of people coming to the country. Right now, we're at lower levels of border crossings daily right now than we were at the end of Trump's administration. So if we have an issue right now, well, then that issue, right, also existed under Trump's administration to a greater extent. Jose, thank you so much for the $10. Nissan, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. You can speak now. Kelton, you can speak. I can't hear you right now. You're swiped out of the app. Everyone tap the screens. Try to get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link trees in the bio. Hey, man, I can't hear you right now. I think you left. Appreciate the hand art. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Let's get another person to help him up. Help him out. Jeez, fuck, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you, Harrison?
Teams. It was tough. We definitely, it's been a while.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push that mustache. He left, by the way. Kelton ran. What a joke, dude. Follow me here if you have not already, y'all. We go live literally every single day and we do these debates. Tap that screen. Also, everyone, yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir. 35.
Why so? Why are you voting Trump?
Just because the economy is better when he was in office.
Okay, you say the economy is better. How is it better?
So I am a government contractor. Jobs were all over the place. We used to get referral bonuses, and I live in El Paso, by the way. And just life was better. But then, what I've seen personally, I'm not an expert like yourself, but I've seen it just jobs go away. Most of the jobs now that I try to apply for, they're usually in Ukraine or overseas or places I don't want to go.
What type of jobs are you looking for?
So I'm a government contractor. I used to be in the Army for 14 years, so I still work on Army systems.
Okay, so
training soldiers.
Yeah, I'm sorry to break it to you. You have a bit of feedback. Can you fix the feedback, man?
Oh, it's pretty bad. Let me get some headphones. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So if you are a contractor, that's the reason why you have to go to different countries, is because you're a contractor, right? That's typical, right? Like that's just the field of work that you're in. I don't know why you're getting mad at your own field of work then. Like, that doesn't seem to be a government issue. Ronique, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next person up here real quick. And also, I guarantee you could find contracting jobs in the United States. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you driving?
36. 36.
Yeah, they're definitely driving. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Follow me here if you have not already. I go live literally every single day, y'all. Follow me here if you have not already. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Wait, what did this person say? Why are y'all taking his opinion? Lucifer's seventh son. You should literally send a guest request. If you should get the ability to send a guest request so that I can actually talk to you, because I'm under 30. That doesn't get rid of my ability to have an opinion. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 28.
You voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so? Can't hear you. Hello?
You hear me?
Yeah, why are you voting Trump?
Okay. I've actually been a Democrat for most of my life, but I decided to vote for Trump this time around because honestly, the economy was just a lot better back then. Even though with the pandemic and everything that happened, I believe that everybody was just a lot better. If you hear noise on the background, I'm sorry. I got my whole family here.
Yeah. So like, what did he do to cause it to be better?
I'm not really too into the whole, bills and all that good stuff. I really can't remember off the top of my head. But I can tell you that specifically my job, at least doing trucking, right now it's horrible. I don't know if you heard of anything about that, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Look, I particularly don't really like Trump all the way because I do feel like sometimes he really says things out of touch, and he doesn't really have I don't know how to say it, maybe a connection to people, right? Or he maybe says things that just kind of come up. I guess, can I curse in here? I don't know. Can I curse? Just kind of he pulls shit out of his ass, basically. But again, sometimes I look at Harris and honestly, man, like Kamala I feel like she can put two words together. You know what I mean? I really feel like she doesn't have that,
Then why did Trump have to make? I'm sorry, man. I just can't do it. I can't do it, man. I'm sorry. The background noise is just unbelievable. I'm sorry. It's so bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
Well, this is the thing. I'm kind of being like forced to vote for Trump by my family because like the beliefs and all that stuff. But
they don't know who you're gonna vote for.
I know, but it's that like this is like coming from like a genuine person, right? Like even like Kamala, like I don't even see it as a good option. Like you know what I'm saying?
Is Kamala a better option than Trump though?
I feel like like these arguments that people make, like economy is better and all that stuff, like that's what like I feel like that's the common thing that everybody says, like it's only because of the economy we're voting for Trump or stuff like that.
Yeah, that's delusional. It's straight delusional. I have a degree in economics, right? Those people have no clue what they're talking about economically speaking. They're doing a correlation causation fallacy. They're saying just because two things are associated means one caused the other. Appreciate Steph, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. And I learned in classes that relate to statistics, because I learned statistics in my economics courses, right? That just because those two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. That you actually have to demonstrate why one event would have related to influencing another one. Stacy, thank you so much for the travel. Thank you so much.
You
Appreciate it.
notice how
So,
they say-
if you want to
they
look at
say,
Trump's policies would actively make the economy not as big. It would make it smaller, and it would be the case that it would make inflation go up.
Because right now, like, so I live like in a swing state, and like, so, you know, like I'm getting like kind of like pressured by friends and family. Hey, you got to vote Trump. You got to do this. You got to do that. Like, but it's like at like this point, it's like I don't even want to like show up to vote. Like honestly, like, but you like but I am gonna end up voting for Trump just because of that reason I stated. Because like,
would you vote? Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
No, I would not.
No? Well, he has been held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. Therefore, you wouldn't vote for him, right?
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't, but like, don't a lot of
and you should vote against the person who has the shot at beating him. The only person who has the shot at beating him is Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has not been held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will. Therefore, you should vote for Kamala Harris.
So I would technically vote for Kamala Harris because she's like the lesser evil. Would you agree on that?
Yeah.
So, but
Man,
like,
appreciate the 11-month subscription.
so
Thank you
we
much.
would have like kind of like the common ground that like we're just choosing the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, that's your position. Your position is that she's the lesser of two evils. Obviously, you'd vote for the lesser of two evils, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But you
All right,
also,
then you vote for Kamala Harris. You agree?
But then like, so like, I have a question for you. Like, what about all these people? Like, again, I told you like my friends and family, all that stuff. Like, they're telling me like, oh, like Kamala wins, like the economy's over, like we're gonna get into more wars. Like,
those people have no clue what they're talking about. Trump wants Israeli expansionism. He wants them to go to war with Iran, right? Which is also with Lebanon as well. That's going to get the U.S. involved at some point, right? I would expect. And anyways, that is pro-war. You can't say that's not pro-war. He wants Putin to be able to take over Ukraine, right? He would literally give Putin land, Ukrainian land, right? And then also he wants to expand the military, right? More funding into the military when we already send $900 billion a year. Maggie, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Because I'm 21, so this is like my second election that I'm going to be voting for. The first one I was like 18. I was like in time to cut it to vote. But like what I'm trying to say is like,
you said you're 22?
21. I turned 22 in February. But
then you didn't vote in the last election.
No, I did. I showed up. I'm born in 2000.
No, you didn't.
I'm born in 2003 February.
No, you didn't vote in the last election. You were 17.
Oh, then I voted in. I voted.
You voted in 2022.
2022. Sorry.
Midterms,
I got confused with that stuff. But like what I was saying was, all right, like let's say like we vote Trump, and then like.
Kusa, I appreciate the subscription.
Let's say we vote Trump, right? Let's say like he end up winning, and like none of that stuff happens, like that, like a lot of people claim that will happen, like like Project 25 or something like that, or like
he has affiliations to that, but that's like secondary to talk about.
Okay, but like what would happen then if like none of that happens then? Like you can get what I'm saying?
People might change their views on that. Why are you betting that though? Like, would you let someone who's a violent offender get access to a gun?
No, not at all.
So why would you let them run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
But then, like, why
would you vote for them?
Like, how did he get this far then? Like, with all that like crazy past and like history, like how does he get this far?
Because people are so insane. I'm serious, random. Right? People are willing to support him regardless. And there are people like you out there that are like, oh, I don't believe these things that are bad because so many people already support them. That's just because it has been normalized in society to support such a terrible dude. All of the things I'm telling you right now are true. I used to be a Trump supporter. I grew up in a conservative Christian household. Right? When he was first running, I wanted him to win. I was happy when he won when he in 2016. Okay.
Like what changed your mind then?
He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. He tried to send false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election illegally. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. He called for the termination of the Constitution. Right. He actively restricted women's access to abortion. He denies science as it relates to climate change. Says the climate is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Right. He believes actively delusional shit. He said that we should nuke hurricanes. We should put reptiles into the Rio Grande so that if immigrant children fall into it, they die to disincentivize people to go across the border. Right? Like it's Bowser's castle.
Yeah.
Right? He's like actually insane. That's why. That's
No,
why I
yeah,
don't
for
support him anymore. It's because like any reasonable person that evaluates the character he's engaged in will realize he's insane. The reason why he's so prevalent and supported is because people don't do that research. They don't critically think about these types of things, and they accept things typically in society and the propaganda and the misinformation. The only way that Donald Trump is in the position he is right now is because of misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda. I'm totally serious. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, like for sure. But like, it's like I don't even like. It's not even like thinking about the future because like, all right, like I have this stance kind of like it doesn't really matter who's president at one point because like it's just like shit's gonna get passed regardless, and then like somebody else is gonna come on and like undo it and stuff like that, right? But like this president, like this election is a little bit weird though, because I mean, one side wins, he's only gonna get like 4 years, and then like I don't know what the next plan after that would be, right? So, you see what I'm saying though? Like
we don't know who the next person is, but we don't want it to be Trump.
Yeah.
Well, after Kamala Harris, we don't know who the next person is going to be, but we don't want it to be Trump. That's for the sake of the Republican Party. It's for the sake of the Republican Party and the sake of the country.
And like the like Republican Party couldn't come up with like anything like better than Trump, or like was it like just
because
Trump
he's strangleholding the party. Because if he doesn't get the nominee, right, he's just going to run against the party, which will shift the vote and cause Democrats to win anyway.
And then like so like what about like because like this is my other point I wanted to bring up because you know I'm at this point right now like I'm undecided to vote, but like I'm leaning towards the Trump, like I told you, because of friends and family, like but like the thing what I was trying to say was like is like what's like kind of like Kamala's like Kamala her view like on all this like immigration, like election, because like I see her interviews like on ABC or like I'll be honest with you, I see like clips on TikTok or like YouTube or like ABC or some news network that she was on, and like most of the time like they're just like she's getting exposed on the spot, like she can't answer the question. Like
a lot of the times things will be clipped in that way in which it makes it seem like she can't answer the question.
Yeah.
But again, she absolutely does answer the question given the full context. I can show you plenty of clips of Donald Trump sounding incoherent, not being able to answer questions.
Oh no, yeah, I've seen
actually to a significantly worse degree.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like Biden a bit. Like
let's take a look. Let's take a look at the debates. Did you watch the debates?
Clips of it. I'll be honest with you, just clips.
Yeah. So like Donald Trump after the debates was making up things like it was a 3v1. He said that she had an earring in when that was giving her all the answers, that she got all of the.
Oh my God, I hate when like, they say stuff like that, like just conspiracy
he's
shit.
Engaging in conspiracy because he knows you lost.
Oh my gosh, I despise that so much because like they'll believe it. Like my friends like actually believe some crazy conspiracies. I don't know if it's because
and that's because of Donald Trump. These conspiracies weren't as prevalent prior to Donald Trump
and stuff like that. Like it's just crazy. Like I'll even have some family members like, cause like I don't know, cause like they're affiliated with like conservative or right wing beliefs. Like they'll just like come up with a crazy conspiracy theory out of nowhere. Like, and it's like linked to like that's what I don't like about the Republican Party or like right.
And then you give them evidence against it, and they'll just come up with a new conspiracy to explain why that conspiracy didn't make sense.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because when someone bases their ideology on conspiracy, they can come up with any explanation they feel like. Right, and it's completely legitimate. There's no reason to believe otherwise for them because they don't accept evidence. They don't accept facts and reason.
Do you like mind like just sharing like some of the stuff that Kamala says about like immigration and economy? Because like, do you agree like it's like pretty bad right now?
Yeah. So there are things that are bad right now. Right now actually the economy is looking pretty good. Appreciate that, Hendart. Thank you so much. Like it's looking in an uptrend. We have a higher real median wages right now than we had under Trump's administration quarter 4 2019, so prior to COVID, which means that accounting for inflation, wages have gone up. Real GDP has gone up, which means GDP has gone up accounting for inflation, right? Each year of Biden's presidency, right? Like the economy is getting better off. Wages have stopped stagnating and they're starting to increase.
Isn't it also a fact like that like the economy is better under like Democrat presidents, or at least the stock market is? I know that for sure, right?
Typically there is more job creation and more like stock market growth under Democrats That is true. Now, the reason why I don't bring up things like that is because this is, again, just like another example of a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated does not mean that one caused the other. So just because Democrats are presidency doesn't mean that they cause there to be jobs. And just because Republicans are in presidency doesn't mean that they cause there to be a lack of jobs, right? Just because of that. But we can point to the things they did, and we could point like, oh, they have a bad history with these types of things. Yeah, we can say that. Like since the Cold War, they've gained less than 2 million jobs under Republican presidencies, but under Democrat presidencies, over 30 million, over 40 million, I think it's over 50 million actually.
So everything is just like situational then.
Yeah, it's all situational, and Trump's just using these situations to try to make himself look good.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I don't like. Like, that's why I told you, I was like, I'm kind of like forced to like vote for him, but like you said, I'm not, right? But it's like because of like my my surroundings and like friends and family and stuff like that. Like, and I'm like an outsider right now. Like right now, I'm like an outsider.
Yeah, I get you. I'll be totally and completely honest with you. Harris is not perfect. There are things about her that I disagree with heavily. Like very, very large disagreements I have with her. But Donald Trump, I have those disagreements with, and then I have even more. And like some insane disagreements on. Like,
no, I have.
And it's like these are irreconcilable, given that they don't exist on Harris's side.
But like, okay, then like, I appreciate the conversation we're having, but like, let's say like we vote like Kamala, right? And like, but like, let's say like, let's just say theoretically the country goes to like shit. Then like, what? Like, do we stop like supporting Kamala, or like do we stop like
just say Harris?
Harris.
So, yeah.
Like,
so yeah, of course.
What would happen in that?
If she causes things to be worse, we don't support her. Yeah, I'm not tied to a particular candidate. Right, we should have learned this from the fact that Joe Biden stepped down.
Yeah,
we're tied to the policies, the things that they're advocating for, not the person. Donald Trump, right? He creates a cult of personality. People are tied not to the policy; people are tied to him as a person.
Yeah,
which is kind of like insane because he's an insane person, right?
Yeah, he's like insane. It's like he's like a cult a little bit. Like
yeah, it is. Oh no, it is. Yeah.
Well, I just want to see how this unravels like in the next years, because like I'm pretty young. Like I don't know how old you are, but like I mean I'm 21, but like we still got like a lot of years like ahead of like innovation, like technology and all that stuff. And then like I don't know, like I don't really like the people that we're given to like choose.
I agree. But what person being president gives us a greater ability to progress and change and go towards the better? And it's Harris, undoubtedly. Again, you don't have to agree with her. You might think some of her policies are ridiculous, right? But the point is that Donald Trump has those ridiculous policies. He's a terrible individual. He destroys the social fabric of this nation.
Yeah. But so like, let's say like, so you're not tied to a party, right? You said?
No.
You're just vote off better person?
Better person, better policy. Harris is a better person and has better policy.
I wish my family could like understand that. I don't know. Like I'm kind of like independent, like libertarian, but like definitely like a little bit more conservative with the values and stuff like that. But like, how do you think like if a conservative is trying to like vote like Kamala, what would her argument be for the conservative?
Basically, plug your nose. You're not going to like the policy, but it's going to be better than destroying the social fabric of this nation, which will inevitably make the Republican Party worse off. And people turn away from your views even more. So if you want to promote Republican values, like older Republican values, that's not through Donald Trump. Let Donald Trump lose. Actually help him lose. Right? You want him to lose because it will be better for the Republican Party if he loses.
Yeah. You know,
like, do you want people like Mitt Romney back, like John McCain? Right, like they're better than Trump, right?
Yeah,
do you want that type of the conservative party back, or do you want like the new MAGA Republicans like Marjorie Taylor Greene, like Lauren Boebert, right? Like JD Vance.
Yeah, like I don't like those guys at all. Like
that's the new face of the Republican Party. If you keep voting for Donald Trump, if we don't vote Donald Trump out, that's the new face.
Well, like, why do you think like Trump is like so mean? Like, why does he like, because he just says it with like a bold face, like what, like all his crazy statements, he just says it like just off rip.
Yeah. So
like, do you think he can get away? Like, it's like some psychological thing. He can just say whatever he wants and get us away with it.
Essentially, that's the point he's at. He literally said he wants to terminate the Constitution, and the party of the Constitution has gone against it.
How come like some people can see through that and then other people like applaud it?
Kathleen, thank you so much for this 7-month subscription. Thank you so much. Because it's like the same type of idea that people followed Hitler, the same type of idea that people followed Stalin, the same type of idea that people follow these types of strongmen dictators. Right? So it's misinformation, it's propaganda, cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. But like, I know I might have asked this question like a couple times already, but I kind of just want to get like one more kind of like clear stance or like answer. Like, all right, let's say I vote for Kamala, right? And let's just say, or Harris. Sorry, I can't pronounce her name. I'm just gonna call her Harris. Harris, like, and like, let's just say it's just like gets like notably like across the United States, like just every aspect gets worse. Like we get more involved with the wars over and
like, again, if she does bad things, we won't agree with her. We'll think she's a bad candidate.
Okay.
We're not gonna if she for example, let me give you some examples. If she was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, right, she wouldn't be our candidate. Right? If she specifically, right, like caused World War III, she wouldn't be our candidate. Right? If she tried to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Kamala Harris votes when she didn't win, right, we wouldn't have her as our candidate. Right? But a lot of these things, other than the World War III, happened under Donald Trump, right? And they still have him as their nominee.
So like the right? World War III?
No, I said other than World War III.
Oh, other than yeah, okay.
Like for example, Joe Biden had cognitive decline, and we dropped him as a candidate because of the cognitive decline. Trump has the cognitive decline, the delusions, the sexual abuse, the defamation, the fraud, the 34 felonies, the trying to overthrow the government, the calling for a Muslim ban, right? And there's no stopping him from the Republican side, it seems.
Yeah. And like one last thing, like I don't know if this is like another like fake news or like kind of like conspiracy theory, but what is it like that like saying that like Kamala like slept her way through the top? Like I don't want to slut shame like or anything, but like or Harris.
It's all misogyny, misinformation from people. So one, even if it were true, that doesn't look bad on her side. That's not her fault for a society being in such a way in which it requires individuals in order to get to positions of power like this to do that. But two, it didn't happen, right? Like she didn't sleep with the millions of people to get elected, right?
Yeah.
The person she slept with, we wouldn't even know that person's name. So how could they be so famous that, right? We know her, but we don't know them, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, like it's definitely like it's just like a whole lot of like misinformation out there and like just like I don't know, just like a bunch of crazy stuff.
Yep, it's all about misinformation and propaganda. But yeah, is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about?
No, I think that's it. But if you don't mind, like also like I had a claim like on abortion, right? Like I think. Does it matter who becomes president on abortion, or is it already settled, like the laws or whatever they're trying to get passed?
Yeah, so Kamala Harris will codify Roe versus Wade, right, and sign it into law if Congress passes it. If Donald Trump is president of the United States and Congress passes a codification of Roe versus Wade into law, Donald Trump will veto it.
Oh, so is it something that's pending? It's not to the states yet?
Right now, it's left up to the states. The codification of Roe versus Wade would federally protect access to abortion prior to viability.
Oh, so right now it's up to the states, right?
So right now it is up to the states, yeah. Which has led to
is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a bad thing because women in certain areas, if they're assaulted, they're forced to go through pregnancies. Little girls are forced to go through pregnancies because of their state's abortion laws. Women have died in this country because of their state's abortion laws, where, again, it creates a scenario where doctors don't have good enough information to know whether or not they can, right, engage in a particular procedure.
Well, like, wouldn't, like, I have, like, this thought in my head, maybe it's not, like, right or anything, but, like, wouldn't it be better to leave it off to the states? Like, if everybody that wants to be, like, get an abortion, they would, like, let's say go to, like, California, New York, like, something like that. Then, like, the more conservative values, like, they would stay in, like, Texas, so, like, you won't get it. Like, abortion is banned in Texas and stuff like that. Wouldn't that work better?
So, like, would you be okay with vaccine mandates being left up to states? Where, like, a state can literally, like, send the military or send the National Guard to force you to get a vaccine?
Yeah, but like what I'm trying to say is like you would like kind of like move to a state that requires that, or
For
move to a state
example,
that doesn't require that.
this is like let me give an example. If you want to leave human rights up to the states, do you think slavery should have been left up to the states?
No, it shouldn't have.
No, right?
Yeah,
So like
no.
human rights, we wouldn't want to leave them up to the states because we don't want people in certain states, right, to have restricted access to human rights. Right? Even if you could quote unquote move to a different state, we still wouldn't want it to be that way. Because inevitably we know it would hurt people.
I see. And like this is my last question. I'll let you go. I appreciate like you informing me a lot. Like, but like kind of like last question is like I kind of get this like vibe. Like you're like really neutral and all that stuff. Like that's why I like listen to you and all that stuff. Like or you pop up on my For You page a lot. But like the other guys, like I think they're in your friend group, Renala, right? Like the Dean and the Parker kid. Like
Parker.
Oh no, sorry, you're Parker. Dean and the Harry kid, right?
Yeah.
Like not to say anything bad about them, but I feel like most of the time when like people go debate them, like they're kind of like, oh, like you're on the wrong side no matter what, right? That's what I kind of get from them. But like, so what I'm trying to say with this is like kind of like the Democrats and like the liberals, right? I have this thought in my head where it's like, are we just supposed to vote like Democrat and liberal like for the rest of our lives?
No. My point is that as long as they serve the best interests of the American people, we vote for them.
Yeah, I know that's your point, but I was kind of like asking like from
I'm not partisan. I'm not partisan, right?
Okay.
I think it's really important to vote based upon what's the best legislation, the best policy, right, and what's going to be best for the American people. That's the way that I vote. And for like the people that I care about, the people who are around me, right? Like I think they're pretty non-biased people. Obviously, everyone has their biases, right? I think they're pretty non-biased people, and I do think that they're pretty reasonable, right? Now, again, let's say that you still have the interpretation they're not, right? That's totally fine. Again, some people are going to exist on the left, some people are going to exist on the right that have biases that are partisan. What the goal is of what we want to do here, appreciate the manifesting, appreciate the subscription, thank you so much, is to get rid of that partisan bias, because ultimately it creates cognitive dissonance and it creates a worse society, right, for people. Appreciate the hanging lights. It promotes conspiracy theory, it promotes misinformation. And again, this is a problem that exists on the left and the right, but it exists to a significantly greater extent amongst the MAGA movement specifically.
100%. Yeah, I like that. I agree with like everything you literally just said. Like, all right, that was pretty much it then, man. I appreciate it, man. You're cool, man. I'm gonna follow you. I'm gonna donate to you. I didn't know you were this cool of a guy. I know the other guys maybe they're a little bit more extreme, but I mean,
we talk to insane people. Like the way I just acted with the first few people on the live, push the subscription, thank you so much, is way different than I'm acting right now in this conversation, because you're actually coming up here genuinely asking questions, right? You're critiquing yourself, you're questioning, you're critically thinking, right? You're like a normal fucking human being, right? Like I'm talking to someone who is like a genuine human, right?
No, yeah, like I see like past like the bullshit like a lot of the times, like I don't know, like this like MAGA movement and all that stuff. It's just like crazy, and like Trump now, like I've seen like a few clips and stuff like that. And it reminds me of like Biden, like when the bad clips of Biden were coming out. Like I'm starting to see that with Trump, and then like somehow he's getting praises right now.
Mm-hmm.
But one last question was there's this one controversy kind of like. This is the last one I'll ask is like, can Christians vote Democrat?
Yeah, absolutely. Kamala Harris is Christian. Tim Walz is Christian. Joe Biden is Christian. I would argue they're probably like considerably like they go to church more than Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is more likely to be utilizing Christianity as just like a ploy to get voters than actually
to get more votes, right?
Yeah,
like that's what a lot of celebrities do too, right? They'll post going to the church on Sunday, and then like they'll get like church followers, but and then the last one, I promise, actually the last question is like, what about like the border? Like what if we don't see like kind of like, where do you see the country going? Like if we don't see like a kind of like control the border and stuff like more border control, or maybe like stopping like a lot of these like mass amounts of like immigrants like coming in. Like that's my final question. Like, cause like there is like there's going to be a point where there's housing.
Right now, there's less people coming into the country daily than there was the end of Trump's administration. That's one thing. And then two is that Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have increased funding to build the wall, increased the amount of border agents, increased the amount of immigration judges. It would have limited the amount of people who can come into the country at 2,500 a week daily average, or 2,500 daily average for a week. Then you could shut down the border after that, and 5,000 for one day, which would have been hit multiple times.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I appreciate this conversation. It was definitely a very good conversation. I took away a lot, and I changed my view on you. Like, you're a cool dude. I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm gonna support you, follow you, all that stuff. But thank you again for answering questions and having me.
Appreciate you coming up. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next individual up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree is in the bio, everyone. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Are you voting Trump?
Hello? Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
He's got the best policies and the best track record.
What policies?
I think he promotes, a low tax environment, better for businesses.
Okay. You think that he promotes a better environment for businesses. So what's his policy for helping businesses?
Well, I know he does. Hold on. We know he does. So it's not that I think, because we already seen what the last 4 years or 3.5 years versus the previous one. So he's got a track record. It's not like a mystery, right?
No, so I actually think he's worse for businesses, and I can explain why he's worse for businesses. But
no, can we just go back to not the talking points? Like, can you just think about it? Like, most people, if we were to poll people, we would just say, "Hey,
Dave, can I speak or no? Am I not allowed to speak on my own live?"
Okay.
Okay, I don't care if most people think one thing or the other, right? I have a degree in economics, right? Tariffs effectively.
You're going to start. Okay, I'll let you speak.
Can I speak, or are you just going to act like a child on my live, man?
Go ahead.
Okay, so tariffs negatively impact American businesses in terms of export jobs, right? Which means that they're going to have reduced likelihood of being able to trade with other countries around the world because they're going to increase tariffs on us in response to us increasing tariffs on them. So it decreases export jobs. It will hurt American businesses because it will make their products more expensive from buying things from other countries to help produce their products here in the United States even. So it's going to cause prices to go up for them.
Can you tell me why then we kept the tariffs on China then?
You know what universal tariffs are?
I could apply a definition of what universal means. But
yeah, universal tariffs are something that's applicable to every good coming into the country. So yeah, I do disagree with certain types of tariffs that have existed under the Biden-Harris administration. I don't dispute that, right? But Donald Trump's advocating for universal tariffs, which will cause taxes to go up on gas, on groceries, on clothes. Michelle, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Michelle. I really appreciate the $50. Can we get some W's from Michelle in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And Wushi, thank you so much for the subscription.
Like his tariff policy, and I hope you give me a chance on this, and I'll try and maybe change your mind on the tariff thing, because his tariff policy is meant to promote onshoring, and I could define onshoring for the.
You're just saying domestic production.
Onshore, and not necessarily domestic production, but actually foreign companies coming here to try and do their business here as well. Right. His tariff policy is trying to promote that rather than.
That's increased domestic production, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. No. But domestic production would maybe imply that it was American companies as well.
No,
mainly.
it just means domestic production. It means production within the United States.
Okay, but what I'm talking about is not only American companies.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Not only American companies, but foreign companies. So we would actually in general be increasing, the amount of throughput that we would be able to, GDP generally. But that's what his policy is trying to promote, rather than a John Deere moving or building a plant in another country where, like, if you're opening a business, even a small business in this country, there are many regulations, there's many headaches, there's many things to get over, many costs, many hurdles. And in other countries, there are not those things. So when you throw a tariff, a tax on somebody trying to bring a good in from another country that doesn't have all those regulations.
What regulation are you referencing?
Anything that has to do with the EPA, that has to,
I'll give you an example. Dave,
go ahead and try and build a production facility in the United States.
Dave,
you're telling me that there's not going to be a lot of regulations involved?
Yeah, you'd have to tell me. I'm just asking you, like, what specific ones. You said any of the ones that relate to the EPA. For example, right? Environmental protections like clean air. Do you disagree with that?
That's not what I'm talking about, Parker.
That's EPA.
I understand what EPA means.
Okay,
but
so
I'm talking
what about dumping waste?
I'm talking about opening a business.
What about dumping waste into rivers?
Of course, I don't want that.
That's EPA. That's EPA. So which regulations are you referencing? Celeste, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. It's going to be a long day, I know, right? Thank you so much, Celeste. Appreciate the $20.
It's unimportant to reference specific regulations. I'm just telling you that from a regulatory landscape in the United States in opening a business in general, it's harder here than some other countries where there's cheaper labor and there's less regulatory scrutiny. And that's why they choose to bring and build those plants in a foreign country, because it's more economically easy for them to make the good overseas or in another country with cheaper labor and cheaper taxes and cheaper regulations. And all a tariff is doing is leveling that playing field, because it's putting a tax on a good that should have been built here and not there. That's all it's doing. That's his. So when you either drop the regulations
here, are you
here,
gonna stop talking, or am I going to be able to speak, or no?
Well, I think I made my point.
Okay. Yeah. So again, this hurts American consumers. It causes the prices of goods to go up for American consumers. It also hurts American small businesses, specifically that rely on imported goods to develop their goods here. Right. So again, prices are going to go up.
No, not right.
Can I please finish?
Right. You asked me a question, right? I thought that was my point to talk. And I said, no, not right.
Do you know what rhetorical questions are?
We're just talking man to man here, I guess.
Do you know what a rhetorical question is?
I do.
What is it?
I'm not a dictionary, so I understand what it is. You asked me, I said I do.
Question?
Now you're asking me another question?
What's a rhetorical question?
Keep on going. I'll let you have the floor.
What's a rhetorical
I'll let you
question?
have the floor. Go ahead.
What's a rhetorical question?
It's one that you don't want an answer to.
Okay. Yeah. So again, I'm asking the question, right, because I'm demonstrating that it's a very obvious point.
Go ahead.
Okay. So prices will go up, right, which is going to hurt American consumers, and it's going to hurt small businesses.
Why are prices going to go up? Tell me.
Because
by
tariffs,
forcing the companies to bring their goods onshore and lower regulations. That's why. That's how prices are going to get hurt, and lower energy costs. That's how prices are going to get hurt. Wrong. You're wrong. And we already saw it under Trump. It's exactly what happened.
Yeah. So again, yes,
that means consumer prices will go down.
Yeah, so you saying consumer prices will go down is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Okay, you have no understanding of economics, right? You are just brain rotted by Donald Trump's economic policy, right? Tariffs undisputedly cause prices to go up. There would be no increase in domestic production if they caused consumer prices to go down. That is fucking delusional. Literally delusional. Okay? You are contradicting yourself. You have no understanding of economics, right? Every major economist knows that Donald Trump's economic policy relating to tariffs will fucking destroy American business. Heather, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Grace, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, for having to state the same facts over and over and over again. Yep, that's true. That's true. Dave, you can unmute your mic by clicking the profile picture in the bottom right and then clicking the microphone. Did you hear what I said? You just muted yourself again. Would you hear what I said?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
You can hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. So you muted me during that whole thing? Okay, good.
Yeah, did you hear what I said?
No, because I didn't understand that you were speaking because you were speaking over me. So
Ashley, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much.
I understand.
I was speaking over you. I actually can't believe how delusional this guy is. I was speaking over you. Are you trolling? Are you actually trolling right now, Dave?
Okay.
Are you trolling?
Maybe I should open up my own channel because I think I'm better at this than you are.
Dave, there's no way you're this delusional.
Jesus.
And Dave, go for it. I promise. You'll get like 3 people in the live.
Okay. So I don't think that you proved to me, and also in demonstration.
And all of them are going to be you on different accounts.
Okay, bro. Are you? Am I? Did you mute me now or no?
Nope.
Am I good?
No.
Okay. So not sure how like economics book that was the kind of Trump had a meeting or an interview with the guy from Bloomberg, the editor guy. Did you see that?
No.
Oh, well.
Was this a response to my points about tariffs?
It is in a way because it was if you would pull it up or whatever and take a look at it, after this or whatever, it would probably educate you a little bit because on the situation, and you would like kind of spin you up on what that like kind of point is. It's basically saying like somebody who's had an economics degree and has read all the books and understands like what everybody would say. Buy the book and
buy the facts. Sophie, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sophie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. The book describes facts.
When you're talking about like esoteric tariff situations in history, and then you look at like a few different ones, and then you
define esoteric.
Unique. So. If you go back in history,
esoteric to mean unique? That's crazy. That's the first time I've heard that.
Okay, bro. I love how you pepper pick people. It's so annoying. We're in the middle of a fucking conversation, and all you're looking to do is try and pepper pick people with like little things like, tell me what a question is. Define a question for me. Like rhetorical in the middle of it. It has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about.
It was a rhetorical question. I like how you're still not talking about tariffs. And then you go into like trying to like pepper Danny,
people.
Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much.
Like annoying tick that you have. But anyway,
are you just mad that you're getting dunked on?
Dunked on? Are you kidding me? You haven't proven shit, dude. We have
done this entire
higher prices under this administration.
How was it caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Energy prices are through the roof. That's how
was that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
They locked down all importing of a lot of energy. The whole World War III is going on. They locked down the importing.
How did they lock down the importing?
You don't think that there's any problems with the ports in this country right now?
So I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So again, no, I'm just asking you, who did they shut down from?
That's under that. That all has to do with everything, right? It has to do with
shut down from?
The availability of energy in this country.
This guy's so insufferable. Who did they shut down from?
The availability of energy in this country is definitely less than it was under Trump.
Who did they shut down from?
What's that?
Who did they shut down energy from?
The unions stopped importing from the dock workers, from a lot of other areas in the country throughout the last 4 years where there's been issues with onshoring energy. It's no doubt.
So again, you
Like,
still
spin
haven't
yourself
So you still haven't answered the question. What policy do they engage in specifically to decrease?
I don't know. I
oil
don't know.
from coming
I
in?
don't know. I just know it happens.
So you don't know. So the reason why
No.
there was a reduction is because of the Russia-Ukraine situation, which led to us getting less Russian oil, and Donald Trump signing a deal with OPEC.
We don't get that much Russian
Can you
oil.
please stop talking.
Period. That's just
Please stop talking.
That's a
Stop
talking
talking.
point.
No, we actually got a lot of Russian
Yes.
oil prior. So can
No, we
I please finish?
Go ahead.
Okay.
You just
and
have
we
these stupid talking points where you don't even have
be quiet.
an
Be
idea
quiet.
of what you're
Be
talking
quiet.
about.
Do I have to mute you every single time I speak?
So annoying.
I'm the annoying one. Really,
dude.
Dave,
People
you're
are so much
fucking delusional.
smarter on Twitter. People are
They
so.
are?
Dude, I just got done with a 2-hour Twitter space. Infinitely smarter than Dave. Every single one.
Yeah,
of them.
Dave is not very smart.
Okay. Oh my God, you guys are.
Yeah,
you,
so Dave-
and I went and I went
I
to
like-
elite
oh my God.
college, and I have to brush the gold off my shoulders. Come on.
I didn't go to an elite college. I didn't go into an Ivy League.
There sounds like that you said you had to prove to me that you had an economics degree.
I didn't prove any. I just said I had an economics degree.
Okay, well you had to lead with it. Well, in our tariff conversation.
Yeah,
right?
because I was telling you that I understand what I'm
So?
talking about.
All right, well, maybe you don't. Maybe I don't respect the fact that you just read a book and have no idea what it is in like the real world, as we saw.
What does that
under
even mean?
Trump.
What does that even mean?
We saw it.
Wait,
under
would you say
Trump,
that to a
because the
would you
book-
say that to a doctor?
The books that you read.
Dave,
in
would you say that to
school-
a doctor? Jaxper, thank you so much for the
Yeah, I
galaxy.
would actually. I would. I've spoken to many. You don't think that doctors
This guy's
who
so
are
delusional.
scientists have one doctor says one thing and another in the
You
same
just
exact
read a
field
book.
say another thing?
I'm not going to put this cast on my arm when I broke it because
No,
you just
that's
read a
not what I'm
book.
saying. That's
You
not what I'm
just
saying.
read a book.
That's not what I'm saying. You
I'm
don't
not
think
going to get
that
heart
two
surgery
doctors-
because
You
you
don't
just
think-
read a book.
You're such an idiot.
Prison
dude.
sunglasses, thank
You're
you so
such
much.
an idiot.
Me?
You don't think that two doctors in the same field disagree about a procedure
the hand
and
up.
the way to do it? Are you kidding me?
Wait, so I have a question.
Okay, so
would
stupid, bro.
would you go to the doctor?
I'm sorry, bro. I gotta go and eat
You're
dinner.
gonna run away. You're gonna run away. Run to your little safe space, MAGA snowflake.
By the way, everyone watching the live, make sure to follow my account here. This will be my live account for the next 4 days, unfortunately.
What are you talking about? I actually, I enjoy watching you and stuff. I'm not.
I did
trying-
not enjoy you being on my live.
Well, because I'm tougher. I'm tougher.
No,
than other
it's
people.
because you're dumber.
Okay. Okay.
Dave, I'm actually just being genuine with you at this point.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for. Oh, that means that you were not being genuine at other point in our conversation.
No, I said I'm actually being genuine with you.
Oh,
'cause you
you're
don't
actually
believe
being
that-
genuine.
It's because you
But
don't.
you weren't
it's
being
because-
genuine before.
No, that's not what it means. It just means that you.
Oh, okay. Then,
Listen,
yeah.
it just means.
Yeah.
It just means.
Can you
he's
define
cutting
that
me
for me,
off.
Parker?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, just shut the fuck up. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I just mean when I say actually genuine, it's because you didn't believe that I was being genuine. Okay, so use your brain. If you had like more than 40 IQ points, you would have been able to pick that one up.
That's funny.
He's literally two rocks click clacking in his brain, bro. It's unbelievable.
Click clacking around. Click clacking around.
Appreciate the paper crane.
Oh man, I miss those Twitter space. I didn't have to like have my camera
Push the
on. I
hand
didn't
art.
need to be sitting up. I just got to talk shit on my phone for 2 hours. It was like a therapy session, man.
Dude, if I was on Twitter right now, Dave would be getting ripped into, bro. Okay,
Dude, it's fun. Really
he would be
fun.
getting ripped into. Okay, I'm held back by TikTok terms of service. Okay,
It's a very fun.
Push the hand art.
platform. We could say that.
yeah, Dave, unmute your mic. Click the fucking profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. It's not rocket science, Dave. Oh, jeez. Kayla, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Helen. Thank you so much for the $5 for goodbye, Dave.
Jeremy,
hand
thank
art.
you for the
Thank you so
$2
much,
on
hey,
Venmo, just
Emily.
because.
Love you. Thank you so much for the
Hey.
$5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Lily, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Oh yeah, earlier. Wait, did you like make fun of people who have tics, who have Tourette's?
What's that? Can you let's go on to something else. Let's go on to something else.
Did
You
you
wanna- do you wanna
earlier?
debate about something else?
If you don't answer my question, I'm going to kick you off. Did
Do you
you
want
do
to debate
that?
about something else?
Did you do that earlier?
Do you know what a rhetorical question is?
These people are like the most insufferable people on the planet.
Oh, yeah. No, for sure. For sure. All right, guys. Make
Yo,
sure
what's
to
up? How old are you?
Me too.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
He's gonna make America great again.
When was it great to begin with?
Push the booth. Thank you so much.
You're on pause, man.
Milk, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
When,
Can you hear
when
me
was
now?
it? When was it great prior to Trump's administration?
Let me think. Definitely before Obama. Like
when gay people kind of get married?
Yeah, about then.
Do you think he was
I'm
great
just
for
kidding.
gay people?
But like, yeah, I think a big thing is the border crisis. Making America healthy again is a big one.
Dude, he literally just worked a shift at a McDonald's. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, he's talking about him and RFK teaming up right now to make America healthy.
I literally don't
by getting McDonald's.
No, not by getting McDonald's. By getting RFK in control of the corrupt FDA and USDA and getting
he'll do it.
Well, I think he will because he
Wait,
said
so
yes.
make America healthy again by voting for a guy that put an anti-vaxxer on his administration who want to make our kids less healthy because he doesn't even believe in the usage of vaccines, or like the guy specifically,
Well, I think,
or like hold on,
some
let
of
me finish.
them.
Can I finish? Or like
Yes.
or like the guy specifically that has no healthcare policy, right?
I'm talking about like the chemicals in our food and our water and pesticides, and I think he's gonna
So you want to stop using pesticides in general?
the harmful ones that are banned in Europe and a lot of other countries. Yeah.
Okay, which ones?
I don't know the exact names for all of them, but yeah, some of them.
Can
are
you
very
name me
harmful.
one?
Look,
Name me one that Donald Trump wants to ban because of RFK. Name me one.
I know he's gonna appoint RFK to a position of power so he can make America healthier.
Yeah, but like what is one thing he's going to ban that you think is good?
Just a lot of these harmful chemicals in our food,
like
and water,
like
fluoride in the water.
Fluoride in the water.
Yes.
You want to get rid of all fluoride in the water?
I do, 100%.
Appreciate the Panther. Thank you so much. So what about the teeth? Yellow teeth? Also, by the way, I'm just letting you know, at certain levels of fluoride, it's not harmful to your brain.
I disagree with that. I believe it's
like
neurotoxin.
It's true.
Dentists want it. Like dentists say a certain level of fluoride in water is actually like.
Well, I think they're wrong, and a lot of other medical.
I think they're wrong. Yeah, really.
Oh, they are. They are.
Yeah. Do you brush your teeth, Milk?
Yes, I do brush my teeth.
Why?
So
there's fluoride in it.
Well, I use one without fluoride in my. I don't get any cavities in my teeth.
Really, you use the one without fluoride?
Yeah, and I also don't eat processed sugars and none of that bad stuff.
So do you have anything in it? What are you brushing your teeth with?
I know it's natural ingredients, and I don't.
What natural ingredients?
I can like peppermint oil, like some coconut oil, and some other natural ingredients that are
using peppermint oil and coconut oil does not.
There's a few other ingredients, but they're 100% natural, and I haven't got a cavity since I was a little kid when I Is
fluoride natural?
It's naturally occurring. I believe sometimes. But,
so if fluoride is natural, then what's your issue?
Well, it can be naturally occurring, but the processed, manufactured.
You understand your toothpaste is also processed.
Yes, I know that, but it's not as harmful as fluoride.
How do you know?
Because fluoride's literally
What studies do you have to justify this?
Just look it up. Look, it's fluoride and neurotoxin. It's a neurotoxin.
Wait. So you're not going to believe the professionals, like the dentists, right? So what are you going to believe?
What about all the medical experts and some dentists even say, yeah, it is bad.
Some dentists. What percent?
Probably not a lot of them because they're not. I don't think they're too educated on.
So you're going to believe the 1% of scientists over the 99%.
Well, RFK is also saying it's not too good, but yeah.
RFK is not a dentist.
He knows a lot about the health though. He knows a lot about
really
healthy. Yeah.
Really? Does he know so much about the health that he literally what was the thing he did with a bear, Dean? Do you want to explain that?
Oh, he cut off their head, get decapitated them, then just put their body in like Central Park.
Okay.
I mean, that has nothing to do with like.
That's That's insane, though. Would you ever dude? Come on.
Okay, but
please.
we're not. That has nothing
Yo,
to do
Christian,
with him.
thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Oh my God, thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate that.
Austin, thank you so much for the $5. Austin, thank you so much.
Let's get some massive W Christians in the chat. I really appreciate you for the love. That means a lot.
Helen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Lily, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Kayla, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I think he also has brainworms.
I got a question real quick.
Yeah, he does actually.
So what is does Kamala want to do anything for the health of Americans?
She wants to expand access to the ACA and cap the amount that pharmaceuticals can cost out of pocket at $2,000.
I'm not talking about the cost. I'm talking about does she want to do anything about how chronic illnesses are rising, obesity, chronic illnesses in child are rising?
Yeah, preventative health care does help with those things.
Well, yeah, but what about the harmful chemicals in our food, the dangerous pesticides, and the stuff in our water?
Yeah, wait, so are you saying that Donald Trump is going to be more likely to engage in safety regulations?
Of course, yeah.
I thought he was the one that was going to deregulate everything.
Oh.
What are you talking about?
I thought he was going to deregulate it and make it easier for businesses.
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but definitely not anymore.
No, so he's more pro-regulation?
Well, what are you talking about regulating? Like the chemicals and stuff like that, or what are you talking about exactly?
I thought he was for deregulating these things because it makes it more expensive for businesses.
I'm not exactly sure like what you're referring. I don't. Definitely not anymore because he's already said he's going to let RFK run wild and get things done.
I actually say that. Yeah, here's my thoughts.
He actually
Can
has.
I get my thoughts?
He either said it at a rally, but there's a clip of him saying, "Yeah, I'm going to let RFK run wild for a little and get us healthy again." Yeah, sure.
I just don't think it's going to end up happening, and the reason why I don't think
it is.
Do you mind if you listen to me?
Yes.
So the reason why I don't think it's going to end up happening is because, first of all, it's nowhere to be found on Agenda 47. And second of all, it does stand antithetical to beliefs in which he's incessantly held, such as the deregulation of commerce. And third of all, if you really want to make healthy again, let's vote for the candidate who wants to reduce childhood poverty with an increase in the child tax credit and wants to put more purchasing power in that average American's hands by giving them better tax cuts.
Yeah, right? But the chemicals aren't
when we could provide, well, they are in a sense.
Americans are
one moment.
Carrie with the $50 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Carrie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
And the reason why these things are important, right, to do if we want people to eat healthier is because one of the main drivers why people eat unhealthy food is because they don't have the money to afford the more expensive organic, healthier foods. So when we can make that average American better off and we can provide them with a greater level of purchasing power to buy those more organic foods, that's how we're going to see American families eating healthier.
Okay,
Ryan, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Ryan. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you.
Has like a big part in that because they can't afford healthier foods, but that doesn't, go away from the fact that there are harmful chemicals in our foods that are banned in Europe.
I've already given you my reasons why Trump isn't going to do that. Respond to the reasons or don't respond at all.
He said multiple times.
And he said he was going to pass an infrastructure bill and never did. He said that he was going to build a wall between America and Mexico and then stick the wall. One moment. He said he was going to build a wall between America and Mexico and then stick the wall to Mexico, and he never did. Or he said he was going to bring Congress together, and he said he was going to find it. One moment, dude, shut the fuck up while I'm talking. He said he was going to find, because you are incessantly interrupting me. He said that one moment, no, I'm not going to allow you to interrupt me. You're not going to tell me to relax because you're you're engaging in inappropriate behavior.
Okay, I'm giving you permission to talk.
You're just mad that I'm cooking you, so I'm going to go and continue speaking. All right. He also said that he won 2020. He didn't. He said he's going to find evidence he didn't. This man lied over 30,000 times during his presidency, and we have advisors from his administration that have came out and said that he couldn't differentiate between what was true and what was false. So when you make the claim that he is going to appoint RFK to make America healthy again, even though it's not in Agenda 47 and it stands against the beliefs that he's held traditionally and even re-announced over time. All right, we simply have no reason to believe that it's actually going to occur.
What about all the bullshit Kamala's saying? Kamala, I'm sorry. What about all the shit she's saying? She's saying she's going to switch up all this time. What about that? She's like switching up all this time. She said, she's for fracking. She's against it. She's for guns. She's against it. What about all that shit?
Oh, wait. Do you think that I'm a hypocrite and switch up because 4 years ago as a Republican, I'm a liberal today?
I'm talking about Kamala switching up, not you.
Kamala, is it really that hard?
So am I a hypocrite that switches up because 4 years ago I was a Republican, but I wasn't today?
I wasn't.
No, I'm not. So she's not either, right? So she held more left-leaning views 4 years ago when she was the active serving senator of the state of California. One moment.
Rachel, thank you for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Rachel. I appreciate it. Fair, thank you so
No,
much.
don't use him shouting out the donuts as a chance
I'll
to
mute him. I got you. Fair, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for registered dietitian here. Milk is off the rocker. He needs help with orthorexia. Trump won't make America healthy. His diet is atrocious. And then Ryan again, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much.
Anyways, what I was going to say there was the reason that she held different views 4 years ago than she does today is, well, a representative in a functioning constitutional republic is supposed to represent the views of their constituents. So when she was representing the views of everyone in California compared to representing the views of everyone in America, we'd expect more left-leaning views. Then on top of that, in Congress, you either sink or you swim. You swim by being able to get Congress together, meeting in the middle of the aisle, which takes some moderation to your own views. I believe after serving as Biden's VP for 4 years, her own views have been moderated, and she realized that there's better, more pragmatic ways to achieve her end goals. And then additionally here, if you want to talk about switch-ups, 4 years ago, the same year she said she was against fracking, J.D. Vance called Trump America's Hitler.
All right, you can speak now, Milk. And Charles, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you, Charles.
I truly believe she's going back on her word because the election's coming up and she wants, more
So no rebuttal. So no rebuttal. Got it.
Well, I'm just...
No cogent rebuttal to a single word I said.
You made a fair point. I'm not going to lie, but I still believe she's a liar.
Okay, so who lies more, Harris or Trump?
I would say Harris, actually.
Okay, really? So tell me the biggest lie Harris has ever told, and tell me if you genuinely think it's comparable to Trump denying the outcome of the 2020 election.
Thank you for the trash panda. Thank you so much, Leanne.
There were a lot of problems with the election in 2020.
Okay, so you're a conspiracy theorist. Your brain's rotted.
I'm not saying who won. I'm not saying anyone. I'm not saying
$3 on Venmo.
I'm just saying there were some problems with the election. You think there was zero problems with the election?
I think that there's zero evidence of widespread voter fraud to overturn the results, and that's a fact.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. That's all you got, bud?
That's all you got? Come on.
Okay, I'm about to kick you.
Oh, come on, man. Let's wait.
All right, let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree is in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
They left. They're leaving.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone.
Heck yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I just feel like everything was better when he was president with the economy. I mean, like eggs were cheaper, milk was cheaper.
How did he cause that?
That is a good question.
It's a necessary one to answer too. But I don't fault you because honestly, that's what a lot of people think. That's what I used to think. But things can influence the economy apart from the president. And what we'd say is the reason things are worse now isn't because of Trump getting out of office or Biden and Harris getting into office, but probably because of the global inflation onset by the pandemic.
Yeah, maybe. But no.
Oh, why?
I mean, he passed that tax policy.
That didn't do anything. For
No,
America.
that helped.
Really nothing. No, we saw no increase in business investment. It increased income and equities, and overall, it only increased the annual GDP by $10 billion.
Which is we spent 1.9 trillion, so terrible investment to spend 190 billion dollars a year and to only get 10 billion in GDP back. That's not even in revenue.
Okay,
revenue
but we
was like was
can't really
anywhere
talk
between
about-
two. Go ahead.
Sorry. We can't really talk about spending though, because didn't he also do Biden had a bunch of stimulus checks, so he added to the deficit a lot.
He actually had less stimulus than Trump.
Yeah, so Trump actually signed into law 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. For the Trump administration, for the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. So Trump signed off on more debt.
Y'all are really smart.
Hey, don't worry. We're here to have these conversations. It's important for people to be educated about these things. Don't worry.
Yes. So you're saying that Biden and I guess subsequently Kamala's economy will be better than Trump's, just because you don't like tariffs though, right?
Yeah, universal
That's
tariffs. Also, the debt that's projected to be added, it's 3.5 trillion over 10 years for the Harris administration and 7.5 trillion for the Trump administration.
But wouldn't the tariffs keep like American jobs here though, or like help American jobs by not outsourcing and all that?
So sure, it might increase domestic production, but it would hurt American export jobs. It would hurt American small businesses because they rely on imported goods into the country to help run their businesses. Right? So like economists indicate that like Trump's economic plans would be worse for the economy.
But like in the short term.
In the long
like,
term.
Yeah, oh.
Both short term and long term it would be worse.
Okay. Well then never mind, I guess.
Yeah, if you don't want your eggs and groceries and gas and everything to go up, don't vote for Donald Trump because he wants tariffs. That will cause them to go up.
Yeah, I definitely don't want them to keep going up. So
yeah. All right, well, appreciate you coming up.
okay, thanks.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because I don't have a lot of the same beliefs as the Democratic way.
Ooh, like what?
Like abortion. I don't support people pushing things on my children.
Like what? Like education?
No, of course not.
Like what? Like what? Like what? I want to push on your kids.
The whole you can be anything and the whole trans stuff and all that. I don't.
How is Kamala Harris pushing being trans on children?
I'm not saying I'm not saying her per se. I'm saying more of the Democratic way is like transgenders going in bathrooms. I don't support that. I have a 6-year-old girl.
So trans people being in bathrooms has always happened. Like, are they just not supposed to go to the bathroom? Right. And then 2, Donald Trump literally walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls and bragged about it in front of Howard Stern. So are you voting for Donald Trump if you don't want?
Right, so I'm not saying, but see, that's the thing too, when it comes to like Donald Trump per se, I don't agree with everything. I've watched your podcast or been on here a lot. I don't agree with everything per se that he does. I mean, I'm sure you don't agree with everything that Biden has done or even Kamala. Sorry, I'm not very good with that. Kamala. I'm sorry. And then as far as like pushing so hardcore towards EVs and stuff like that, I'm actually a GM technician and I actually work on them. And the amount
a lot of issues with them.
Yes,
that's because you only see the problems.
It's hard to really say it's not because there's big recalls.
That's like a cop saying there's a lot of crime. Well, you're the one that deals with the crime. So the firefighter is saying there's a lot of fires.
What recalls have you seen? Because you work on like you're with GM. What GM? What GM?
Look up Chevrolet Bolt battery issues.
Yeah,
in
because we don't see that like with other EV companies and just the Bolt. I'm gonna say that's gonna be like a GM error, not like a EV error. You know, for instance, there's plenty of like combustion engine vehicles that have had recalls as well, like Mercedes. Like there's some Mercedes vehicles that like have like a recall like every other year, I swear. And that doesn't mean that all of a sudden all combustion engine vehicles are like poorly built because of that. But that was more so like the manufacturer error. We'd say the same thing for like the Chevy Bolt.
No, I'm not necessarily like, all right, so
Christian with $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Christian in the chat? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you, Christian. Let's get some W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Sorry, what were you saying?
So I've also worked at Honda and worked on EVs there, and they also as well had issues. A lot of the problems is they don't. The technology is not there to sustain and be simplified as far as battery swaps. I mean, if you look up even, it's a complete different battery.
Oh, sure. No,
platform
you're totally right about that. But that just pisses off the techs. That doesn't really have any implication apart from that.
No, I mean, like I said, I mean, it's more of, I mean, customers are buying these cars and they're braking left and right. Like, it's awful, and the batteries, and they're having all these issues, and it's honestly a safety concern. If you look up like the GMC Hummer, look up that one and look up the batteries on those. They've already dropped a recall. A lot of them, when they catch on fire, the EVs, and there's been other manufacturers, when they catch on fire, is a serious ordeal because water
I don't
doesn't
know.
put them
Wait,
out.
how many reliability issues did gas powered cars have when they first came out? A shit ton. Does that mean that we should have never made gas powered cars? No.
Also, we're just making investments in them.
Yeah, and like, I
Right,
think
are you mad that your company's getting investments from the federal government to help subsidize you guys selling these vehicles?
Like I said, I'm just not that. See, that's where I'm saying though, like for Kamala and the Democratic Party, you say, why are people voting for the other? It's because, yeah, I believe in trying to do sustainable, but I don't believe EVs are the way of the future. I've just worked on too many of them.
Believe what you want. Is renewable energy the future? Yes, absolutely. Okay, so the largest investment in renewable energy ever came from Kamala Harris.
How about the power grid? How's that going to sustain it when there's different cities and stuff that during the summer when the power is going crazy on like people using energy, hey, turn your AC up some because we can't sustain it. How are they going to sustain trying to charge all these cars?
Yeah, so again, as it relates to this, I'm not saying every car should be EV. What I'm saying in particular is that what's it called? We can use renewable energy to be the basis of most of the energy that we use. Of course, we're not going to get rid of cars immediately, right?
Yeah.
Right, like gasoline
But-
cars. That's what I'm arguing. Right, we're arguing
But
is that
then
over time.
Your issue also, though, like I said, that you're running into is fossil fuels and other ways of making electricity. How are you really saving the environment?
We're making it better than what it currently is right now. Like we're making conditions better. Because we're
Well, that's just like-
increasing energy production instead of being built on fossil fuels. We're reducing our reliance on that, and we're increasing how much we do it through renewable means.
And creating those batteries, you can't do that in the U.S. because it's so bad for the environment, right? Because like different manufacturers that sell tools, Milwaukee, Snap-on, DeWalt, all those have to do their batteries overseas because it's so bad for the environment.
Yeah, they actually are better for the environment than gas powered vehicles in the first 70,000 miles.
No, I'm not saying the EV itself. I'm saying, but creating all these batteries.
Yeah,
that's
but
not too great.
But if you create a gas powered vehicle and you drive it, it's either like 50 or 70,000 miles. You're gonna have like more emissions.
And then also people are buying all these EVs, not realizing that when they pay them off, they're absolutely garbage, pretty much.
What?
I mean, that's just gonna
Because-
be your opinion, okay?
Imagine voting for a sexual abuser because you just don't like EVs.
Like I said, I'm not necessarily per se. I don't agree with everything that Trump does, and I don't think everyone does. Like, I don't think, just because you're voting for someone like that doesn't mean it's more for the policies as far as like how I don't believe in children should be aborted. Sex, rape, and incest and all that stuff and terrible things like that, I can see to that extent, but that should be addressed at an early
So you want to
time.
restrict women's rights. That's why. You're voting for Donald Trump because you want to restrict women's rights to get access to abortion.
It's not necessarily, I don't believe if you're killing a baby that it's the woman's right to be able to kill the baby. Like I said, life-threatening and rape, but those are, from all the statistics that I've seen, not a very high percentage of abortions.
Wait, so no, but I'm asking you, do you think that they should have restricted access to abortion? Women in the first trimester.
Women in the first trimester, it still should be restricted as far as how far along they are. I don't believe like the Plan B pill or like
So
something
when do you
of
think
that
it should be
nature.
restricted?
Once it's turning into a child, like I said, I'm not no doctor, of course, but once that it is actually forming into a little baby, I mean, like I said, if it sells, I don't really understand that at all. That
So
doesn't
it's just
make
the way
no
that it
sense to me.
looks? To you, it's just
No,
how
not
it looks.
the way that it looks. If it's an actual little baby, I mean,
But like,
if it's
what do you classify as an actual little baby? Like, when does it become an actual little baby instead of just cells?
when it's being formed, I'm like I said, I'm not saying, and if it's in the first couple weeks, I understand a person didn't know they were pregnant. I understand that.
Dude,
But when you're
honestly,
going
I'm gonna
months
be
and
honest with
months and
you.
months,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like if you were exposed to like progressive societalization and maybe born like a generation later, like you actually might like hold some decent views. Like I feel like you're just like so wrong about a lot of things, but I could like tell in your voice that you're trying to be a good person.
Tessa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Tessa.
But like, all right. So, what in my ways am I wrong? I mean, when do you consider it a baby?
Yeah, so we think it's valuable after sentience, which is 18 through 26 weeks. So like when it has a subjective experience, prior to that, I just don't see any reason you'd value it, and I also don't see how you could see the same value in like a zygote versus like a sentient fetus, or like a newborn baby. Like I think that's a ridiculous thing. Saying first week, second week, third week, fourth week, fifth week, sixth week, seventh week, like saying that those are as valuable as a sentient fetus or a sentient newborn baby is like insane to me.
But then also, I wanted to get your opinion, 'cause I haven't heard nobody bring it up. So I really can't understand, because I had even seen this on like CNN and all kinds of sites, and now it's all changed. Kamala on that $20,000, because I'm sure you'll know more than me into it, where it's for first-time homebuyers. Everywhere that I've seen it had talked about first generational.
Yeah, so you're thinking of the Biden statute. This isn't just like the one that Biden brought up. They changed it. It's specifically referencing first-time homebuyers.
And nothing to do with,
and it's referencing new homes.
Okay, but it's nothing about generational, first generation, because I've seen that all over on different.
You're thinking of the the definition of first generation under the Biden policy, not the Harris policy.
So Harris is for everyone then.
Harris is for everyone.
And then how about
first-time homebuyers?
I know, yeah, I got you. So I know from what I've seen that she did not create or think of this idea, but that she supported tax dollars paying for people in prison and also illegal immigrants for their sex changes.
Yeah, you just heard this from Trump. That's not true. There is giving people in prisons access to like hormone replacement therapy, right, which they would need, right? That's just like giving anyone access to any of the medicine that they would need, right? So it's the same thing for trans people. We give to everyone else. Now, it's not paying for people's gender reassignment surgery, right? That's not what's happening.
Well, from everywhere that I've seen, it said that she had said it.
Give me one source. Give me one source.
Like I said, I just had seen like I said, I work for a living. I work 40 hours a week. I have 2 kids. Y'all have way more time to sit online than me. But yeah, from what I had seen. So, like I said, the Democratic Party supports more of those things. And that's where I see, everybody with, Trump does this and I don't agree with everything Trump does. But I also, do you agree with everything that Kamala says?
Kamala? Kamala.
So I'm so sorry. Kamala. I'm sorry. That's where I'm like, and I understand where you're coming from. And I know you're always like, I heard you talk about it plenty of times with Trump not being for people burning the flag. I don't agree with that, with them burning the flag. I think that's rude for anyone who's died for this country.
And I know you could say it's rude, but like, should it be illegal?
I don't have no per se in that, but and I don't really have any close members of family that was in the military. But I mean, people take that very seriously if their families die in the military or something of that nature.
Yeah.
And the
So
flag,
what about the termination of the Constitution? Trump wanted to terminate the Constitution.
Are you talking about the whole overturning the election and all that?
Trump wanted to terminate the Constitution. Yes.
I'm not, like I said, I'm not perfect on all that, on knowing every aspect. But like I said, for the flag, I don't agree with that. And that's another thing with the Democratic Party ways. Y'all don't care about that per se. And y'all say it's against your rights and all that. I mean, and you want to say, oh, well, that's against your rights for doing this and that. But if it goes towards something y'all support, like me and COVID and the whole mask wearing thing, people having claustrophobia issues, which I do myself, and pushing that on people to have to wear masks and pushing COVID vaccines. My fiance, she actually was going to have to be forced to get it but she didn't, and she was going to get the Johnson & Johnson or whatever. And come to find out, they pulled it because it was killing women with high blood pressure, and it possibly could have killed her. Because she has high blood pressure, and she would have been a high subject to have been a worry about that. So I don't, like I said, there's certain things that I believe in on the Republican Party way, whereas on the Democratic way, there's certain things that y'all believe is okay to be pushed on people, and not others.
Yeah. So,
and then also,
yeah. So again, the mandates you're referencing, right, under Biden's administration, that was shown as unconstitutional. They never did that.
What, forcing people to wear masks and vaccinate?
Sal, thank you so much for the $5 for masks. I'm not talking about. I'm talking vaccination.
Yeah. My girlfriend had to actually get a.
Oh my gosh! You want to know something crazy?
What?
What's up?
So today, MSNBC reported on how Trump appointees at the Bureau of Prisons wrote in their manual and provided gender-affirming treatment, such as hormone therapy, for inmates who requested it during Trump's term. Like his own appointees
Cheryl, thank you so much for the
wrote
dollar.
rules into the Bureau of Prisons saying that they could and will provide GAC to trans inmates.
But like, stay on the same subject for one before I get all miscombobulated. Yeah, there were places. Well, I don't know if it was mandatory everywhere, and there were some places maybe it wasn't. But I'm located in Virginia, and I know for multiple different companies that they were forcing people. Like my dad, he works for the railroad. They were telling him he was going to have to. He had to get a Christian religious form trying to say it was against his religion because they were letting people go if they wouldn't take the vaccine. I just think that I understand it was a global pandemic, but if people don't want to be putting something into their body, I don't think it's right. You know, you talk about abortions and things like that. My body, my choice.
Would you say it'd be justified for me to like pluck one piece of hair out of your head if it saved like I don't know, like 10 million people?
Yeah, but you can't quite justify that because there's no threat to me. There's no.
No, I'm asking you if me like walking up to you and without your consent, just taking one piece of hair out of your head would save 10 million people. Would it be justified for me to do that?
Yeah, I would have no problem with pulling a piece of hair out of my head.
Yeah, and even I bet a lot of people would say it'd be justified even like without your consent, just to walk up to you, take the piece of hair.
Yeah.
So
take a
I
piece
mean,
of hair.
so you just justified forcefully vaccinating people because that's what the vaccine did. Because like now instead of it being hair, how about a little pluck in the arm? You know what I mean? Would you be okay with a little pluck in your arm if it meant saving 10 million people?
But that's not a possibility of being a life-threatening thing and then putting something into your body. Plucking a piece of hair, I mean, that's nowhere
Wait, so
near.
if you knew that the vaccine was 110% certainly safe with no negative side effects, would you find it be justified to forcefully vaccinate people?
No, I still can't see how you're going to be able to put something in someone's body if they don't trust it.
But would it be justified for me to like fucking punch you in your face if it meant that it'd save 10 million innocent lives from dying?
I mean, in that point, you're still not threatening my life. I mean, I guess if you're really strong.
So it's justified to punch you in your face, but it's not okay to recommend you to get a vaccine.
If I found out that you punched me in the face, yeah, I'm gonna be mad. And then I find out you're like, hey, I just saved this many lives. I'll be like, okay, well, I understand that, but that's not life threatening. Like I said, my girlfriend would have been at a very, very high risk and was getting ready to be forced at her job.
Yeah, well then, yeah, she either should have got a medical exemption or went to another
She
job.
did.
Okay, so then she's good. Like the medical exemptions exist for a reason. They exist for that reason.
Well, like I said, you shouldn't have to go to that extent. If I
Yes, you should. Yes, you should. Because we should require these things for those that they're not life-threatening to, for the same reason that you find it okay for me to pluck a piece of hair out of your head. But for those in which it is threatening to, give them the exemption so they could continue to work.
But you say it was okay before they even knew that, and it was killing people. And what if some of those people
so it wasn't
like,
okay. So you disagreed with how Biden and Harris warp speeded the vaccine's approval because it didn't give it enough time to get tested?
I'm not saying that. If they want to push something out and people want to try it, I am all for that. You go right ahead. But I'm saying as far as making it where oh, hey, you're going to lose your job unless you do this, and then have to try
so
and
then
do
why
all
don't
this.
you argue with the corporations? Because that has nothing to do with our federal government.
But was it the Republicans or the Democrats that were more towards taking the vaccine and pushing towards, not please take it, or, you can lose your job?
The Democrats, and I agree with them 110%. It should have been take it or lose your job. But it's going to be the Democrats,
That was
at
also
like
shut
your
down by the
local
Supreme Court.
businesses, not like the federal government. I still think do you disagree with like seatbelt laws, sir?
No.
Why? They could be life threatening. You could die because you're wearing a seatbelt.
Yeah, and it's your choice if you don't want to.
No, it's not your choice, because if you drive, you have to wear a seatbelt legally.
Well, I guess. Well, as far as that, I guess if I wouldn't be obliged against it, really. Honestly.
So why do you agree with a seatbelt mandate but not a vaccine one?
I guess that is pretty wild that they make you wear it. I guess I would honestly. I would.
Oh no! I opened up a
more-
new part of your brain to like a new level of thinking, but it's actually bad because now you're going to say that we shouldn't be forced to wear seatbelts.
But it's your choice. How is that someone else's problem? Now I'm thinking along the lines of if you have children in the back and they weren't buckled in, then that could be more of a probable cause.
I'm sorry, I just can't do it anymore. I'm done.
No, you're
I'm
okay.
done.
We're good. I'm gonna take off here in the next few minutes. I think I've been on for like 6 hours on the different platforms.
I feel you, bro.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'll probably vote Trump.
What's that?
I just think things were better with him.
Okay. Like what things?
Russia wasn't attacking Ukraine. Israel wasn't in war.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause Russia to invade Ukraine?
Dude, what's going on with like the right-leaning chat today? Oh, you're back on your main account.
We can go back to Obama, which I voted for twice. I thought Obama was a solid president, and Bush was awful. So I was up for any change at all. And go back to that, and Russia attacked during Obama. They took Crimea. Then Trump gets in office, and nobody's attacking anything. Hindsight's 2020.
Okay. So, Matt,
Ilias,
are you
thank you for
saying
the
that
$5
Obama
on
had a good
PayPal. And Morgan,
economy?
thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Because I asked you, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause them to invade? And you didn't really give me an explanation for that.
I'm just saying that they didn't invade under Trump, and they did Obama.
Okay. They also didn't invade under Jimmy Carter. Does that mean Jimmy Carter caused that?
We're talking.
He also had lower gas prices and lower inflation, sir.
It's easy.
Would you vote for Jimmy Carter over Trump?
I don't know. I wasn't alive when Jimmy Carter was president.
Well, he's still alive today. He could run for a second term, sir. He had lower gas prices, lower inflation. No
Jimmy
Russian
Carter,
invasion.
2024.
Are you on the hype train?
I'd vote for Bill Clinton again.
The other person that was a sexual abuser, I think.
It was consensual, but
No, I think there's something apart from Monica Lewinsky that I was reading about on Reddit yesterday.
I haven't seen that. Bro, sources Reddit. That's crazy.
I don't know about
I was just
Someone needs to stop, Dean.
the cases against Trump are kind of shoddy too. That looks like a just bad PR from the Democratic Party. I don't know.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
If I didn't think he did, then absolutely.
So, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a child's vagina against their will?
If I didn't think they did it.
So what do you dispute in the case?
Which one?
In the Trump case. Do you know who the victim's name is?
With E.
Yeah, name one piece of evidence submitted in the case that you dispute.
Oh, they didn't let any of her tweets about how she loved his TV show out. They didn't, the way she acted.
I asked one piece of evidence submitted in the case you dispute.
I wasn't consumed by that case. I wasn't in the law room with that. I'm
So okay, so you want to accept the
all
people
the
that were in the
information.
room? If you want to accept
I don't
people,
need the
if you want to
judge
accept the
tell me
people who,
what I can't believe, what I can't.
if you want to
see.
accept the, if you want to, there was a jury determination. 9 individuals unanimously determined that Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll. It was a unanimous decision.
There was a jury that let O.J. Simpson go too.
Okay, does that wait? That's for criminal court.
No, actually, they didn't.
civil
They
court
didn't. 1 second. No, not even in the criminal court. No, the jury didn't rule he was innocent. The court, the case was thrown out.
They just didn't hold him guilty. That's what he was saying.
I mean, our court system has been screwed up for a long time. They put innocent people in prison
so
all the
do
time.
you believe
It's
in the death
terrible.
penalty?
Do I believe? Yeah. I think it should be a lot quicker.
They put innocent people in prison so much, we should kill them.
I mean, if it's cut and dry.
They put innocent people in there so much, we gotta kill them.
Yeah, Parker, I'm gonna go ahead and head off for the night. I appreciate you for letting me in.
All right.
And real quick, for the 5 seconds before I dip, everyone follow me here. This is where I'm gonna be going live. But bye, guys.
Do you not think there's a
Thank you for the
difference?
flying jets. Thank you so much, Amara. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. What's up?
Like, if it's cut and dry, then yeah. If they obviously did it.
What do you mean?
Nobody can say Trump obviously did that to her 20, 30, however long it was.
Yeah,
Nobody can.
Yeah, we can.
No,
Eugene
you
Carroll
can't.
can.
We just disagree there. I mean, it
So you
is
sit
what
there,
it
you
is.
say you disagree, but you're not saying any evidence you dispute.
What do you
Aaron,
mean?
thank you so much for the $50. That's ERIN. Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate the $50 on Venmo. JG, thank you for the boo. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Aaron in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Do you dispute the jury determination?
Yeah, I think it was
Why?
set up.
Okay,
I
how do
think
you
it
know?
was set
So
up.
you know Trump's lawyers helped pick the jury, right? How is it a setup if Trump lawyers are the ones that helped pick the jury?
What do you mean? I mean, they picked the wrong people. It was in New York. It was tough. I mean, they said his property in Florida was worth what, 18 million?
This is not
in a
related to
different
this case. This is
I
not
know,
related
but
to
I'm
this
just
case.
saying, I'm showing you all the cases that just bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. And listen, I don't like Trump. If you don't want to vote for Trump because he said grab him by the, can I say, I won't say it, but you know.
One,
then
there's that. There's also the fact that he's held civilly liable as sexually abusing women. There was also the fact that he said perhaps he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, calls his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. Says he'd
And
be
if
dating
you
a
don't
10-year-old
wanna
girl in
vote-
10 years, right? He also said specifically that he likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns the place.
And
He
if you
called
don't
for a
wanna
complete and total
vote
shutdown of Muslims into the country. He denies
for the
science as it
shit
relates to climate change.
that Trump says, then I respect that. I've said that plenty of times.
You said what?
That if you want to vote, if you don't want to vote for Trump because of the stupid shit he says, then I respect
Why
it.
don't you want to not vote for him because of that? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Because he was a much better president.
How? And what did he do that was good?
I do not want our country to go to World War III.
What did he do that was good?
What do you mean, what did he do that was good? I voted for Hillary. I listened to the media, how the stock markets were going to crash.
Imagine voting for
everything.
Hillary.
No.
Imagine
I'm
voting for
bitch.
Hillary Clinton, but not voting for Kamala Harris.
I would never vote for Kamala. I would never
Kamala.
vote for Biden.
Kamala. But you'd vote for Hillary? Jeez, dude.
No, I wouldn't vote for Hillary. Not again.
Haley, thank you so much for the $2.22. Thank you so much.
That was a mistake that I can admit I made.
So
it was terrible. But I listened to the media and how they blanked everybody out that had a different viewpoint. Thank God Elon Musk bought Twitter.
Oh my God. Elon Musk is worse than George Soros. Ever was created by Republicans. Republicans.
Are you
He literally
kidding
he
me?
bought the largest social media platform, and he puts his tweets on a pedestal on Twitter, which get them tens of millions of views
And
on
they
every.
should.
Stop talking.
Bought the
Stop
bitch.
talking. Tens of millions of views on every single tweet. That is literally election interference. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's literally buying. That's paying. Stop talking. That is paying for votes. It totally is. Right? Tens of millions of people looking at content because Elon Musk bought a Twitter specifically, right, for political purposes, is putting more into the politician, right, in terms of funding than you are allowed to, right, under our current laws. Matt, you can unmute your mic. You unmute the mic. There you go.
Elon is one of the smartest people of our time.
Yeah, you're fucking crazy.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. If you think that Elon is really smart, I'm sorry, but you're just propagandized and deluded into believing that. No. No.
You don't
politics.
think he's a good business person?
Wait, you could say he's smart with business, but not with politics.
What do you mean not with politics?
He's an idiot with politics.
He is not.
Yes, he absolutely is.
The Democratic Party is brainwashing people. Like it's gaslighting after
Really?
gaslighting.
What's the gaslighting? What's the brainwashing?
Anything somebody said about
Matt,
COVID.
be specific.
Any doctors that were against the COVID vaccine.
You said Democrats,
blacklisted.
now you're saying doctors.
Yeah, because they got blacklisted by the left.
Wait, who? Name one.
What's the fella that was on Rogan? Damn. I can't think of his name. You know,
Shirley, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
Aaron Rodgers.
But that's a very small percentage of doctors.
Thank you. Somebody said
I knew you were going to say that. It's a very small percent of doctors. Okay.
I mean, it is, but they shouldn't get blacklisted for having a different opinion.
Wait, I'm not saying blacklist. What I'm saying is that they were purposely spreading disinformation.
Don't be people talking about Rogan in the chat. Joe Rogan is an excellent host. He brings on people all the time.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're just like, dude, there's no way you're real, man.
Hey, I voted for Hillary, voted for Obama twice. I'll definitely vote for Trump. Things were better. I don't want World War III.
How did he cause those things to happen, and how is Kamala Harris going to cause World War III?
Did Kamala not go to Ukraine and tell Zelensky not to take the deal for peace?
Wait, show me a source.
Nah, I can't. I can't leave the chat.
I'll give you time to go find it.
Oh.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link trees in the bio, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Laura, thank you so much for the hand heart. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
37.
You voting Trump?
I don't know, man.
Okay. All right, then I don't know what people are doing. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all. Y'all, I should be on till like 7:38, everyone. That's when I plan to be on till. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are simply just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up. It's not accepting people for some reason. Do give it 1 second, y'all.
Oh,
Yo,
shit.
Up, how old are you?
Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to slide in. Fuck Trump.
You're good. You're good. Based.
Hey, I sent a thing in the chat.
I won't be able to see anything you just put in the chat.
Oh,
What's
shit.
the title?
It wasn't a reputable site.
Okay. All right, dude.
And it didn't say Kamala did. It said
Kamala.
Kamala.
Go find it. Go find it. If you can't find it, you can just say it.
I don't know if it was her. It might not have been her. But it was the U.S. and under her and Biden's leadership.
So yeah, stop saying shit if you don't know. I don't know what the point. I don't know what's wrong with you. Why are you arguing if you don't know?
I mean, it's clear that they stopped the deal.
It's not clear because you couldn't find a source. Go find the source.
We have pushed
Mike,
for Ukraine
Matt,
to be
go
in
find the
NATO.
source.
Why are we pushing for Ukraine to be in NATO? When? All fucking ways.
Give me one source. Matt,
What do you
you're just getting
fucking
mad.
mean?
You're just getting mad. You're not giving me any references. Give me
Because
one
you're
source. Oh, yeah. I'm the dumb one, yeah. Matt, you're fucking delusional, buddy. You're literally delusional.
I fucking sent it.
Somebody help him. See it in the chat. There you go.
I won't be able to see anything in the chat. You have to tell me what the title is. I can't click on anything in the chat.
Well, I can't talk to you when I'm fucking off the thing.
Do you have a brain? Can you memorize? Like retain information? Write it down?
Ukraine was ready to sign peace deal, but gave up under U.S. pressure. Ukraine should not be in NATO. Because
no one's arguing that. No one's arguing that. This is from you're saying 2023? You said this caused the war. What the fuck is your argument? And is this from People's World?
I didn't say it caused the war.
Is it from People's World?
All I can say is when Trump was
Is the source you're talking about from People's World? Jacqueline, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No, it's from TASS News. TASS.
Okay, all right. Doesn't come up. I'll type it in again with TASS News. Never heard this before. I looked it up with that at the end and it still doesn't come up. Jesus Christ, bro. What is this guy looking at, bro? And Matt, have you been on my live before?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Wait. TASS is a Russian propaganda source? There's no fucking way.
I mean, like I said, that was all I could find right now. But anything...
It is literally the TASS Russian news agency. Fucking hell, dude. I can't believe it. He literally sent me Russian state propaganda.
You gave me like 5 minutes to go find something. If I had a computer here, I could find plenty of stuff.
Go get me something.
Did we not?
No,
tell
just go find
Ukraine
it. Go
not
find
to
it.
take peace
Dude,
talks?
I don't want to hear it. Dude, you're literally Russian. You sent me a Russian fucking propaganda source.
Are you denying that we told them not to? That we're funding?
So there's a Reuters article right here. Putin ally appointed to head Russia's TASS news agency. Okay, that's from Reuters. You literally sent me a fucking Putin source. I'm not trolling. You sent me a Putin source. Putin ally appointed to head of Russia's TASS news agency.
I will go find
That's in
something
2023. You sent me a Putin source. I can't fucking believe this shit.
I'll be right back.
You can't make this shit up, chat. I can't believe this is happening in front of my eyes. Oh my gosh. Alright, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Brain is dead, everyone. My brain hurts. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright, let's get this next individual up here. Wait. Push the booth, thank you so much. Alright, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up, Christian? How old are you?
23.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Matt, I think the word you're looking for is they went to Europe and they did absolutely nothing. And then Putin invaded 3 days later.
So you're just saying they did nothing?
That's how they didn't.
So
they
they
did nothing
didn't
to
cause
start it. They just didn't. They didn't do anything to fit. They didn't do anything to stop it from happening.
How would
anything.
Trump have stopped it?
It would have happened under.
We don't know that for a fact. We don't know exactly how he did it, but he did it for 4 years when he was there before.
Okay, so that's not like a reasoning. That's called a
And then-
correlation.
and then you wanna
that's
talk
called
about inflation.
that's called the correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. That's what you did there.
Okay, but no. I'm agreeing with you. They didn't do anything to start the war, but they didn't do anything to stop it from happening.
So again, what would Trump have done to stop the war from happening?
We like I just said, we don't know that, but he did something for 4 years.
So again, you said he did something. What did he do?
I don't know. What did he do? Putin
Exactly.
Putin didn't come in anyway.
So again, another correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. You're saying because it is the case that it didn't happen under Trump's administration, that means it was caused by Trump.
No, caused by Biden.
See, that's not what I said at all. I literally just said they did not start it. The Biden and Harris administration did nothing to start that war, but they did nothing to stop it from happening. Like nothing at all.
Oh my fucking gosh! You're gonna make the same point over and over again. Hey, I've heard this point. You've already said this. I've heard it. Now tell me something new. I've already responded to this point multiple times.
So what do you want me to say about it?
I don't want you to say the same NPC talking point again. I want you to respond to the point I just brought up.
Pushing Ukraine to NATO caused the war.
They were never pushing Ukraine to be in NATO. You just told me you couldn't find a source. The only source you sent me was a Russian propaganda, Putin-allied source. What the fuck are you talking about?
And that's another thing. You always get mad that
you guys send me Russian propaganda sources from Putin.
You always get mad that we wouldn't defend countries that are like in Russia? NATO if they get attacked. The whole point of being in NATO is to pay to be in NATO. You don't be in NATO for free and we defend you for free. That's not how it works. Trump was going in office to make NATO members pay. They're not paying.
I don't dispute paying. I think they should pay more as it relates to the 2%. I don't dispute that. But that has nothing to do with the other shit he said.
But that's why we wouldn't save them if they were being under attack.
Stop talking. He said if they didn't meet the 2% GDP military expenditure, that he was specifically going to, he was not going to defend those countries from Russia invading them, which is insane.
And that's another thing, completely off topic. I just saw this in the chat. How can you vote for?
What did I just say, Christian? If you can't tell me what I just said, I'm going to kick you. What did I just say?
What?
Get the fuck off my stream. What the hell are you doing? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hello? What the fuck happened?
Yeah, what's up? Joshua, are you voting Trump?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
The thing is, I am quite...
Not from the United States.
So, Parker, are you saying America didn't push for Ukraine to be in NATO?
Give me a single source. I'm waiting.
1 day ago.
Yeah, you're saying I'm saying that would have caused the war, genius. Wow, this guy's such a forehead. Yo, are you voting for Trump?
That's always been a talk.
I am.
No, it hasn't. Matt, give me a source.
Yes, it has. Oh
Matt,
my God.
Go find me a source, Matt.
You are so full of shit. You know it is.
No, go give me a source. I'm waiting.
You know it fucking has been a talk.
Camilla.
Based. Hey, Matt, I don't want to hear your voice because it's a little bit annoying until I get a source, okay? I've been waiting, and you still haven't provided it. So don't unmute until you find a source.
You know. It was always
If you don't go look for a source right now, I'll kick you from the live, too. So go find a source.
Kick me. I'll leave.
All right,
Bye-bye.
later, bud. Get the fuck out of my live. Yo, what's up, Howdy? Oh, you've already been on my live before, I think.
Yeah.
It said recent guest. I don't know why I added you in.
Hello?
What's up, how old are you?
34.
You voting Trump?
So I'm actually at the verge. I'm going more towards Kamala now, but I had like a question. Have you heard about people talking about Kamala and that Christianity thing?
Yeah. So she wasn't referring to people in terms of Christianity. They were Trump supporters heckling the crowd, and they said that they're at the wrong rally. That's all it is.
It was. So people are clipping it, right, to make it look like she's kicking out some Christians, or
yeah, she's Christian herself.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, man.
W voting for Kamala. I don't really talk to people who, by the way, who are on the Kamala side. I talk to Trump supporters and debate them. There are other platforms here on TikTok where they talk to people in that type of manner. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree is in the bio, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, Thomas, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you, Thomas. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I believe that he's a better option for president due to.
It's like I can't really hear you at all.
One moment.
All right.
Is it better at all?
No, I'm sorry, bro. All right, we're just going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second, everyone. All right, let's get them up here. For some reason, it's taking a second to get people up here. I apologize. Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, mate, but not in the way you're thinking. I've got.
All right, only. Oh.
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Because it's an impossibility for me to find my way to vote for Harris. Listening to her, not make any sense, never answer a call. No, I'm sitting in my yard.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you just say it's an impossibility to vote for Kamala Harris? Well, how?
Yeah, I just can't bring myself to voting for her. And then you guys convinced me of it even more when I listened to you and I listened to Dean. You guys convinced me more and more not to vote for her.
I just think you're like probably a delusional maniac. Right,
delusional maniac, really? Yeah. Why? You asked me to debate, and then you call me a delusional maniac. Why am I a delusional maniac? Because I want to vote for Trump.
You've been on my live before, and your first answer is that like we like make you more like conservative or some shit. Like that's like, yeah, of course you're probably some delusional maniac.
How is it a delusional maniac? That's insane. I listen to the things you guys say.
Probably a delusional maniac. Like what things?
But I'm saying I'm listening to the things that you guys say, and it makes that some of the things just make no sense to me.
What?
Okay, like let's talk about the essay with Trump.
Tell me what I said specifically that doesn't make sense.
Okay, you turn around and you say all the time when you're on your lives, you talk about people with Trump not giving his DNA for the essay, and then you turn to them and you say, well, what if you got pulled over by the police and the police turned around to you and said, hey, take a breathalyzer. If you weren't drunk, why would you not do the breathalyzer? Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's put it this way, and I know you guys love to talk about hypotheticals. Let's say Trump did give his DNA and it didn't match. Would you now be saying he's innocent?
I would be saying it doesn't put him at the scene of the crime.
Would you say he was innocent? Like you say in the same same acknowledgement as the DUI.
The DUI?
When you say if a person gets pulled over for a DUI and they say do a breathalyzer and you're not drunk,
there's two things.
That you would have no reason not to do it.
The crime in of itself is not the DNA being on the dress, so it's not a corollary to that in terms of what you're trying to compare.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if the DNA did not match.
Can I finish, or can you like not be quiet? Because if you can't be quiet, I'll just kick you off. Yeah. So
Talk.
the reason why there's not a corollary between these two is because as it relates to the case with the DUI, right, the crime is being drunk while you're operating the vehicle, whereas specifically the crime is not whether or not there was just DNA there, right? The crime could have still occurred without the DNA being there, right? So, would it be able to indicate like better reason to believe he wasn't there? Yes, that would have indicated more reason to believe he's innocent. Would that necessarily indicate that he's innocent? No, but it would indicate reason towards that.
2 miles, take exit 19 to
You
merge
fucking
onto
liar.
I-5.
You fucking liar. It's so crazy, bro. So insane, bro. These people are such liars, bro. I'm standing in my yard. Appreciate, thank you so much. I appreciate all the gifts, everyone. Jeez, bro. Like, these people are getting worse every day. I'm serious. They're worse every day. His yard is the exit, yeah. The exit in 2 miles. Yeah. Kayla, thank you so much for the $10. I don't know how you do these debates. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, like, I think I'm, like, literally, like, going crazy a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I only have, like, a few more weeks of this, but...
What's going on, Parker? How you doing?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
Well, I feel like it's more of a lesser of two evils for me, honestly. You know, I feel like Trump is proven and Kamala is not. I guess would be my main reason. Right? Under his presidency. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Under his presidency, I mean, I from a pure point of view perspective, gas prices were lower, groceries prices were lower, the housing market was a lot better. You know, it was like American jobs were coming back to America.
Your mic is going in and out of being good and bad.
Can you give me 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Is that any better?
It like gets worse and then gets better. It's like really weird. I can still hear you, but like...
Is it good now?
Like, speak again? Ashley, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
How about it? Is it good now?
Yeah.
Better? Okay. But yeah, man, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I think Trump did a better job keeping peace in the world. I know you
So
probably
what did
have
he
a
do to cause
disagreement. Well, the Abraham Accords, I think, is the most obvious answer there.
If anything, that provoked conflict within the Middle East because it didn't take into account or recognize the state of Palestine in its determinations, which could have led to an increase of the likelihood of October 7th happening. Secondly, he allowed for Israel to illegally annex the Golan Heights and allowed for them to engage in illegal settlements in the West Bank, right, which provoked conflict within the Middle East.
Okay. I would still make the argument that with that being the case, while happening under his presidency, Russia did not invade Ukraine. The Middle East was at more peace than it's been in many years past. I think we can agree on that during those 4 years. I mean, there's a lot of peace in the Middle East. Yeah, I mean, I think overall the world was just a safer place.
Yeah, so you're not explaining anything he did to cause it.
I mean, we can talk about foreign relations. I think he had actually. I've heard the arguments against this.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause the Russia-Ukraine invasion?
I never said it caused it. I do think that under Trump, Russia had a bit more respect for us. I do think that, and I think they probably. I don't know if the word fear is adequate here, but I think respect would be the word. So I'm sure that helped in Russia not invading Ukraine. Whereas from the point of view of Putin, right, we see a older man who's clearly had signs of dementia, right? I don't think he respects him in the same manner as Trump.
Wait, so how does Trump not have these characteristics?
What do you mean? Clear signs of dementia?
Yeah. So in the same way you say Biden does, doesn't Trump?
I don't think Trump is nearly as sharp as he might have once been. I'll give you that. But by no means is he mentally declined as much as Biden. We can agree on that, right?
I mean, I think it's pretty similar. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Yeah, if not, it's worse with Trump because of the delusions.
I don't think Trump is a down to earth man. I'll give you that. Truthfully, I'll give you that. But I mean, with Biden, man, I mean, the way he stares and loses track in the middle of a sentence, has no words to say to fill in.
Yeah,
I mean,
Donald
I
Trump
think
just
it's
speaks
pretty.
delusional shit. Like, do you want to hear?
No, I've heard. I have heard. But I think he's clearly more competent than Biden. I think you've been a little dishonest if you don't agree with that.
You say it one more time.
I do think he's clearly more competent currently than Biden.
What is it? What do you mean competent?
Mentally competent. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And also, is Biden running?
No, he's not. But
So
we're
then-
talking.
so then
We're
why-
talking
wait,
under the
so who's
point
more
of view.
competent? Who's more competent? Trump or Harris?
Donald Trump. But Parker,
See, this
to
is what
finish,
I mean.
we can
You're
come back.
fucking-
But
like,
Parker,
I'm sorry,
we can come
Alex,
back
but
to
that is the
this.
most delusional shit. You cannot sit here and tell me, oh, it's so bad with Biden. It's so bad with Biden. But then you can't even acknowledge that Harris is completely better than Donald Trump. It's not even close. She hasn't gone through cognitive decline. She's not spewing delusional bullshit like she wants to nuke hurricanes, like she wants to put fucking reptiles in the Rio Grande so that if immigrant children fall in the water that they die to disincentivize people going across the Rio Grande. Right? Like it's Bowser's fucking castle.
Okay. I think there's different levels of what's the word? I think Trump is more politically knowledgeable. That is a terrible. More knowledgeable in politics. Excuse me.
How are you going to evaluate that? Can you name 3 of Trump's policies?
There's the Remain in Mexico, and quite frankly, no, I can't name anything past that. Off the
Okay,
top of my
so
head.
all you know is Remain in Mexico. You know why
Okay,
did
Parker,
why did
well, we
why
can
did
talk
Trump
about
wait
this.
to
We can talk
wait?
about that. Okay.
Why did Trump wait to implement Remain in Mexico right until 2019? Was it not an issue for 2 years prior than that?
Not like it had been in years past.
So regardless of whether or not you want to say it wasn't like issues then. Donald Trump ran on it being an issue. If he ran on it being an issue, and this is the supposed solution to that issue, why did he wait 2 years to implement an executive order he could have done on day 1?
I can't answer that.
I know.
Parker, I'm not. It's not that I'm on here wearing some MAGA hat, right? I mean, you see what I'm saying? I'm voting on the lesser of two evils here, but I do think that Trump would make a better president than Kamala. I will stand by that. I think her economic policies.
You don't even know what Trump's policies are. How are you going to evaluate that?
Because I lived 4 years under him and my life was a lot better.
Cool.
I mean,
cool.
I think
My life is better now. Does that mean I have better reason to vote for Harris?
No, but you're not the general public who would also agree
Are you
with
the
me on
general
that.
public?
The general public would anybody would tell you.
Why are
most
you the
people-
general public and I'm not?
Well, I mean, you have multi-million followers.
I don't have multi-million followers.
Do you not? Okay. Well, I mean, I excuse me. I can't. I can tell you what most people have said is that most people were better off in that time period. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
I think,
so based on what macro indicator? Because real median wages was lower in 2019 than it is now.
is that inflation adjusted?
Yeah, that real is inflation adjusted. So is real GDP.
Okay.
Unemployment's lower than what it was at the end of Trump's administration.
During COVID?
Yep.
No, I mean, respectfully, I mean, no crap. I mean, that's quite obvious. Why would it not be?
What's your point?
Nobody was working during COVID. I just think that's a bad argument in this context. But
Why?
yeah, I mean,
because just because it happens under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by them. Wow, you just ran right into the point.
Absolutely.
You just ran right into the point.
Of economics?
Just because it happens under the administration does not mean it's caused by that.
No, I'm very well aware. I just know. Okay, take the economy out of it. It's like the world peace. No, not world peace. The world was at more peace. I think our border was more secure in the aggregate. I think the average American household was richer. I think that's pretty observable. Whereas you look at her resume under the Biden-Harris administration, and everything is practically the opposite. for the average American citizen.
Okay, so you're not really giving me anything. You don't even know how to evaluate this because you don't know any of the policies. I really don't see any reason to hold your view.
What do you mean to hold my view?
Yeah, you just don't have any good reason to hold your position.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Do you want to be reasonable?
Absolutely.
And
I think I've been pretty reasonable. I think I've been
No.
fairly reasonable. No?
No. No, because, I mean, if you don't have a policy, you can't say that what they did to cause things to be better. And you can't evaluate who's the better candidate if you don't know any of the policies, if you're completely ignoring character, because Donald Trump's character is so much worse.
I can agree on that. But I do know a lot about what Kamala is running on, right? And $25,000 down payment to first-time home buyers, for instance.
Tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think that has terrible possibilities in our very near future for the housing market.
How?
Well, it's like you give everybody $25,000.
It's not everyone, it's first-time home buyers.
I'm aware. It's a metaphor, I guess you want to call it. Give everybody $25,000. Prices are going to go up $25,000.
No, they don't go up 25,000, but they will go up. It's good that they go up because it will incentivize a greater level of supply and production of houses in places where people want to live, which in the long run will cause the prices to go down, have downward pressure, because it is the case that there would be a greater level of supply. Also, it's going to increase the supply of housing that's already built because it's only applicable to new houses. So it will actually decrease prices for houses that have already been built.
I guess we just have differing opinions on that.
No, that's what the economically viable position is. Do you know what the law of supply is?
Absolutely. I'm an econ major, so.
Oh, okay. Then you should easily.
Undergrad. Yeah.
Then
first couple years, but yeah.
Yeah, I have my degree. So like.
Okay.
Yeah.
And econ.
Yeah. So like when you
Interesting, I
have.
didn't know that.
Yeah, when you have an increase in appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. In the price of a particular good, right? That causes there to be an incentive to increase the supply.
Yes.
Right. You offset the increase in price by having the tax credit. So the tax credit doesn't make it more expensive for the person buying it, who's a first-time home buyer. So that's either they give a subscription, but it does incentivize a greater level of production in places where people want to live.
The problem I see with that is it does increase the supply of housing, but I do not think that will be a buyer's market. Rather, it will be a renter's market, which we're moving towards. But a renter's market scares me, I guess, in that
But
regard.
these are for new homes. So I don't see how that relates to a renter's market.
New homes that will be rented. I mean,
you can
what it
do
boils
stuff
down
more
to
for
is
that.
nobody can afford a house now. Right now, the vast majority of my Generation Z, does not believe that they could buy a house in 5 years, right? Or 10 for that matter. I mean, it's kind of an unattainable dream at this point. But what I'm saying is when you increase that supply with increased prices, yada, yada.
Melanie with the $150 for no more babble from the guest. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Melanie. Thank you so much. I will listen to you. Thank you so much, Melanie. I really appreciate the $150 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Melanie in the chat? Thank you so much, Melanie. W's for Melanie in the chat. Thank you so much. That is incredibly nice of you. Thank you so much, Melanie. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, honestly, if someone sends me $150, I will cut the guest off. That's totally real. W Melanie? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26 years old.
You voting Trump?
I am voting for Donald Trump.
Why so?
Because I completely disagree with the liberal standpoint and about everything. I can see an example in society, especially in Europe, where similar political parties have taken control and they've done a mess. Yeah, that's for starters.
Okay, can you tell me like what is something that she's running on that's bad?
So it's not something that I have in disagreement against Kamala. It's something that I have in disagreement against the party as a whole.
Push the cap.
Can you hear me?
Push the cap. You're voting for Kamala Harris or not for Kamala Harris? So
I'm voting for Trump. I'm voting for Trump.
Yeah.
I disagree. I disagree with the liberal party. So I disagree with the liberal party and ideologically wise. That's my main issue.
Have you been on before?
No, this is my first time ever. I've been trying to get on. I actually got on yesterday and you accidentally dropped the call. And I was really interested in having this conversation with you because my cousin, she follows you since a long time ago. And she knows that I have good arguments and she wanted me to have a conversation with you. So here I am.
Yeah, okay. So, again, what do you disagree with in terms of Kamala Harris? Like, can you tell me a policy you disagree with her that she's advocating for, she influenced to get passed?
So again, I disagree with the Liberal Party ideology, man. It's not about her policies. It's more about what the party stands for.
Right? If you don't know a single policy that that you disagree with in terms of her, you're just not informed.
I mean, I guess I'm truly not informed about her policies as a whole.
What policy do you like of Trump's?
But I like the thing about Trump is that I feel that he's not a puppet for the managerial class. That's the main reason why I want Trump to be the president of the United States.
That's extraordinarily vague. Can you name me a policy?
I mean, I really can't. I mean, he was the president.
You don't know a policy of Trump's. You don't know a policy of Kamala's. How are you going to evaluate who has the better policy?
I mean, I can evaluate what's going on right now in the United States. I can see that the country is a mess.
What state do you live in?
I live in Connecticut, and I used to live in New Jersey. So I've been living in liberal states, and I've been looking at what's going on with the homeless crisis. I've been looking about.
Let me respond to this. So again, if you don't know any of the policies of Kamala Harris, if you don't know any of the policies of Donald Trump, you don't even know what the liberal agenda is for Kamala Harris. So please explain to me what you disagree with. Because if you can't explain to me what you disagree with, well, then you have no reason to vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris.
So the main reason why I want to vote for, that's why I'm telling that it's something ideological. You know what I mean? I don't need to know the policies to know that the Liberal Party is supporting things that I disagree on.
Creative, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to go insane. If you don't respond to me, I'm just going to go insane. I'm just going to kick you and go to the next person. I can't do this, man. Yeah, I'm asking you, like, if you don't know any of the policies, how can you evaluate that one's a better candidate than the other one? The answer is you can't. You don't. I mean, you're making you're just making a pejorative that you disagree with other liberals and that you agree with other conservatives. That doesn't mean you agree with this conservative, and that doesn't mean that you disagree with Kamala Harris. Like, for example, there are
we can talk about border. Yeah, okay, I get it. We can talk about border policies then. We can talk about the border, right? That's good. Border is good for you.
What border policy do you like of Trump's?
Well, what I don't like about the current border policy is that everyone is coming in through the border without any exemption.
What border policy do you like of Trump's?
I mean, he wants to mass deport 20 million immigrants.
So how are you going to determine whether or not someone is here undocumented?
That's something for them to figure out, actually. But it's something that has to happen because it's a danger for. It's a danger for.
Did you know in the Great Depression they just start kicking out people who looked Mexican American because it is the case that like they thought they were undocumented immigrants?
I did not know that.
Yeah, so there has been a history of policy in the United States where they've specifically kicked out people who just don't look white, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they wanted to give jobs to real Americans.
I understand.
You realize that this policy has been used historically speaking to literally marginalize people coming from Mexico, Central America, and South America?
Yes, I understand, but I also understand that we have to do something about the immigration crisis because it's a danger to. And is
that mass deportation, or is that the border bill, the bipartisan border bill that Trump called people in Congress to not vote for, which would have capped the amount of people who can come into the country at 2,500 daily average for a week, 5,000 for one day. If it hit either of those thresholds,
definitely.
If it hit either of those thresholds, they could shut down the border. It would give 1,500 border agents. It would increase the amount of immigration judges, which would make the asylum process go faster. Instead of taking 7 to 10 years, it would take 6 months to 1 year. And then also it gave funding to build the border wall.
So it would have built more border wall than Donald Trump did under his entire administration.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so I agree. I agree that there was fuck, man. I'm choking right now. So there was you just mentioned that the plan from the Kamala from Biden. I'm sorry. Wait, I just need to lock in real quick. Okay, so you're talking about dude. Can you please repeat that? Actually, if you'd be kind enough.
Repeat what point?
So the whole policy thing about the border that was put in Congress last year, and the Republicans denied it.
Yeah, so there was increase of 1,500 border agents, increase in immigration judges, which would made the asylum process go faster. Instead of taking 7 to 10 years to get through asylum claims, it would take 6 months to 1 year. It would cap the amount of people who can come to the country at 2,500.
Which also came, this is the same one which also came with the 20 extra billion dollars for Ukraine, right?
So they separated the bills between.
This is the same bill.
They separated the bills between the solo appropriations bill, the Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, and Gaza funding, and the border bill. The border bill didn't get passed, whereas the specifically the appropriations, the solo appropriations bill, did get passed.
Yeah, but the bill. Why did they put the bill 3 years after the presidency and not when the presidency started? They let in 15 million illegal immigrants, and then they start pressing for bills. So that's what makes no sense to me, because obviously Donald Trump. The reason why
thank you so much, I appreciate it.
The reason why the Republicans,
because of the expulsion of Title 42, right? So the expulsion of Title 42 is what led to more people coming to the country. That was COVID era policy, by the way, which COVID emergency policy. You said 50 million. 50 million is crazy.
I mean, I don't know the amount, but I'm pretty sure.
Raphael, if you think it's anywhere near 50 million, I'm sorry, but you're fucking.
I said 15.
Okay, can I please finish my points here?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. So again, as it relates to this, the bipartisan border bill would have limited the amount of people who come to the country, 2,500 daily average for a week, 5,000 for 1 day. You would have been able to shut the border down after that, right? It gave funding to build the wall, so it would have built more wall than Trump did under his entire administration. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate the Galaxies. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Thank you so much.
Yes, and I understand the reason why he denied the bill.
Appreciate the
political movement. It was a completely political movement. He knew that the border he knew that the border was a mess for the last 3 years. So then they try to find a solution once the public opinion is going to the throat.
Hey, listen. So under the Trump administration, or not the Trump administration, under the Biden-Harris administration, right, they couldn't engage in the policy because there was already Title 42 in place. The reason why more people came to the country is because there was a lack of economic security due to global inflation. It has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration policy. Now, they tried to influence to get something passed, the bipartisan border bill, a year and a half ago, and Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine the bill.
So what you're trying to say is that they couldn't have done a better job to secure our borders? Because there's a fentanyl.
What I'm saying is that yes, they could have gone faster. Push the magic rhythm. Yes, they could have gone faster, but it relies on Congress for them to do that. And then two, Donald Trump. Why didn't he implement Remain in Mexico the first day of office?
I mean, doesn't it rely on Congress for Donald Trump to build a wall? Doesn't it rely on Congress?
You didn't answer my question. Hey, what was my fucking question?
Yeah, you were talking about. Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Get the fuck off my live, dude. These people are so fucking annoying, dude. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Okay, they joined in like literally the last second. Summer, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate it, Summer. Thank you. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates.
Let's get this next individual up here. Alicia, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much.
What's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Why? Because he's a man's man. He's a better leader.
What does that even mean?
Well, you should know. You're a smart kid. He's a leader. He's full of testosterone.
He's full. So are you just saying you're not voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman?
Well, I'm not saying because she's a woman she could be a good leader and still be a woman. There's many, women leaders throughout history, but I don't think she's the one.
Lindsay, thank you for the subscription. Wait, so if Donald
At
Trump...
least not for the free world.
If Donald Trump and Kamala Harris swapped policies and character 100%, would you vote for Donald Trump still?
No, but that's not the case.
So you'd vote for Kamala Harris then?
That's a big what if, but you're assuming
so it has nothing to do with the fact that she's a woman. Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
I just told you it's because he's a better leader. He's actually been in office for 4 years. This one's been in office for 3.5 and hasn't done squat.
Wait,
She's just
name one thing a vice president has done in history?
Gore.
Name one thing a vice president has done in history.
What, President Gore? Yeah, I can tell you
Name
what Gore's done.
one thing a vice president has done in history.
Okay, so President Gore, he wrote a book and came out with a DVD.
That's not a That's not a vice presidential action. Jesus fuck, dude.
What?
These people
Gore
are
wasn't
so
president.
insane.
Gore wasn't vice president.
That's not a vice presidential action. I'm asking, name one thing a vice president did in history.
Or didn't do. Look.
Just asking for one thing they did in history. You obviously don't know. You don't know one thing a vice president's done in history. So obviously,
what do you mean?
She's still done things. You just don't know what they are. She was actually the most influential vice president ever. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin.
Yeah, but okay, great. And what did Trump wanted $25 cap? Well, so what's your point?
He wanted to do a $35 cap. It was an executive order, and it was only for some people on Medicare. Whereas Kamala Harris got to put in legislation. It's permanent, and it's for everyone on Medicare.
So she just built on what his policy was.
So yeah, she built on that policy. Of course, you think that's good, right? But the executive order did not get extended to many people. It was only parts of Medicare.
Okay, but again, insulin is not curing diabetes. It's not the end all. You know what I mean?
Do you think that was good?
Yeah, it's good for people that can't afford their medication. Sure.
So then, what are you arguing?
I'm not. You are. I didn't say it was bad at all. You're just trying to defend yourself.
So you agree that's good?
Yeah, it's great for people who can't afford their medication. I'm sure. I don't think big pharma should take over the world.
Okay, so then Kamala Harris did stuff that was good under her administration as vice president.
Okay, I didn't say everything she's
Susan,
done.
thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Susan. Chrissy, thank you so much for the
I don't think that's a bad
policy.
policy.
So much, Christy. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Policy,
Courtney, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much. And Alejandro, thank you so much for the $11. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys for supporting Parker. Anyway, so yeah, I think that's a great policy, but that only impacts a small percentage of the population, and it's not a cure. Okay.
I never said it was a cure. What I said is that it helps people and it reduces pharmaceutical costs. I was just telling you something that was good. Sean Z, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sean Z. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's talk about something we don't agree on,
Katie,
or maybe you do. All right, so what do you think about the unrealized gains tax?
She hasn't talked about it for this coming election. Michelle,
she
thank
has
you so much
it.
for the $5. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, so let's talk about it because I think that's absurd.
And Jesse, thank you for the $1.39 and 69 cents as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the flowers or the roses. That's great. So anyway, that's absurd, man. How are you going to tax someone on unrealized gains? Now, you're a finance guy. You should know better.
So, what are people saying? What's wrong with your profile?
I don't know. Don't worry about them. Let's talk about me.
Check his videos. What's on his videos, chat? What'd you bring up? What was the point you brought up?
Yeah, the unrealized gains tax.
Yeah, so again, she's not brought it up for this election. 1, 2, that was only for wealth for over 100 million. It was a Biden policy, not hers.
Okay, but you don't think
Cassandra,
that she's
thank you so
gonna?
much for the $5. Thank you so much, Holly.
You don't think she's gonna continue with Biden policies?
Sherlyn, thank you so much. I appreciate the $7. Thank you so much. No, not the policies aren't the exact same. Michelle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. So it just depends what she specifically sees value in. Now, people are saying your videos are really weird. What's wrong with your videos?
Yeah, don't worry about people
No, what's
talking
wrong
about.
with your? Tell me.
You follow me and you like my videos on your own time. That's up to them.
What? People are saying you follow young girls?
What? What are you talking about?
Thank you. I
It's
appreciate the
absurd.
subscription. Thank you so much.
Anyway, they don't know what to. That's false accusations right there.
False
I don't
accusations.
follow anyone.
Love you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the $2. His vids are him asking inappropriate questions, asking women inappropriate questions in his lives. What questions do you ask women?
What are you talking about? There's no inappropriate questions.
Inappropriate questions? None at all?
Oh my God. What are these? Anyway, let's talk about politics here. I'm voting for
Lovey
Harris.
said your videos are literally you harassing women in their lives.
Okay, that's their opinion. What does that have to do with Trump?
So if I click on it and I see your videos, is that like, what are you going to say?
Nothing. Enjoy the videos. It's up to you. Whether you like the content or not.
Why are you asking a girl, can I rate your vibe, or do you already have a vibrator?
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Because it's funny.
I know a water park when I see one.
Yeah, it's beyond your scope.
What do you mean it's beyond my scope?
Yeah, if you don't get it, you don't know.
Oh, this is so weird. It's like one of those videos of the people doing like the clay things. You're so
Okay.
why are you like that, bro?
I'm an artist. What do you want?
Appreciate that mustache. You're kind of just weird.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Jess, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
I have
One of
Tourette's,
your
so you're
videos is
gonna
a
make fun of
girl
me?
asking why isn't she the best? Why isn't she on Google for best places to eat out? Weird.
Yeah. Yeah, so what?
Weird.
What does it have to do with your haircut?
What? Get the fuck out of my life.
Exactly.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I accidentally joined. I'm sorry.
You're good, don't worry. Debbie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Debbie. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2005.
You voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I.
Why so?
Oh, can you hear me?
You have an echo. You swipe out of the app. Swipe out of the app and come back in. Oh, she left on accident. Too bad. Lovey, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Crazy, crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? That's so disgusting. That last guess was so weird, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
You voting Trump?
Probably, yeah.
Why so?
I mean, at first I didn't like him, but then after the Biden-Harris, it's the current administration, I got kind of turned around. Like, Biden didn't seem mentally well, but everyone was saying he was, and I just didn't like it seemed like they're not trying to be genuine, and just going after, they're just like blue, no matter who, that kind of thing, and I don't like.
Or we're willing to say that like maybe we should try to switch out our candidate because this person doesn't have the best shot of winning.
Well, yeah, now, but the past 4 years, like you guys were not saying you guys, but I just mean like it seemed like the left was trying to cover up.
What about Donald
Biden's-
Trump literally? What about the right literally saying that Trump won the 2020 election and not acknowledging that he lost?
Yeah, I mean, like, didn't you
What
guys
about
do
the
that
right
with
supporting a
2016
sexual abuser?
election? Like, I feel like everyone does that.
I don't
Because
support
everyone was
sexual
saying that the
abusers.
2016 election was rigged by the.
No one
the
said the
Russians.
20. I'm not saying the 2016 election is rigged.
Well, no, I'm not saying you did. I'm saying other people did. So I'm saying
it's not
a
common.
lot of people do not agree with how elections turn out. So you
it's
can't really
not-
say like
That's
like,
not
both
common. The
sides
view,
do
the
it.
view is not common. And no, not both sides do not do it. We're not doing that. What are you
Well,
talking about?
Yes, like people were saying that the Russians rigged the 2016 election. That's the whole
Dude,
like.
I'm gonna go insane. That is not a common view. That did not lead to them trying to
What?
listen.
We can Google it. You want to Google that?
Can you stop talking for like 5 seconds, maybe?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. So they didn't try to send false slates of electors to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when they didn't win. It happened.
Yeah. I'm still saying that people will disagree with how election results turn out. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, you can say
that's
that
not a
you're
good thing to
like an
do.
extreme.
Don't you think
And
that
that-
hurts our public institutions?
I don't. Wait, what?
Do you think it hurts the social fabric of our nation for someone to deny the election results with no sufficient evidence?
Yeah, because if the elections don't work, then yeah, I guess that'll hurt. But I'm just
wait. The
saying,
election.
like, people are gonna. Yeah, I agree with you that would damage social institutions.
What are you saying?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay.
We're getting off topic. Okay. I didn't like how it seemed like they were trying to cover up Biden's like mental state. And then, we get to the Trump Biden debate and you can clearly see it. And then that's whenever Kamala, sorry. She wasn't, that's something else. She wasn't like voted in. She was kind of like instated, right? Like just kind of brought up there.
You guys are so disingenuous. Push the big brain. Like, you don't actually give a shit about democracy. You're just making this point because you feel like it. Dude, your guy literally tried to illegally steal the last election. Do you not remember that? Does that, like, evade your memory?
Dude,
he tried to send false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. Right? We're talking in this point, 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee. She was endorsed by Joe Biden. She was endorsed by basically the entire Democratic Party. No one ran against her.
Yeah, but she wasn't.
They could have ran against her and they chose not to?
They just brought. I don't really know how else to explain it. They just brought her in. They didn't really there wasn't like a vote for her. She was kind of instated as
there was delegates vote. Delegates voted. There wasn't even another candidate. Because no one decided to run against her.
I'm pretty sure I saw that she got 1% of the vote. Listen, man. I don't have all the receipts on me, so I'm just going up.
You're not engaging.
Bro, I'm not.
Here. You're not. No. Stop talking. You're not engaging genuinely here. What are you talking about? She literally, at that point, she dropped out to join Biden's.
If you want to give me some
holy moly, can you listen? Listen.
No, I'm saying give me some.
I'm gonna kick you off the live if you don't shut up.
Something to look up. I'll
shut
look
up.
it up.
Shut up. Be quiet, please.
Listen, hey, you can be nice about this, bro.
No, because you're being disingenuous. You're being so disingenuous, it's unbelievable. You don't give a shit about democracy. You're voting for a guy who tried to coup the country. You don't give a shit about democracy. You're not even trying to understand the argument I'm bringing up that literally no one ran against her from the Democratic side because they all endorsed her. No one was wanting to run against her. Everyone is happy that she's the candidate on the Democratic side. You guys are acting like this is anti-democratic. 1, you don't care about democracy. 2, it's not anti-democratic. Sassy, thank you for the subscription.
Not anti-democratic. There's just some things that turn me off from voting for the left. And also, I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I don't know what you mean by me being disingenuous. This is just this is what I believe. And maybe I'm wrong in some, I might be wrong in some opinions I have. I don't know. I'm not trying to be disingenuous or anything.
Okay, so then tell me the reason I said that you were being disingenuous.
What?
Tell me the reason I said you were being disingenuous.
I don't know.
You see what I mean? You see
said
what I mean?
disingenuous. I
Wait,
don't
do
know
you
why.
see what I mean? Do you? So then,
No,
why did I
bro,
tell
I'm
you you
telling
were
I'm
being
confused.
disingenuous? Can you
I
tell
need
me?
you to explain to me.
Can you tell me why I said that you were being disingenuous? You can't.
No,
you
I
can't tell
cannot.
me
No, I
because you
cannot.
didn't listen. Because you're not engaging in a conversation. You're not trying to learn from this conversation. You're engaging disingenuously.
I was talking to you, and then you said I'm disingenuous. I don't understand why.
I told you why. I literally told you why.
Okay, tell me. So I didn't. I missed that. Tell me again.
Yeah, because you don't give a shit about democracy.
I do care. Wait, okay,
You want to know
are
why you don't
saying
care
that-
about democracy?
are you
Because Donald
saying that
Trump.
Because
I already
because
said this
Donald
multiple.
Trump-
This is the fourth time I've talked to you and said this. Donald Trump sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, to try to illegally steal the election.
Yeah, I do not think he tried to steal the election because like I don't know, man. The January 6th thing I think was just blown out of proportion.
I'm not talking about January 6th.
Oh, you're not? Then what do you mean?
No. I said he sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
I've never heard of that. So
look up Trump fake elector plot.
Trump fake what?
Trump fake elector plot.
Elector? Okay. I'll look into that later. I have it on my PC.
Cheryl, thank you so much for the $2.
So here, how about you bring something else up since whenever I was talking, it didn't go very well.
Cheryl, thank you so much for the $2. Bro, it's like you're not trying to understand me. Like you try your hardest to not understand my point. Like I literally tell you the reasons why I think things, and then you act like you didn't hear me say that.
Okay,
Lorna, thank you so much for the unicorn demands, right?
It's like I'm voting for Harris and I'm voting for Trump. It's not like
Yeah, in a debate you make arguments. This is a debate platform. How are you going to tell me what my platform is? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not telling
What do you
you
mean this
anything.
isn't a
I'm
debate?
saying-
What are you talking
See,
about?
this is what I'm saying. You're coming off so aggressive. Like I'm not telling you anything, and then you're saying
You
you're
literally just
accusing-
told me this isn't a debate, and you were trying to argue this isn't a debate. It's
I'm
literally
saying
my
that's my own
platform.
opinion,
I'm
bro.
running. I'm running the. How can
From
you?
what I
That doesn't
see,
have
I don't think it's-
anything. I appreciate the baby dragon. Thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate
you're
it.
really aggressive, man. I'm gonna drop out.
Okay, go run to your safe space.
Bro, oh my god.
Well, yeah, you think I'm aggressive because I'm disagreeing with you and I'm debating? Appreciate the
No,
gem
you're
gun.
just saying aggressive things.
Thank
Run
you
off
so
your
much.
safe
Like what?
space. Like just say, all right, thanks for the
Confetti.
chat.
I
See you
said
later.
I said run to your safe space after I said that. So what did I say that was too bad?
Bro, it's so fucking never mind. I'm not talking.
No, you guys are trying not to understand the point that I'm making. You want to know why I'm aggressive? Because you're not trying to understand the point. He's trying to undermine the. He's like not trying to acknowledge the position. He's just saying the same thing over and over again. Okay, people saying me and chill in the comment section, swipe the fuck out of the live. I don't give a fuck. Swipe out of the live. Go. I want you to go on a live, get gaslit by people constantly, right? And have people act disingenuously, right? And have no response emotionally. Yo, what's up?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
Most likely.
Why so?
It boils down to two issues, and I'd say it's immigration and the pro-life stance.
Okay. What about immigration?
I disagree with Trump's policies more on immigration. I believe in stricter border control, which I think Kamala Harris isn't going to do a good job at. And she already hasn't done the best job while she was in office.
So Kamala Harris tried to influence to get past the bipartisan border bill that specifically would have gave more funding to build the wall, increase the amount of border agents, increase the amount of immigration judges to make the asylum process go faster. So instead of taking 7 to 10 years, it would take 6 months to 1 year. Push the corgi. It would also specifically reduce the amount of people that can come to the country. 2,500 daily average for a week. They would be able to shut down the border, or 5,000 in 1 day. They can shut down the border. Lauren, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Okay, but I feel like that happened like really late into the presidency, and I feel like it was more politically motivated than actually trying to improve the border, because it had 3.5 years to get that done, and just now is when they're passing executive orders to help the border crisis.
Yeah, so Telly, this was 1.5 years ago that this bill was introduced.
Okay, that's fair. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but to my knowledge, I think that bill had a catch and release section, which is why the Republicans shot it down in the first place. It had a lot of
That's not
issues that
true.
they didn't.
That's not true. These are all lies about the border bill. Right? There was nothing that the Republicans said in Congress about catch and release. That means they shot down the bill. All it was is Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine the bill. He said, blame it on me if the border bill failed. Lindsey Graham acknowledged this, who's a Republican. Mitch McConnell acknowledged this. Langford, the one who specifically helped write the bill, he acknowledged this too, and he said Trump endorsed Republican.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair,
Where's the
but
train?
why did Biden take away the what was that Mexico policy, the remain in Mexico policy?
Yeah, so I don't think it's effective. I don't think it fixes the asylum process. I think it makes it worse for people who are trying to come to this country because like the asylum process takes so long and it gives no incentive to make the asylum process go faster and make it safer. And then also as it relates to, thank you so much for the private jet. Thank you so much, Ashley. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Also, I don't think it had a statistically significant effect on like the overall amount of people. So because like the remain in Mexico, for example, Trump, he implemented it in 2019. He waited multiple years, right, to implement the remain in Mexico border policy. So why did he wait years to implement it when he could have implemented it day one because it's an executive order?
Well, I feel like it's a fair policy because I feel like, I think it's pretty fair to say that you have to remain in your country until your trial is done, and then you can come instead of giving them, putting money to give them housing while they stay here, awaiting their trial and that whole process.
There's no federal government policy that gave asylum seekers houses. And thank you so much for the $5. And Brody, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
What's all that talk then about
state policy?
It's state policy, the housing?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, I guess we can move on to the pro-life discussion then, because I feel like that's where I feel most strongly.
Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty obvious that Trump doesn't care about the border if he called people in Congress to not support the border bill.
Is there proof of that?
Yeah, he said, blame it on me if the border bill failed. Lindsey Graham acknowledged this. James Langford, the person who helped write the bill, who's a Trump-endorsed Republican, acknowledged this on multiple interviews. Just look up Langford acknowledges Trump undermined border bill. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Chelsea in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Chelsea. And Ashley, thank you for the swan. Can we get some W's for Chelsea and Ashley in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, I feel like we also have to acknowledge the fact that that Trump did have fewer border crossings throughout his presidency, and I know that the Biden administration did something about it, but it was 2.5 years into their.
Yeah. So did you know right now border crossings are lower than they were at the end of Trump's administration? So why didn't Trump fix it? That was all of the years under his administration. Appreciate that mustache.
I understand that, but that is after 3.5 years of this presidency. We've seen record.
But that was the end of Trump's administration. That was after 4 years of Trump.
That is a good point. But I mean, that also doesn't negate the fact that the Biden administration did oversee the most, border crossings in a very long time.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that, but that doesn't mean they caused it.
What do you think caused it then?
Inflation, global inflation. That which was related to COVID.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's fair. I'd have to look more into it. I feel like there has to be other reasons that the Republicans in Congress shot down the border bill. I feel like they didn't just shoot it down because Donald Trump told them to.
That is the legitimate reason. But you can check that. You can go look at the other sources. Are you going to believe them? Going to believe Trump when he says it?
No, I just had to look into it, but yeah, I believe you. I believe you. I don't like Trump's character. I do think he's not the greatest dude, and I wouldn't put it past him to, do something like that. Okay. I just don't think Kamala is that much better when it comes to her character.
Really? Like, is she a proven sexual abuser?
No.
And did she try to coup the country?
No, but
did she say she has sex in common with her daughter?
she does support, the murder of a lot of babies in this country.
Ashley, you got me. Thank you so. That actually kind of scared me. Ashley, thank you so much. I appreciate the one. Can we get some W's for Ashley in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. If that made you jump, everyone, type 1 in the comment section.
That startled me a little bit. But yeah, she does support the mass murder of a lot of babies in this country, and I feel like that's where I.
Wait, you're talking about abortion?
Yeah.
So, do you think it's bad because of life at conception?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. So Trump wants to pay for IVF, right? Which would actually kill more zygotes and embryos, right? Which you consider people, than would the change in the abortion law from Roe versus Wade being the law versus it not being the law. Because the only difference between Roe versus Wade being law and it not being law is whether or not abortion is protected prior to viability. So you can look at the change based upon leaving it up to the states and the levels of abortions that occur.
What is? Can you explain what IVF is?
Yeah, in vitro fertilization.
And how would this kill babies?
Yeah, so they cause zygotes to exist by using a sperm and an egg, right? And they'll create embryos, right? And then they don't use all of the embryos, right? So if you pay for IVF, that incentivizes more people to get IVF. So there's gonna be hundreds of thousands of people in the United States that get IVF, right, for free now, right, at a greater extent than they would have otherwise if it wasn't paid for, right? Which would cause millions every year to die and be discarded, like over 1 million. If there was just like a few 100,000 increase in patients, like if the number of patients doubled, right? Because right now it's really expensive. If it doubled because of IVF being free, right? Then we would expect to see over 1 million discarded.
So you're saying this is correlated to the overturn of Roe v. Wade?
Yeah, Trump wants to overturn of Roe versus Wade. It means more people would be able to get less people would be able to get access to abortion based on their state's abortion laws, right? So, but like what I was referencing was that Donald Trump wants to pay for IVF. He wants to pay for in vitro fertilization, which will cause there to be more zygotes and embryos that are killed because they're discarded.
Okay. I still do think that that's a far less greater evil than what Kamala is pushing for.
The rock star. How so?
I mean, she's pushing for like a pretty
late,
late,
$5. Thank you so much.
Pretty late week abortion ban. I think 24 weeks is the stance that she holds.
There's no.
I feel like,
yeah. What's wrong?
Yeah, I just feel like I feel like that would be like the greater evil in this case. That would result to more babies dying than Trump.
More zygotes. More zygotes would die with Trump because he wants to pay for abortion or pay for IVF. Sorry.
Yeah, but Kamala wants to legalize abortion.
Yeah, federally, which we know the difference. We saw what it was prior to Roe versus Wade being overturned, and we see what it is after Roe versus Wade being overturned. So all you would just identify is the excess deaths between prior to Roe versus Wade and after Roe versus Wade, and then based upon that, you would extrapolate that there would be less than 100,000 difference in the yearly level of abortions. There's less than 100,000 difference. Well, then even if you just have an increase in say 30,000, new patients based upon them wanting to pay for IVF, which is a very low estimate, we'd expect probably over a doubling in the level of demand, which currently there's 300,000 patients every year in the United States. We expect well more to die and be discarded in terms of zygotes and embryos than we would expect in terms of a greater amount of abortions that occur given that Roe versus Wade is implemented.
Okay. I'll definitely have to do my own research, but I'll take your word. I'll reconsider my vote. I'll have to think about it.
Sure, appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link trees in the bio, everyone. How old are you?
20.
Oh my God. Sharp, thank you for the Wanda. You got me again, bro. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sharp. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Sharp in the chat. Thank you. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, and just before you ask me, I just want to clarify that my Wi-Fi is a bit bad, and I can glitch out a little.
W's for Sharp in the chat. W's for Sharp. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Because I just support him.
Why?
Because of what he's done for like the country and stuff.
Like what?
Shit.
Bro, why are guests just leaving, bro? What's going on? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Bruh. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates.
Hey, bro.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
His policies are just better than Kamala's, man. And also, I have 2 videos on my
What
page.
policies?
Everything from the border to the economy, man.
Okay. Appreciate the booth. Thank you so much. Okay, give me some economic policies that Trump has that are better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 20 years old. I don't sit here. This isn't my day job to go and study policies. I just look at things based off of facts, man. Look at everything.
Sharp, thank you so much for the $50. You scared yourself with the witch. That's actually so funny. Can we get
I've
some
debated
W's for
Harry
Sharp for the
before too, bro.
$50 on the Venmo? Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sharp. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you. Sorry, what were you saying, Octane?
I've debated Harry before.
All you did was respond to what I said, but like you didn't have any studying. So you not studying is a bad thing on your half.
I mean, I've studied enough to mean. I mean, it's just I have a pair of eyes, bro, and I have a brain, and I have common sense.
Clearly,
it doesn't take so much studying to like understand what's going on with the country.
Yeah, name one economic policy that you like of Donald Trump's.
All right, man. I know you sit on your computer all day. This is your day job to go
I'm
and
just asking
research
for
policies.
one policy. I just need to know one.
You guys
policy.
are paid by Pallet Media, bro.
I don't have any affiliations with Pallet Media.
Yep, $210,000 was sent out. You, Parker,
I don't have a management
Dean,
company. I've never worked with any business, right?
and
I've never
Harry.
made any money from any of them. So like I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think so.
What are you talking about?
You'll see. November. Donald Trump.
I'll see November.
Yep. What are you gonna do as a
the
job
bowling
when
cauldron.
Trump wins?
This. You know
This
I
is
had a
what you're gonna
platform.
do?
Yeah, you know I had a platform prior to the election.
All right, bro.
What are you talking about? Bro, what the hell? You're paid by Pallet Media. Pallet Media pays you. I have no affiliation with Pallet. They're not even my management company. I don't have any management company. I'm riding solo, bro. I'm literally riding solo. Ashley, I appreciate the shiny air balloon. Thank you so much. Sophia, thank you so much for the $5. Natasha, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
$5, Natasha.
You what's up? Are you voting Trump? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. You what's up?
Yeah. 29. I talked to you earlier. Yes.
Okay.
Why did you kick?
Why did someone say Trump is watching right now? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen and keep sharing the live. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 23.
You
Nice to
voting
meet you, but I'm very, very undecided. Before we start, I just want to say that I have a lot of respect for what you're doing. I think that what you're doing is very important for people need to talk. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So listen, this is my viewpoint, right? I don't really care for either candidate, and I hear all your points about like, yeah, Trump is a convicted felon, and certainly there's no question that he's like not a good man. But what I'm concerned about is the war in Ukraine. Like, how do you feel about the 12,000 North Koreans going over to Russia to fight in the Ukraine war?
I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah, but don't you think that's somewhat of an escalation?
Sure, I guess. I don't know what the point is though. Like, is that a bigger or more relevant thing than like someone being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, trying to coup the country, calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country? Right.
I'm just concerned that there will be another world war.
Wait, Trump literally wants Israel to like go kill like Iran. Appreciate the elephant. Like they want them to literally go like bomb and start a war with Iran, right? They support the war like with Lebanon. They want Israel to finish the job in Gaza, right? They're very Israeli expansionist, right? Which, if anything, would be putting us way closer to something like a world war.
Yeah, fair enough. But is Israel and Ukraine like which power do you think is more powerful? Do you think Israel is more powerful, or do you think Ukraine is more powerful?
Israel.
Okay. Do you think Israel is more powerful than Iran?
Yes.
Do you think Ukraine is more powerful than Russia?
Not without the U.S. help.
Yeah. So, but Russia keeps saying if we get involved, then there will be
involved
terrible. If the second that they say a lot of things. A lot of their threats are kind of empty-handed, because they're kind of like boy cries wolf, but they have the largest nuclear arsenal in the entire world, right? And
Sherlin, thank you so much. I did see that earlier. You must not have heard me. Thank you so much, Sherlin. I do appreciate the $7. Thank you so much, Sherlin.
And now the North Koreans are coming in, and France is saying, oh, like this is an escalation, and the Western world keeps trying to isolate the Russians, and the Russians are a killing machine. Let's not get it wrong. I mean, they have all their tactics, and you have to worry about bricks. But if push comes to shove, I mean, if Putin is going to if Russia was to lose that war, do you think that Putin would walk away, or would you think that he'd be, do you think that he would push the nuclear button?
I don't think he's going to push the nuclear weapons. He already threatened that and didn't do it.
Yeah, that's because they're not losing the war right now. It's very close right now.
So that would be mutually assured destruction. So everything he cares about within Russia would be gone.
Well, what I'm saying is that if Russia gets destroyed, they're going to get destroyed anyway. So everybody's going to get destroyed. That's the thought, right? Like if somebody came in here to
Does
America,
he still care about Russia? Kylene, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. But if the Ukrainians and in the West came and pushed into Russia, and they started to, surround, somehow figure out how to form like the appropriate flanks, and let's just in a scenario where basically think end of World War II Germany, where Berlin is getting surrounded by.
Thank you so much.
Is being surrounded by both by the West, the Western powers, or the Allies, right? Where the Russians were coming in from the East, and the United States and France, or England was coming in from the West, and Berlin is completely surrounded, right? Imagine that, but with Russia. Do you think the Russians, who now have nuclear weapons, are just going to be like at a last-ditch attempt, not just send the nuclear weapon?
Are you arguing we shouldn't fight Russia because it is the case that maybe he'll just be so fucking crazy enough to drop a nuke?
No, I'm not saying.
So should
I'm
we
not
give the country that maybe might be so crazy enough to drop a nuke, Ukraine, and give them more power?
All what I know, right, is that I have not seen Kamala Harris have a productive relationship with any of our opposition, you know, and also like let's not forget, you know, like I don't. Do you think like Russians like respect?
How is this your biggest issue? Like, I'm sorry to break it to you. How the fuck is this your biggest issue? Because this is straight conjecture, right? You don't care about the sexual abuse, about the coup in the country, about the Muslim ban, about any of the other things, about the 10 to 20% universal tariffs, and what that could do with like our relations with foreign nations. Right? You care about this.
Sorry, there. I guess like maybe a little bit of context. I am in the Air Force, so this is kind of like what I do. You know, like what I think about. And it's just concerning. You know,
But it's
I
all
mean,
conjecture based.
yeah. I mean, I no arguments there, but like, it's just dangerous, don't you think? Like, couldn't you agree that?
How can you qualify whether or not it's dangerous if your perspective on the matter and just your opinion is just as valid as anyone else's opinion?
Well,
if you have no way of like saying it's based on evidence and it's just an opinion, right? You have no basis of saying that you have a preferable position.
well, this isn't like a court of law where there's like a preponderance of the evidence, right?
Oh, like
this
that
is,
would be enough, right? Like that would be enough to determine something's true.
It depends on like what we're measuring, right?
So that's not enough, but conjecture without any evidence is enough.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that like I think it's reasonable. Would you agree that it is reasonable to have concerns about just aggression generally from a massive superpower? Well, I guess like we have to form it.
I don't know why that wouldn't exist if Trump were president. And Terry, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much, Terry.
Well, like it or not, like at least from like.
Do you want to hear how Trump deals with foreign leaders?
Yeah, sure.
This is a really good example of how Trump deals with Putin, and I think it very well illustrates that like Trump, don't know if he's like the candidate for the job. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And you know, it's the last time we ever had the conversation. And again, I said to...
Yeah, he's again like he's that's Donald Trump, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know if we're gonna make any like real ground because I don't know if we agree on like the same axioms of like what's important. Like you're right. Like we both have our own conjecture and they're both equally valid.
You don't think sexual abuse is important. You don't think women's rights is important. You don't think climate change is important. You don't think healthcare is important.
No,
you don't think childcare is important. You don't think this is a lot of things to disagree on. It seemingly.
No, I think all those things are equally important, right? If
they're all equally important, then you can't ignore them with Donald Trump.
No, just one second. Let me gather my thoughts a little bit. So like climate change, right? I think that it's stupid that the Republican Party. But by the way, I'm not a Republican. I don't care about the parties. Like I really don't. I just want like the country to go moving in the right direction. I thought Barack Obama, for the most part, was a fantastic president. I absolutely thought so. I didn't think like I don't a lot of the things that Trump did while he was in office, all of his like jargon, was not productive and not good for society. But I do think that, you know, up until COVID, that he did an okay job of just keeping the train going, you know, and like how he spoke and things like personally, it didn't really affect me. You know what I mean?
Because it
Like,
didn't negatively impact you, but like the women in this country, that's going to affect them. Your grandchildren, it's going to affect them because of climate change.
It
right?
didn't
I mean, it's
affect
already-
most of the people that I interact with their lives, their livelihood.
Do you think climate change influenced how bad these hurricanes were at all?
No, absolutely, I do, and I think that
Okay, so then what
you
about
know,
the people in North Carolina and Florida?
I'm from North Carolina. I'm from Asheville. It's absolutely devastating what happened, and I would love to see like Biden's bill, Bring Back Better, fantastic for infrastructure, but I haven't really seen like I'm glad that we've put money up front, but I personally haven't seen like this infrastructure come into play. You know, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure I'm wrong.
Look up bipartisan infrastructure bill. There's been infrastructure projects all over the nation, right? I mean, you might not like think that some of these things are influenced by the infrastructure bill, but you can literally look up the map. There's a map with infrastructure bill that demonstrates specifically like it shows specifically like whether or not you like the places around you that are being developed because of the bipartisan infrastructure bill. But it's exactly what Donald Trump wanted, but couldn't influence to get passed. And Shannon, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much for Texas women's health nurse. Voted blue down ballot today. I was already on your side, but thank you for expanding my knowledge and crushing MAGA. Thank you for speaking up for women and LGBTQIA+. I'm in the sea of red and my patients are losing their lives. Take care. Thank you. Let's get some W's for Shannon in the comment section right now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Shannon.
Sick. W.
Good to see you're on our
W.
side. Terry, thank you so much for the $20 for Same Gift Screwed Up. Don't worry. Thank you so much, Terry. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kimber, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for keeping your awesome self. Thank you so much, Kimber. And Kate, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I believe, and it's a difficult problem because this is the United States. But I would like for our country to be a little bit more nationalist, if you will. Like I like the idea of
is it nationalist for Donald Trump to want Israel to be engaged in expansionism?
Well, yes, because then that's like proxy by war, and Israel would demolish Iran, and that would be beneficial for us.
So you think possible World War III, right, because of war with Iran, right, would be beneficial towards the United States? They could possibly pull us into a world war, and you think that's a good thing? I thought you were just arguing World War was a bad thing.
No, it is, but Iran is not. I'm sorry, but they're not. They're a threat, but they're not. It's not China or Russia. You know what I mean?
So you don't think that they have affiliations with any of those countries?
No, they do, but their agreements aren't like the NATO agreements. Like ours are very like clear cut, like, oh, you invade, and you know, but their summits don't have any of those rules because they don't want to make promises.
Trisha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
You know,
so I don't understand the whole let's abandon Ukraine but let's help Israel. Like that is incoherent. That's like defending Russia, dude. Honestly.
I just don't think Russia's just not an enemy that like would you if we went into a war?
What? Russia's not an enemy?
No, sorry, I trailed off. But what I'm saying is that like let's say that like a draft comes out. Would you want to fight the Russians?
Dude, we're not gonna have a draft.
But how do you like?
I don't want to fight in any war. I agree with you. I'm just gonna say that I have bone spurs, so we'll be fine.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, again, like very fair.
Come on, that's not fair. Obviously, it's not fair. Donald Trump literally dodging the draft on 5 separate occasions. That's not very pro-America, right? That's not very nationalist. You know, wanting to terminate the Constitution isn't very nationalist.
Fair enough, man. I guess like okay, let's pivot from war. let's talk about health.
Yeah, what's Trump's healthcare policy?
His healthcare policy is just adopting RFK Jr. to
he never that's his healthcare policy is adopting RFK, who doesn't believe vaccines are good and thinks that they cause autism. That's going to make our country less healthy. Unironically, will make our country less healthy.
It's a little bit more nuanced than that. Like he talks about if you actually like listen to what RFK says about the vaccines. And by the way, I have like every vaccine in the world. I mean, that's part of being in the military, right? Like I'm all for vaccines, but he does bring up some interesting points, such as like immunologists are like no longer part of like many of the pharmaceutical companies' programs for developing vaccines. And they use like
that's just not
they
true.
use like I'm trying to remember what it was specifically. Mercury. They use this this compound. Man, I wish I had it all in front of me. That way I can give a better conversation. I looked at all of that stuff.
Immunologists, right, are absolutely a part of the process of developing.
Not immunologists. There's I'm trying to remember who. I mean, okay, well, so you know how you're always pointing to like Donald Trump's like civil liability lawsuit, right?
Yeah, the fact that
So
RFK
RFK
penetrating a woman's vagina against her will.
Yes, RFK has way more lawsuits against all these massive pharmaceutical companies that he's personally won. You know, so it's like, can you see?
And the subscription. Thank you so much. Which one on the vaccines?
I'll have to leave the app and pull them up. I've read them. I promise you they exist. I don't have them in front of me, unfortunately.
You can go find it. I'll talk to someone else in the meantime.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
I mean, you can stay on while you look for it.
Oh shit.
Okay. I just won't be able to hear you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Because it goes against my religion if I voted for her. It goes against everything I stand for God.
Are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you think blasphemy of the Holy Spirit should be illegal? Push the gem gun. Push that mustache. Thank you.
Well, God's the one that made the whole world, so he says what goes because he's the commander-in-chief of the whole world, and he says what goes.
So you think blasphemy of the Holy Spirit should be illegal? People should go to prison for that?
No. People should fall in line
but it's a
to
sin.
what God wants.
So just because something's a sin doesn't mean it should be illegal, right?
Well, the reason is I believe the end of times, and I believe God's come to where it's gotten worse, and he's wanting the people to fall in line to what he wants.
So do you think it should be illegal to engage in blasphemy of the Holy Spirit?
As what we have to follow by God's rules, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you think I should go to prison? You think I should be sent to prison because I've engaged in blasphemy of the Holy Spirit?
No, I think we should be separated to different spots.
Separated? You think we should be? What do you mean by we should be separated?
Basically, all sinners should be put somewhere else than clean spirit people.
Push the boot. What do you mean clean spirit people? What the fuck?
Basically, I'm talking, we need to separate what's good and what's evil.
So you're pro-segregation?
No.
Amara, thank you so much for the animal band. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No, I just believe in that the way people are. What I'm trying to say is that...
Did Jesus advocate for that? Push the paper crane.
No, nobody's perfect. Nobody's
Hey,
perfect.
can you hear me?
Okay, so if we're all sinners, then what makes you any different than me? Doesn't that make us
Because
all
when
like,
it
not
comes
clean
to,
spirited?
because when it comes down to it, even though you live a clean life, you're going to have to repent all your sins.
Do you think Trump is repentive?
I mean, people don't know if he's repented or not.
Really, because he cheated on his last wife, right? Like Melania specifically, while she
Okay,
was
but
pregnant, right?
God believes in.
Wait. So and preached the head mustache. Thank you so much. And then denied it on national television. So he's very clearly unrepentant of it. So does that mean he's not going to heaven?
You don't know. In the future, he could repent.
In the future, he could, but he hasn't right now.
I don't. I'm sorry. This sounds very unproductive.
Sure. Did
To
you find
me-
that source hidden?
No, I'm sorry, man. I would love if you give me like if you send me a follow only for like a couple of days. I'll send you all of it. I would love to have a productive conversation about it. But you don't, of course, your choice. I just need a little bit more time.
Okay, for sure.
All right, I appreciate it, man.
All right. So Leon, here's my question. If you don't think blasphemy of the Holy Spirit should be illegal, then why should other sins be illegal?
What do you mean?
Should adultery be illegal? Actually, push the hearts.
It should be. There's in some states it's illegal.
What state is adultery illegal?
Illegal.
Yeah, what state is adultery illegal?
There's some. I don't know, but I've heard so many people talk about some states are legal. I mean, illegal.
No state is illegal to engage in adultery. One, two, as it relates to adultery, Trump is engaged in adultery himself. Should he be sent to prison?
Well, this is why I don't like getting into politics too much because on both sides I'll argue.
Yeah, that's what we do in a debate. We argue positions. So can you tell me, do you think that do you think that adultery should be illegal?
I mean, it's people's lives, but I mean, I'm not gonna set rules down. I'm just saying what the world's doing.
So adultery, it shouldn't be illegal?
That's other people's lives. Me, I mean, as long as I follow
so
Christ.
legally, they should have the choice, right? It shouldn't be illegal.
Well, God gave us free will, so that means anybody can.
So God gave us free will to get abortions, right?
Yeah, but you're killing what He created,
Okay, so
and that's wasting.
Stefan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Are
And
you
that's
vegan?
wasting, huh?
Are you vegan?
No, I eat all kinds of meat.
Wait, yeah. God created animals, right? And you're eating life that He created.
Yes, but animals don't have a soul.
You don't think dogs have a soul?
No, they have no soul.
We're all animals. Just letting you know. So you don't have a soul? Charles, think of it, $2.
Yes,
Thank you so
I
much,
do
Charles.
have a soul. I do have a soul.
So you're not an animal? You're not
No,
human?
we're humans. It makes it different.
Humans
it
are
makes
animals.
It different for animals.
Humans are animals.
No, we're mammals.
Yeah, that's an animal.
But we can also make different. Animals don't have a strictly basically they don't have
You're
mind.
saying other animals than humans. Yeah, other animals than humans exist, but that doesn't mean that we're not animals.
Yeah, we bleed the same as animal does, but they don't. They can't make choices like we can.
Sure, you could say that. But like that doesn't change my point here. Again, God, like some humans might not be able to make choices, but God created animals, right? Right. You said that it's okay to eat animals, right? Even though they were living, right?
Yeah.
So then what's the reason why you said it was wrong for someone to get an abortion?
Because God put animals on the earth for us to eat, and he put humans on the earth to live.
God created your dog to be eaten?
Not pets, but
why not cats or dogs?
Because cats and dogs are pets. There's a difference of separation from pets.
Wait, when did God make dogs and cats?
They're been made.
No, yeah, by humans.
I'm not against anybody. That's why I don't. But the thing about it is it's just I live my Christian life, but I'd see people doing worse, and I'm wanting to have more souls saved than being condemned to hell.
Wait, so are chickens pets? Because some people have chickens as pets.
I don't know. Do you eat chicken though?
Yeah.
You eat beef.
Mm-hmm. But you're making the argument that like they're created to be eaten. So I'm just asking like what you see as the distinction under your view.
In the Old Testament, you couldn't eat animals, but in the New Testament, you can.
Oh, okay. No, you could still eat chicken in the Old Testament. But also, I don't understand what your point is here. Right? The point I'm trying to make here is that your religion has no bearing on what you think should be legal or illegal. Push that mustache. So why do you have any good reason to believe that it should be illegal, right, for you to get access to abortion? Kurtz, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Brianna, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
Because I have a little
and Charles,
girl that
thank you
I
for
love
$3. I didn't know
dearly.
that. Sorry, what were you saying, Leon?
I have a little girl that I dear love that I wouldn't kill.
Wait, I'm not saying you can kill people outside of the womb. What I'm saying is that you should be able to get access to an abortion, right, prior to sentience. I see no reason why not, right? Right, in the same way that you don't think it's wrong to kill sperm. Sperm is living.
Well, you know what could save people from getting abortion?
What?
A man could get what was it called? Disectomy, where he unconnects himself.
So should we mandate all men get vasectomies?
Or women can get their tubes tied.
Or no, would you mandate all men to get vasectomies?
No, the ones that want a family, but the men that don't need to get their tube.
So why not? Why don't you want to mandate vasectomies? Because that would get rid of all abortion. Wendy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for most abortion, at least.
But what if? Okay, well, let me ask you this: what if a man does want a child and a woman doesn't? So that means a woman should get her tubes tied, or if she don't want children, period, she can have a hysterectomy.
I like how you guys always try to like pivot, like, oh no, the women can lose their rights, not me, not me. I don't want to lose my rights. The women should. Do you think abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
The first trimester.
Yeah.
Like the first time she gets pregnant or something?
In the early stages of her being pregnant, do you think it's wrong? Let's say a few weeks after she finds out she's pregnant, she gets an abortion. Is that wrong?
Yes, that's wrong.
Why?
Because that little little thing has a soul.
What's a soul?
It's what God puts inside us.
Okay, should you be able to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Well, I mean, your body can't. I mean,
should you be able to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Well, I mean, if he's never going to come back to it, he's just going to be a vegetable if nobody does.
Okay, you shouldn't use that term. That's not a good term to use. One, two, as it relates to this, as it relates to someone being brain dead, right? That means irreversible sensation. They're never coming back.
It
All
would
right.
hurt me,
Yeah.
but if somebody was,
Do you think the life is what the soul is, or is the brain, like the subjective experience you have, is that your soul?
no, your soul is everywhere in your body, but it mostly
What is your
stored.
soul?
It's pretty much a spirit that's living inside your body. Your body.
So
is
do brain
basically-
dead individuals have a soul?
Yes, they still have a soul.
So then why is it okay to pull the plug?
Because they wouldn't be okay. But the thing about it is, if I had a loved one that had,
So you think it's okay to kill people with souls?
no, but it would hurt me because he couldn't no longer think for himself, or he couldn't no longer eat anymore.
So the point that I'd reference here is that they can't eat. You can keep them on machines, right, to keep them alive. Jamie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there was a guy that was born like in the 60s. He had one of those, what do you call it? Metal lungs, and he lived for a long time.
Okay, I don't know what your point is here.
Like, do you know what a metal lung is in the 60s and stuff? Where
Yeah, iron lungs. I understand what you're saying there. I don't know what the relevance was.
I mean, yeah, I would keep somebody alive, but I mean, it does cost money when you keep machines on a person.
Okay. All right. So then, like, do you think that if someone's in a coma and they might come back, do you think they should be able to? Do you think you should be able to pull the plug on them?
What do you mean?
Do you think they should be able to pull the plug, right, on someone who, what's it called? Do you think they should be able to pull the plug on an individual that, sorry, my brain. Wait, hold up. Do you think they should be able to pull the plug on an individual that's in a coma? Nova, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much.
To tell you the truth, if any of my family members, I wish I could move a machine in my house to keep them alive. Yes, I would do that. But the thing about it is, you got to understand, like, a power source keeps them alive. What if the machine tires up?
Beth, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I don't know what you're saying, honestly. I have a question.
I'm saying
Would you if you have a daughter, right?
Yes.
When she was 10 years old, if a 40-year-old man went up to her and said that he'd be dating her in 10 years, would you vote for that man?
No.
So Donald Trump went up to a 10-year-old and said, "I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." Will you vote for him now that you've heard this? Brittany, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
This is why I'm going to come independent, because it's just that, like I said, that's why I'm going to be independent. I'm not going to pick
People
any
keep
party.
saying your following list is bad. What's wrong with your following list?
What do you mean?
They say that you're following minors.
I'm not following minors.
You follow young girls, at least.
Okay, but I don't know who they are.
Okay.
I just know that
you're
the one that sees me.
you're the one who followed him. That's very Christian, isn't it? Like, are you married?
No.
You're not?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you the truth, I still live in sin.
Is that unrepentive though?
No, you can repent and give your life to God.
Okay.
But I didn't know young people were following me, because I thought this app was for adults.
No, you follow them. And no, kids gonna be on this app, right?
But how did I follow them? Because I don't follow anybody but adults.
Okay. Leon, you should vote for Kamala Harris. I'm gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Mono, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it, Mono.
Yeah.
Thank you. What's up,
I
how old are you?
believe, yes, I believe in your extreme pain and in vegetable state, you should be able to be unalive. What's wrong with that?
Okay, sorry, you shouldn't say that word. Right? I remember I just said earlier you shouldn't say that word.
Unalive or? Oh, that one, okay.
No, you use you referred to like a particular type of food, right? To refer to a
that
human
one.
being.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, yes. If
So, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Harris. I already voted already.
Nice. We are just looking for people who are voting for Trump, everyone. Only just looking for people who are voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. Thank you so much for accepting me. I am 22.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
Why so?
Before we start, I have a computer in front of me. Is that okay if I look up stuff while we debate?
Yeah, I don't mind.
All right. I'm voting for Trump for 3 reasons. Number one, I'm part of the working class, and one of the policies that he sets is, or that he's going to put in, is no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, which is huge for me given that I work 40 and 45 hours a week. Number two, the more secure border. There have been several illegal immigrants that have crossed over in the Biden administration, and in fact, there have been 4 times more illegal immigration criminals that came in under Harris than there did under Trump. And the third reason is I don't want war. I don't like war. I don't like the idea of it. But if you are a terrorist who is going to threaten the lives of other human beings, then you should.
Netanyahu.
Who?
I just coughed. Sorry, I apologize.
I didn't hear. I heard something. You said something. I didn't hear what you said.
Netanyahu.
Who is that? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it's fine. Here, I'll just address the other points. So you said no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. How's Trump's going to pay for his policy? Because according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, it's going to cost $7.5 trillion over 10 years.
Okay. So that's over 10 years. That's Trump is only going to be in power for 4, given that he already served 1 term.
Yeah, no, but he signed stuff into law that affects over 10 years. That's what I'm saying. It's his what he signs into law, what it's going to affect in terms of spending for 10 years to come. And then also, in terms of this, Kamala Harris's policy will only add $3.5 trillion. So if you want to add 4 more trillion to the debt, which will negatively impact workers, that's one thing. And then 2, he wants 10 to 20% universal tariffs, 60 to 100% on China, which will cause your gas, your groceries, your clothes, everything that you buy to go up and be more expensive. Secondly, as it relates to immigration, Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine a border bill, which would have specifically increased funding for the border wall. It would have given funding to increase the amount of border agents and immigration judges, making the system go faster. Instead of taking 7 to 10 years for us to get through asylum claims, it would take 6 months to 1 year, along with the fact that they would cap the amount of people coming to the country. If you hit a threshold of 2,500 daily average for a week, you could shut down the border. 5,000 for 1 day, you could shut down the border. So it was policy that was bipartisan, and Donald Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the bill. You also said you don't want criminals in the country, right? Then why do you want them in the Oval Office? And then you said you don't want war, yet Donald Trump is sponsoring and helping Netanyahu and Israel engage in like expansionism, right? Fighting against Iran, Lebanon, all right, and then quote unquote finishing the job in Gaza.
I am a very strong believer of Israel. I am Jewish. And Israel has been fighting for their freedoms.
You don't know who Netanyahu is?
I do not, because I didn't.
You're a strong supporter of Israel, yet you don't know who Netanyahu is.
That is correct. I didn't do that much research on it. I just believe what I'm told. Sorry. I didn't do that much research as to who is currently like running Israel or anything like that. I'm just
I think
believe
that'd be
that
pretty
Israel.
important to whether or not you'd support Israel's actions, right? Because I mean, as someone who's Jewish, you don't have to support the state of Israel, like in what they're currently doing, right? Like there are plenty of anti-Zionist Jews. You're out of the app. I can't hear you currently.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
All right, sorry, my AirPods just went out for a minute there. Yeah, I apologize. I'm sorry. What was the last point we were discussing?
Yeah,
So,
my last point was that like just because you're Jewish doesn't mean you have to be like a Zionist, right? Or have to support this current state of Israel's actions,
right?
Especially within Gaza.
Right, absolutely, and I 100% agree that not everyone has to believe what I believe. Obviously, that's why we have these conversations, because we believe two different things, and you're trying to sway Harris versus Trump, and I'm for Trump, so you're trying to sway my vote. That's the whole point of your platform, and I 100% respect it. But Israel has been fighting for their own version of freedoms for far too long. They do not have more. They do not have more soldiers. There are people that Hamas is currently holding that have not gone home. There are people that Hamas is holding that have passed
and
away.
Hamas has already said that they would accept a ceasefire along the 67 borders.
When did they say that?
They've already committed themselves to this. This is according to even people like Jimmy Carter, who's engaged with Hamas and talked to Hamas. Right? An old president, Jimmy Carter, right? He literally has engaged with Hamas and knows that it is the case that they said that they would accept along the 67 borders a two-state solution and ceasefire that would give the hostages back. Push the confetti.
What about the hostages that have already been killed under Hamas?
A lot of them have been killed by Israel.
I don't believe that that's true.
I mean, they've admitted to killing their own hostages.
Israel has admitted to killing their own hostages?
Yes. Look up Israel kills their own hostages.
All right, I'll look it up right now. So according to PBS, I looked it up on Google. It says in December, the army acknowledged mistakenly killing 3 hostages who had escaped Hamas captivity in a battle-torn neighborhood of Gaza City.
Okay,
it was believed that the 3 had either fled their captors or been abandoned. So mistakenly, that tells me, everyone makes mistakes. In terms of human lives, I don't necessarily agree of them killing others. Obviously, they shouldn't be killing their own people. Under no circumstances, they should not be killing their own people. This is interesting to me. I didn't know this.
Yeah, and there are also plenty of reports of them like literally targeting innocent children, right? Utilizing starvation as a weapon of war. The ICJ has sent out arrest warrants for Netanyahu.
All right, I'm looking up Israel targets innocent children.
Yeah. There's been plenty of cases. Based upon things that have been totally 100% confirmed. In terms of all the information about the individuals, over 52% of people who have died in Palestine, right, are women and children, right? The numbers that we have overall, right, around 70% women and children.
Okay.
Sunflower, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. It's just a lot of the people who have died, right? It's hard to find all the information about them because it's hard to be able to identify bodies, basic things like that.
Yeah, for sure.
In certain circumstances.
Let's see. This says in Iraq, almost 10,000 kids were maimed or killed. Although this is between 2008 and 2023, and this article was 6 days ago, published 6 days ago. It's on Spectator. It's a UK platform. This is a war of Syria. None of this is.
Yeah,
Children in Gaza are dying in this ghastly war. Hamas.
Yeah, I think this is something that you should look into a lot more, and it could help out. Also, can you explain your bio?
My bio?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, the company that I work for is Jersey Mike's. Do you know what Jersey Mike's is?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jersey Mike's slogan is a sub above, where they believe that they can make a difference, and make a sandwich at the same time.
Okay,
So
that makes sense.
currently through the entire month of October, everyone that buys a sub has the option to round up to support the current victims of both hurricanes and probably also Hurricane Oscar, assuming if it hits the U.S. And it's nationwide, and everyone, not everyone, I'm sorry, but the Jersey Mike's company as a whole, all the donations are going to go back to those families that were affected by the hurricane.
Okay, yeah, that's a good thing.
I agree. So yeah, my slogan is mainly is because of like that line of work for Jersey Mike's.
Mm-hmm. Low key, kind of hungry now. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. All right, but yeah. So like, I mean, there's lots of things to look into with this. So like, we probably wouldn't want to like base our entire position on this in terms of that. But the point I would make is that, right, like, there's a lot more war is a lot more likely with Trump than we would expect with like Harris and whatnot. So I don't know the point of saying that like it'd be more likely with Harris. And then even if we were to concede that like they have the same likelihood, right? You can just look at all the other things that are really bad. Like let's go to this one point. You don't want criminals in the country. Appreciate the hand art. So why would we want them as like, you know, president of the United States? Because Donald Trump's been convicted of 34 felonies and he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Yeah, I looked that up earlier too. I do not agree with a lot of the stuff that he does, but this is not a popularity contest. President of the United States is not a popularity contest. It is not for, you know, what has this person done? It's about what this person will do. And I think that a lot of the stuff that Trump will do will be more beneficial to America
like what?
Than the stuff that Kamala Harris will do. Like what? Well, you already kind of debunked the whole no tax on tips and no tax on overtime thing. So that was one of mine. And then also more secure border and no new wars.
Yeah, so there were no new wars under the Biden-Harris administration caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, there were no new wars that were caused.
But there were actually war under Trump. The Turkish-Kurdish war, right? It was a continuation of prior conflicts that have existed, but it was a conflict provoked by Donald Trump pulling troops out of Kurdistan and leaving our Kurdish allies.
Really?
Uh-huh.
What did you say that war was called?
Turkish-Kurdish war. Like, again, there were pre-existing conflicts that existed, but Donald Trump provoked more conflict, specifically by pulling our troops out of Kurdistan. Like, he didn't pull our troops out of a bunch of other places in the Middle East, but pulled our troops out of Kurdistan, which were defending our Kurdish allies again.
Google is calling it a conflict more than a war.
I mean, you understand that you can refer to like it as a conflict and a war, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, conflicts can lead to war. So, but that happened under Trump, you said?
Yeah, he pulled out of Kurdistan.
Okay, we're not gonna use Wikipedia to try to make a point because Wikipedia is unreliable. Yeah, I may have to do some research on that too in my free time. I thankfully have tomorrow off, so I may do some research on that tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right, well, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, all right. By the way, I'll probably have to get off a little bit before 8 o'clock, everyone. Or I'll probably leave at 8. Okay,
By the way, I'll
bit of an echo there. All right, let's get this next individual up here. I'm leaving probably at 8, everyone. So if you do want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, around 45 minutes left on the live, everyone. 45 minutes left on the live. All right, all right. It's not accepting this person. Let me try the next, everyone. Do give it a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, think of the sunglasses. Thank you so much, Wendy. All right, it's not accepting this person either. Let me try the next, everyone. Yo, Jenna, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. All right, all right. Will Dean be on later? I doubt it. I doubt it. I think he already did live today. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push the booth. Thank you so much, glowing. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Dean got banned on like all of his accounts, everyone. Like literally every single one of his accounts are banned right now on live for like a week. So I'm thankful to still have my main account. Even though there's a huge following glitch. Thank you for the bullying cauldron. Thank you so much, Cameo. Michael, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate that. Hannah, thank you so much for the hand heart. Thank you so much, Michael. Let's get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here. W for Michael. W for Michael. Hey, man, love your stuff. What would you change about Kamala's policies? Did you prefer her over Biden previously? Yes, I prefer her over Biden. One thing I would change is her support for Israel, like specifically in terms of arms. Which I think that they have done recently. They've done like a thing where within like 30 days they need to meet a particular set of criteria, or they're not going to be able to get what's it called, like funding for their military and defense and stuff, and for offense. Appreciate the coral. Thank you so much. So I appreciate the hand art. So that is one thing that is good, and I'm glad that they have done something on. To some degree, I wish they would have done it earlier, though. You know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Zoe, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. All right, let's try to get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Again, Zoe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for political advocacy. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I've been trying forever to get in here, I swear.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 21.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Why so?
Because I think the border's not looking too good, and so I think that he's going to be able to close it down, and that Kamala and Harris are trying to keep it open. That way they get more Democratic votes in swing states.
That's hilarious. Yeah, you know the bipartisan border bill? Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Donald Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the bipartisan border bill.
Yeah, what do you think he did that?
He did that because he didn't want Democrats to look good.
So he did something. So do you think it would positively or negatively affect Democrats if more illegal immigrants enter the country?
So say that one more time.
Do you think it would positively or negatively impact Democrats if more illegal immigrants enter the country?
No effect.
No effect at all.
Undocumented immigrants can't vote.
You don't think illegal immigrants are going to be more likely to want to have Biden-Harris administration
Persist and necessary. That
president?
doesn't change. They can't vote.
It doesn't matter if they can vote.
Yes, it does.
Well, I'll explain why it doesn't matter. Because even if they can't vote, every single 10 years, the Electoral College does a recount of the population of every single state. So even if none of them vote, if there's more higher population of illegal
So that wouldn't help their election run right now because that happens in 2030.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. If there's more legal
It does. It's not going to affect the Electoral College.
Parker, let me finish.
It's not going to affect the Electoral College, though.
Let me explain why. Because if we have more, under their administration over the next 4 years, I think we're going to... So already we've had quadrupling in illegal immigrants in the last 4 years. I think that trend will continue over the next 4 years. And then there'll only be 2 more years left. So
Johnny, you're just like, you don't know what you're talking about.
We're not going to be able to get rid of all the illegal immigrants that enter the country over the next 4 years to get voted in. So all those illegal immigrants that get voted in 2030 will still be in those states. And then they're going to affect the Electoral College in the swing states. And they're going to turn blue and not be able to go back.
Okay, so then if again, it wouldn't affect their election run right now. The only way it would be able to affect the next election run would be in fucking 2032. So
Right,
you think that
that's-
there's...
no,
can I
that's
please
exactly my
finish?
point.
Can I please finish?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so you think that they're setting up a policy to affect it in 2032, which is a bit ridiculous, especially if we're talking about right now. Secondly, as it relates to this, Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine the border bill, which would have helped this long term.
So how much... So
what part of the border bill do you disagree with?
I disagree with the border bill because only 16.9% of the actual money in the border bill was going to be to immigration policy, and the rest of it was going to be to foreign aid policy. So I don't
Dude,
think
you guys all
have
say
a
the same
bill-
thing. So the reason why that's not a good reason is
Why?
because it is the case that they separated the border bill and the appropriations bill. The solo appropriations bill passed, but the solo border bill did not pass. So if it was specifically about the appropriations, and that's the reason why they called for the bill to be undermined, well, then it wouldn't have been the case that the solo border bill didn't get passed and the solo appropriations bill did get passed.
Okay, that wasn't...
Audrey,
that's
thank you
not
so much for the
only
dollar.
reason.
Thank you so much.
That's not the only reason.
Wait. Have you been on my live before?
I know I've been on Dean's. I think I've definitely been on yours. Yeah.
Because you've been on mine? Because I only have people up once. So they said this is the
you're
kid that
making
said
good-
immigrants
good
get
arguments.
SSN and
Don't
vote for
even-
Dems the other day.
You know I'm making good arguments. You're going to kick me out.
Johnny, I'm not kicking you out because of your arguments. I typically do not accept people up again who have already been on my live. That is a rule I always have. Okay.
Don't you think it would make more sense for someone that's making a better argument than the
No.
other person that you're going
No,
against?
because you want to know why? Because
Why?
I have almost a full guest box of people who want to come up on my live and debate me.
And
So if
you-
I have the same people on my live over and over again, I won't be able to address new people that want to come up and debate. You were complaining about not being added up to the live. Well, people who haven't been on the live before would have to go through more of that, right? Because people like you want to come on my live over and over and over again.
I was on once, maybe a month ago. I'm not sitting here.
So you've already heard my arguments. You've already debated me. So I don't know what would be different.
I think it's
Wait, if
more
you're making it,
fun-
wait, Johnny, if you're making the same point you were making then, because you said before that immigrants get SSN and vote for Dems the other day, like illegal immigrants. That's a wrong claim, and you just argued the same thing now.
No, that's
right.
not a
You
wrong
clearly
claim.
didn't. You didn't learn.
I explained why it's not a wrong claim because they're gonna
I
vote-
did explain to you why it's wrong.
I
Because
explained
they
to you why-
can't
I never
fucking
explained to you why
vote.
It wasn't wrong. You didn't respond to that.
You brought up
said
the
it's
you brought up the
you said it's
counting in
gonna
terms of
work,
the
just not right now.
Johnny, you brought up the counting in terms of the electoral college. That
Correct.
does not allow for them to vote, dipshit.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it allows for them to vote. If they go to states that are
Yes,
in
it does. You are arguing that it does allow for them to vote, and you were
allow them to
wrong.
affect the vote.
Not at all. Not at all now.
So if you have more people go to a state, they will be counted as the population, meaning it will affect the electoral college.
Also,
meaning
what's your
that's-
evidence that immigrants are going mostly to Democrat areas?
It doesn't
Because
matter. if
Isn't
they're going-
Texas on the border?
What?
Isn't Texas on a huge portion of the border?
Isn't California right next to the border?
Yeah, but like Texas is huge too.
So
Texas,
is
there's a
California.
larger span
So is
of
California.
border. There's a larger span of border between, like for Texas, right on between Texas and Mexico, than there is specifically with California and Mexico.
Okay.
Arizona is also like a swing state.
Yeah.
And
So?
it has gone red mostly.
I didn't. First of all, I never even claimed that they were mostly going to swing states. So I don't know. I mean, there's no. I don't think I was. So.
Okay, but I'll let you make one point, and then I'm going to go to the next person.
Because I'm making good arguments, so you're going to kick me, which I think is
Hey,
ridiculous.
Johnny, just because you said that dumb shit, I'm not even going to give you the point, because I literally told you the reason why I'm kicking you is because you've already been on the fucking live. So you are now purposefully misunderstanding my point, and that's why you're not even going to be able to get to say anything. Get the fuck off my live, you useless, annoying ass. Get the hell off my live. You're not making good arguments. You're an idiot. I hate people like that. They're so fucking annoying. Like, you heard what I said. You knew that I didn't say that. And you still decided to portray it as that. Appreciate the boo. Thank you so much. Yo, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much, George. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, George. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Matt?
Hey, how you doing?
That's good.
Not much.
Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump? Appreciate the paper crane.
I'm in the middle. I'm teetering, and based on how I've been raised, I feel an inclination.
Like did like so much, right? There's no reason to indicate that. And then two, as it relates to remain in Mexico, it doesn't fix the asylum process or give an incentive for legislators to fix the asylum process. Under the bipartisan border bill, we made the asylum process go faster, right? So there's more immigration judges to make the system go faster. So it was safer and faster for asylum seekers. Comparative to remain in Mexico, gave no incentive for them to make the system faster. Right, because then people wouldn't be in the country for like 7 to 10 years, like without them going through the court case fully.
Okay.
Alyssa, I appreciate. Thank you so much for the $5, and then also for the
People say, and then you in response say that there were more border crossings under his administration than there are today. However, I have not seen that the first set of numbers that were like put out saying that were actually wrong, and then they came around and said that there's more border crossings now than there were before. Is that completely just wrong?
Yeah, so there were more people that came cumulatively under the Biden-Harris administration compared to the Trump administration, like overall, but not in terms of daily crossings now. Daily crossings right now are lower than what they were at the end of Trump's administration because of the recent Biden executive order.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, shit. Of course, I had so many points. I've been trying to get on for so long, and now I'm drawing a blank.
Can I ask just a question?
Yeah.
Are you feeling pressure from the family to vote this way, even though you have an inclination to vote the other way?
So where I relate to Parker when he talks about how he, grew up right wing, and I remember being a young adult or a teenager and just believing, everything I was raised in, and now I'm 26, and so as the years have passed on, I've started to open my eyes a little bit more, and it's truly just like this subconscious, like if you were to just ask me right off the bat without me knowing anything, I feel like I just have to go Republican, even though I've never registered as such, and I've always registered as independent, and so it's just like a inclination is the best way that I can describe it. And then when I think about it logically, I'm like, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. And when I first started finding Parker, or I found Dean first, but then Parker a couple months ago, I would like sit here and like rage watch. And now I'm just like, oh my gosh, like everything makes so much sense now. And I know there was something about abortion that I'm trying to remember. And oh, crap, I knew this was going to happen.
You're good,
okay.
By the way, we can't hear you right now. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 20%. I'm going to have to make a list and come back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for sure. I'll look
and,
out.
What state are you in, by the way?
I'm in California.
Okay. I mean, the only thing I'll say to you, I mean, is that your vote is private, so no one will know how you voted. So I would say continue watching live, listen, and then you're always welcome to come back. But just remember that no matter what the peer pressure from your family is or anything, when you go into the voting booth, that your vote will always be private. So, I'm not a big on like lying, but like this is your private vote, and you don't owe anybody like an explanation why you voted what you did. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I'm pretty good at like, I don't really even share it with them. It's mostly my husband that I share my thoughts with. It's just listening to them that is like kind of in my own head. I'm having like a little like conversation about it. But yeah, I'm going to make a list and then come back later.
You can also join the Discord. They have a lot of resources in there. We're always in there. I'm in there. You'll be able to get like even what Parker says plus more from the Discord. So go to Parker's link tree and you can join. There's a lot of good people in there, and you can a lot
of great people
ask questions or anything that you have in there.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Of course, appreciate you coming. All right, Jeannie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10, and Jasmine, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, y'all. All right, let's get this next person up here real quick. By the way, everyone, we got like 27 minutes left on the live, everyone. So make sure to follow me here if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, I just want to ask you this first. The FBI just came out with the new data, and I just want to get your thoughts on the increase in crime.
I haven't checked the new data.
4.5% increase in 2022.
In 2022? That was 2 years ago.
Well, yeah, but it's still under the Biden-Harris administration, and you guys have been saying that crime is lower. But anyways,
okay. I mean, that's other people, but like again, just whether or not crime is lower or higher doesn't mean it's caused by one administration or the other. Like, what do they do to cause crime to be more? And if crime is such an issue, then why are you voting a criminal into office? Thank you, Tara.
well, I mean, you guys are the one that go after and say that the crime is lower and that.
I don't know. I mean, you guys, like, I'm not the one saying that.
I mean, you, Harry, Dean, you guys all post videos.
I never made a video saying crime was lower.
Well, I mean, you make videos about Trump, when Trump says that crime's soaring through the roof, and you're like, no, that's not true.
Name one video I've made about that. That's not true.
I mean, you want me to just read off
I know every video I
URL
posted.
or what? Like,
I know every video I posted, and I know I haven't posted that video. You just made that up.
All right, cool.
No, I'm serious. You literally just made that up. Like, you might have saw he left. Like, you might have saw someone else do that, but you didn't see me do that. Like, what a fucking liar. If you want to support me or Matt, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. We got about 25 minutes left on the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Our ancestors found that hilarious.
Hey, Ashley, how old are you? Hello, Ashley.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will want to be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here.
Y'all, we're 2 weeks away. 2 weeks.
I know, that's insane.
Dun, dun, dun.
Christian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. How much money to shave your eyebrows? I would never. Yo, it's a voting Trump.
Hey, Brian,
I'm definitely not shaving my eyebrows, for sure.
It had to be like a lot of money.
Yeah, if you gave me millions, I would do it, but I would never do it otherwise. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
You voting Trump?
Of course I'm voting for Trump. Usually I feel like just the only possible option we really have to vote for to save America and really unite the country back together.
Okay, why so?
We'll look around. I mean, we don't know what the laughing hyena is saying. 90% of the time, she just laughs. And the whole time you ask her a policy and she just laughs.
Very unifying of you to like demean a woman. See, that's why I think when you guys say this, like, oh, he's going to unify the country, and then you say fuck shit like that. That's why I just don't believe anything that you're saying.
Okay, I mean, that wasn't the nicest.
Description.
I mean, dude, she just laughs about so many. Like, she doesn't like Trump.
Imagine, wait, Herbert. Imagine the biggest issue in a candidate being that she laughs. Just think about that for a second. If that was the biggest issue with Trump and that was the only thing people brought up when they didn't like Trump, right, you guys would be laughing about that. You guys would be like, that's laughable. That is such a ridiculous reason not to like this individual.
Parker? Why does Trump never smile when he's out, like, on the trail? Why is he always, like, grinning and, like, sour face and everything? Maybe I could say that, like, he has an evil soul, right? He's
always
an
grinning?
evil
Trump?
person. He just can't smile.
Trump?
Yep.
Yeah,
he's always
time on the stump that, like,
he's always smiling
smile or
he's
laugh.
always happy. He's always in the.
He's always happy. Have you listened to his speeches lately?
He's always in the joy of trying to make America better.
Yeah, by like calling us like a terrible country that's like on the decline and.
We're on the decline. We're about to be a third world country.
Ways.
We're about to be a fourth world country here soon. You know what fourth world country is?
Dude, what are you talking about, dude?
What
the hell are you saying?
How many fourth world countries do we have in the world? How many?
Fourth world?
What does that even fucking mean?
You know,
I never heard of a fourth world
country. Have you heard of the saying third world countries?
That's the first time I've heard of this.
Have you ever heard of the saying like, third world country?
Wait, Herbert, can you give me an example of a fourth world country?
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You know what a third world country is, right? Where it's like,
can you give me an example of a fourth world country?
Yeah, it's about to be America, buddy. That's what I'm trying to say. America is heading to like you guys are laughing, but it's sad.
Came up with like a new invention term that like first.
You guys are laughing, but like it's sad and it's scary. This is something that us MAGA we have to deal with on a daily basis. We live scared because we know that what's happening. You guys don't. You think it's all fun and games like it's a football game.
Well, Herbert, what policy is bad that Biden and Harris are advocating for?
What's bad?
I mean, they sending all this money everywhere. We don't know where the money's going. It's disappearing in thin air.
We do know where the money's going. I appreciate the description. Thank you so much. How much cash should we send to Ukraine?
Cash? Like cash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't give them duffel bags of cash. We sent the money through wire.
Oh my god. Yeah. How much of like money like that rather than like weapons and equipment did we send them?
What was it? I think 78 billion.
Nope.
Okay. 94 billion. How much was it?
We sent a little over 30 billion.
Okay, well, I was gonna say that, but then I thought there was like this other study that I remember that I thought
107 billion overall, right? 71 billion of which was literally Skater. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. 107 billion was literally weapons and equipment. Can we reallocate that to people for like healthcare? No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, we can.
No, we can't. Once it's appropriated, it's going to that thing.
Well, that's the thing, though, is you don't have to directly appropriate it to that. You can like if Trump became president, he could do if he wanted.
No, he can't. What the fuck? You have no idea how who gives the money? Who gives the money?
Federal government. What are you talking about?
Who within the federal government gives the money?
Typically, well, obviously the people in Congress.
Congress. Okay. They will send money to certain sectors, and then the president will then give the money out to those sectors. He can't just willy-nilly take money from one place and like give it to another place.
Herbert, have you been on my live before?
I've been on Dean's live. I don't know if you were in the box. I don't know if you were in the box though while he was there, but I was on Dean's live before a little bit ago.
Dana, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much.
But it just doesn't make sense because if Trump became president
for the subscription, thank you so much, Robert.
If Trump became president, he could reallocate that money to.
He can't.
I think we should cut down our military budget.
He can't.
Matthew, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
He can't spend military money on like healthcare stuff. He can't do it.
But why wouldn't you be able to do that? Why wouldn't he be able to reallocate the money for a better cause?
This is Congress 101. Congress has the power of the purse via Article 1. That's their job. They will send money to certain sectors based on laws, and then the president will then allocate that money based on what Congress says. He can't change what Congress says.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying is if Donald Trump becomes president, they're already trying to they'll be able to get people in Congress that will want to do what Donald Trump wants to do. So if they get those people in Congress, then Donald Trump will be able to just basically tell them what he wants, and they'll be able to get it passed.
He said he wants. So how do you feel about him saying he wants to be a dictator on day one?
Well, That's the thing. He obviously was joking about that. But if he were to become a dictator, he wouldn't be he would be a dictator for the American people, and he would want all the American people to
You're
strive.
actually like justifying like becoming like a dictator.
Well, he wouldn't actually become a dictator, and he wouldn't do that. But if
Charles,
you,
think of the $2
whatever
instead.
world you
Thank you
guys
so
are
much for
living
the
in,
dollar.
I mean, if he did become a dictator somehow, he would utilize everything to benefit the American people. I don't know how you guys don't see that.
Yeah, the sexual abuser, the guy who tried to coup the country, the guy who called for a Muslim ban would do it for the benefit of white men.
Herbert,
who are straight.
Not white men. Anyone who's American.
Herbert, are you honestly asking us why we don't trust dictators? I don't care who's the dictator. Like, when you have the title dictator, I'm not going to trust you.
Well, I don't trust dictators either. Like Kim Jong-un, I don't trust him. I would not want to live under.
But you would trust Trump had he become a dictator.
Well, that's the thing. He wouldn't actually be a dictator, but if he was a dictator, he would be a dictator for the people.
Oh my God!
He'd be a benevolent dictator.
The justification is like wild.
Well, he would be an American dictator, and he would basically be wanting
That's
to.
not a good thing. That's not a good thing.
What are you talking about, dude? I feel like you guys just don't know. I feel like you guys just don't know what's going on.
Principle.
We don't know what's going on? Are you trolling? Wait, how many branches of government are there, Herbert?
3.
What are they?
Executive, legislative, and judicial.
Okay.
Listen, man, I studied this. I could maybe help try to educate you guys.
For the subscription, thank you so much. Can you name me 2 Trump policies you like?
I can maybe try to help educate you guys. I've been studying this for maybe about 8 years.
2 Trump policies you like?
No tax on tips, dude, and shut the border down.
No, things that he's influenced to get passed already.
Herbert, where's
Article? Hey, can I pull up my list? I have a list of actually my favorite.
No, I want you to tell me off the top of your head. 2 policies.
Okay, well, I wrote this down in my notebook. It was the best.
2 policies.
It was the best things that Donald Trump
Marine,
did.
thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 for Trump with the dictator, Trump the dictator with a heart. Justin, thank you so much for the $15 for dictator of the people. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The dictator fund, everyone. Parker dictator fund has just started.
Well, the thing is, dude, the middle class.
Go. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Everyone talks about the middle class and how Donald Trump didn't do anything, but the middle class family income increased almost $6,000 during.
Yeah, what did he do to cause that? What policy, Mike? Thank you for the subscription.
Well, he signed in he signed in all these policies and laws. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
He signed in all these policies and laws.
Except for the subscription. Like which one? Which one?
Like he lifted.
I've been studying this for 8 years. 8 years I've been studying this. Porch, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I can educate you.
You don't think I'm going to help educate you now?
What policy?
Dude, manufacturing optimism, it nearly doubled.
What policy?
The tax relief for middle class policy.
Heather, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Heather. Thank you so much for Parker for dictator. Austin with the $25 for being the best dictator of all time. Everyone agrees. Everyone agrees. Mel, thank you so much for the subscription. Okay, so the tax cuts and jobs. Appreciate the super. Thanks so much. Yes, so the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist that indicates it only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, right? Which is $10 billion. Which is $10 billion, right, a year, which is in GDP growth, which is nothing, nowhere near enough to justify $1.9 trillion in spending over 10 years added to the debt.
Okay, but what about the child tax credit? He almost doubled that.
Mustache.
He doubled that, basically.
Wait, so you agree? You agree with
basically double it.
So you agree with Kamala Harris's child tax credit increase, right?
Well, yeah,
and Leah, thank you for the $25 for Parker, dictator for the people. Thank you so much, Leah. I appreciate it for supporting the dictator fund. Thank you. Appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. Wait, sorry, what did you say, Herbert?
Yeah, I support that, but it's just because she took it from Trump. So anything that she takes from Donald Trump, I'll
wait,
support
hold on.
it.
Trump didn't even have a child tax credit policy.
Yeah, it's 6,000.
That was J.D. Vance.
Yeah,
that wasn't Trump.
Well, J.D. Vance got it from Trump, obviously. Trump put it in there.
Didn't.
What are you talking about, dude?
About it for years. Trump has not once said anything about the child tax credit. That has been J.D. Vance.
Yeah, but because Donald Trump told J.D. Vance to say it, dude.
How do you know that?
No, he didn't.
What's your evidence of that?
Like, let's talk about the tariffs. He won tariff exemptions in Ecuador. Dude, there's so much stuff renewable energy production.
Okay, can we just chill for a second? So renewable energy production, he doesn't give a shit about renewable energy production. Push the hand art. There was the largest production, or largest increase in production caused by the Biden-Harris administration because the largest investment in renewable energy ever through the Inflation Reduction Act. That's one thing too, as it relates to this. In terms of, what was the other thing you brought up? You brought up something stupid.
I don't know, I'm just bringing up too many facts. I don't think you guys can handle it. But you want me to
Tariffs?
slow down?
Oh, you brought up tariffs. So tariffs, he wants a universal 10 to 20% tariffs that will cause prices to go up across the board.
Oh, he was joking, man. He came out
He's
recently.
not
and said
joking.
that.
He continues to say it.
Dude, listen.
He was joking. He's crazy.
I love how you guys have like such intimate knowledge of Donald Trump's mind that you know when he's joking.
Oh my god. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate the Wanda. Thank you so much. I keep getting scared by that one.
I mean, so no, he's not joking because he continues to talk about it.
Lane, thank you so much for the dinosaur. I appreciate it. Thank you so
But,
much.
like, dude, people talk about COVID too. He declared COVID-19 a national emergency right underneath the Stanford Act, dude. Like,
okay,
Well,
what?
congratulations, he did what he should have done.
Wow, he identified that a global pandemic.
See, you guys. I mean, but you're the one. You guys just
thank you
were
so much.
hating on him for the pandemic.
No, we have.
Christy, you're amazing. Thank you so much, Lakin.
When he did good things, like we have said that he has done,
Like
certain-
Operation Warp Speed.
Yeah, like
EHOP. Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much, EHOP.
Also, like when this was happening, people talk about FEMA. He literally deployed thousands of FEMA employees, National Guard members.
Kelsey with the $42 for finally figured out how to join your Discord. Lol, can we get some W's for Kelsey for the $42 on Cash App? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $42. Thank you. What were you saying, Herbert?
Everything, man. I mean, what else do you want me to teach you guys?
Teach us? Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
Dude, I mean, I'm learning stuff too. I'm learning new stuff every day. I've learned stuff before from
You have
watching.
not said anything that I have not already known.
Okay, what about this? He provided over $31 billion to support elementary and secondary schools, dude. Come on. That's literally that's a man for the people, man for the children.
100 billion?
No, 31 billion.
When?
Probably from Congress, and he signed the law.
Yeah, which one? When did he advocate for that?
I forget which act this was underneath, but you could just Google it right now. Google Donald Trump signs in $31 billion to support elementary schools.
He wants to cut. He literally wants to terminate, like, get rid of the Department of Education. By the way,
yeah.
Justin, thank you for the $10 for
He
the
also
sick
literally
hat.
got
Thank
rid
you
of
so much.
Obamacare, dude.
Wait, no, he didn't.
Bro,
now
what are
he's
you
like,
saying,
now
dude?
he's like saying pre-existing conditions is a part of his policy. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much, Tara.
Well, I think Donald Trump has probably, I mean, I've been doing a little bit of research on the past presidents, probably the second best policy plan in the history of American presidents.
Oh my good lord!
What's his healthcare policy?
Well, he has one. He's the thing
Appreciate
is,
the subscription. Thank you so much.
He's writing it up right now. Him, Vance, and John
He's
McKenty.
writing it up
You know
right
John
now.
McKenty?
He's writing it up right now.
He's writing it up.
Hey, do you know who John McKenty is?
Yes.
Yeah, they're all three of them. They're all working on it together, and they're coming up with the greatest.
Oh my god!
Hey, no, this is what I wanted. Thank you for the Wanda. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So, you said their writing went up. He's 9 years into running for president of the United States, and he's just writing it up now.
Dude, listen, you
appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much,
how
Tara.
amazing. Sorry, what happened? I was just talking about how amazing Donald Trump was, but we can start talking about how bad
He's
Kamala
been
Harris.
writing it up for 9 years.
That's not true, dude.
Laura, thank you so much
He
for the
didn't have a
subscription.
plan in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and even this year, 2024. So, yes, he is.
Everyone, we get till 8:10. Everyone, we got 10-minute extension. Can we get some woos in the chat for the 10-minute extension? Woo! Push the pinch face. Woo! Woo! Herbert, can I get it from you? Woo!
Thank you, Herbert.
Okay, now you guys want to talk? Look at this article right here. It's on U.S. News. It's on U.S. News and World Report, and it literally says.
Wait. Are we? Wait, I have a question. Are we really trusting date right stuff to write a healthcare policy?
Dude, it's not date right stuff. It's John McKenty, buddy.
That's who date right. This is not who date right stuff is.
Yeah, date right stuff. But that's his second personnel, bro. And he just does that for fun, man. But on the other side, he writes policies and.
Yeah, I'm trusting that guy with my healthcare.
Okay, look at this. It's called Reason Magazine. It's called,
Yo, can we get some?
Wait.
Let's hear some date right stuff real quick. Let's see how intelligent. Let's literally just swipe on his page. This is the guy who you want to have access to determining the healthcare policy.
Clocks go back next month.
we could afford life. If Kamala can choose a white husband, why can't black men choose a white president?
I mean, it's facts.
If
It's facts.
Kamala can choose a white husband, why can't black men choose a white president?
It's true. Why can't people choose whoever they want?
They can.
Exactly. So what's I don't know what's happening.
Who was saying they can't?
Yeah.
Well, apparently the radical
Charity, I
left,
pushed
dude.
the subscription.
The radical left. The radical
Wait,
left.
we're arguing they shouldn't. You shouldn't vote for Trump.
Yeah, not that they can't.
Well, I mean, why shouldn't they be able to, man?
Wait, no, I never said they shouldn't be able to. I said they shouldn't
You just
vote
said
for
that
Trump.
I don't think black people should be able to vote for Trump.
What? That's not what I said.
You never said that.
That's
Chat,
not
can
what
we
I
clip-
said.
Chat,
Herbert,
can we clip this?
listen,
Chat,
listen.
someone clip it.
Herbert, listen. What I said is I don't think that they should be, or no, sorry, you just got me to do that. Personally, I said they shouldn't vote for Trump. That does not mean I think that they shouldn't be able to.
All right, well, look up, dude.
I think everyone shouldn't vote Trump. I'm literally running a live. Vote for Harris. Of course, I think you shouldn't vote for Trump. Like what, dude? Dude.
Okay, well, I'm reading this article. Even Kamala Harris is a big problem. She was a bad pick in the first place. Every single article.
No, she wasn't.
You don't think she was?
No,
Yeah.
look at my hat, brother.
But Herbert, since you're such a purveyor of like knowledge, you cite Reason Magazine.
Push
Do you
the
know
boo.
what
Thank
they
you so
are?
much, Sharp.
You know, like how they lean. They're a libertarian magazine. Of course, they're going to dislike Harris. Of course they are.
Okay, well, but what about U.S. News and World Report?
What about them?
Or what about USA Today? USA Today is talking about how Harris lies about her policies.
Which ones?
Look up USA Today opinion. Harris lies about Trump and flip-flops on
Okay, so random opinion piece. I don't
What
give a
does
shit.
she really stand for?
Wait, I don't give a shit about a random opinion piece.
Okay, well, let's pull up some statistics and facts. Look at The Guardian. Kamala Harris is America's worst nightmare.
That's another opinion piece.
No, it doesn't say opinion. This is fact piece.
Wait, hold on. That's not. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna look at what's the title again.
Kamala Harris
It's
is
a
the
fact
worst nightmare of
piece.
America. It says fact piece right here. I'm looking at it.
Wait, turn your camera on. Let me see. Oh, you can't.
I'm insecure. I wouldn't even do it anyways, unless you couldn't see me.
I'm sorry, man. You shouldn't be.
That one more time, Herbert.
It was Kamala Harris is the worst nightmare of America. Says fact checked.
Oh my God. Oh my
It is
God.
an op-ed.
No, he didn't finish the title. It says Kamala Harris is the worst nightmare of America's far right, written by Robert Reich, a liberal economist.
Oh,
Herbert,
okay.
you didn't finish the fucking title.
Okay, I must have. There was an advertisement. Okay, well that was my. There was an advertisement blocking it, and I couldn't see it. I just closed it though, and I see it now.
You were so confident, Herbert. You were so confident.
Okay, well let me find you a different one. Have you heard of EagleNews.org?
No,
Stop
I have not heard of
stop just citing
eaglenews.org.
some random shit, dude. You haven't read. Oh my god.
You guys are always talking about, bring your source, bring me your source. I'm just dunking on you and giving you all
You're
my
dunking on us? Dude, this guy is so delusional, bro.
Dude, I wish, Herbert, I hope one day I am as confident in my delusion.
In delusion. Well, the thing is, I've just been educating myself a lot recently, and I used to be just
Yeah,
like
thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. You're damn right. That was a fact piece, by the way. Quenisha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And Michaela, thank you so much for the $3 for talking to dummies while I work out. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Like, I don't know, man. I think it's just because I used to be like you guys too. Like, I was liberal and stuff before, and I just realized, like, what have I been doing? And I just educated myself.
Elizabeth, thank you for the subscription.
I just started and just reading up on what's
Did you go
actually
to
going
Trump
on.
University or something?
Yeah,
Because,
dude, yeah, literally Trump University. Because
I
like,
went to
dude,
Stanford,
you couldn't
man.
even.
I went to Stanford for 2 years, but then I moved. It was pretty hard, so I had to leave. I went.
Brisket video. Okay.
Okay.
Come on, you can't like brag about going to a place and then be like, oh, I had to leave
But,
after 2 years.
I mean, I was doing good. It was
Where's
just
the
hard.
boo?
It was just a lot, man. I had a lot going on. It was tough.
Well,
so
thank you so much for the
I had
subscription.
to go to Yale after that.
You did not go to Yale.
Okay, I didn't go to Yale, but I went to Stanford for 2 years, man, and I just did community.
Okay, well, I didn't go to Yale.
Name me one of the professors at Stanford.
Rich McClung.
Who?
Rich McClung.
Rich McClung. What was his?
I think he just got fired though. So I think he just got fired because he had like an inappropriate relationship or something.
Bruh.
Why does he know that person?
Yeah.
I looked him up. I literally can't find him.
Yeah, he was my psychology professor, but he did something I think with
He wasn't. He's actively contributes to gynecology cancer research.
Oh well, he must have switched his career path. That's
Nope, never did what you said he did.
Which Rich? Show me who you're talking about. Rich McClung. He was like 5'6",
and their name is Emily Claire.
What? Who are you talking about? Dude, I told you to look up Rich McClung, buddy.
That's not a person.
How is Rich McClung not a person? He was my professor, dude.
I'm literally looking it up right now.
Mr. McClung, Professor McClung, every single morning.
Austin, I appreciate this description. Bro made that. I'm not trolling. I think bro made that up.
Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, every morning at 8 a.m.
What was their first name?
Rich.
Spell.
There is no Rich McClung.
RITCH.
Wait, hold on. Say it again.
RITCH.
This is not a person. I'm literally looking them up. It's not a person.
Like, if you guys can't find evidence on it, you guys can't find evidence on common.
Dude, if I looked up one of my teacher's names, I'd find them.
Spell McClung.
Oh, dude, I don't remember, man.
Is it MCCLUNG?
Wait, say it again.
MCCLUNG.
Oh no, it had an OU in there. I know that.
An OU.
It was OUN something. I don't know. That's like besides the point. I don't know why you guys are trying to figure this out.
Katie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for love the hat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's just wild.
Got it from the Kamala Harris campaign.
And
Jackson with $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Jackson in the comments section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. They're thinking you're a troll, Herbert.
Probably.
It's just I don't know. How
like that. That's not a person. Rich McClung is not a person.
How is he not a person, dude?
Not at Stanford, at least.
I mean, you guys can't pull up any evidence on Kamala working at McDonald's, so why do you guys just believe that?
Yes, we can.
Where?
Look up Kamala Harris worked at McDonald's.
Okay, I'll do that right now. Where do I find it? There's no proof, dude. They don't have records.
In the arms of the
Which
I got you. Snopes, Newsweek, New York Times, Metro.
Sorry.
CNBC.
Okay, Snopes, I'm on it now.
For the $1 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Nancy.
McDonald's.
And then there's also a PolitiFact that says, no, Kamala or McDonald's didn't say that there was no record of Kamala Harris working at the fast food chain.
Someone said they found a Rich McClung who lived in Stanford, Connecticut, and died in 2008.
Yeah, Stanford, dude. He worked there.
To that.
But I don't know. I don't know if he actually got arrested.
Wait, where is Stanford? What state?
Wyoming, or not Wyoming. I was joking. It's obviously not in Wyoming.
Did you fail geography too?
Dude, I'm joking, bro. It's in California.
Oh, that was funny as fuck. Oh, shit.
It's literally in Stanford too. Like it's literally in Stanford.
It's in, yeah. Okay.
That's why it's called Stanford
Wyoming.
University.
Parker, I'm gonna visit Stanford.
Oh, dude, I can't, bro. I
didn't mean to say Wyoming, man. It slipped out of my mouth. I misspeak sometimes. Sorry, dude.
How do you miss
Wyoming
with California?
I meant it was California, dude. I literally have the address memorized.
Wait, is Stanford actually a city? I don't think it is.
No, it's in Palo Alto.
Yeah, it's Palo Alto, isn't it?
No, it's in Stanford. It's a town called Stanford.
No, it's called Palo Alto.
I mean, granted, I do think that they might have like created like their own city based on the university. I'm pretty sure that does exist. That might be.
It's just a little bit south of San Francisco, I think.
Yes, that is true. Yes, that is true.
Wait, I have a question.
Huh?
Are you currently in San Fran?
No, I don't live there anymore.
Really? So, let me ask you a question about San Fran. Let's see if you figure it out. Is the Golden Gate Bridge, what's it called? Is it on? I hear you looking it up.
Dude, I'm responding to an email, bro. You guys are
That's so cap.
Yeah.
okay. Hands are away from the computer, man. I'm away.
What is the capital of California?
Capital of California?
Oh, he's typing.
I'm joking, dude. I'm not actually gonna look it up. Wait, sorry. The capital of what again?
California.
Light, thank you so much
Sacramento?
for $5. Thank you so much.
Or is it LA?
Jasmine, thank you for the $5. Gail, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Gail. Can we get some W's for Gail in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Are you
Give me another
Herbert?
geography question, man?
Okay, I'll ask you. Oh, okay, how many consonants?
7.
What are they?
Stop looking it up.
North America, Antarctica, Asia, Europe, South America, Africa, and Oceania.
My God.
The
Herbert,
Oceania.
turn the
Did you hear
PC
that?
off, man.
Hey, have you heard of that one before? Have you heard of that one before? Oceania.
Typically, people pay say is Australia, but
Yeah, like Australia, like that whole
Oh,
area.
really?
New Zealand, yeah.
But would you is New Zealand and Australia, they both fall underneath Oceania?
Herbert,
That whole area does, yeah.
What degrees in Fahrenheit does water freeze?
32 or below, right?
Okay. You know what? Good shit there. How many people are in the House of Representatives?
Wait, hold on. Can you ask that again?
How many people are in the House of Representatives?
How many people are in the House of Representatives?
Yeah.
Shit. What?
No typing.
I mean, you have to have them in each state, right? Divide. I don't know. I would have to do math in my head because you have a certain amount, like probably above 400, under 450 though.
I mean, okay.
I don't know how you would have done that math in your head. You definitely looked it up.
How many senators are there, Herbert?
I mean, it's around there, I think.
Jaded, think of the subscription.
How many senators are there, Herbert?
Yeah, how many
I'm telling you guys, I'm one of the most genius. I'm literally one of the most genius MAGA you're gonna debate. Like I've already dunked on you maybe 8
If
times.
you're a genius MAGA, then I feel sorry for MAGA.
Yeah, seriously, dude. You, I mean, you actually are right about that. You probably are one of the smarter MAGA. And that's saying a lot. A lot. That's saying a lot. It's saying a lot. Okay.
Oh, someone made a good point. He's doing a voice to text thing. So he wants us to say it multiple times so they can look it up that way.
Well, I didn't even think of that, but that would have been smart.
Very crafty of you, Herbert.
That would have been smart. That would have made me even probably more genius MAGA.
Yeah, but you didn't think of it, right? So
someone in the chat did.
Fail.
I'll use that next time. Ask me another question.
What's 2 squared?
4, buddy. Come on, you're not getting me with
What's
this.
6 squared?
36, buddy. Come on.
Sherry, push the description.
What does Article 3 of the Constitution go over?
Okay.
It goes over no soldiers in the home. Or is that the 4th or 5th?
I said Article 3, not Amendment 3.
Oh, wait, hold on. Can you say that again?
No. No, I said it.
Okay,
Wait, Herbert, can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
When did World War II begin?
Yeah, there's the typing.
It ended in 1945.
Start.
Oh, when did it start? 1939, 1938, somewhere around there. I don't know. I just had a guess.
With the invasion of what country?
It basically just started with Germany invading Poland, and because Hitler was going crazy, or Schmittler was going crazy.
Okay, I have a question.
Huh?
Can you tell me what the Rhineland is?
The Rhineland? What the Rhineland?
Mm-hmm.
Rhineland. What is that?
How did you spell it?
The Roman Empire, Rhineland.
When you typed it in, how'd you spell it?
Like the Rhineland Holy Empire.
How'd you spell it?
Not the Rhineland Holy Empire.
How'd you spell it?
I don't know. RHINELA.
Wait. Say it again. Say it again. Push the mic in.
RHINELAND.
Okay. Well, I mean, the Rhineland is like the area
in Germany.
Yeah, in Germany. Yeah. Are you seeing it? You see it on Google now?
Well, I thought it was a part of the old Roman Empire.
That's the Holy Roman Empire. Yes. What about it?
Oh.
This medium thing for the dollar.
Yeah, well, what about it? Explain it to me.
Dude, where was the Holy Roman Empire located?
In Rome.
in Rome.
I mean, this is the Roman Empire. Where do you think it was located?
Oh, hold on. Actually, let me ask you. How many Roman empires were there?
How many Roman empires were there?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know. That's a good one, but there's a lot though. I know that. I don't know.
Well, the answer was 2. There was a Western and an Eastern, so it's not that.
Oh,
hard,
I thought you said how many emperors they had.
No.
Oh, how many empires did they have?
Yes, I said how many empires.
Faye, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I just appreciate you being here.
I don't know how many. Do you know how many?
Thank you so much for the dollar. Zid, thank you so much for the $3.33. Thank you so much. Good to see you as always.
I cannot tell you all.
Dallin, thank you so much for the $5 for Genius MAGA equals professional Googler. Not even professional.
I haven't Googled. I've just been sending emails. I haven't Googled one thing yet, dude. I've been doing business all day. Okay, I've been doing business all day.
Yeah. Wait. What type of emails are you sending?
Just business, dude.
What type of business emails? What do you?
Well, it's basically I got people trying to send me money and people trying to sponsor me and from here and here. So I'm like, hey, you know.
Why are they trying to? They're trying to sponsor what? Your.
Well, I just do business.
17 followers.
Well, I do business with a whole bunch of different companies, and they were like, "Hey, man, like we would love to have you come out." And I was like, "Yeah, you know, it's cool."
What business? What companies?
Apple, Google.
Do they know that you dropped out of Stanford?
Well, they were like, "Hey, I mean, we know that you went to Stanford, but you had to basically leave because you had so much other stuff that you were
Thank you so much.
Big time stuff." And I was like, "Dude, I was doing big time stuff, so I just had to. Stanford was just too much. I had my business stuff going on, so I had to dip out of Stanford for the business." But I mean, the business started taking off. Like that's why Google,
and also
Google fucks with me and shit.
That professor that had such an impact on you, right? You got his name wrong. His name was Robert McClune, not Rich.
Justin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
It was Rich, man. He told me, he was like, "Oh, it's Rich. That's what they call me."
It's Robert
Rich.
McClune.
Rich McClung.
I found him. His name's Robert McClune. Psychology.
Okay, but dude, he told me his name was Rich over and over again. He always had this big old smile and firm handshake.
Monica, think of it $2. Thank you so much.
I don't know. I don't remember. It was a little stubble back at the time, I think. He's kind of this older guy. I mean, but he was always cool, man. I can't believe what happened to him if that's real.
Is San Francisco North, Central, or South California?
San Francisco, it's kind of like north. I mean, I only lived there for a little bit, so I can't really. I mean, I didn't know the best. I don't know. But you can ask me
I actually, honestly, I think there's an argument for it being central, but I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I guess it's a little bit central, but it's like northern central.
Yeah.
Okay, what's another one?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Next question. Name 3 countries outside of the United States.
China, Russia, India. Oh.
Okay. Wait. What continent is India located in?
In Asia.
Okay. Whoa. This guy's
Dude,
cracked.
I'm not your typical MAGA, buddy. Like I'm
name 3 countries in the Middle East.
Pakistan, Iran, and Georgia.
Oh, okay. How about this? Can you list the?
Well, I don't know. I don't even know if
Georgia in the Middle East.
I don't think. I mean, Georgia's like kind of
on the east. It's in the east.
It's north of Armenia and Turkey. So
yeah. So
I think it might. I don't know. I maybe you could say. Vic, you get the subscription.
Okay, Kazakhstan. I'll go Kazakhstan.
What are the 5 freedoms outlined in the First Amendment?
Sorry, what?
Thank you so much for the $5.
Outlined within the First Amendment.
Monica, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much for in honor of Herbert's 2-finger typing skills. I actually still type with 2 fingers a lot. I'm not gonna lie.
It's to practice religion and speech and freedom of press.
Okay, I gotta get going.
And then your right of petition and something about assemble, your freedom of assembly.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was fun. Well, thanks, Parker. Thanks for having me up. That was a good time. Have a good night, dude. Bye.
All right, everyone. I love y'all so much. I'll see you later, Matt. Good seeing everyone. Good seeing everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. Yes, sorry. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I think I'm cooked, honestly. But yeah, love y'all so much. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Love y'all. Mwah. Mwah. Tara, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. Peace out, y'all. Oh, wait. Is there someone we could raid? We could raid someone. Is there someone we could raid? Who's on live? Who's on live, chat? Who's on live? Anyone cool on live? We can raid. Who's cool on live? Who's cool? Who's cool? Who's cool? Appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much. Let me see. Everyone go to Santana. Let's go Santana. Everyone look up Santana Jones. We're gonna spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. Look up Santana. Let me get his exact username. Look up Santana Jones. Right? Spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker, or his name is Dom2Fly24. Spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. Santana Jones. Right? Look up Parker, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. I need to follow him on this account. This is like my second account. But yeah, look up Dom2Fly 2020 or 24 or Santana Jones. Spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. Love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Santana Jones, spam Parker Raid, spam love Parker. Love y'all so much. Peace out, y'all.